gig speeds to the most businesses. That's $500 to spend on whatever your business needs. Or if you want another way to save, you can also get started with Internet and Voice for $64.99 per month with a 2-year price guarantee. So give your business the gift of savings today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and one voice mobility customers only. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Prepaid card offer ends 1/2/22. Call or go online for details.
You know a spot, but not just a spot. The spot. Actually, with the all-new Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. One for hitting the trail. One for catching a wave. One where this happened.
Yo, where'd our tent go?
Another where the fish get bigger every time you tell the story. Some spots, you made your mark. Others marked you. And one, okay, let's stay away from that one. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your frontier in the all-new 2022 Nissan Frontier. With best-in-class standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-foot of torque. Comparison based on 2022 Frontier S versus latest in-market Ward small truck segment. Base models compared based on manufacturer's website.
For the ones who get going when the going gets tough. And the ones who know we're tougher together. For the Pathfinders breaking new ground. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as fast access to experts and 24/7 customer support. Because we know you have people depending on you. So you can always depend on us. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Velvety paper feel, exquisite colors, stunning scale. At Staples, we sweat the details and quality of every print project. Stop by Staples and try our Print Big Promise. We're committed to getting your print job right, to treating your small business like a big deal, and guiding you from start to finish. Get 20% off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends January 1st. Visit staples.com/services/printing for details. Staples, where small business prints big.
Get help managing your money for the life and years ahead with Fidelity Income Planning. We'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and help you build a flexible plan for cash flow designed to last, so you can go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, number NYSE SIPC.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Monte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Hasty is in. Garoppolo, blocked by Compton, deflected, incomplete.
That was Carlos Dunlap, a player who has been questioned why he hasn't been getting a lot of playing time. Gets his hand up at just the right moment to knock down Jimmy Garoppolo's pitch and catch to Trent Sherfield. What an amazing stop by the Seattle Seahawks defense.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, man. Good morning, everybody out there on the roadways, getting off your graveyard shift. Good morning to Lakeford and Curly and you, Joe Shasky. Good morning to all the roasters who are lined up on YouTube and Twitch and the text line. Oh, baby, what a roller coaster ride that was last night as the Niners lose to the Seahawks 30-23. And I'm laughing it off right now, Shasky.
Good,
because last night, I was angry. By the time that game ended, I was angry. And I was 6 Excedrin deep in because I had a migraine watching this damn football team figure out a way to lose to the Seahawks again. Figure out a way to lose another big game. Figure out another way to throw an interception or miss a tackle or just play with the hearts of 49er fans by going from the 2-yard line all the way to the 3 and gagging on themselves. I'm so tired of this, Shasky. I am so freaking tired of this. So 888-957-9570. I'm ready to go in whatever direction you want to go in.
Good.
You want me to ride shotgun? I'll ride shotgun. You want me in the back seat? I'll be in the back seat. We can go wherever you want to go. We start wherever you want to start. Because I'm fed up, Shasky. I swear to you. I swear to God, I'm fed up with this football team.
I'm glad that you're here. So allow me a second to spread my wings, all right? Yesterday was the microcosm of the entire season. The words that I'm going to use to describe the year, they do hashtags. So together we're all giant.
Right.
Or forever giant or quest for six.
Hashtag faithful to the Bay.
Yeah,
FTTB.
Exactly. This is the hashtag for this year. Fool's gold. And that game embodied fool's gold. First off, you shouldn't even have been in that game. You should have been down 10 points, maybe 14 points. Seahawks multiple times in the end zone just gave it up right there.
How about being up 21-0, Shasky?
Don't even start.
You're up 17-7. Should have been up 21-0.
Well, that's
21-0.
Again, more fool's gold. And
that's gold, Jerry. Gold.
Absolutely gold, Jerry. And here's the thing, man. I said the second they drafted Trey Lance, I said, man, these transitions are clunky. I'd have just gotten rid of Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, he's been good at times this year, but he reverts back to the old Jimmy that we all know well and love. And it's not just Jimmy. This is not just a Jimmy thing. Special teams was horrific yesterday. Absolutely horrific. And I got something for special teams in a second. The coach has been up and down. I do think his play calling, wide open. Guys are wide open. But there's more to being a head coach than just designing wide open plays. There's more to it. Right? Your roster decisions, they matter, especially when you have full autonomy. The whole year has been fool's gold. They will probably get into the playoffs, Bonte. That ain't no playoff team, though. All right? You might qualify for the playoffs. That doesn't mean you're a quote-unquote bona fide playoff team, and that's what's going to end up probably happening. And you know what? It's going to be all for naught because you're going to go into this offseason with the exact same issues that you had running into the beginning of this year. Is Trey Lance good? Well, I'll never get the answer to that. What the hell do I make of Aaron Banks? Well, I'm not going to get the answer to that.
Nope.
What are we going to do with the 30 or so free agents that are available? I have no idea what they're going to end up doing. And I look at guys like Jaquaski Tart, who's on the ground, hurt again in the middle of that game. And it's a great example. They overvalue their own guys, and they think their own guys are going to have these outlier great seasons, and they never do. I'm going to go right back to Jimmy Garoppolo. 2 of the worst interceptions anyone's ever seen. There are guys wide open on both plays. 2 guys wide open, and this dude decides to play 3 flies up with the Seahawks secondary. Like, what? How much more do you need to see? You get into goal line situations, you don't use Trey Lance? Why? Why talk about have these guys? I'm losing my mind. I'm sorry, B. I'm just
I understand. I'm with you. This morning I'm with you.
Should have 9 wins.
Your boy Guido hit me up after the Arizona game and said, Bonte, you're being too positive for me and it's ticking me off. Well, I was positive because I said, okay, that's rock bottom. And there's a long season. It's a long season. There's a lot of games to be played. And the Niners end up winning 3 in a row. They didn't win 3 in a row and put themselves in a position to be 7-5 yesterday. And I think about the 4th-and-1 play where you run a zone read with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Was that Chip Kelly calling plays, or was that Kyle Shanahan?
You run a zone read with Jimmy Garoppolo
and Kittle
at
off
quarterback.
The field.
And Kittle trots off the field on one of the biggest plays of the game. Oh, by the way, Kittle was just having a monster day. 9 catches, 181 and 12 targets. And you trot him off the field at 4th-and-1. He's not only one of your best pass catchers. He's one of your best run blockers, and he runs off the field, and you say, oh, we're going to fool everybody in the world. Let's, instead of doing the old gun run that gets stuffed every damn time, we're going to pull it and run Garoppolo for a yard, and he just gets his bell rung. You got to punt. Thank God it was a penalty, and you got to punt instead of the Seahawks getting the ball there in your own territory. Yesterday's game, Shasky, look, and we're going to get to special teams because Richard Hightower, he's been here for 4 years.
Yeah,
as special team coordinator.
He needs to go.
He needs to go today.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I love you. He's a brother. He's been in the league for 14 years. You got to go. You got to go. Pack your bags. You got to go. Special teams is an absolute joke from the kicker to the kickoff team to the kickoff return team to the punt return team to the damn punt block team.
How about
you give up 73? I've never seen that in my life. A guy, the up back, the Cadence guy on the punt team, take the ball and go untouched 73 yards on the fourth play of the game.
I was sitting on the catch and go, oh, they're not even going to touch him. I knew it, like right away. He took like 4 steps, and I was like, oh, they're not even going to touch him. And then, Brandon Ayuk, God bless his soul. He I don't know, maybe he put the Matador little like cape out to kind of like wave him through.
He had no choice.
He might as well have given him a Gatorade on the way through like he was a marathon runner. I mean, Jesus Christ, can you stop someone? And then they go, here's my favorite, Kevin Harlan, who had a horrible game calling yesterday.
Kevin Harlan. That was talk about the roller coaster.
Hey,
he had a couple good lines though. When he said what did he say? He said, so I forgot what play it was, but he said, guy slipped off him like a wet raindrop or something. I was laughing.
All I know is that Travis Benjamin's back there, and he goes, hey, Travis Benjamin, he is a dynamic returner. I'm like, what Travis Benjamin are you watching, Kevin Harlan? And then what does he do? Coughs it up. The opening kick of the second half. Let me just cough it up right there on the floor.
Dude,
and then they get bailed out, and K1 gets an interception in his hands. Not immediately, people
Gerald
are like,
Everett dropped the pass.
Wide open. Should have been 7. That's why I'm saying the Niners should have lost this game by at least 2 touchdowns. And they were in a position to tie it, whatever. Okay, put that to the side. I'm hearing people rip K1 Williams because he had 1 foot in the end zone, 1 foot at like the 1 yard line. It was tough. He caught it like right at the goal line. And people were saying he's got to go backwards. I'm not sure. Like, you watched it in real time.
He made a good play. Look, you got the ball at the 1 yard line. You run a couple plays. Jimmy Garoppolo, you're in the end zone. Get rid of the damn football.
Ball, doggy.
All right, Tom Compton gets punked. Compton just got punked there at right tackle. He's terrible.
Oh, but Tiki Barber told me he was a veteran who's he's good on spot duty. Play Jalen Moore. Why aren't we playing Tom Compton? I didn't know there was a bigger stiff than Mike McGlinchey, but boom, Tom Compton presents himself.
You brought up the playoffs, right? And I was thinking all last night, because I didn't get much sleep. I was thinking about this damn game. I'm tossing and turning, and I'm having nightmares about this damn football game. I couldn't sleep last night. They gave me a headache, and then I couldn't sleep. So thank you, 49ers. And then here I am at 6:15 in the morning thinking, as you say, playoffs. And this is the question that's been looming in my head. And I said, do I even want to see this team in the playoffs? Like, I'm all about postseason. You know me well enough, Chesky.
Yeah, you've been hammering home that they need to make the playoffs.
Want to get to the playoffs. They're 6-6. Part of me is just like, just pull the plug on this damn season. I've seen enough. Now, I get it. You don't have Deebo Samuel. You don't have Fred Warner Jr. I'm the king of saying division games are different, and they are. Seahawks, Niners.
Yeah.
You look at Ravens, Steelers. Ravens go to Pittsburgh. They lose because Lamar Jackson can't hit Mark Andrews on the simple 2-point conversion. The Lions get their first win against Minnesota.
Huge
We're
win.
seeing another division game tonight with the Patriots and Bills. Who the heck knows what's going to happen? Division games are different. But I'm watching that yesterday saying, Sherfield's wide open on the first pick.
God, dude.
You wait a second for him to clear the zone, and he's going to go for 30 yards. But Jimmy Garoppolo does what Jimmy Garoppolo does. He can't help himself but throw a no throw. The Jimmy no throw. Boom. Pick Bobby Wagner, flip the game. And it's just like, all right, gosh, okay, whatever. The second interception. All right, you want to force feed Kittle? If he hits Trent Sherfield there, that's a 60, 70-yard touchdown. That's a touchdown.
The one to Wagner. The one to Wagner. I think everyone said the same thing. What? What was that? He looked like he literally just like, here you go.
Dog.
Let me just throw it to you.
Dog, I'm exasperated.
Did you ever do an egg drop in grammar school where you had to like build a contraption to keep the egg from breaking?
Yeah.
It felt like Jimmy was throwing the egg to Bobby Wagner right there. Here you go. Don't drop it, bud. Here you go, buddy.
I'm exasperated. I'm seriously exhausted from this football team. I am. Do I want to see them on Wild Card Weekend? Do I really want to sit through another Wild Card Weekend game? Because the cold part is they have talent. I thought Shanahan did call a good game at a time, but you said something here where the head coach just can't be a play designer. Everything else has to be buttoned up. How's your special teams not buttoned up? Listen,
here we go.
Going up to this week, the Seahawks are 3-8.
What have I been saying about special teams?
Dude, they're talking about the demise of Pete Carroll, Russell Wilson, and John Schneider. This is it for them. They don't win this football game, their season is toast. Now, do they have life? A little bit. Not much. They got a little bit of life because the NFC ain't that good. The NFC, you look at the bottom of the teams in the NFC, Washington 6-6, the Niners at 6-6. The Seahawks just swept the 49ers. They swept the Niners this season. You knew they were going to empty the playbook, and you don't have this team ready to go on special teams, and a guy goes untouched 73 yards? Travis Benjamin has been in the league for 25 years. 25 yeyears, and you come out in the second half after giving up one of the easiest 2-minute drills that I've ever seen in my life.
Your boy Josh Norman.
Dude, I don't know if I'm going to make it 3 hours today. I swear, when I replay this game in my head and I'm watching this stuff, and I'm just thinking to myself, Travis Benjamin, I was just leaving the restroom, heating up some food for the second half, saying, all right, let me calm my nerves. Niners are up 2.
He just put it right on the ground.
Oh, I hear Kevin Harlan. I'm like, what's going on?
Baby Ches has better ball security.
Oh, my gosh, she does.
Than Travis Benjamin.
She does. Why is he on a football team?
I don't even
What
get
is he
it.
here for? I thought he was a deep threat. I thought he was a guy who goes deep.
That would require a quarterback to throw deep.
Oh, my gosh.
And not throw into triple coverage. Here's the thing about special teams. Let me start with special teams.
All right, please.
Look at it. I do believe Shanahan, when it comes to the X's and O's and whatnot, he's the play design, it's there. Like I'm going to cape up for him today. Look, there are areas of being a head coach he is weak at, and I think complimentary football, figuring out how to round out the roster, personnel, boom. The offensive plays are there. There are 2 guys. Guys are wide open yesterday. Wide open on third downs. Wide open. Plays were galore. Now, Jimmy made a couple of nice little touch throws over the top, special teams specifically. You want to know where Harbaugh has Kyle Shanahan just completely edged out? His special teams. Let me just run through these names. These are not superstars. Now, did their stars play special teams?
Yep.
Deshaun Golson did. Mm-hmm. Navarro Bowman did. Whitner at times did play special teams. None of our studs play special teams, and that bothers me. Okay, you can get hurt on any play. I don't want to hear this. You can't play special teams.
Right.
Your safeties, Jaquaski Tartt, if he wasn't in a full body cast every single game, he should be playing special teams, but he's not. Hufanga's out there playing special teams. He wants it. They don't have studs. One year it was Blake Costanzo for Jim Harbaugh.
Remember
the
him?
next year it was Spillman. I mean, year after year after year.
What about Boobie Dixon?
Boobie Dixon. He found not 1, not 2, but 3 or 4 stand out special teamers. This team can't find a special teamer if their life depended on it.
It's embarrassing. It really is embarrassing.
73 yards, and no one even touched him.
Dude, I've been around football a long time. I played Pop Warner. I played high school. I watched a lot of football games in my life. High school, Pop Warner, college, pro. I've never seen somebody go 73 yards untouched on a punt.
On the direct snap.
On a direct snap. I've never seen that in my life. I've never seen it in my life. I tried to recall. When did I've seen a throw. I've seen a guy throw it.
Vontae, if you ran that play on rookie in Madden, you'd get stuffed after 4 yards. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. I tried to fake punts on Madden. It doesn't work. People are ready for it. You knew Seattle was going to empty the playbook. Trick plays. They were going to dupe you. So
how about the double throwbacks? They did double throwbacks in that game. They did DK Metcalf. Metcalf throws back to Russell Wilson. Russell throws it all the way down.
He almost got killed.
And should have hit. What a throw to Lockett.
Right. No, he should have. Almost was a touchdown. 650. What about Jimmy's overthrow to Juszczyk? That should have been a touchdown.
Wide open.
All right, I don't want to bash Jimmy.
No, I'm 5 games left. I'm done with it.
But you know what, though?
5 more games and we're done. And I don't have to hear about all the different hosts at 95.7 The Game who don't know football caping up for one of the most average quarterbacks this town has seen since the likes of Alex Smith. I will take Alex Smith over Jimmy Garoppolo. I will tell you that. Yes,
and that's
up.
Tough.
He's more accurate. Alex Smith is more accurate than Jimmy Garoppolo. I've sat through garbage football. Jimmy's not quote-unquote garbage, but he ain't good enough. We wasted a whole year. This goes back to the fool's gold thing. You wasted a whole year. If you put Trey Lance in, maybe you're 5-7 right now. Maybe you're 6-6. Maybe you're 7-5. But I'll tell you this: it feels different this morning. If you had Trey Lance, why have Trey Lance on the roster? Why? Might as well have Sudfeld. If you're not going to use him in those situations down near the goal line at all, if you're never going to use him on short yardage, 4th and 1, let me run Jimmy Garoppolo, who couldn't outrun my grandmother on a 4th and 1 slow developing read with Ross Dwelly not knowing where he should be.
Can you believe that? And you trot George Kittle off the football field.
And another ball batted at the line with the game on the line by Jimmy James Garoppolo, because a pocket quarterback who has no pocket presence, who can't deliver the ball from the pocket because he's too small, gets stuffed again at the line.
And don't give me this,
Trey Lance.
And don't give me this. The referees didn't give us no favors.
They don't deserve them.
Listen.
They should have lost by 2 touchdowns.
Shasky, listen. We know what happens in Seattle. You're on the road.
Exactly.
Within the division against Russell Wilson and Pete. You don't get no calls. David got calls up there since Seattle moved to the NFC West in 2002. You don't get calls up there. So don't call this show today, 888-957-9570, talking about the Zebras, talking about the refs. The Niners had control of the football game, and they let Seattle in it. They had a chance in the second quarter to put them out of their misery. What happens? You settle for 3 because you get called for holding on the big Jeff Wilson Jr. play. All right, Robbie Gold barely making 50-yard field goals. Barely making 50-yard field goals.
Trent Sherfield didn't even need to make that block. I don't even know what he's doing. Compton with the hold, but the block in the back was just like horrible.
Dude, listen.
Horrible.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Trent Sherfield had the greatest camp of all time, and the guy's got about 5 catches.
Let me play the Shanahan cut real quick because I need a deep breath. Here's what Shanahan said about the 2 interceptions.
The first one, Wagner got back, which he does a great job of, and Jimmy's got to wait for him to go by him. He tried to throw it in the first window. It's a second window throw, and on the next one, both linebackers are back there. Jimmy knew it, tried to drop it in over him, which is an overthrow. Should have checked it down underneath him.
The guy just doesn't read it.
8-year vet acting like a rook.
And this is where
play the rook.
Listen, and there's a lot of hosts here who believe Jimmy Garoppolo gives his team the best chance to win. You and I, after the 3rd day in training camp, shot a video of Santa Clara, and it goes back to that. Play Trey Lance. He should have been a starter from day one. He had a soft landing spot in Detroit. He had a soft landing spot in Philadelphia. Play the kid. You play him in the red zone, and he throws a touchdown pass to Trent Sherfield in the first game of the season to Detroit. You play the kid at the end of the half against Green Bay in week number 3.
And score a touchdown with
You're
no
down
time
17-0, and the kid trots in untouched behind Trent Williams. You play the kid in the red zone. What happened to this? We got the Trey packages. What Trey packages? He's on the sideline in a parka. In a parka while you run 4th and 1 zone reads with Jimmy Garoppolo. But here's the worst part. It's like USC against Texas in the Rose Bowl. It's 4th and 2.
And
4th and a long
White
one.
on the sidelines.
No. Reggie Bush on the sidelines. And you run Lindell White.
My bad.
You had the greatest decoy in all of college football, and you trot Reggie. So what does Shanahan do? Let me trot off George Kittle
and
on 4th and 1.
And Juszczyk.
Juszczyk wasn't in on that play. I don't recall.
It was Ross Dwelly coming across the line.
Oh, gosh. You didn't have Juszczyk on that play? I thought Juszczyk was in on that play.
And Dwelly didn't know where he was going. Call the timeout. It's such an important play. You're going to waste a bunch of timeouts throughout the year. I mean, how many did they have at the end of the game? I bet they had at least one left in their back pocket.
I know they wouldn't have the one they ended up burning them because they ran 2 straight plays up the gut on 1st and 2nd down.
If you're 2nd and 4.
Wrap it up.
You know what? Let's go to the vote.
Yeah, let's 888-957-9570. We go wherever you want to go, Niner fans. Roasters, we go wherever you want to go. Wherever you want to go today. 888-957-9570. Are you over this team? Do they have a chance to go to the playoffs? Jimmy Garoppolo, Shanahan, defense, special teams. We got a lot to pick from. Anybody can get it today. Linebacker play, secondary, whatever you want to do, 888-957-9570. Fed up. I've hit my breaking point when it comes to this damn football team. I've hit it. I'm done. I'm exasperated. I'm tired of it. Wrap it up. Over and over again. It's coming up on the game brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Tickets helping you beat the books with BetQL. After extracting a modicum of revenge.
Winners.net. Call now. They love today's picks. 888-366-3733. 888-366-3733.
Savor the season at Outdoor Supply Hardware. Find gifts of great taste with Weber, Traeger, or Big Green Egg grills, or fulfill their DIY destiny with Yuletime tools. And through Christmas Eve, get a free $10 Osh gift card when you buy a $50 gift card. Osh, 14 neighborhood locations and online at osh.com.
From city streets to back roads, from road warrior to carpooler, there are some things you can always count on, like the reliability, durability, and power of DieHard, America's most trusted auto battery. No matter where your journey takes you, count on DieHard to get you started on the road ahead. Available at your local Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest stores.
You're always up for some fun with the family, so you order the essentials, a new board game, some baking supplies, and even a new projector for outdoor movie night. And with the Bank of America customized Cash Rewards credit card, you can choose to earn 3% cash back on online shopping, which could increase to up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member. Rewards which you can put toward an extra treat that everyone will enjoy, like an old-fashioned popcorn machine. Visit bankofamerica.com/more rewarding and apply now. Copyright 2021 Bank of America Corporation.
Garoppolo at his own 23 with the 1st and 10. And it's intercepted by Bobby Wagner. What in the world is going on here?
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Yup, Langford. Yup. Segment presented by Golden State Lumber. Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. I need that commercial break. I need to simmer down. And then I pop open Twitter, and the first name I see is Josh Norman. And I see Josh Norman's name, and I'm saying to myself, why is this guy on the football team? Oh, well, because you got Dante Johnson. Because you refused to play Diamador Lenore. Ambry Thomas, you're not playing him. Mosley gets hurt. And I got to sit here and watch Josh Norman miss tackle after tackle, get burnt, and then talk trash after getting burnt. DK Metcalf in the third quarter had 5 steps on this dude. Russell Wilson overthrows it out of bounds, and Josh Norman has the audacity to look into the camera and start chirping like he did something right. Josh Norman is done, okay? He is done. I thought it was a nice low-risk, high-reward signing. His ass should have been cut after the Arizona game. His locker should have been cleaned out by 5 o'clock after the Arizona game. Yet we're still sitting here watching number 26 missed tackle at the end of the first half on a 2-minute drill, or if he just makes the tackle, another 10, 15 seconds runs off the clock, maybe Seattle doesn't score a touchdown.
Oh, they were going to score.
Maybe he doesn't, but maybe not. But Josh Norman can't tackle. He gets called for holding every single game or pass interference, and he gets burnt. I'm tired of watching him. And now Jamar Chase is, you're going to Cincinnati next week. You're playing against T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. And I got to watch Josh Norman try to guard these guys. I got to watch Josh Norman try to tackle Joe Mixon coming out of the backfield, coming off a loss to the Chargers. Josh Norman, I told you. I was simmering down during the break, and I see Josh Norman pop up in my life. And I'm saying, damn, that's another thing that ticked me off yesterday.
So they had no business even having an opportunity to score the game-tying touchdown. They get the fumble. All right, there's about 4 minutes left. They're at the, 3-4 yard line?
2 yard line.
Okay, they go all the way down. You get down to like the 8-9 yard line, all right? And for me, I'm saying you got to run this down to about 30 seconds. You figure about 5 seconds of play, right? And once you get down to 30 seconds, right, even if you score on the very next play, there's like 25 seconds left. You think you can hold them. I mean, even then, who knows? I mean, you gave it up to Aaron Rodgers in like 31 seconds, so who knows? But I'm thinking from the 8, not the 5, not the 4, from the 8, it's 4 throws. To me, it's 4 throws. Once you get into that situation.
Or one run and 3. Like Tiki said, I agree with Tiki on the second down. Maybe run a play-action pass.
Anything but 2 runs in a row. Anything
right up
but
the middle.
2. anything but 2 runs
Right
in a
up the
row.
gut.
And I think being at the 8-9 yard line as opposed to being at the 4 or 5 yard line changes the dynamics completely. And then, like, there's no movement. You don't roll Jimmy out on one of the plays to at least try to get some movement flowing. And this is just, it goes back to the same things. Batted balls down at the line over and over and over again. The wrong decision once you actually do rip it. It's just guys are having to jump 16 feet in the air to make a play. They're waiting for the ball to come to them. It's just, enough is enough. We got 5 games left. Now, I want Trey Lance like yesterday. I wanted it yesterday. We got 5 games left of Jimmy Garoppolo, and then we could shut up with this stupid recouping draft picks narrative because, they got to get back a 3rd-round pick.
It's all these people who think they know value on what you could get for Jimmy Garoppolo.
The second you traded for Trey, Jimmy Garoppolo's value was essentially set in stone. Right?
Decreased. It plummeted.
Yeah.
It plummeted. You're not getting a 1st or 2nd round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo. Just cut them or just take your losses. I'm going to go to the lines, though. It's all about the roasters today. You roasters, 888-957-9570. I see you on YouTube.
And
I see you on Twitch.
I do have positivity on Nick Bosa in a second.
Yeah, okay. Nick Bosa. There's positivity with about DJ Jones.
Oh, that's my
DJ
guy.
Jones was one of the best 49ers on the field yesterday outside of George Kittle.
That was
we'll
a better game than Kinlaw's ever had.
Yeah.
No, I'm being real.
Right.
I'm not trying to rip Kinlaw.
But Kinlaw's been in the league for a year and a half.
I know, but DJ Jones is coming into his own.
That's a little unfair. DJ Jones has been around since 2017.
I didn't mean this as a knock on Kinlaw. I meant more in just like DJ Jones is popping.
He is popping, but DJ Jones was popping the Super Bowl year, and he got hurt.
Yeah.
DJ Jones was popping the Super Bowl year in 2019.
That felt like his most complete game.
Sharif and Milpitas. Sharif, what's happening?
Good morning. I just want to continue talking about the quarterback situation. Yesterday, I saw a tweet by somebody and said, what is Trey Lance supposed to learn sitting behind Jimmy Garoppolo? And it got me thinking, I'm like, just start the guy. Next year, we start Trey Lance. He's going to go through all these growing pains. Why not just start him now? What are you playing for? Even if we do, we still have a good chance to make the wild card. And even if we do, we're not going to win the Super Bowl. Let him get rid of all his mistakes now, because then next year he's starting off with all those same rookie mistakes that we've been seeing from all the other rookie quarterbacks. That's pretty much all I have to say.
Thanks, Sharif. Good call, man. Thanks. Have a good morning. And you know what? It's too late. It's too late. That ship has sailed. Because now, if you do, and we discussed this about 5 weeks ago, Shasky, and you can agree with it or disagree with it, doesn't matter. But the perception is, you pull Jimmy now, you're giving up on the season. Because the perception in a lot of people's minds is a rookie quarterback is not going to help you win games, especially down the stretch when you play the Rams, when you play the Titans, when you play the Bengals, when you play the Falcons, who gave Tampa Bay a fight for a half. Look, the perception is if you play Trey right now, you're giving up on the season. And people are going to cite all the rookie quarterbacks around the league. Zach Wilson, not winning football games, right? Justin Fields, now hurt with some ribs, all right? Who's another rookie? Trevor Lawrence.
But
getting
Mac
blown
Jones
out in
is
Jacksonville.
winning.
Better team around him.
Well,
that's it.
That's what I thought the Niners were going to be giving Trey Lance, that maybe the Jets weren't going to give Zach Wilson.
I thought we'll see Mac Jones tonight. I'm really excited about this game tonight, Patriots and Bills.
And here's the bigger thing for me is that the guy played one game and you made him play like he was Cam Newton. He took more under center snaps than any player in college football who was in that draft last year when it comes to the quarterbacks. He took more under center snaps than all of them, and yet wasn't under center in the one game against Arizona. It boggles my mind. And the thing that's the most frustrating about this year is that they're not building towards anything.
No, they're not.
Like, if you're going to not, look, even if you make the playoffs this year, really, you're starting all over again next year because you have to ramp the whole thing up. And that's why I wanted to start with Trey to build something, to build through something. Bonte, you were one of the loudest people when it comes to, like, make the playoffs. Now that we're probably going to make the playoffs and it feels like, let's be real. Okay, maybe they win one game. Maybe, I doubt it. But maybe they win one game in the playoffs. Like, how's that transferable for next year?
I don't care about, you know what? I don't know, man. I don't know. That's something I got to think about. Because for the first time all season, I said, do I even want this team to even make the playoffs? Do I even want to watch this team past January 9th when they play the Rams at SoFi Stadium? And the answer is yes, tomorrow. I do want to see this team make the playoffs. And you know the sad part is, they have the talent to upset a lot of teams in the NFC. I'm looking at Green Bay. I don't fear them.
No.
I'm looking at Arizona. Don't really fear them. I'm looking at the Dallas Cowboys. I don't fear them. I don't. You have a chance to get into the playoffs and win games, but unfortunately, this quarterback that you have, Jimmy Garoppolo, who I've been a big fan of, just makes just some boneheaded throws. Like the drag route to Sherfield, it's simple. Just calm down. Let him clear Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner's only one of the best linebackers we've seen in the NFL over the last 20 years.
He's the only guy outside of the guy who played for Zach Thomas for the Miami Dolphins to go 10 consecutive years with 100-plus tackles.
He's walking into the Hall of Fame.
100%.
He's a Hall of Famer. Just wait a second and hit Sherfield. The play's going to pop for 30 yards. It's going to pop for 30 yards. So do I want to see this quarterback in cold weather situations? Do I want to see him in a dome where he... Allen Jersey, man. Allen Jersey, what you got? This is frustrating. Allen Jersey. All right, we're going to break. Al, hang on tight. Jose, hang on tight.
I have a thought on the he's not ready crowd.
Yeah.
I've got a thought about that.
It's a lot to get to.
Because there's another guy who wasn't ready and still performed yesterday.
Special teams, defense, offense, head coaching. Where do you want to go, Roasters? 888-957-9570. This is your show today. We'll be back on the other side.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor.
second half started. And what was an absolute roller coaster ride of a game yesterday up in Seattle at Lumen Field.
So hearing Tiki Barber all throughout the broadcast, I was reminded, oh yeah, Michael Strahan took everything Tiki Barber ever wanted, and there's a reason. Michael Strahan's better at TV than Tiki, period. End of discussion. Second thing, when he said straight up, I don't even know where he's throwing this ball, was one of the funniest parts of the entire game. Every 49er fan thought the same thing. Here's the third thing that I want to get to, most important. You're going to hear this from a lot of people, and you have heard it all year, and in fact, it's an insufferable conversation at this point. Trey's not ready. He's just not ready. Bonte, I don't know if you know this. He's not ready. Well, let me give you a couple people this year. I can go back in years prior on people who aren't ready. And in life, 9 times out of 10, you're never ready to get married. You're never ready for that big promotion. You're not ready to buy a home. You're not ready to have children until you actually go through the process and there's a learning curve and you figure it out. And sometimes it doesn't work. And most of the time, water finds its even ground and you figure about how to settle it and work things out. Was the kid Elijah Mitchell, was he ready? Was he ready to be the starting running back?
Well, he looked ready.
What?
He looked ready in Detroit.
But was that the plan heading into the year?
No, probably not.
The plan was Raheem Mostert and then maybe sprinkle in Elijah Mitchell.
But wouldn't you agree that a rookie running back, it's easier for them to make the adjustment?
1,000%.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's a good comp because I've seen rookie quarterbacks tear this league apart.
Well, let's use the other side of the ball. Let's go to linebacker. Okay, was Alshire ready? Was he ready to fill in for duty for Greenlaw? And then was he ready to fill in for Fred Warner Jr. and have the green dot helmet?
Yeah, but he's not a rookie, though.
Okay, he's not a rookie, but Bonte, we're talking about a guy that wasn't even on the roster for the majority of last year.
He's been in the system for 3 years.
I agree, but again, are you seeing the best version of the guy over the last couple of weeks?
He's been called into duty and he's playing better, no doubt about it.
And there's going to be growing pains that come with it.
But he's not a rookie, though. He's been in the system for 3 years.
Okay, well, let's go with someone who isn't a rookie. Is Tom Compton ready? He's a 9-year vet. Is he ready?
He's not. He's just not a good football player.
He's getting cooked. Is Jimmy Garoppolo ready? Because I saw a guy who's in his 9th year who's making the same decisions, the same god-awful throws over the middle of the field, the same indecisive quarterback year after year after year. It drives me nuts.
Yeah, but Jimmy Garoppolo, look,
my point
I hate to be this guy.
No, my point is that Trey just needs to play. He's not ready.
But
we
you
all
know
agree.
what, though? He's not playing now. He's not playing now. I don't even want to talk. I don't even want to talk Trey.
He should be playing.
You know what?
He should be playing.
Jimmy Garoppolo, from his own damn end zone, threw a dime to George Kittle to start off that drive from the 2-yard line with 4 minutes left. And I said, oh, boy, Jimmy's making some throws. And you get down to the 3-yard line. Could the play calling have been better? Yes. Could Jimmy have been better on those 2 picks? Absolutely. But I also look at the head coach. I'm
not exonerating Kyle Shanahan.
Shanahan, look, he's a good play designer. He's a good play caller. But they didn't score in the second half yesterday. They scored 0 points in the second half yesterday against that Seattle team. Seattle came into that game with the worst time of possession in the NFL, in the entire league. They do not possess the football. Well, what happens yesterday? Seattle
stuffs the run.
Seattle, not only do they stuff the run, we knew they'd stuff the run. They're good against the run.
Yeah, but that's the template for Jimmy Garoppolo to win. You have to rush the ball 40 times.
But no. You can have some more first down passing.
Well, if you hit Brandon Ayuk in the chest, and he doesn't have to jump up like he's,
Ayuk also dropped the pass. Kittle also dropped the pass.
I agree.
Seattle, 33 minutes of time of possession.
No one is saying Jimmy isn't good. Like, Jimmy has moments.
I'm not saying that you're saying that.
Jimmy has moments. The problem is the same things rear their head over and over. When the organization told us that he's not good enough, every decision since then has been an indictment. Again, the play calling represents what they feel in Jimmy Garoppolo. Here's a great example. In against it's
they didn't score in the second half.
I know, preseason. What happened when the 49ers had the ball and Trey Lance was under center and they were backed up in their own end zone? What was the play that both of us...
Play action pass at the 1-yard line, boom. Charlie Warner hit him in stride.
Okay. Earlier in the game, before the final drive, what happened when the Niners were backed up in their own end zone with an 8-year veteran?
Yeah, they ran the ball twice, but that was the situation. Backed up on the crowd. That's a different... You know what's the difference, Shasky? One is you're at Levi Stadium with your home crowd, so you don't have to do a crowd noise. This is up in Seattle in front of the 12s. It's loud in there. It's loud.
I also think this is the difference between the significantly good quarterbacks and where Jimmy Garoppolo is. You are dying. You're begging to try to run the ball down everyone's throat. It's hard. It's hard to run the ball effectively week after week after week when everyone knows that's what you want to do. Like, I just think it's really, really difficult. And again, this is not Jimmy's the worst quarterback who ever lived. He's fine, but again, he leaves so much to be desired. That's why they made the move to go get Trey Lance. Let's see it. What are we waiting for?
I mean, listen, Jimmy, we're talking like he was 20 for 30, 299, 2 touchdowns and the 2 picks. And I agree. I'm down on Jimmy. I am down on Jimmy. But I also don't think the coach puts him in great positions at times. You run the 4th and 1 zone read.
That's
and you trot off George Kittle.
Terrible call.
In one of the biggest plays of the game. Their offense was you got down to the goal line. and you run 2 straight running plays up the gut where Tiki Barber's like, second down, maybe you should have ran play action pass, because what do you do on third down? You run play action pass, which looks very, very predictable. Very, very predictable, and all of a sudden you're facing a 4th and goal. All of a sudden you're facing a 4th and goal. Also look at the head coach. Are you talking to D'Amico Ryans? Are you talking to the special teams coach, Richard Hightower? What is going on defensively right before halftime? What is going on with special teams? That's also on the head coach. The one thing about Harbaugh, he was like the CEO of the team. Greg Roman called the plays. Vic Fangio called the defense. You had your special teams coordinator, but they were buttoned up.
Yeah, but they were
buttoned up.
The quarterback didn't turn the ball over. That's the number one, the misnomer between Alex and Jimmy Garoppolo when we compare and contrast the Harbaugh era, at least at the beginning when he had Alex, and what was going on with Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy turns the ball over. He's 0-5 against the NFC West this year. I mean, that's wild. I guess the Niners are. It was okay, whatever it is. And
actually, he's 1-4 against the NFC West.
Because Trey lost one of them.
Well, he's 1-3 against the NFC West.
The point being is, that guy turns the ball over too much. Like, he turns it over too much. To think that you're going to replicate what Alex did. Alex didn't turn it over.
Let me ask you something. Was that football team buttoned up yesterday?
No.
Did they look? Hold on.
That's not on Jimmy. No, that's not on Jimmy.
Were they prepared to play yesterday?
No.
Were they buttoned up? How many penalties did they have yesterday?
10. As of most of the year. So 10 for 85.
So instead of just pointing, because I agree, Jimmy turns the ball over.
It starts with the quarterback, though. Bonte,
it starts with the head coach. The head coach, the one guy you said has been the best head coach since Bill Walsh, does not have this team buttoned up week to week.
Play caller.
You said head coach last week.
Well, I meant play caller.
All right, well, I didn't know what you mean. You said head coach. This guy is not buttoned up week to week. Shasky.
Every single throw Jimmy completed yesterday, outside of 2 over-the-shoulder ones, guys are wide open.
Okay, all right.
Wide open.
Right. Wide open?
Yes.
Come on, man.
On the interception to George Kittle, 2 guys are open. Elijah Mitchell underneath, and you have him over the top.
He didn't throw a dime to George Kittle from his own 2-yard line yesterday?
Yeah, it was a nice over-the-shoulder throw on a wheel route that was open.
Nice over-the-shoulder throws yesterday.
Okay.
Great throws.
A lot of guys are completing that.
Oh, a lot of guys. Not a lot of guys. Not a lot of guys. I'm not caping. You know what? I'm not caping for Garoppolo, but I'm definitely not caping for Shanahan today.
That's fine.
That team gave up a 73-yard untouched punt fake on the 4th play of the game.
There's no exonerating
Travis Benjamin is put
again.
in a position
That's on the coach.
that return kicks.
I agree.
Brandon Ayuk is in a position to return punts. How's that working out? The head coach has Robbie Gould kicking for his football team. This guy missed an extra point yesterday. I'm not caping for Shanahan. I'm not caping for Garoppolo. This team is not buttoned up in big games.
No, they aren't. But it starts with the quarterback, because everything they do feels like they're trying to scheme around the quarterback. Everything. That's the feeling that I get on the couch. I'm sitting there watching. We have to run the ball, because if we don't run the ball, Jimmy has no opportunity unless he's in play action. Oh my God, it's 3rd and 6. If it's 3rd and 9, he's not as good. Every little tiny decision is Jimmy G. Brandon Ayuk, catch the ball. We both agree, right? He's wide open, and he has to jump 17 feet in the air to make a play. Now, I still agree. Ball touches your hands, catch that damn thing. But if you hit him in stride, it's a 25-yard gain down the field. Instead, you're punting on 3rd down, and he's wide open.
Jimmy wasn't great. Jimmy was not great. Shanahan was not great.
They're both. I agree with that.
The offensive coordinator was not. The offensive line was not great. Special teams was awful. Shanahan runs the entire operation. Not great.
No.
They're not a great football team. They're 6-6. And Shanahan is now 37-42 as a head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. Now 37-42. I don't want to hear about him being the best coach we've had here since Bill Walsh, or the best play caller. I don't care about any of that. All I care about, Shasky, is the bottom line. And the bottom line is they may be headed to their 4th losing season in 5 years under Shanahan. That is the bottom line. Quarterback, guess what? You had a chance to take a quarterback in your very first draft. You took a quarterback number 3 overall in the past draft, who looked better than Jimmy at training camp. What happened? Jimmy Garoppolo started. Head coach, make a tough choice. Go with the rookie. We've known Garoppolo has been flawed.
I know.
The moment you took the ball out of his hands against the Minnesota Vikings, okay? I get it. Minnesota had a tough defense, but you took the ball out of his hands. That's a reality. If you knew this guy was not your guy at the Super Bowl 54, then why is he still here?
That's my biggest problem with Shanahan. I agree with you. Like B, and I love Shanahan, but my biggest problem is you're insisting to me that Jimmy Garoppolo is good. He's not. He's an average player who's going to leave you frustrated more than anything. If he just eliminated a couple turnovers, this team has got 2 more wins. Just a couple turnovers.
Been turnover prone for a long time.
I know,
and
his entirety of his career. And here's the difference between the good and great quarterbacks, right? The solid, like week-to-week guys, everything's got to be just right for them to win. Adam Thielen leaves that game yesterday. Kirk Cousins,
you'd rather Kirk Cousins lost to the Lions.
It looks terrible.
Kirk Cousins stinks.
Do you want to know?
Real quick.
Yes.
Time out. I don't ever want to hear Kirk Cousins' name on the show again.
He will have a better career than Jimmy Garoppolo when it's all said and done. I agree.
Minnesota's about to fire their head
There's somebody in
coach.
Minnesota saying the same thing about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, but you know what? This guy has Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson, and the Vikings are sitting at 5-7.
I'm not going to.
They took away Dalvin Cook.
We're splitting hairs.
Took away Dalvin Cook, and that team struggled against the Detroit Lions. Kirk Cousins is a bum. He's a bum.
I mean,
all right?
Jimmy's right next to him.
He's a bum who's robbed the NFL for damn near over $300 million. I don't want to hear Kirk Cousins again. Like I said last week, I'd rather have Garoppolo than Kirk Cousins. At least Jimmy Garoppolo got a little heart. He got a little heart.
I don't know. When Devontae Adams does not play for Aaron Rodgers, what's Aaron Rodgers' record? Now, we're talking about one of the all-time greats, but what's his record?
He wins more games.
He's 8-1. When Devontae Adams doesn't play.
He's a great quarterback.
All right, Debo doesn't play yesterday. I don't want to hear about that. When I'm paying somebody $26 million a year, they got to overcome for a week. They got to find a way to get it done. He can't. The guy just can't, and it's because of his own doing. The turnovers in the middle of the field on short-sided spots in the defense, you're putting them up against it. And this defense 2 times had a short-sided field and didn't give up any points. And it's just... I'm so exasperated with and it all starts with the quarterback. I swear to God, it feels like we've had this exact same conversation for 20 years.
You know what, though? It starts with the quarterback, but it also starts with the head coach.
Well, it's got to start one or the other.
For putting the quarterback in a position. You drafted your quarterback.
I agree.
Play him.
I agree. They're chasing a 3rd-round pick.
Shanahan has told you Garoppolo has not been his guy for 3 years now. Then why is he still a quarterback?
I don't know.
That's on Kyle Shanahan.
Or it's on Jed. Or it's on John Lynch.
No, it's on Kyle
all
Shanahan.
Of them. Bonte, I don't get it. They're trying to chase this whole you gotta get a draft pick back. Come on, man. Just that draft pick's gone. Just get rid of the guy. It's addition by subtraction. Play Trey Lance now.
You're not playing Trey Lance now. That's the reality.
Well, then we got 5 more games that I have to cringe every single time. Number 10 drops back and throws it. I don't know about you guys, but every single throw over the middle, I'm going, please, somebody catch that. Don't throw it away. It's
Allen Jersey.
And they're 6-6, and they're going to go to the playoffs.
Jersey.
This is the nightmare.
Allen Jersey, what's up, man?
Hey, listen, fellas, thanks for taking the call. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Wait, Al, you're breaking up a little bit.
I can't hear.
All right, Jose in Oakland. Jose, what's happening?
I don't even know where to start. Honestly, I only saw 4 players yesterday that played with the urgency the game deserved. Kittle, Bosa, Al-Shair, and Elijah Mitchell. Okay?
Yep.
Brandon Ayuk, now I understand why he was in the doghouse. Yesterday, he pulled a Randy Moss on that punt return. He could have at least just thrown himself at his feet. Maybe he made him trip and fall down. He didn't even try.
I know.
One time. I only want to see him only one time try hard. Honestly, that team yesterday, the minute that I saw that with that punt return, I kept thinking, they're going to lose this game. I don't care what they do. They're going to end up losing this game because I just don't see them playing with heart. I don't see them playing with urgency. And it all goes back to the head coach, okay? Yep. I understand, Jimmy, he does what he can. The guy is limited on what he can do, okay? Yep. But the head coach yesterday, he had more time than Seattle to get prepared. Every time he gets more time than the other team, he stinks. Yeah. The last time he played with more time than the other team, he came in and they laid an egg against the Arizona Cardinals. I'm so frustrated. Honestly, I only want to see them one lousy time go to Seattle and kick their butt. But actually go in and wipe the floor with them. It doesn't happen. It's always Seattle doing the same. That exactly to the 49ers. Like I said, I can't even talk right now.
Thank you, Jose.
No, it's a great call, Jose.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. We're talking 49ers here. And Carlos on YouTube. Bonte, can you leave SF with Jimmy once he leaves next year? No, I'm not going anywhere, buddy. You're stuck with me. I'm a lifer. It's my hometown.
And
I'm the mayor of this city.
Got to bring a little cash.
Yeah, there you go. Seahawks had a game on Monday. He's right. They had a short week, and they looked more buttoned up. They busted out how many different plays? I thought it reeked of desperation, but you know what? That's the sense of urgency that team played with yesterday. And Brandon Ayuk, I can't defend it. It reminded me of like a marathon when people are standing there and they're going to like hand out the paper cup to someone as they're running by, like high-fiving them. It literally looked on that punt, the fake punt, like he just stood there and was like, "Yeah, I'll let this guy block me." But it's not just him; it's the whole entire special teams unit. Terrible, terrible.
This is where I'm at with Jimmy, because you could blame Jimmy. They gave up 7 points off the 2 picks.
No, everyone deserves blame this morning.
They gave up 7 points off the 2 picks. First pick, Seattle misses a field goal. All right, you gave up 7 after the second interception. But the head coach has told everybody that he doesn't like the quarterback.
For 3 years.
He's still here. Yet, everybody wants to give Shanahan the password. Oh, guys are running wide open. Oh, guys, he's a great play designer. This is the same head coach who passed up on Tom Brady. This is the same head coach who passed up on Matt Stafford. This is the same head coach who drafted the number 3 overall pick at Trey Lance. This is the same head coach who passed up on Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson. This is the same head coach who drafted C.J. Beathard in the 3rd round and told everybody, oh, yeah, I can make this guy into a player. This is the same head coach. Same head coach.
Who took Jalen Hurts instead of Terry McLaurin.
Same head coach.
And then kept trying to think that the guy who was hurt could actually make the team.
So it doesn't start from the quarterback. It starts from the top. And the guy running the show is Kyle Shanahan. Now, I'm not blaming Shanahan for the loss, but if we're going to start pointing fingers again, I look at the special teams unit. I look at the defense on the 2-minute drill. I look at some of the play calling and the situational and down the distance and the sequence of play calling going back to Super Bowl 54. I saw the same thing at the goal line yesterday. A terrible sequence of play calls.
I agree with that. They got all the way down there, and it felt like everything got constipated. They overthought the whole thing.
Shanahan's one of the highest paid coaches in the NFL.
No, in sports.
In all of professional sports.
In sports.
Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
What did I tell you last week? I said, this game is a Kyle Shanahan game. This is a Kyle Shanahan game. Can you help win a game with your mind without Debo and Fred Warner Jr.? And you know what? They failed at that. They took a big fat L up in Seattle.
And the irony is 2 dudes balled out, 3 or 4 guys actually balled out. George Kittle had a monster game. Absolutely. We haven't even talked about it. We went an hour, didn't even talk about George. George Kittle was unreal. He's an all-time 49er. And then Nick Bosa, top 5 in every single statistical category, double-teamed more than anyone in the league by the number, top 5 pressure rate, top 5 in sacks. Again, double-teamed by the numbers more than anyone in the NFL. You just get anyone competent opposite him, and this guy's going to have, what is he going to have, 20, 25 sacks in the season, Bonte? And yet they can't get out of their own way. The turnovers, the special teams, lackadaisical defense in the 2-minute drill.
This team didn't look buttoned up yesterday.
I mean, it's just,
I look at the head coach, and he's not going anywhere.
No.
Shanahan's not going anywhere. So once Jimmy leaves, this scapegoat that everybody has in number 10, it's on Shanahan now. It's on Shanahan. And if we're starting from scratch next season with Trey Lance and you struggle again, I don't know if I'm going to make it on this show next year. I don't know if I'm going to make it through 2022. Lord help me. Lord help me on this show.
And you don't want to see Trey this year?
I wanted to see Trey Lance week 1.
I know.
And everybody told me I was an idiot. I wanted to see him start week number 1 against Detroit because he was the better quarterback in training camp. You were going to make some mistakes, but this guy threw 1 interception through a year of college, and I get it was at North Dakota State. I know what Trey is, but you got to develop him. You got to know that it was going to be growing pains.
Exactly.
And you look at the team now, you're 6-6. Well, damn, you're probably, 4-8, 5-7 with Trey, maybe? You may be better. You have no idea. No idea.
But this goes back to the bigger thing, which is philosophically, you're penny wise, pound foolish, thinking that Jimmy can replicate 2019. That ship has sailed. Now you're in kind of like the no-win zone. You're going to make the playoffs.
Maybe.
Hopefully.
Are you sure they're going to make the playoffs?
I'm hopeful. Right now, if they would have won yesterday, you are almost guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. The loss makes it a little more murky. But yes, I'm going to operate saying you make the playoffs.
I don't know.
You didn't get the best of Jimmy Garoppolo, okay? You did didn't find out anything about Trey Lance. Your team made the playoffs, but was one and done, so you really weren't this quote-unquote Super Bowl contender that everybody delusionally thought they were heading into the year. I have the exact same questions heading into next year that I have right now, I had at the beginning of the year.
They're riding with Jimmy Garoppolo this year, and it was very apparent after the Arizona game. And once Jimmy won the Chicago game, this was his team. So Bobby, Austin, Max, Gmo, Alex, we're going to get to you on the other side here. We've got to take a quick timeout. And that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by the Department of Health Care Services. More of your phone calls. Niners lose to the Hawks, 30-23. They're now 6-6. And we're dissecting this game from yesterday down up in Seattle.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about.
Get a free Cricket Dream 5G phone when you switch. It's everything you wished for, including the price.
Must bring it over to Cricket on a $60 a month voice plan. Video and standard definition. First month service charge and tax due at sale. 5G may not be available in your area. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Check in the backfield. Garoppolo, here they come. Grabbed. Dunlap. I thought he had face mask, but they get him in the end zone. It's a safety, and that ties the game in another crazy twist.
Now, back to the morning roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Just let this ride. This makes me feel good. This makes me feel good. Yes. Maybe I just need to get into the spirit now.
Well, you can always go to the Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, and you can simply go to the Classic Christmas Carols playlist and go to Donny Hathaway this Christmas.
Makes me feel good. The new Odyssey exclusive station on the Odyssey app. Brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, Coke Zero Sugar, Kevin Harlan on the call for CBS. Maybe it's time to get the tree now. Maybe you get my mind off of Garoppolo and Shanahan and the 49ers being 6-6. Because what are we doing here? This is just an average football team. An average football team. And as Garoppolo said, this is how he explained yesterday's loss or that play.
Alex, I mean, something happened with the ball. He kind of moved it and slipped a little bit. I think they blew the whistle. I really wasn't sure, but yeah, kind of a little broken play there at that point. What was it supposed to be? It was supposed to be a zone read. Kind of some happened. And I don't know how else to describe it, yeah, but that was fun.
4th and 1, zone read, and that's what I'm getting after the game. That's what I'm getting after the game.
Here's the part that I don't understand. Everyone wants to conserve timeouts till the very end of games because, you got to stop them at the end of games. If you don't use a timeout in a crucial moment like a 4th and 1, like right there, like stuff wasn't lined up. It looked like Dwelly was trying to come across the line. They clearly weren't ready, right? They just weren't lined up right. Kittle was off the field. Juszczyk was off the field. Why not burn the timeout there? Like, I don't understand. The timeouts aren't just there to stop the clock at the end of games that you're chasing. They're also there to stop momentum. They're also there to abort a horrible play that you are going to, like Seattle, for example, called timeout on a defensive play to try to avoid getting burned deep. Why would you not call a timeout there?
The coach is standing right there.
That's on him. I agree.
The coach is standing right there. Burn it. The coach. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Here's my thing. I want Garoppolo gone just so we can stop scapegoating the guy. And we put some heat on this damn head coach. Because we always say the quarterback is on a pedestal here in San Francisco. You got to play great quarterback. You got to have a great quarterback. Well, you know what? What about the coaching? Bill Walsh, George Seifert, even Mooch, 4 years and 6 years, 4 playoffs in 6 years. Nobody wants to give him credit for it. Okay, fine. Do what you want to do. Harbaugh, 3 straight NFC championships. Even Dick Nolan took this team to NFC championships back in the 70s. So all of a sudden this guy, all of a sudden this guy is on the brink of missing the playoffs 4 out of 5 years, and we're giving him a pass. Yeah. The whole Garoppolo. Here's my thing,
but
Shasky.
That's the problem.
Here's my own thing, Shasky.
Okay.
The whole Garoppolo issue. While we're complaining about Garoppolo this and Garoppolo makes these plays, he's the same guy you had in 2019 that everybody wanted out of town after Super Bowl 54. And the cold part about the whole situation is you had a situation to get out of the contract without giving him an extra dime. An extra dime. You could have cut him April 1st or whatever the date was. You could have cut him and not had to pay another dime and moved on from him. Instead, you bring him back in 2020. You bring him back in 2021 when you didn't even want the guy. And I'm looking at the head coach. Think about how many quarterbacks he's passed up. Think about how many quarterbacks he's passed up. That's on coaching. When I see a team give up a 73-yard punt, fake punt on the first possession, goes untouched, how are they not buttoned up? How's the head coach saying, hey, Hightower, watch the fake, watch the fake, watch the fake? How was Travis Benjamin on his team? The same team that still had Mohamed Sanu getting third down snaps in the slot. When are we going to come around to Kyle Shanahan and say, you know what? Maybe the head coach should take accountability.
Yeah, but what you're a lot of the things that you're saying right there are personnel decisions. Not just coaching. Now, is there elements of coaching involved?
Do you want to get to play calling?
No, but I'm saying
do you really want to get to play calling?
I'm trying to diagnose what's going on here. Right. There are personnel problems, which I agree with. When it comes to the actual play calling, I'd say 95% of the play calls I'm great with. There's some stinkers.
Oh, gosh.
Guys are wide open yesterday, B. Wide open. Now,
how many times are we going to see a 4th and 1 gun run
that was terrible. No, I agree with you. That's a bad call.
What about the sequence of plays here at the end of the game? 90 to 95% of play calls you're good with?
You didn't see guys wide open yesterday?
My gosh.
Kittle had 191 yards for crying out loud.
Yeah, I know.
And Elijah Mitchell would have ran for another one on a screen if Brunskill just puts a body in front of someone.
Garoppolo was a yard away from throwing for 300.
Yeah, that's literally the function of Shanahan's offense.
It's all Shanahan.
No, but this is
players don't execute. It's all Shanahan.
This is the problem, Bonte, is that I think that you backed, and not just you, I'm saying in general, fans want both things, and both can't be true simultaneously. You guys want to hold Shanahan's feet to the fire for making the playoffs because he has an X amount of years, which is factually correct. But then simultaneously, you do want him to play the young man Trey Lance, when we all know that probably depreciates their chances of making the playoffs. So they had to pick one, and I think they picked the wrong one. I was okay with them winning 6 or 7 games this year and playing the kid from day one. But too many people wanted their cake and eating it too. And it's really hard to do both.
No, you know why, Shasky? Because this guy's complained about the quarterback for 3 years now.
I agree.
For 3 years now.
I agree.
And I'm sick and tired of it's the same conversation I've had when I was working with Steiny and Guru, when I was working with you and Kate, and now that we're doing the morning roast by ourselves, it's the same damn thing we're talking about with Shanahan. It is. It's the same thing. Get your guy. This guy in 2017 didn't get his guy. He thought C.J. Beathard, and he lied to all of us, saying C.J. Beathard could play quarterback in the NFL. C.J. Beathard's gone. How about Nick Mullins? He showed you guys Nick Mullins, and that guy couldn't get through a start on Sunday Night Football against a terrible Philadelphia Eagles team last year. This is on Shanahan for posturing and saying, well, you know what? I was waiting on Kirk Cousins to be a free agent. Once that shit sailed, then we did this.
I don't agree with that. I know, you're right there.
Come on, man. It's every year with this guy.
Weren't you also yelling about playoffs at the beginning of the year?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But so now you understand, this is what put them in this situation. Wanting to go, you have to go to the playoffs because he gives you the best chance to win. This is a Super Bowl roster. All of those things aren't true. We go, here's the reality is, right now, we all agree, this team ain't going on no run, right? B, are they going on a run? Are they going to do what the Kansas City Chiefs have done over the last couple weeks? Quote unquote, go on a run? I don't think they are.
I don't know.
And I think the reality is, it's very clear to me. And Jimmy Era needs to we need to pivot, and we need to go straight to Trey.
I agree. But this is another thing, and this is a great point.
Taking Shanahan off the hook.
This is a great point that nobody has the answer to from the 510 on the text line. What is Shanahan's record without Jimmy Garoppolo? What does it say about Shanahan, the fact that he can't win without Jimmy Garoppolo, who we all agree is an average quarterback?
Yeah.
We all agree he's an average quarterback, yet the head coach can't win without him.
But
he can't win without him. They're not even close. No, Chesky.
Okay.
It's not even that they can't win without him. They get blown out without Jimmy Garoppolo.
No other starter
blown out.
No other starter his age has missed as much time as Jimmy Garoppolo has. So my counter to that would be, how many other good coaches have been without their starting quarterback for as long as Kyle Shanahan has been out there? And the drop-off is horrible.
I saw Andy Reid win a lot of games without McNabb.
Look at Sean Payton right now. What does Sean Payton look like without Drew Brees?
I saw Andy Reid win a lot of games. Without Donovan McNabb.
Donovan McNabb never missed the time. Never missed the time Jimmy Garoppolo has.
AJ Feely.
This is the second most games he's played in the season.
He broke a fibula one year.
1 year. Right. Jimmy tore an ACL. Jimmy had the high ankle sprain last year. He missed games this year.
The year Patrick Mahomes got hurt, he was out there rolling with Matt Moore, still in games.
Bonte.
Come on, man. Belichick won 11 games with Matt Castle. We know you want to hold
Shanahan accountable. The reality is, until he turns the page to Trey Lance, we're going to be stuck in this vortex.
My whole thing, Shasky, is he should have turned the page from this quarterback 3 years ago.
We got to get over that.
And now we're stuck.
Now's the time.
But what coach gets this type of leeway?
None.
But he
has it.
This guy's he's about to go through 4 years without going to the playoffs in 5. You know how many coaches I've seen fired after 1, 2 years? Anthony Lynn made the damn playoffs. Doug Peterson went to the playoffs 2 years in a row after winning the Super Bowl and still got his ass fired. Where's the accountability? We give this guy a pass like he's the greatest thing. And like you just said, he's one of the highest paid professional coaches in all of sports.
He is.
We're not just talking NFL. We're talking Major League Baseball. We're talking NBA. We're talking soccer. We're talking NFL. And yet this guy gets a pass for being, 90-95% of the play calls we're all okay with.
Were guys wide open yesterday?
I don't care. Did they lose the game?
You don't care.
They lost the game, Shasky.
Yeah, I get
and
that.
when it came down to
the
critical
quarterback
plays,
turned it over twice.
Big plays. When you need a big 4th and 1, what's the play call?
Oh, that was
zone
terrible.
read with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Terrible.
What's the play call when you get 1st and goal at the 9-yard line to go tie the football game up? Run up the gut, a predictable play-action pass on 3rd down, and all of a sudden it's a 4th down play. And you're saying, hey, quarterback that I don't believe in, win us the game on 4th down. And what happens? A batted ball again that we've seen over and over and over again. Again, the quarterback play is not great. But that falls on the head coach for putting this quarterback on the field over and over and over again when he's told us for 3 years he doesn't like the guy. I'm tired of blaming Jimmy. Jimmy is who he is. Jimmy is who he is. Why is he on the team still? Why is Travis Benjamin on the team? Why is Saquowski Tart missing tackles and strong safety? Right? Why is Mohamed Sanu getting 3rd down snaps? Why is Jalen Hurd just now getting cut 3 weeks ago? This is on the head coach who calls all the shots. And I'm not saying fire Shanahan, but damn it, we act like Shanahan is the head honcho in this place. Shanahan now is a glorified offensive coordinator. He's a glorified offensive coordinator. It is what it is. And until he wins some damn games, that's all he's going to be. And I'm tired of it. But Shanahan, you guys came for Shanahan so much.
Because he's got an all-world tight end that he found. He's got a rookie running back who's going to break the rookie rushing record. All right? He's done some good things. He coerced the best left tackle to come out of retirement. You can't just rip all the negative without addressing some of the positive. Okay, this team, this organization was dormant. All right?
We agree. Win games without
They've gone
Jimmy
a long
Garoppolo.
way. Of course they do.
You don't win games without Garoppolo.
Of course they do. Of course they. I know, but that's why they win, Lance.
And every game, Shasky, special teams are not butting up. Head coach, you ever see a Bill Parcells coach team not butting up on special teams?
No, but Bill Parcells didn't succeed in the post-salary cap era. I mean, that's a reality.
Dude, he made the Cowboys. They were in the playoffs,
and they lost.
They were in the playoffs
because of a special teams blunder. Because Tony Romo didn't take one to the ball.
He took the Jets to the AFC Championship.
Wow, ironic.
He took the Jets to the AFC Championship. Yeah, players got to execute. How funny is that?
Yes.
Catch the snap. The special teams was good. Catch the perfect snap. It was a perfect snap.
Literally, the reason Parcells lost in the playoffs was because of a botched snap.
And how was that on him? It wasn't a botched snap.
So how
it was because of Tony Romo not holding the snap.
I mean, come on, man.
Because Travis Benjamin is on the field. You cut Travis Benjamin right now.
Hurt.
How many teams are lining up to go get Travis Benjamin?
They have 4 practice squad players on special teams.
I'm not exonerating
him. These guys got to execute.
Coach him up. Coach him up. Coach him up. Matt's in L.A. You're on the roast.
Bonte, hey, Shasky, how you guys doing?
I think Bonte's going to kill me today.
No, I'm not going to kill you. I'm just tired of the cape of the Shanahan. Call it like it is. The guy gets paid millions of dollars. He runs the whole show of the San Francisco 49ers.
And Jimmy gets paid twice as much this year.
All right, whatever.
What's up?
Yo, sorry, guys. Hey, how's it going?
We're doing good.
Bonte... Man, but I'll tell you, I gotta say, man, preach, because I've been watching everyone forgive Shanahan for 3 years now, right? What did he do in Atlanta, man? He took his foot off the pedal, lost there. I was at the Super Bowl, lost there, right? What happens when Trey Lance actually starts? He uses him like a tailback, man gets injured. What happens to our best receiver? We're so afraid to throw the ball that we play him like a tailback. Injured. I tell you, we hand the keys to Trey Lance right now, we're going to be asking for Trey Lance's job because this is a Kyle Shanahan system issue. Glorified offensive, he's a glorified offensive coordinator. Bonte.
I have a hard time ripping them for utilizing Deebo Samuel the way they do when they've gotten the best out of Deebo Samuel. He's been one of the best players. We were saying that Deebo Samuel should be an MVP of the league just a week ago. So I don't think it's fair.
That?
I don't think it's fair that he got hurt. You get hurt any time. Guys are dropping like flies all across the league.
You know who called that? Steiny called that. He said, you keep running Deebo like this and he's going to get hurt.
You can say that about every player in the NFL.
But
At some point, they could get hurt.
Yeah, but you got Deebo and he got hurt. And you missed him yesterday against Seattle. You missed him.
Yes.
I'm a man of
I mean, Julio Jones has played just wide receiver his entire career and is bigger than Deebo Samuel, and he stays hurt. Injuries happen. The league is violent and physical. Did you see the first play of the game? I mean, God, I hope the guy's okay. I mean, Jesus, the first play of the game, if that doesn't tell you how violent the game is, I don't know what to say.
Mr. Shasky in the city. Mr. Shasky.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you guys doing today?
I ain't doing well, Mr. Shasky.
He's ready to strangle me.
No, I'm not ready to strangle Shasky. I'm not at all. This is a 6-6 football team and a head coach that we put on a pedestal. All right? He put on a pedestal. I don't want to hear Shanahan in the same conversation with Bill Walsh, George Seifert, Steve Mariucci, Jim Harbaugh ever again. Matter of fact, I don't even want to hear him with Dick Nolan. When we speak of Shanahan, how about we speak of him in the same light as Mike Nolan, Dennis Erickson, and some of these other bum-ass head coaches who's come through San Francisco.
He ain't no Erickson.
I agree. You guys sound like a married couple bickering back and forth. It's pretty funny. But I got to say a couple of things. You're talking about coaching down the stretch. You know, coaching, you got to coach all levels of the game. Even though you're the head coach, your special teams has got to be aware of what's going on.
I totally.
When Tiki Barber made a very good, astute observation when he saw that the guy fumbled the ball, he carrying the ball on the right arm going up the left-hand side. I mean, that's coaching. That's Pop Warner coaching. I mean, I don't know where you start at. And then on the last play, at the last drive, you're on your second down. Why are you running two plays into the dead zone? You're not going to get a touchdown. Play action there. That's where you're going to get the guy open. Yep. And then you got to have a play on fourth down that's going to get you 3 yards. You got to have 5 or 10 plays in your playbook that you know are going to get you the first down.
Preach.
I don't know. It's so frustrating. And then the penalties. Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, guys. It's just frustrating.
It is. It's the unnecessary hits, the late hits on the 2-minute drive.
God.
You gave up over 25 yards.
Back-to-back
Wilson,
plays.
back-to-back plays. It's just unbelievable how.
Well, that game could have been way out of reach. They could have scored 2 more touchdowns on us, and we didn't score at all in the second half. How do you go 24 in the first and 0 in the second half? How do you do that?
I don't know. With the offensive genius.
Do you want to see Trey?
Genius.
Pops, you want to see Trey?
I don't know why they don't have 5 plays designed for Trey every game. Even some fake plays, just some to take the defense away from. Put Trey in the backfield, fake it to him, maybe pitch it to him, let him throw long. Because obviously Garoppolo cannot throw the ball more than 10 or 15 yards down the field. He airmails them all.
He does, Mr. Shasky.
You think he's fired up?
Yeah, I know you're fired up, Mr. Shasky. Mr. Shasky, it's frustrating.
Hey, you guys have a great day, all right? I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Mr. Shasky.
Love you, Pops.
Let's go to Bobby.
I love you too, Bonte.
I'm not mad at you.
I just want to see the kid.
No,
I just want to see the kid.
Look, I said
I want to see the kid.
You left my boat. You jumped off my boat when I said play Trey Lance in week 1.
I did. Now I'm back. I got the life raft.
But you know what? We're past that. It's about Jimmy now. Jimmy's playing. I'm not going to talk about a player who's not playing. 5 games left. But damn, the coach, do something. This guy's got.
I'm waiting to exhale.
Does he have a lifetime contract with the 49ers?
Who?
Shanahan.
Well, I mean,
he coaches like he's got a lifetime contract.
Can we agree here? I love the X's and O's. I think he's great at those. Dude. There are. We could pick out a million different individual plays and dissect them. It's the personnel. The personnel is doing them in right now. It's doing them in.
And who's that on?
It's on him. It's on him.
Thank you.
The play caller is being done in by the personnel
by his
guy.
own actions of the player personnel.
I agree with you. Look, they need the 20. Look, Bonte, they need the $26 million from Jimmy Garoppolo's contract to just siphon it around that defense.
No. You know what they need? They need somebody to take some power away from Shanahan and say, "You just coach the football team. I'll buy the ingredients for you."
I'm with you there.
That's the problem here.
I want Theo Riddick.
Yeah,
bring him in.
You don't need.
If Mayock gets let go from the Raiders,
you mean Louis Riddick? Yeah, you're talking about
Theo Riddick. My bad.
Detroit Lions running back.
Would you take Mayock? I'm serious.
Hell no. Have you seen what's going on with the Raiders? What, Mayock?
I'll take their backup tight end, Moreau. Could use another tight end.
The guy they don't throw to? Let's go to Bobby in Oakland. What's up, Bobby? You're on the roast.
Hey, you guys are a soundtrack. All we need is some beats to go with your back and forth. I think we got a hit going on, man.
He might hit me by the end of this show.
I'm not hitting Shasky. hey, Bobby, I'm not mad at Shasky. I'm sick of the same old dance. It's easy to scapegoat Jimmy Garoppolo. We know he's an average quarterback. We've known this already. The head head coach employs them. The head coach makes the decisions on the football field. The head coach calls the plays. The head coach coaches his team up during the week of practice where they get penalized up in Seattle. They're not buttoned up on special teams. It's the same old song with this coach. So when do we look at the head coach and say, you know what? Maybe he needs to be stripped of some power. Second half adjustments, Bobby, they did not score once in the second half. Once against that team. That is the sorriest.
He's a young coach still. He's a young coach still. He
go ahead,
doesn't
Bobby.
have a feel.
Yes.
I mean, he doesn't feel like he has a feel for when to be consistent with the running game. And I don't know if he wants to be the smartest man in the world or if he checks out or he panics. Our strength is running the game. And I got a feeling Elijah Mitchell's not going to last the rest of the season if we keep running him the way. Why don't we mix in our other running backs? You got Hasty, you got Jeff Wilson. I mean, it runs some sweeps, runs some in around. Shanahan is creative as all heck on the running game, but we keep putting the ball in Jimmy's hands. So that's the decision of the head coach. Obviously, Jimmy, he can only do what he does. We all know what Jimmy is, right? He put the ball in his hand. He made 2 great passes yesterday, but that happened to be to the Seattle yesterday. Don't put the ball in his hands too much. Just you pick your spots. But our strength is running the game. He keeps getting away from it. Well, he doesn't have to be the boy genius in the world. That's my
So
thought.
here's what I would say about yesterday. Yesterday they weren't running it very efficiently, and they were only getting like 2 yards a pop, give or take. And that was my biggest issue with the 2 runs back to back on 1st and 10 from the 9, 1st and goal from the 9. Excuse me. Is you're not running it efficiently. If you were getting your 4 yards a pop, okay, conceptually that makes sense, analytically that makes sense, but you weren't, and it felt like to me because you didn't have Debo on the outside, you couldn't pop the big one. And if we're being honest, Elijah Mitchell broke a bunch of tackles yesterday. It could have been worse. They could have been under 2 yards a carry if he doesn't break a couple and spin out of some. So Jeff Wilson got hurt in that game.
We're
the
lucky
big call was negated. The big run to the outside.
We're lucky. Elijah Mitchell even finished the game.
I know. That hit he took to the head.
We're lucky.
Oh my God.
We're lucky he even finished the game.
I mean that hit to the head. The game is so violent.
Let's go to Alex in Pleasant Hill.
I hope
Alex.
what's his face is okay.
Who? Cannon.
Yeah, I mean that was very dangerous.
He has a concussion. Spent the night in Seattle at a hospital. He's staying overnight. Alex, what's up, man? Good morning. You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Shasky, last time I called, I was broke. Today, I'm a little richer. But I got to say this, Vontae, you're on point with the Shanahan situation. I mean, this team's been pretty mismanaged throughout the year, throughout their tenure. And my one message is to relax. I'm quoting Aaron Rodgers on this. I'm sorry, but you guys got to relax. You have the best play caller in the NFL. You have Jimmy, when healthy, has proven you can go to a Super Bowl with him. He is one great throw away from being a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Relax. You guys are 5 games away from making the playoffs. If this situation plays out correctly, you guys can go 5-0. If you mismanagement, it's going to go 0-5.
Alex.
But you guys can do that.
Alex, I love your positivity. I needed that this morning. Because as of today, the Niners are the 7th seed in the NFC. They're the 7th seed at 6-6. But do they look like a playoff team to you?
No.
Do you really believe they're rolling in Cincinnati next week, and beating the Bengals with that special teams unit? With Robbie Gould, who could barely make a 50-yard field goal, and the weather's getting colder and it's getting windier. You really believe in this team, Niner fans? Do you believe this team could make a run in the playoffs? Good teams that are going to be contenders win that game yesterday. They win that game yesterday. They don't go scoreless over the last 30 minutes of action. They don't go scoreless.
The part that's hard to swallow this morning is that they're very mediocre. They could make the playoffs. I think they will make the playoffs. But the reality is that really good playoff teams win that game because then it gives you the 2-game cushion, right? If you're just looking math,
that's what I'm saying.
The 2-game cushion, and then you're saying, wow, we're only a game out of where the Rams are. You're feeling really good about your prospects moving forward. You have a meeting with the Rams down the line. It's just, that's the gut-wrenching part about it. And then, on top of all that, the narrative of being able to bury Seattle. You had an opportunity to bury Seattle, and instead, they handed you the worst loss of the year. That's the way I'm looking at it. As bad as the Green Bay loss was, why does this one feel worse?
The Arizona loss to me is the worst loss of the year. That was one I laughed off. You lost to Colt McCoy and got blown out. And again,
Colt did win 2 games. So.
But again, that's a game where you fall behind 14-0 in the first quarter, and that team wasn't ready to play. Why is this team never ready to play? Think about the Philadelphia game. They weren't ready to play in the first half. The Green Bay game, you're down 17-0 until Trey saves your ass and scores a touchdown at the last play of the first half. You weren't ready to play that game. Who'd you play the next week? Seattle. You force them to 5 straight 3-and-outs, yet you can't score on offense. And that was a terrible Jimmy game.
Yeah.
Terrible Jimmy game.
And Trey didn't do anything.
Yeah, and you don't make adjustments. This team is never ready to play. Why? They're not ready to play.
Well,
what's up with that?
I think they were ready to play. They took their foot off the gas and didn't adjust. They
gave up a 73-yard fake punt.
That was bad. But they were also up 17-3 or whatever it was.
17-7.
17-7. They should have been up 21-7, right? I mean, so
Vikings.
We can't have it both ways.
Were they ready to play against the Vikings?
Yeah, they look good against the Vikings.
First half?
I mean, I thought it was fine.
They were down.
That's a playoff level game.
They're down 17. They were down 14-7.
I mean, okay.
With no juice in the crowd.
You're going to be down a touchdown in the game.
Vikings, the Bears. Were they ready to play against the Bears?
They played way better in the second half.
Exactly. They weren't ready to play right at kickoff. That's what I'm saying.
I just don't think this is a good team. We could blame the coach. This is what mediocre teams do.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem that I have. Kyle Shanahan, the play caller, he's one of the best in the business. Shanahan running the whole operation, he's not good. And that's the problem. This team is a team he chose.
Does he run this team better than the way that the Seahawks have been ran? Just the last 4 years, 5 years?
Seahawks have been in the playoffs.
Okay, they have a better quarterback. If I flip-flopped Russ and Jimmy, I think the records would be flip-flopped as well.
I don't know. They've been
you
in
don't
the
think
playoffs.
so?
I don't know.
You don't think Russ and Shanahan wouldn't cook?
I don't know. Because Shanahan has been held.
Probably, but maybe not.
You got to remember.
Come on, man.
You got to remember. Shanahan's been hell-bent on these pocket quarterbacks. He doesn't want a quarterback who's moving around. He wants a quarterback to stay in the pocket and run his system.
But if they were forced to have a marriage, you don't think that they would succeed?
That's a wild hypothetical.
Darrell Bevel was propped up by Russell Wilson.
Why not? Why not? Sure. It's a
but
wild
that matters.
hypothetical.
That matters. This is a quarterback league. That matters.
Well, Shanahan had his chance to pick quarterbacks.
And now he's got his guy, and I want to see him.
Here's Shanahan on the full game yesterday on how the 49ers lost.
We felt we had a lot of self-inflicted stuff that was always, was caused by other teams, so I'm not taking anything away from them, but I thought we had opportunity at the beginning of the game to kind of just really felt like we were ready to go, giving them that punt return, gave them a lot of life. I thought I was scoring, we were trying to get the clock lower. Kittle made a hell of a play, though, on that keeper, scoring a touchdown, and they got that big return and ended up scoring before the end of the half, which gave them the life back, and then for us to open up the series and fumble it in the third quarter, then defense did a hell of a job stopping them. They missed a field goal, but we followed it with a safety. Then I think we followed it with a pick. So I felt like it went about an hour. It seemed like we barely had the ball, which was our fault. So it was just frustrating. I was glad with the guys, no matter how many bad things did happen. They kept fighting, never quit. That was a hell of a job by the defense getting that turnover on the 1 yard line like they did. And I really believe we were going to go down and score. The guys made a lot of big plays on that last drive and came up short on that fourth down. And I think it was Dunlap did a good job getting his hands up. I think he was going to have Trent there in the end zone, but made a hell of a play and shouldn't have let it get to that point.
He shouldn't have let it get to that point.
They should have been down 14 or at least 10.
No,
I thought they were going to kick a field goal. Seattle fumbled on the 1 yard line.
No. Niners should have been up 21-3.
Well, that's earlier in the game.
The game should have been done by halftime.
And the K1 interception, I thought that was going to be a touchdown. That was a walk-in.
Seattle was so close to tapping out of that football game. They had no life whatsoever.
This is why you got to take advantage of your opportunities.
Whatsoever.
And then the safety to me breathed life right back into their situation. Like you could not take the safety there. That's all I kept thinking was you just cannot take a safety there.
Tom Compton, want to block for more than 2 seconds? Want to block?
Can I see Jalen Moore? Like what are we doing? Like what are we doing?
Again, you talk about personnel decisions.
I don't get it.
Hey, coach.
I don't get it.
Coaching.
I don't get it. And Diamond Lenore is all over DK Metcalf. DK makes a great play because it's a great catch, a great thrown ball, and then he gets benched? Why? Dante made a play, though, so I'll give him credit.
Coaching. That's all it's on. Coaching. You're putting in players who don't know how to execute. Dante Johnson. Again, we keep talking about Trevor. Dante Johnson. Why is he on this roster?
Because he's better than some of the other guys out there, shockingly.
The best thing you can do is get Dante Johnson.
The whole league has no
guy
corners.
who got bullied last year against Miami on the punt team.
Bonte, I don't love it. I believe me, I'm not here caping up for Dante Johnson. But Al-Shaair steps up and balls out, and what's-his-face stepped up. DJ Jones had a great game.
There's a lot
Nick
of
Bosa
positives.
looks incredible.
There's a lot of positives. But you know what?
Hufanga looks good.
You know what? There's a lot of positives. But today ain't the day.
Yeah, I'm not saying
today ain't the day. Maybe tomorrow.
I thought the D-line had moments.
They had a lot of moments. Russ got sacked 4 times yesterday. 4 times. They sacked Russ 4 times.
Hey, the Bosa hit where where Al-Shaair almost intercepted it, that was one of the biggest hits I've seen Russ ever take. They snapped him in half. And he won.
9570. Do you want me to be positive today? I could say, hey, the Niners are 6-6 and are 17 at NFC. It's all good. It's all good. You got tiebreakers over Minnesota. You got tiebreakers over Philadelphia. You could beat Atlanta later on and have a tiebreaker over them. It's all good. Do you really want me to go there? Because I could be positive. It's tough to be positive after what I watched yesterday, knowing that you were playing a desperate Seattle team. A desperate Seattle team, and you go out there on the 4th play and a punt. I've never seen that in my life.
No, I've
watched over 1,000 games in my life. I've been to 1 million Pop Warner games, 1 million high school games. I've never seen a guy go 73 yards untouched on a punt team.
It reminded me of when Jeff Fisher ran 2 back-to-back fake punts in the tie game against Kaepernick when Alex Smith got hurt. One of the final St. Louis Rams versus Niner games. That was just these OG coaches. Pete Carroll. They find a way to pull a rabbit out of the hat, and he did that yesterday.
How are we not ready for that?
There's no excuse. There's no excuse.
Austin in the Bay Area. What's happening, Austin?
Man, what's happening? I'm so disappointed in my Shanahan. He needs to go. He needs to go. If Jimmy G is average, then he's an average coach and an average play caller. I don't see no type of good plays that this man draws up for the 49ers. And our replacement for Warner, Alshon, man, he had 11 tackles. Something I didn't see from Warner all year.
He looked good.
That man, the Niners played a good game.
Yeah, Al-Shaair looked like a man possessed yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah. Man, I was loving it. Other than that, I don't know what Shanahan was doing. We played against 12 people, not the crowd, because the crowd didn't faze us. We played against the referees in Seattle Seahawks. That's all. This was a killer for us.
Yeah.
If the playoffs started today, we'd be in the playoffs.
Thanks. Yep. I mean, whew. All right, this one's tough. This is a tough one. Quarterback throwing picks, lack of running game, missed tackles.
How about the missed throw to Juszczyk?
Rockwell wasn't great. He wasn't great. It's painful to watch. Like I said at 6:05 this morning, I'm exasperated. I don't even know if they're 6-6. Such a roller coaster. It's so predictable, Shasky. It's so predictable. When they get things rolling, boom, there's a holding penalty. Defensively, when it looks like they're rolling, boom, there's a late hit on the quarterback.
A defensive hold
by Josh Norman. Josh Norman missing the tackle.
The back-to-back.
Missing the tackle.
The back-to-back. So the Arden Key one was egregious. I don't know, but the second one, it looked like football to me. I don't know.
It looked like Russell Wilson was just short and Arden Key.
Right. Well, no, the Arden Key one was right to the helmet. That makes sense by the letter of the law.
Omenehu.
Yeah, 92. The 92 one, yeah, I'm with you. To me, that looked like football. I know that's the rule. I'm not, believe me, I'm not here to blame the refs. You got to be smarter, but sometimes I don't even know anymore.
It's just,
I don't even know.
It's the lack of adjustments. It's the personnel. It's and I get it. Debo's hurt. Fred Warner Jr.'s hurt, and it's a division game, and you got to throw the records out the window. But it's man, you got the game right there. You got first and goal at the 9-yard line with timeouts in your pocket, and that's the sequence of plays you run. Really?
Oh, I hated them. Hated the plays on the. Again, if you're at the 4, I'm okay running it. You were at the 8 and you weren't running it well all game. Context matters to me, right? You don't just run to run. You run because it's an efficient play, because it can get you into a more advantageous situation. And in that particular sequence, maybe you run it once. Maybe. Even then, I thought 4 shots at the end zone.
You also have drop passes yesterday.
Oh, there's no question.
This is not a button-up football team. Let's go to Gmo in the city. Gmo, what's happening? You're on the roast.
I have an issue. How is it that week after week the special team is never ready to play? We got Robbie Gould missing extra points. The punt team is never ready. We're giving up, touchdowns on special teams week after week. And on top of that, Shanahan, I feel he needs a real boss, not John Lynch, because it's not like he's keeping him accountable. At this point, I feel like the Niners shouldn't even go to the playoffs. That's probably the only way we can hold them accountable.
Well, the only way that I'm looking at this is they're going to ride it out with Jimmy, and then my question to everybody is, now what? Like, what do we build? That's the biggest issue. Like, I'm a big believer in building something up, right? This station, it took a long time. We're trying to build things up. We're trying to have synergy and consistency and build fun and have a culture. I'm looking at what they're trying to build, and I started the quarterback position, and just I don't understand what we're building towards. Because next year, when we go to start to look at the offseason, there's a zillion free agents. The quarterback who didn't play his last year in college but one game, played one game this year, so he's going to have 2 total games played over the last 2 years, and he's going to be running scout team offense for a whole year. How does that get him up to speed for 2022? All the same questions about pass rush and secondary. I feel like I'm going to have the same things. You don't have draft picks, right? You have no idea what's going to happen with the quarterback in Trey Lance. Are we going to change defensive coordinators again? I don't think we should. You definitely have to change special teams coach at some point. Like, I have almost as many, if not more, questions heading into next year, and that's the big realization I have this morning.
That's what Garoppolo said about the 4th and 1 zone read.
Alex, I mean, something happened with the ball. He kind of moved it and slipped a little bit. I think they blew the whistle. I really wasn't sure, but yeah, kind of a little broken play there at that point. What was it supposed to be? It was supposed to be a zone read. Kind of some happened. And I don't know how else to describe it, yeah, but that was fun.
There's nothing funny.
I don't get it.
There's nothing funny about that play. There's nothing funny about what happened on that play and what transpired. There's nothing funny about the game. Let's hear from George Kittle. Said he'd never been part of a game like that.
Yeah, that was one of the wildest games I've ever been a part of. Just like the first half was absolutely crazy. I was talking to Diggs about that. I was like, I've never been a part of a game like this, from the fake punt to safeties to turnovers. It was a wild first half. And then one of a hell of a way to end the game, right? Stop them on the 1, go 96 yards, and then stops on 4th down. Crazy.
All right, since Garoppolo was in a laughing manner and was oozing positivity there with the media, let's hear from him about the loss and what it means for the 49ers moving forward.
I just heard that puts us down to the 7th seed, but I don't know. It's one of those losses that you can't let this, stick with you for too long. Watch the film, be hard on ourselves like we always are. I mean, we're very critical of all the little things, but Cincinnati's going to come up real quick, and we got to be able to move on. And we're going out there, so get your mind right for long travel. And this train ain't stopping, so we got to be ready for it.
On to Cincinnati.
Bonte, just once, I'd like to hear Jimmy Garoppolo specifically, and I hope Trey learns this. Just once, I want to hear him say, I just made a bad throw. I let one sail. I thought they were in this. I thought they were in a different coverage. I misread the situation. Like, just for once, take accountability. Just one time, take accountability. When I see Tom Brady, and I know he's the outlier, but when I see Tom, he's like, it was a terrible read by me. I don't know what I was thinking. I tried to force one in there. I shouldn't have done that. It's always we, the team. It's like, Jimmy, just every now and then, like, I put us in a horrible spot there. I made a bad read. Just admit it. Take accountability. Now, I don't know what he's doing behind the scenes, but dear God, I'd like to hear him do it just once at a podium.
Jay, Nick, Jonathan, Antonio, and Laurie, you're on deck. Last hour of the roast coming up. What happened with the Niners? Plus a little Warriors update. They beat Phoenix on Friday. Felt like so long ago. They beat Phoenix by Friday. And then, of course, they have a stinker against San Antonio Saturday night. Maybe we'll get into some Warriors a little bit. They got a game tonight against the Magic. Orlando. Nice little get-right game for the Warriors. Talk a little Dubs in a second, but we've got your calls lined up here as we talk 49ers. They lose to the Seahawks. They're now 6-6 after dropping that one in Lumen Field yesterday. 30-23. Russ now 17-4 against the 49ers all time. It hurts. It really, really
AT&T Fiber Internet.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
What did you do, love?
I ran out of internet data.
And they're making you shame walk.
No, it's just how I feel. Shame! Shame!
In the time after AT&T Fiber Internet.
Nice to have unlimited internet data, right?
Right. The dawn of a better internet era with AT&T Fiber.
Limited availability in select areas. Check eligibility at att.com/getfiber. Restrictions apply.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Second and 8. Here they go. That's caught by Penny Hart. And they lose a yard.
Yeah.
Read well by Hufanga.
Yeah, it was read real well by Hufanga. But here's the thing. That ball sailed on Russell Wilson.
What'd you say, Tiki?
Second and 8. Here they go. That's caught by Penny Hart. And they lose a yard.
Yeah.
Read well by Hufanga.
Yeah, it was read real well by Hufanga. But here's the thing. That ball sailed on Russell Wilson.
He just ejected on the middle of that word.
Oh, man. Tiki Barber, Kevin Harlow call. Niners lose to the Seahawks as we say good morning to everybody. How many times have we heard that? Niners have won 5 times in Seattle since 2002. They're now 1-4 inside the division. 1-4 in the division this season. In 2021, the Niners move or drop to 6-6. Still a 7 seed in the NFC playoffs. Playoffs started today. They go to Green Bay and play the Packers, which they could believe it or not beat the Packers.
Yeah, but they're not winning 3 road games. Would we all agree there? Like that's the whole point. Like you're a Super Bowl contender. It's so difficult, man. It's just so difficult. Could they win 3 road games? No. I don't even care who the math is. That no, they're not winning 3 road games to get to the Super Bowl. It's not going to happen. They're not going on a run, and that's where you got to pivot at some point. And you got to accept the reality of where you're at, and you need to play the young guy. You got to know what you have in Trey.
As long as they're in the playoff hunt, they're not moving off of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Foolish.
You got to get it. You got to get through your head. It's not happening.
Do you like that?
It's too late. Once I sound like a broken record. Well, we headed into Detroit, and I told you, Shasky, we had this conversation. I said, once you start Garoppolo in week 1, there's basically no going back. Now,
why?
There was a window because he was going to win those first 2 games.
Yeah, but Lamar Jackson replaced Flacco.
Yeah,
Kaepernick replaced Alex Smith, even though
they
he
were
was
struggling and losing or whatnot, and they were like,
they just
all right,
lost.
Flacco's the future, Flacco's not the future, whatever. They go Lamar. Look, Flacco was done at that point. Somebody in that building believes Garoppolo gives them the best chance to win. I don't know who that is. But once he got out to that 2-0 start, I said, damn, we're going to continue to go with Garoppolo. That ship has sailed. And once Trey got hurt after Arizona, where it felt like the coach was close to going to Trey, well, Trey comes up with a sprained knee. He has a sprained knee. So now he misses time. And Garoppolo gets another chance, and he balls out in Chicago in that second half. Big throw to Debo right before halftime. And now you're 6-6. You're at the 7th seed. You're saying, are you really going to go to Trey? Are you going to make that move?
Yeah. Why?
I don't know. I don't think the coach has. I don't think the coach has the gall to do that.
Why?
Why does Shanahan not have the gall to do that? Because Garoppolo's your quarterback after 3 years of crying and whining and moaning about Garoppolo
to go get Trey.
How many teams? We were just talking during the break. Mike Zimmer has Case Keenum at quarterback. They go to the NFC Championship.
Yeah.
It gets Philadelphia. They get blown out.
After moving off of Teddy Bridgewater the year prior.
Exactly. What happens? They move off of him. And they go.
Yeah.
And they go get Kirk Cousins. Now, has it worked out for them? No. But how many teams you see around the league? The Jets moved off to Sam Darnold. They just drafted him in the first round.
I know.
The first round, they said, you know what, you're not our guy.
But they had a whole new coaching staff.
I get
and
it, all that.
New organization.
I get it.
It's a little different.
It's a little different.
But the Zimmer one's a good one.
But the ownership group, they're like, you know what, move off this guy.
Yeah. I don't get the obsession with the Jimmy G thing because he does just enough. I keep going back to Fool's Gold, right? The season feels like Fool's Gold. That game was like Fool's Gold. They should have not been in position to tie that game where they were. But like the reality is that Jimmy's Fool's Gold. He does just enough to maintain the status quo, but then he does the same exact mistakes over. How many times have you seen a linebacker or a safety drop back like they're in a deep and then pop to the middle of the field right where you know Kittle is going to go occupy? Over and over and over again. It happens all the time. It's the same mistakes. If these were different mistakes, hey, DB made a hell of a play. He jumped in front of it, batted it up in the air, and some safety came trailing the play. He's throwing it right to guys. He's in year 8. Like, at some point, you got to see what you have with Trey Lance. Also, so that I can put some stuff on film that he can work on in the offseason.
Mac Jones gets drafted by the Patriots. They move off of Cam Newton so quick. And now Mac Jones is about to win Rookie of the Year. And the Patriots, as of right now, are the number 1 overall seed in the AFC.
Yeah.
The number 1 overall seed in the AFC.
And is there a narrative around rookie quarterbacks aren't going to win in the playoffs? Everybody feels like they're giving them now they have the greatest coach of all time, but they're giving them the benefit of the doubt in terms of like, wait, it's New England, and they've earned that.
And not only
the coaches earned that.
Not only that, I've seen Mac Jones win a lot of big football games.
He has.
Albeit
he's
been in
won
college.
This year.
But albeit been in college.
And he went toe-to-toe with Tom Brady this year.
And he went toe-to-toe with Dak Prescott. He lost that game in overtime. He lost to Tampa Bay in the rain. And this guy in Alabama won a lot of big games.
Same amount of starts as Trey Lance, too, by the way.
Yeah.
In college.
Yep. Again, that to me is on the personnel, decision makers, and the coach. Because when we went down to training camp, most of the reports at training camp, Trey outperformed Jimmy. But there's no narrative that, hey, you got to stick with Jimmy.
Or that he's not ready. That's my favorite one.
Just rip the Band-Aid off and play him against Detroit. Is Trey Lance really losing? If Trey Lance goes out there and loses to the Detroit Lions, well, guess what? He's not the guy. He made a bad pick.
Well, even Zach Wilson, who's been a bad pick so far, had a better game yesterday than he's had at any point in his career. You know why? Because he's played some games, and he's going to get better over time.
Let's go to Jonathan. Let's get through these calls. Rat-a-tat-tat. Jonathan in the city. What's happening?
Hey, guys. Good morning. I just want to ask, Hightower, was he on the flight back to the Bay Area?
Yeah, I mean, he's been here for 4 years.
Oh, man, you got to get rid of the guy. That's about, the third game? Hey, they had all the momentum in the world yesterday, right? The defense playing lights out. The offense was scoring touchdowns until the special teams decided to give Seattle the momentum with a fumble, with a return touchdown. All of a sudden, that crowd was a factor. I mean, come on, man. And in spite of all that, right, they had a chance at the end. You're at the 3-yard line, man. You got the best left tackle, the best blocking fullback. You got the best blocking tight end, and you decided to call 2-3 pass plays to win, to get the tie when your quarterback wasn't on his game. I don't get it, bro. I mean, what's going on here, man?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on either. Tell you what's going on with the Warriors, though. Klay Thompson's getting closer and closer to returning. Klay Thompson is getting closer, folks.
Makes my timeless coffee I'm sipping this morning much tastier knowing that he's coming home.
Timeless never tasted better.
He was all over the court Friday night. I went to the game with my wife. We had a great time in downtown San Francisco. That was freaking awesome.
Is that officially downtown or is that Mission Bay?
I'm calling it downtown. It is now bled into downtown. I hate the name Mission Bay. I don't know why.
It feels like Mission Bay.
I
don't know.
Well, whatever. I'm going to call it downtown. Right. It was awesome. And Klay Thompson kept coming out onto the court, and he's high-fiving everybody. It was just good to see him so
full uniform,
energetic.
Headband, and they beat the Phoenix Suns and paid them back. Warriors and Suns, Christmas Day. It's going to be a lot of fun. But back on December 5th of 2016, it was a 5-year anniversary yesterday. Klay Thompson dropped 60 points on the Indiana Pacers on just 11 dribbles. And we got 11 on 11. It's 11 after the hour. And every day we're going to do this all season long. 11 on 11 is brought to you by the Workman Law Firm, representing employees for over 20 years. Go to Workman Law Firm. Go to workmanlawpc.com.
I ain't had this in a long time. I ain't feel like this in a long time. Just to feel like this, it took a long time, yeah.
Klay Thompson's return is imminent.
With the 11th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Klay Thompson from Washington State University.
It's time for 11 on 11.
Wise, man. Where you at, Wise? You should be on the boat. Being my deckhand, rookie. Come on, Rook.
Brought to you by the Workman Law Firm, representing employees for over 20 years. Go to workmanlawpc.com.
That's right. That's right.
Warriors are having fun. Klay for three. Good!
Klay corner three.
60 for Klay Thompson.
60 points against the Pacers, 21-33 from the floor, 8-14 from the three-point line. He missed one free throw. Got to the line 11 times that night. Let me tell you, Shasky, I was in the building at Oracle Arena. It was a game-time decision. And I remember what happened when Klay dropped 37 in the quarter against the Sacramento Kings. I was laying on the couch on a Friday night in the bachelor pad out there on 10th and Clement. And I was like, I'm not going out to Oracle tonight. It's the Kings. I'm not going to that game. The Warriors are going to roll. I'm going to watch this one on TV. And I'm watching Klay Thompson drain 3 after 3 after 3. And I'm like, oh, Lord, I blew that. I blew that. So that Monday, I remember it was on a Monday against the Pacers, and I literally, on Octavia, I pulled off the side of the road. And I'm in my Toyota Camry, and I'm like, do I really want to go to this game against the Pacers?
This was pre-Charger days.
This is pre-Charger days.
Wow.
Pre-Charger. Right before. This is actually.
Before the come up.
You know what's funny? This was about 2.5 weeks before the Charger. Because I got the Charger in mid-December this year, 2016. And I'm sitting there thinking, do I really want to go to this game?
Before you were big-time Bonte.
I'm still not big-time. Trust me. I'm not big-time. Ain't nothing big-time about me.
I've got a story about you in a second.
Nothing big-time about me. But I'm sitting there thinking, do I really want to go to this game? Do I want to go to this game? And I said, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to drive out to Oracle. And I cross market, get on the freeway, and history happens. Klay Thompson shot 60 out of 11 dribbles. Had the ball in his hands for 88.5 seconds. Unbelievable shooting performance. Klay Thompson, 60 points. That was on this date yesterday. So Klay Thompson's on the boat yesterday in the leather jacket with the sunset. Klay's coming, folks. He'll be here. As the kids say, winter is coming.
I can't wait for that. We're going to do that every day at 8:11. 8:11. Every day we'll do a little Klay Thompson talk.
Brought to you by the Workman Law Firm, representing employees for over 20 years. Go to workmanlawpc.com.
Awesome. So over the weekend, it was your daughter's first birthday.
Baby Chess, turn 1.
Now, did you sit her on your knee and watch the 49er game together?
She was moving around. Yeah. And then I told Anna and Baby Chess, I said, look, I need the second half to myself. You guys got to go take a walk.
Oh, you did one of those?
I
know it's your birthday, but Jimmy G comes first.
Well, the 49ers come first. Not Jimmy. I don't say Jimmy. I say the Niners.
I've got to get my notepad, ladies. I have to defend Jimmy's honor
Yesterday
tomorrow.
wasn't a notepad day because I remember every single play of that football game. Every single play. And I was like, it's not a notepad day.
I just can't believe that they lost that way. Like, whatever. People can say, they were at the 10. They had a chance to win that game. No, they had a chance to tie that game. That's number one.
Now,
and there's no guarantee they were going to hit the extra point.
Let me ask you this.
What?
Would you have gone for 2 had they scored?
Probably, because I don't really have that much faith right now in the special teams unit in the kicking game. But I also don't have faith. I also don't have faith in them in these short yardage situations right now. So, like Jonathan says to us, hey, I would have ran behind Tomlinson and Juszczyk and Trent Williams. Dude, as a team, what was he? 22 carries for 60-something yards. They weren't running it well yesterday, and that's with a couple of good runs where he broke a tackle and went on for about 12 yards. So, contextually, I did not think they were running it well at all yesterday. Yesterday was you have to throw it to win that game.
Yeah.
And I didn't love the sequence of plays down the stretch. And all I kept thinking was, this is a team that is going to blow up in a couple of weeks, the Seattle Seahawks, and you allowed them to come in and should have scored 14 more points additionally had they not fumbled at the 2 and thrown an interception at the goal line.
Division games are different. And you lost to them. And it's just... And now you're 1-4 in the NFC West.
It's like they've got voodoo over you.
Well, they do. They've won 5 times in Seattle since 2002. 5 times. You'll win in Seattle. 5. Russell Wilson has lost to the Niners 4 times. 4-4-4.
And you don't think quarterback is a big part of that?
Quarterback has something to do with it. What about defense?
No, I'm not exonerating them. I'm just
What
talking
about
about
special teams? It's
a
not-
pie chart of
listen, like,
culpability.
here's the
A
thing.
big slice is quarterback.
I get it. Quarterback gets all the criticism when you lose. They get all the praise when you win.
Well, just look around at who's winning divisions right now. Go around the league. It's a good quarterback on all the division winners.
But you also got good defenses.
No doubt.
Dallas Cowboys last week. Did Dak win that game against the
Dak's
Saints?
making $40 million a year.
Listen. Dak didn't win that game against the Saints.
But
You know who won that game?
Million.
The defense. They picked off Taysom Hill 4 times.
Okay.
Tampa Bay. Yeah, I know Brady threw 4 touchdowns.
He's the GOAT.
But look, he is the GOAT. But you know what? That defense is showing up in Tampa Bay. That defense is flying around and hitting. That defense shut down Patrick Mahomes and helped you win a Super Bowl. So it ain't just the quarterback. That's what the mindset
it's
here.
not that. No,
Bonte,
no. You're saying that like other things don't matter. Of course they matter. But
They're
to be
big
a
time.
true contender year in and year out, you got to have the QB.
No doubt. No doubt.
You cannot game plan week after week after week around 40 rushes a game. That someone's going to stifle you at some point.
Again.
And that's what happened.
And again, why are we watching Jimmy Garoppolo then? Why is he still on the team?
The time is now. Now is the time. We've gotten to the point where you're probably going to be a playoff team no matter what. You just need 2 more wins. It's
been the case for the last 2 years with Jimmy Garoppolo.
I'm the only one that wanted Tom Brady.
No, you weren't the only one who wanted Tom Brady. There's a lot of Niner fans who wanted Tom Brady. There are a lot of Niner fans.
I was screaming to the heavens during COVID, and people thought I was nuts.
The airways who maybe said it, but there was a lot of people who wanted Tom Brady.
I mean, you can't do Jimmy like that. He just got you to the Super Bowl.
It wasn't Jimmy's fault. But guess what?
No one's saying it's just his fault.
But listen, Shasky, listen, though. You want to ignore the head coach?
No.
The head coach didn't want Tom Brady.
No, I want to upgrade the most important position in sports. That's all I'm trying to do.
The coach watched the all 22
and that was wrong.
And every snap of Tom Brady, and yet you want to praise Shanahan. Shanahan has an issue, too.
His personnel has been bad. No,
you refuse
I admit the personnel has not been good. It's the play calling is fantastic, and that's the part that's intoxicating. No, it's intoxicating.
That's the biggest misnomer.
Kittle was
about
wide
this
open yesterday all day.
It's the biggest misnomer about
Kittle
Shanahan.
didn't have a great game.
The play calling's fantastic.
It is.
Yes, Shanahan. Yes, Kittle had a fantastic game.
We can't praise him for Kittle and Debo and Elijah Mitchell and not say that the play calling isn't great.
Don't tell me the play calling's fantastic when you're running zone reads with Garoppolo on 4th and 1.
They've got 3 guys ready for career years on the offensive side of the ball.
Shasky.
Kittle,
how many times?
Debo, and Elijah.
We go back to New Orleans last year when he's running zone reads with Nick Mullins and RPOs on 4th and 1.
Mullins.
Don't tell me the play call is fantastic. You see the last 4 plays of the game? Your dad just called the show and said the play calling stunk in the last 4 plays.
At the end.
It always sucks in critical situations.
Well, I would say that the quarterback factors into that.
Shanahan's play calling stinks in critical situations.
You could dial up the greatest play of all time. You could dial up the greatest play of all time, and a guy doesn't get a block. Like, for example, the screenplay to Elijah Mitchell. Brunskill just whiffs on air. If he just gets in front, sets a screen, they don't even have to plow him. Just sets in front. It's a 60-yard touchdown.
Then why is he on the team? He stinks because the head coach picks all the players. The head coach picks the personnel. The head coach calls the players on 4th and 1.
When you're a coach on the sideline, you can only control so many variables. And I look at someone from X's and O's on the chalkboard who does know what he's doing. Guys got to execute.
Can he call better plays on 4th and 1?
Well, I mean, that one is a bad one. I agree with you. That's a bad one.
It's always a bad one on 4th and 1. It's always a bad one inside the red zone. It's always a bad play. How many times are we going to blame Garoppolo without looking at the head coach saying, why is he in the game?
He turned the ball over 3 times, 2 interceptions and a safety. Like, that's why.
Brunskill didn't make a block. But I get it. Garoppolo's, I'm not saying Garoppolo deserves a lot of blame. Those throws were awful.
Terrible.
Awful. But don't sit here and tell me Shanahan is a fantastic play
I
caller
think they go
when I've
hand
been
in
watching
hand.
this guy for 5 years.
Yeah, but I think they go hand in hand, and I think the great coaches... no one's saying you are. But the great coaches, when they have a great quarterback, that gives them a security blanket and a margin of error that's larger than what they have right now with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Man, Shanahan's been calling these garbage-ass plays for a long time, man. A long time.
I thought they moved the ball very well yesterday.
Lori in Phoenix, you're on the roast. What's up, Lori? I'm exasperated, Lori. I'm just laughing. This is laughable at this point, Lori. It's laughable.
This is Seattle. This is what Seattle has done year after year after year. I have to tell you a quick story. So back in 2000, I think it was 2013. It was the 23rd of December. We were on, I think it was Sunday Night Football. And I had to go pick up my mom at the airport. So So I left my husband with my kids watching the game. Said, I'll be back. Next thing I know, thinking the game is still on, thinking they're going to be watching the game, I get a phone call from the back of an ambulance. My husband being transported to the hospital because the Niners got blown out so badly. They went outside and started screwing around, and he drove his wheelchair off the edge of the drive-through or driveway and cracked his head open and ended up with 13 stitches.
Oh my goodness.
That is what Seattle does. Every time we play Seattle, and it's not just the Shanahan.
Lori, real quick. I had to pop 6 Excedrin during that game yesterday. Literally 6 Excedrin during that game. So you're right.
Yeah, I get it. That's just the way. And, again, they didn't execute. That's the bottom line. They had opportunities to win that game, and they didn't do it. Now, Kittle, he played a great game, okay? Elshire, amazing, okay? So,
Yes.
I mean, again, there are a couple of positives, and they were in it till the end. I mean, granted, should they have been? Who cares? Should Seattle have been in it? It's a division game. Every time these two teams especially, and how do you think Rams fans feel the day after we play San Francisco?
Yep, no doubt.
So that's exactly for years and years and years what's happened. So I get it. It's frustrating. We feel like the season is falling apart. We've been on this massive roller coaster all year. But you know what? It is on to Cincinnati. We've got 5 games left. You still got a chance to make the playoffs. Debo gets back. I mean, we're not forgetting. Obviously, we know Debo didn't play yesterday. We know Fred Warner didn't play yesterday. We know we still have some injuries. These guys can still get right. Is it going to be the season we hoped for? No. Obviously, it's not going to be. And looking into next year, who knows what's going to happen? I still think we've got some pieces, and all is not lost. So I think we just need to put this one behind us.
No.
You popped your Excedrin.
Yeah.
And move on. We got
Lori,
we got some football ahead.
Lori, they still had a chance. And thank you for the phone call. Have a great morning. They still had a chance to win that game without Debo or Fred Warner Jr. You shouldn't need Debo if Fred Warner Jr. gets a 3-8 football team. Seattle was so damn close to tapping out. They wanted nothing to do. They were ready to check out. You see how many Niner fans was in Seattle yesterday? Seahawks fans have stopped believing in that football team. It was basically a home game at times for the Niners. And you know what? You give them life because you know what? You're not butting them on special teams. You let Travis Homer go untouched. I've never seen anything. I still can't get over it. I was like, is this real?
What was worse, that or the Benjamin fumble after the first half ended and the second half started? Because they were both egregious.
Again, Travis Benjamin is on this roster. He's on this roster.
Everybody's hurt.
What about Simba Webster? You cut Simba Webster in the preseason.
Beat.
For Travis Benjamin.
Invest since Ted Ginn Jr. got hurt. This organization just cannot find a kick return. It drives me insane. I mean, it's so important. It's so important, and yet they just can't do it. I mean, they just can't do it. There's another aspect of what she's getting at here. When I look at Shanahan and the 49ers right now, I have as many questions, if not more, heading into next year that I had into this year. Right. And I was hoping this year that we would at least be able to cross off some of the questions and get to the next ones. Like, okay, secondary, still a problem. Dude. Who's the pass rusher opposite Bosa? Still a problem. Who is Javon Kinlaw? No clue. What are they doing at quarterback? Who is Trey Lance? No clue. The only thing that I've answered is that Raheem Mostert's probably not on the team and Elijah Mitchell will be on the team, which is good. That's it.
Shasky, who was the caller who said self-inflicted wounds with this football team? And then you talk about all these question marks going into next season, and it's self-inflicted wounds.
Yeah.
D Ford can't get on the field. Trade DeForest Buckner.
I thought he was going to be activated 2 weeks ago. Wasn't that what everyone was saying?
Tart on the field missing tackles.
Always hurt.
Def Taxes and Jaquaski Tart coming down with an injury.
And did you see DK step on him too after?
It's the same old song. It's the same old song on repeat. It's the same old thing. It's the same old thing. And yet Shanahan, here we have all these question marks, and we're heading into year 6 of the Shanahan regime. It's unfreaking believable. Unfreaking believable.
At least the Saints, when you look at their situation, their excuse is we lost our Hall of Fame quarterback.
Well, you lost Jameis Winston, too, because they were rolling.
And you've lost your wide receiver for the year, and you've lost Alvin Kamara for big chunks of the year. I look at the Saints situation, and they've drafted very well over the last few years, but the quarterback and then all those injuries, that makes sense. And they're still having a solid season, per se. The Niners don't have that many excuses.
There is no excuses. This team gets no excuses from me. I'm over it. I'm not in the excuse-making business. Not with this team. No. I'm sorry. No excuses. You're 6-6. You beat some pretty lousy-ass teams, and you're 6-6.
And the part that hurt the most was watching two young studs right before on CBS slinging all the way around
Herbert
the yard.
and Burrow.
And Joe Burrow and Herbert, Justin Herbert. I mean, when you watch those two young players who played from day one, essentially, you watch those two and you're like, damn, that's the way I want my football team to be playing.
What's coming up on the game brought to you by Valley Transportation Authority. More of your phone calls. Jay, Nick, Anthony, Antonio, George. We'll get to you on the other side as we wrap up the roast. This is one of those shows where I wish we could go 8 hours. They go 8 hours talking about this damn football team. 8 freaking hours. We'll be back.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a
volunteers. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Boy, if you're looking for all the best 49ers content from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcast. Of course, it's the Morning Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. I see everybody on Twitch and YouTube. Thanks for participating in the show, as well as text line. Text line. You're awesome today. Text line, 888-957-9570. More of your phone calls in just a second. Shasky, got something to say?
I got two quick things to say. I got a quick little story about you over the weekend.
About me?
And you can omit whatever you want or tell me to stop at any point. And number two, I have a question about the 49ers. Number one, Baby Chez's birthday party Saturday was awesome. The zoo, I haven't been to San Francisco Zoo in forever. It looks so much better than I remembered it. It was so much better. It was so cool. I took my brother's son out there, Georgie. We had a great time. Food was awesome. But my favorite part of the weekend, and I might be telling too much out there, was seeing little Jack Bruce, Damon's oldest son, just terrorize all the other kids out there. Just a straight up bully. Sign that kid up for Pee Wee football. He is ready to go. Head down, chalk in everyone's face. It was awesome. Absolutely awesome. That was the highlight of the weekend.
Griffin running around, Kolsky's son.
It was great.
I mean, his daughter just with Joey. She's just smiling ear to ear. Kids had a fun time. Kids were getting their face painted and
did Ches
out
have
there
any
coloring.
clue what was going on?
Probably not. Probably not.
Goo.
Probably not. Guru, by the way. You did text me, dog.
What, so that you could flake and have some random family member pass away the night before and come up with a horrible story?
Guru rescheduled to elevate your tailgate 6 different times. All right, Guru, you ain't driving 3 hours to Sacramento to come to the zoo and miss all those football games.
Bonte did have a point.
Yeah, I know I had a point.
That's my favorite one.
Get out of here, Guru.
So that was, I had a great time.
Yeah, I'm glad.
I just had a great time. I thought your girl put on an unbelievably adorable party.
That was all on Anna.
No, that was really cool. Yeah. And it was really cool to
credit
hang
cards
out
on me. The decorations and stuff's on Anna.
And you had, my wife, she's of Filipino heritage. So when I saw you guys all dressed up, essentially in the same costume, it brought a little tear to my eye. I was saying, look, my boy got a little Filipino in him. He's rocking the white sweatshirt custom with the white shoes, and the whole family had the same exact outfit. You were dipped.
It's not a Filipino thing.
Red and butter, Redenbacher.
Dude, it's just
you were popping.
It's not a Filipino thing.
No, the Filipinos love that.
Yeah, but the brothers do that too. The Russians do that too.
Yeah, that's true.
The Latins do that too.
Well, seeing the entire
it's people
Russian
with
mob,
swag.
Seeing the entire Russian mob when I walked in, they asked me if I was Polish or what nationality. I said I'm Polish. They said that basically is Russian. Come on over here. Give me a hug.
You see how they all took the chairs and had their one table?
It was great.
It was wild as a who's who.
I love your family.
So we sung Happy Birthday. We did a national, Happy Birthday to you.
Is that the song?
Yeah, Happy Birthday to you. Happy birthday, baby Chaz. Happy birthday to you. Then we did the Are You One? The black folks, we always do Are You One? Yeah. Are You Two? No. Are You Three? No. And then we had the Russian birthday. I was like, hold on, I need the Russian one too.
What is the Russian one?
I don't know what it was, but they sung it. So we did all three. It's like going to a hockey game. You get the Canadian national anthem, get the American national anthem. Now, you get the Russian birthday song, you get the American birthday song, you get it all.
So here was where I'm going with this. The 49ers right now, they remind me of an animal that I saw at the zoo in abundance.
Boy.
It was the penguin. And the reason why it reminds me of the penguin is I hold the penguin in high regard. I thought the penguin was an amazing winter animal. Come to find out, no, the penguin can survive in many different climates, number one. But number two, there's an awful stench, even as cute as they are and as adorable as they can be, they stink. You can smell them from a mile away. And that's kind of the way I'm feeling about the 49ers right now. They're cute. They're going to make the playoffs, but they also simultaneously stink.
You know what?
They kind of stink.
Are they really going to make the playoffs?
Here's my point.
Because
right now, if they make the playoffs, I'm asking you this. If they make the playoffs, this is the question I want to ask you. Does it even matter? If they make the playoffs with Jimmy Garoppolo under center right now, what does that do for them next year? How does that carry over for the other quarterback who we all assume is going to make?
I don't care about that. It carries over for the team. carries over for the fan base.
Which players?
Don't you want to play
the 19 guys that are going to be on this team next year?
Well, who cares? There's a lot of terrible players on this football team.
That's my point.
So you draft, and I know you don't have a first round pick.
I want to make the playoffs. Don't get this wrong.
So it does a lot for the coach.
Yeah.
Because then it shuts Bonte Hill up saying, hey, you're not making the playoffs for the fourth time in 5 years. And all of a sudden it's like, okay, you made the playoffs twice in 3 years.
Okay.
I'll give you that. Kittle, get the playoffs. Now he shows what he is again. I was reminded of how good George Kittle was yesterday. Oh, I've been waiting for that forever.
So sick. He's an all-time targets. He's an all-time 49er. If we're putting together the all-time greatest offense, you have Rice on one side, Owens on the other. You can make an argument for Vernon Davis. I'm going to take George Kittle.
All right.
And I love Vernon Davis.
For all these guys, DJ Jones, for Nick Bosa, for Eric Armstead, who made a play yesterday. Al Shire. Playoffs mean something. Brennan Ayuk, Deebo Samuel. Playoffs mean something. It means something to Trey to be on the sideline and watch that, saying, okay, I've watched the playoffs. I want to experience that. It does a lot for this culture. Playoffs always does somebody some good. Okay. Playoffs does somebody. Winning football games does somebody some good here. But you know what? Watching yesterday, it was just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. And you talk about the playoffs, can we just play this week by week, please?
Well, right now they're in the hunt,
right?
Right
now.
They're the 7 seed.
You believe they're going to Cincinnati and winning that football game?
This is the part. No,
Are they going to win in Cincinnati?
No, but things happen in the league that you don't foresee.
They do happen.
Who knows? But here's where I'm at, B. That's why yesterday hurt so much, because you had an opportunity to have a 2-game cushion to get into the playoffs, knowing you have some very difficult games ahead of you. That's why yesterday hurt so much. Yesterday would have made you a virtual lock for the playoffs if you win that game, and you bury your rival.
Yeah. We're going to rat-a-tat these calls in just a second. Real quick, I'm going to ask you. Just a quick answer.
Yes.
Cincinnati, is that a win?
No. Cincinnati's explosive.
Quick.
Sorry.
Atlanta, at home, is that a win?
Yeah, but they lost to Atlanta the year they had the greatest team that they've had in the last, 7 years.
Short week at Tennessee, is that a win?
No, right now, I don't know.
At home against the Texans, it better be a win.
It should be a win, but the Texans came up and had a couple of random wins this year.
At the Rams at end of the season.
Maybe the Rams already have it clinched. What?
Hey, we're talking playoffs? And we don't even know if there's a damn win on the schedule? And we're talking playoffs around
9-8 gets you in.
Wait, I'm not talking playoffs.
8-1 might get you in.
I'll believe it when I see it with this team. I'll believe it when I see it. They're a 500 football team.
That's what hurts the most.
I'll believe it when I see it.
At least 7 wins.
Playoffs?
At least 7 wins.
But on the flip side,
if not 8 or 9.
On the flip side, Chicago may be saying we blew a game. Philadelphia may be saying we should have beat them. You know what I'm saying? Detroit had a chance to tie the game at the end of the game. You know what I'm saying? This team's not good. So I'm not talking playoffs with the 49ers right now.
Playoffs?
I'll believe it when I see it.
It's the first week of December, second week of December.
And they're 6-6. All right, let's rat-a-tat these calls here. Antonio in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, man, that was horrible. And, I'm sick to my stomach, my kidney, my liver, everything. We're 2-8 when George Kittle gets 10-plus targets. I don't understand that stat at all.
Yeah, I don't either.
But yeah, the guards, you can't just blame everything on Jimmy. How about the guards? Tom Compton, he got bull rushed by Dunlap on that safety. Before Garoppolo couldn't even finish his drop back. I've never actually seen a safety tie a game ever. I don't think so. But man, this is so freaking horrible, man. We got to stick with Jimmy though. Trey Lance got a lot of talent, but we got to stick with the guy because he was the highest rated quarterback in the last 5 weeks before yesterday in the NFL. So, like I said, he is what he is, but we got to stick with him. We'll get Debo and Warner back. And, we're going to win next game. All right. And we control our own destiny.
That's true. That's true.
They could do what the Sacred Heart Irish did, which is have a mediocre regular season and then find your way into the playoffs, and boom, next thing you know, you're in the States.
Hey,
congratulations to Sacred Heart and Coach Randy.
Yeah, Coach Barry.
It just seems very unlikely.
Coach Barry, Coach Mike, Coach Fidel, Antoine Evans, that whole coaching staff. Congratulations on winning at Kezar Stadium. Go win state. Also, City College San Francisco. Shout out Jimmy Collins, Coach Nuno, that entire staff there. You beat San Mateo not once, but twice. Not once, but twice. Just shut out San Mateo in the second half. Guess what, City? Hey, Rams, you're going to state, baby. Go win that natty title. Go do it.
But doesn't it feel less likely in the NFL to go on a run? Like, it just, now the way that the playoffs are set up, it's just so hard to be 3 road games to get in. Not that it can't be done.
Shasky, time out. You're talking about playoffs. They just lost to a 3-day football team.
I know, but
I'm not talking playoffs after they lost that stinker yesterday.
I know.
And you're talking about the quarterback being hot
I just want to
garbage,
make the playoffs.
And you want to talk about playoffs? Playoffs. Please. Playoffs. Don't even mention the P word. Do not utter the P word right now to me. Not today, Shasky. Not that special teams performance yesterday. You want to talk about playoffs? They're giving up 73-yard punt fakes. Travis Homer didn't even get touched. And you want to talk playoffs with this team? Playoffs? Really? Playoffs? We want to do this? This team is 6-6. They're 6-6. They can't tackle. They throw picks. They can't block at the goal line. They call terrible plays when it comes down to zone reads with Jimmy Garoppolo, 4th and 1, and George Kittle's trotting off the football field. Number 85 is trotting off the football field, and you're running a zone read with Jimmy Garoppolo. You want to talk playoffs? Don't insult me, man. I want to go back. I love you, Shasky. I love you like a brother. I can hug you right now. It's been a fun show. But come on, man. We can't do this. Not today.
But I think this is playoffs. This is part of the conundrum.
Wait till Friday.
Fonte, this is part of the conundrum that the Niners have painted themselves into the corner of, which is, hey, I'm not saying you. I'm saying you fans, you media people will hold Kyle Shanahan accountable if he doesn't make the playoffs.
Yes, and you damn right I will.
Force him into keeping Jimmy Garoppolo and maintaining the set so you can win games because he gives you the best chance to win, which I don't even agree with at this point.
So what? But this is what Shanahan. What is he? He's one of the highest paid coaches in what?
Yeah, in all of sports.
All of sports, not just NFL.
Okay.
Not just
And he
NBA.
had runway. I would have played the kid from day one. And I think now's the time to turn the page and just go to Trey Lance.
So you know what? I'm going to hold him accountable if they miss out on the playoffs.
Yeah, but do you understand how those two things are contradictory?
No, it's not. Just make the playoffs.
No, just make the playoffs.
Just make the playoffs.
If you had played the rookie, and let's say you're 1 or 2 games
I wasn't on that
worse.
train. I think that train about Trey doesn't give you. Trey can run the ball. He makes all the throws on the football field. You saw the first throw he made in the preseason to Brandon Ayuk. He dropped the dime that would have maybe went for 6. Then he comes back on the field, runs a play action, and they kept him in the pocket in the preseason. And he threw it from the pocket, and he threw a dime to Trent Sherfield. You know what they did to Trey Lance on that play, that 81-yard touchdown? Well, it wasn't a tight spiral. It was a little quacker. Well, have you watched Jimmy Garoppolo throw the football? It's always a quacker. It's always a
now
duck.
You're talking
my language. It ain't never a spiral. It ain't never a spiral. I know this. Trey should have started from week 1. But why didn't he start? I'm looking at the head coach. Play your best players. Play the players who give you the best chance to win. And Trey, at one point, I thought did give you the best chance to win. Now I think it's too late to go to Trey. Because you know why? He's been running the scout team offense. How much reps is he getting in practice with the first team now?
None.
Probably none.
None. But I don't understand why it's too late. Why can't you pivot to him now? Like we see this all the time with young quarterbacks who aren't ready. They get like a ceremonial couple of starts at the end of the year to see where they're at.
You want to throw Trey in the fire against Cincinnati?
Why not?
You want to throw him in the fire against Tennessee?
Every team, I can make an argument that every team is a scary team on paper. Outside of even the Texans can bite up and bark you and beat you. So no, I'm not worried about this.
Right.
You can't hide from people. You have to play. You have to play to put stuff out there on film, and then you need to know what you need to work on next year. Like that's the biggest thing for me is we're not building toward anything. Everyone thinks he's just going to hit the ground running like he's Patrick Mahomes next year. Patrick Mahomes is the outlier. Most guys have a frustrating rookie curve, even a sophomore curve that they have to overcome. You get better by playing.
I feel like that ship has sailed. I feel like the ship has sailed on this year and playing Trey Lance. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. What's up, Nick? Good morning. You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning. Congratulations on your daughter, man. First birthday. That's big, man. Hey,
Thank you.
Check it out, man. A coach that is incompetent and not paying attention and facilitating, because a coach is only as good as the coaches he surrounds himself with. And obviously, Shanahan is doing too much because if you're 3-8 and you're playing a 3-8 team, you have to know they're going to be doing a trick play.
Yep.
How do you let them run a clock like that? What is wrong with you? You didn't practice that in practice? And like all these little mistakes we keep making, dude, we're not flying to Mars. Okay, it's a football team. There's basic fundamental things that you have to do. Okay, let's say our wide receivers are hurt. Okay, then why don't you add a few running plays or add a few double tight end sets or this or that? I mean, I'm not seeing that. And what I don't really understand is the fact that Shanahan is like picking the players, doing this and that. Then he has like personal grudges and holding feelings against players there in the doghouse. Dude, put yourself in the doghouse, bro.
Man.
For your own self. Like, you can't have personal grudges against players, dude. And who cares what we say about Shanahan? You know, he's a coach. We're here to rip him. And just like he doesn't really care what we have to say, we shouldn't have to care what he has to say. In fact, when he hits the podium, he should be like Bill Belichick and close his mouth, because every time he talks, it sounds ridiculous.
Hey, you know what, Nick? Thanks for the phone call. And this is where Shanahan lost a little fanfare. When he called guys hard-headed for asking him a question about the quarterback. Shanahan never came out and said, who's starting at quarterback? He just said, Jimmy Garoppolo's the best player in the building right now. Well, Trey wasn't in the building. He didn't sign until later that night. And all of a sudden, Trey comes out there, and we're like, so is Jimmy starting? He never gave us a straight answer. And it's like, dude, you don't have that clout yet. You don't have that clout yet to run this whole dog and pony show about who's starting at quarterback. And then the whole player personnel and the way you're coming out, not being buttoned up. It's so much that goes into it with Shanahan. And you know what? I know people think I'm a Shanahan hater. I get that all the time now. You hate Shanahan. You hate Shanahan. Well, I don't hate the coach that coaches my favorite team. I think Shanahan could be really good. But he's also really stubborn.
Yeah, well, that's
he's also
sure.
really stubborn, and that bothers me, Shasky. And I've seen it from year one's the outlier. Okay, you take the expansion team, but you right away you get off on the wrong foot by not drafting a quarterback. The Chicago Bears do you a favor by taking Mitchell Trubisky and Mahomes and Watson, more so Deshaun Watson. I was on that train. You pass him up for Solomon Thomas, and you draft Reuben Foster in that first half, and you flail. Now, you get George Kittle. I get all that. I don't want to revisit this. But what I'm saying is the personnel decisions that you're making and then the stubbornness of not moving off of Jimmy Garoppolo has put you in this position right now. Right now.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's water under the bridge because you had a great 2019 year. No, you did. You've had an opportunity now to get past that. We have gotten past that.
No, you haven't.
Yes, we have.
No, you haven't.
Traded everything to go get Trey Lance.
No, you haven't, because you're still playing Travis Benjamin as a kick returner. You're still
that's because of injuries. Travis Benjamin who's playing because of injuries right now.
Come on, man. I don't care. Why is he on the football team?
I agree with you, B.
Mohamed Sanu's on this football team. Doesn't Trent Sherfield look like a better number 3 wide receiver than Mohamed Sanu?
Trent Sherfield didn't do anything.
What about Jawan Jennings?
I like Jawan Jennings. He's getting some run
Trent
now.
Sherfield didn't do anything because the quarterback made bad throws. Right? You know what I'm saying? All this stuff goes hand in hand.
Yeah, we're all over the place. Let's get to the personnel thing.
No, it's all about Shanahan, dude.
Okay, let's get to that.
We're all over the place because Shanahan's all over the place.
Well, I agree with that, and I think he's very brilliant. He reminds me a lot of Don Nelson. There's a lot of Don Nelson vibes. When it comes to X's and O's and finding matchup mismatches, the guy is brilliant at certain things. When it comes to the working with your roster top to bottom, that's not one of his strengths. I agree there. And the guy does put people in the doghouse, similar to Don Nelson.
He gets paid to not be in that spot, to be better in those situations.
I agree.
He gets paid to be a better special teams coach. And part of the problem, this is where I was getting
He's not a perfect coach.
Yeah. You lose Robert Saleh, and you replace him with the first-year defensive coordinator and DeMeco Ryans.
Saleh was a first-year defensive guy, too,
but he got better and better and better. DeMeco Ryans may be better one day. But Richard Hightower, has special teams been good with the 49ers?
No. Outside of the 3 Harbaugh years when they were good, the 8-8 year they were not as good special teams wise. They were great at special teams those years. The Tony Montana squad. Outside of that, for 20 years, Bonte, they have not been good.
This is year 4 Hightower. Year 4 Hightower. Special team stinks.
I agree with that.
Special team stinks.
But it's also because of the injuries. You had 4, and I'm not making excuses. I'm telling you the truth is, you have 4 practice squad players that are out there playing. Now, they're just not good. They don't have enough safeties on special teams.
We make so many excuses.
It's
for
not
Shanahan.
excuses.
We do.
I'm just saying
they
don't have any safeties out there. They got Jermichael Hasty running into people.
Shanahan's Teflon around these parts.
He's not Teflon.
I get it.
There's degrees of how we parse it.
I get it. He's Teflon. Let's just blame the quarterback.
Do you see similarities between him and Nelson?
Don Nelson?
Yes.
Maybe.
I do.
Don Nelson never wanted.
No, and he's very stubborn.
Never.
And Don Nelson, we all agree he's brilliant, but also he could be his own worst enemy at times. And that's where I'm at with Shanahan. But here's the difference between Shanahan and Nelly. By the time Nelly got that second turnaround here, it was kind of toward the end of his career.
Right.
I look around the league and I look at who's just coaching. One of the guys, 70 years old, Pete Carroll this weekend. Shanahan's 30 years younger than him. 30 years younger than him. Now, I'm hoping over time he can, wipe away some of these flaws and maybe diminish some of his issues with personnel.
How many years are you willing to wait?
I don't know. I don't know. I got to see what him and Trey Lance look like before I can make any sweeping judgments on trying to run Shanahan out of town.
That would be year 6.
I don't care about what year it is.
And I'm not saying Shanahan should be fired. But year 6.
But there is something to be said for stability. Because there is something like when I look at Pittsburgh and they're like, we've had 3 coaches in 50 years. I'm like, well, their record kind of.
But they win. They win.
I agree.
Right?
But he inherited a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Okay.
Right? I mean, come on, B.
But
the quarterback matters. Guys that have long runs because they had a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Consistency, though. Consistency. This guy had a chance to move off this quarterback. He had a chance to go get the greatest of all time.
Outside of Marvin Lewis, Bonte, outside of Marvin Lewis, no coach who stays a decade with an organization doesn't have a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback. The Niners don't have that. All right, they don't. Now they're hoping that Trey Lance can be that. So, I know we want to poke all these holes in Shanahan, but quarterback does matter.
Shasky, but why doesn't he have a Pro Bowl quarterback?
They didn't acquire one until now. We'll see what he is.
Year 5.
I know.
He could have done it in year 3.
Some guys go their whole career without getting one, Bonte. Some guys
and guess what?
Marvin Lewis won his whole career,
and they get fired.
Yeah, and he did. He went 15 years.
And Cincinnati, Mike Brown, the owner there, is frugal. This is the 49ers. This ain't the Bengals. These are the San Francisco 49ers. One of the flagship franchises of the NFL.
Well, not anymore. Winning is hard. Right? You're only as good as your track record.
Maybe I should just lower the expectations then.
No, I'm just saying.
Maybe this is the norm. You said it's not anymore flagship franchises in the NFL. Maybe I should just lower my expectations.
I just think you're diminishing quarterback influence. That's my big deal. I think
this guy failed to get a quarterback. I get you need a good quarterback.
He got his guy.
But that's, in
they
year 5.
Went to the Super Bowl
he got his guy and still didn't play him. And we're still watching Jimmy Garoppolo throw ducks and throw interceptions.
If they had 5 underwhelming seasons, I'd be like, you know what, you're right.
They had one good year.
Yeah.
One good year.
And it's more than a lot of Niners coaches have had.
And you know why
they
blew the Super Bowl? Because the damn head coach and his fantastic play calling blew the damn game. Fantastic play calling. It stinks in critical situations. Zone read on 4th and 1? You're really going to do that to us? A zone read with Jimmy Garoppolo. You're going to trust Jimmy Garoppolo to run a zone read on 4th and 1.
That was a horrible play. Everyone agrees.
We see this all the time with him, though.
Everyone agrees.
Go to the lines, rat-a-tat-tat. Anthony,
yeah, but name me a time Belichick didn't come up short on 4th and 1. Every great coach has done that.
Don't mention Belichick.
I'm just using it as a reference point.
He's got Mac Jones as a rookie quarterback, 8-4, playing the Buffalo Bills tonight.
I'd like to play the Jets twice.
You said Belichick was done. Twice. And Belichick is wearing. He is telling everybody, hey, he's pulling a Shaq right now on stage. You know what Belichick's doing on stage right now? Hey, everybody, tell me how my ass tastes. I'm back, baby.
You are on one today.
I'm back.
I love it.
All right, Anthony, go ahead.
Hi, Anthony.
Hey, good morning, man. So, Bob been waiting all day or all morning. Bonte, you 110% right, bro. Chasky, the slip session for Kyle Shanahan is crazy. Like, you just won't call it what it is. Like, you keep making all the excuses in the world. I mean, like the doghouse thing, the play calling, just whatever. But, like, Kendrick Bourne over there in New England, balling. Some of the people that we got rid of are going other places and they balling. That's coaching. No matter how you slice it, no matter how you want to serve it. It's coaching, and that's just what it comes down to. Like, it doesn't really matter. Everything comes after the coach. So we can say that, the Niners haven't had a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback, whatever the case may be. But like Bonte said, we had opportunities to get better quarterbacks before we landed with Garoppolo, and we didn't do it. Kyle Shanahan called all those shots there, so he's going to take all the blame, and that's just what it is. And, like, you can make all the excuses in the world, but it's always on coaching.
So I hear you, and I don't disagree with what you're saying, but you got to understand that Deebo Samuel is having an MVP level year. The coach doesn't get credit for that. George Kittle has been a top 3-4 player at tight end every year. He doesn't get credit for that. Elijah Mitchell's going to break the rookie rushing record for the 49ers. He don't get credit for that?
That's all great. How many games are they winning?
Well, they're 6-6 right now.
Yeah, exactly. John and Seth, let's rat-a-tat these calls. John, Marco, Charles, Dre, we're going to get them all on. Hold off on call stock. I'm going to get to our callers here. John and Frisco, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, John?
Hey, I don't know. Shanahan, even if you go back years ago when he was the offensive coordinator in Atlanta, right, during the Super Bowl, I mean, what was that, right? I mean, even then, they had a 23-point lead, I think, and what was it, New England came back on them and won, right? And I'm still mad just beyond that is the Niners against Kansas City, end of the second half or end of the second quarter. What's he do? He had 3 timeouts in a minute and 50 seconds, I think, or a minute and 47. What's he do? Doesn't even call the timeouts, lets the clock round down. John Lynch is sitting there screaming on the sideline.
Trust me, I know, John. We got to run here. Good point. I get what you're saying. Marco and San Rafael, 30 seconds or less. What's happening?
Yeah, I love Shasky's passion, but I agree with you, Bonte. It's all coaching. And I'm tired of these, the personnel he picks, too. You've got, Norman back there just taunting the camera, and he gets burnt every time. Just sitting there. It's just, it's a total lapse in coaching. And, I give up my Sundays to watch this stuff, and I'm frustrated beyond hell.
All right, Marco, you should be frustrated. Team is 6-6. They're mediocre. They're average. You should be frustrated. Charles in San Jose, what's happening? 20 seconds or less, baby. We got crosstalk.
I just wanted to say Trey Lance should have been starting the whole time. We were a fringe playoff team to begin with. We had no cornerback. And, I couldn't trust anybody to really stay healthy. So I figured we should have Trey Lance getting experience this whole season. But now we're going to start him next season. He's going to have to go through all the rookie struggles when he should have already got that out.
Hey, Charles, I'm with you there. Trey should have started week 1. Dre, we'll get to you tomorrow. We got to run here. Dre, thanks for the call. We'll get to you tomorrow. Promise you'll be at the top of the line down there in Lemoore. Willard and Dibs in the building. Here as we start this Monster Monday, 95-7 the game. Niners lose to the Hawks 30-23. And it's the same old. Penalties, interceptions, bad play calling, bad special teams. I mean, guy goes 73 yards on 10. Dibs, I've been watching football since I was 5 years old.
Man,
I've
22 years.
22 years. Yeah, I like that.
I thought you might.
I like that.
Trying to raise the spirits in here a little bit.
The spirits are fine. It's just a little passion this morning because we're in year 5 of the Shanahan era, 6-6, and okay, we could blame Jimmy Garoppolo too or bloom in the face.
Sure.
We know he's an average quarterback. Why is he still here when the head coach calls the shots? You had a chance to go get other quarterbacks. We're still here with Jimmy. It is what it is. How about take accountability? Hey, my zone read call on 4th and 1 was awful. Why am I putting Garoppolo in a position like that?
There's a lot of it. And I think the rat on the table, as we like to say, is either Trey Lance is not ready and Shanahan's right, or Trey Lance is ready and Shanahan's wrong. And that will be proven to be either he was right to hold him out, or maybe Trey Lance is never ready and they blew the pick and they're both fired. Or maybe Trey Lance needed a year of seasoning. He comes out next year and he's great and all is forgiven. So there's one of 4 different ways this goes. But right now, with a mediocre QB, mistake-prone, and a 6-6 team that should have put the pillow over Pete Carroll's face but didn't.
Wow.
There's a lot to get into.
Wow. Willard.
Morning, guys.
Hey, we're good. Hey, it's radio, baby. Look, somebody got to tell it like it is around here. I'm just tired. Shanahan's one of the highest paid coaches in all of sport. Not just the NFL, all of sport. And I'm tired of hearing about him being up there with the Andy Reids and the Belichicks and this guy and this guy. That team was not. That's a product of the head coach. You pick all the players. You shop for all the ingredients, all the groceries, and they come out like that and give up a 73-yard untouched punt.
How many times have you ever heard you'll go see? Back in the day when Steve Jobs was still with us, or you go see some high-level, very successful person speak, and it feels like they all say the same thing. Well, the key to success in life is to surround yourself with smart people. And so I think whatever we're doing, whether it's your family, whether it's your friends, whether it's your coworkers, or whether it's your sports team, you want to feel like you are surrounded by smart people. I didn't feel that way yesterday.
Nope.
I sat there and watched the game with my dog. And Penny, who is smart for a dog, but not smart overall.
I believe she barked out, watch the fake early on in that game.
Yeah, she did.
I don't speak Penny, but
she started
there's
licking,
audio somewhere.
She started licking the remote while Homer was at the 20 and at the 10 and at the 5. But you watch that's never a comfortable feeling for a sports fan when you're watching your team and you're going, you guys are not smart right now. I don't understand why Josh Norman still has a job. I don't understand why the penalties keep happening at the time that they happen and what the penalties are. But
what about Travis Benjamin returning kicks and fumbling away the second half?
Well, so this
That's
is
how you
actually
set the tone for the second half.
I mean, today I think normally you ask questions as a sports fan that start with what, right? What's the play call? What's the final score? What are we doing in this moment? Today, Dibs and I are going to get into questions that start with the word why.
Why?
And that I don't. It's not a good thing to be asking your sports team. But they're from Brandon Ayuk at the beginning of the year to the lack of Trey Lance when you're at the 2-yard line in a goal-to-go situation, or it's 4th and 1 at your own 40. Why? There are so many why questions, and we don't get the answers, either because they're not asked or Kyle won't answer them. But there are a lot of why questions with this team. Why? Can somebody answer why they didn't go to Trey Lance?
Why?
You got to guess. Why? Anybody? What do you guys think?
Head coach is stubborn.
Here's what I've started to hypothesize. I actually think that it's above his head. I really, truly believe.
You think it's above his head?
I do.
I'm not going to laugh at any answer today because I don't get it.
I've come to the conclusion that I actually think they were ready to move on from Jimmy Garoppolo, and I think that the team looked around and was like, you know what? That's a move that's so large. You need to have the ownership sign off on it. And I do think that at some level, whether it's Parag, whether it's Jed, whatever, they kind of looked at the situation and they're like, can we just wait a year? Let's just run this thing back with Jimmy one more year. Let's see where this thing goes. I really do. And I know we say, oh, Shanahan has all the power. In my heart of hearts, me and B, look, I mean, I've been watching football my whole life. I've seen people up close and personal. What we and him saw, this kid he's good. He's very good.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm telling you right now, this narrative that he wasn't ready, isn't ready. Elijah Mitchell wasn't ready. Al-Shair wasn't ready. Hufanga wasn't ready.
Those are different positions, though. Like, I still sit here today.
Mark.
I know you guys and we disagree on this. I still, today, and even looking at next week's game against Cincinnati, I have no interest in starting Trey Lance.
Oh.
But my goodness, if you are going to show him on the first drive of the season, and then when it is 1st and goal and 2nd and goal and 3rd and goal and 4th and goal from inside the 5 in a key game, if you're not going to put him in then, send him home.
Can I play a clip for you guys real quick? And I'm going to ask you guys why. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified, the 9 a.m. hour, brought to you by Timeless Coffee. Willard and Dibs are going to take you until high noon before Steiny Guru gets here. But why? Why does Jimmy Garoppolo chuckle after discussing a play like this?
Alex, I mean, something happened with the ball. He kind of moved it and slipped a little bit. I think they blew the whistle. I really wasn't sure, but yeah, kind of a little broken play there at that point. What was it supposed to be? It was supposed to be a zone read. Kind of some happened. I don't know how else to describe it. Yeah, but that was fun.
Why
this
is
play
there a
drove
chuckle
me nuts.
Well,
after
actually,
a loss like that to Seattle?
So there's a piece of that play that I think everybody missed.
What, Ross Dwelly not getting over in time?
Well, do you notice that Jimmy, when he got the ball, looked left?
Yeah, they were all lined up.
The running back was not there.
Yeah.
Now, so this is not.
And George Kittle wasn't on the field.
But they should have called timeout before that play was even hiked.
You're all correct.
Kittle's on the sideline. Juszczyk on the sideline. Your two best blockers.
And so was Trey Lance. You're all correct. But I don't think what he did was the play call.
No, I agree with you on that.
I don't think Kyle said, okay, here's what we're going to do.
Read option play.
And is he supposed to flip the spread after the game? They were not lined up right. The personnel was wrong. Alex Mack moved the ball. He bobbled the snap. I mean, laugh it off, Jimmy. It's not like you.
They got bailed out.
But there is a small part of me. There is a small part of me that says, do the other great quarterbacks laugh at a play like that? I know it's an innocuous podium conversation. I don't know. It's just, Just another little thing with Jimmy. I'm like, oh God.
I don't know. We're a little too, for my taste, we're a little too tuned into press conferences now. Who's got their hat backwards?
Right.
Who laughed at the wrong time?
Yeah, you know what?
It's like, come on, man, win the game. I'm not gonna get all hot and bothered over what somebody.
Draymond Green for blowing up a ref.
What was he wearing? What was Russell Westbrook wearing? I can't believe this. It's just like, come on, man.
I'm gonna walk up the studio laughing. Steiny in the whole backwards hat thing, being mad at Dan Campbell. I actually like the look. I don't mind the look. Backwards hat. I'm a D coordinator. I'm into it. This is how I rock my hats. That was ridiculous.
It's fine. But the all-shucks thing every time. Here's the thing with Jimmy, and I mean this, Mark, when I say this. I've been watching Shanahan's offense up close and personal 5 years. Every single guy under center, whether it's Hoyer, whether it's been Nick Mullins, C.J. Beathard, Jimmy Garoppolo, there is a clearly defined read down the field. There's a clearly defined underneath play. It is a very quarterback-friendly offense.
Sure.
I truly believe you could get comparable output from 25 to 40 guys in the league right now at that position.
40?
Yes.
How come they never have then?
Nick Mullins threw for more yardage than anyone in 16 games.
In garbage time.
I'm just saying that's
the record is the record.
Yeah, his record is 8-9 over the last 2 years. That's Jimmy Garoppolo's record.
I understand that, but you can't.
It's worse than that.
You don't get to spotlight 7 weeks or 17 weeks. The record is the record. And it's the only guy they've won with.
The last 2 years matter. They do matter because the player that you keep referencing from 2019 turns it over.
But they've lost with every guy but him.
No doubt, but that doesn't equate that Trey Lance can't run this offense.
Here's the problem. Clearly, somebody thinks that he can't. But again, I'm trying to stay in the moment. We're talking. That's an umbrella topic. Yeah. That's a big decision.
This is the week-to-week Jimmy Garoppolo conversation.
This is why I get on you. Hold on, Willard. This is why I get on you about Shanahan. He had a chance to move off of Garoppolo. It's Shanahan's problem that Nick Mullins was playing quarterback and Brian Hoyer. The first ever draft he had, Deshaun Watson and Mahomes is sitting on the platter, and John Lynch is calling him on draft. John Lynch, hey, you know this Mahomes guy. I'm at the draft day, and I know we have our board, and we have our whiteboard, but this Mahomes guy pretty good. I'm good. Yeah, but I'm going to take Beathard in the third round. This is all Shanahan's
got to the Super Bowl in 2019 with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Exactly.
The guy that John Lynch brought in for him. My point being is that I think, honest to God, I truly believe that X's and O's, Shanahan, I do think is elite. Are there plays here and there that he wants back? Absolutely. I truly believe there are so many. Teddy Bridgewater will be putting up comparable numbers to Jimmy Garoppolo week in, week out. No question in my mind.
I don't know.
No question in my mind.
He's got good weapons in Denver. You see how they look last night?
Oh, I know. They've got lots of weapons.
Terrible. They're terrible.
Well, they also have a defensive head coach, and I like Vic. But
I think our frustration after days like this takes us to places that don't necessarily need to go with Jimmy. Jimmy's leaving.
I came out of a Minnesota playoff game saying Jimmy Garoppolo ain't that dude,
and that's fine. But Jimmy is leaving.
Shanahan, what did he think?
So Jimmy's leaving. So it's all good. If you hate Jimmy, I got awesome news for you. You've got 5 plus probably a 6th game, most likely left. And then Jimmy's gone.
I can't wait.
So that's that.
I can't wait.
I want to know why on 3rd and goal from the 2, when everybody's going, you just ran it twice. And we know now you're going to drop back. Why would you not put Trey Lance in on that play?
Why?
So that the defense has no clue what you're about to do.
He hasn't played for weeks. I'm with you. He hasn't played for weeks.
And there's a reason there.
And if it doesn't succeed, everyone's like, why would you yank Jimmy? He marched all the way down.
No,
There's a time and a place. I don't know. I think it's easy to go back and say, play Trey there. He hadn't played for 5 weeks.
So what? He hadn't played ever when he went in on the first drive of the season.
Well, he played against Detroit, and he played in the preseason, so there was some continuity, and he was sharing snaps in practice.
You're telling me he can't fake a handoff and run to the pylon? He can't? He can't do.
So you want Trey to play sparingly, but not all the time.
I want Trey to play exactly when you told us he was going to play.
All right.
That's exactly the scenario.
You can't lie about that one, too.
Exactly the scenario.
Shanahan's been lying to our face about a lot of things.
That he was going to play.
He ain't getting no more excuses. The land of Bill Walsh, George Seifert, Dick Nolan, even Mooch and Harbaugh, and we're giving Shanahan a pass. It's year 5. And we're talking playoffs, please. Have a good one, Willard Dibs. Have a good one.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Why?
So the first thing to say is 888-957-9570.
Just call in. Bring it. Let's hear from you.
The second thing to say is, if you're having QB problems, I feel bad for you, son.
I got 49 problems.
And a Mitch ain't one, okay? Mitch Wishnowski, we love you, brother. You are the only thing I'm not mad about today.
I got 99 problems, but a Mitch ain't one.
Thank you.
Wow.
Mitch. Come on. Come on, Mitch.
Kyle's brilliant.
You just keep punting that ball, brother.
I mean,
That's it.
run, punt would be better than
That's right.
some of the other things you got going on.
Honestly, 6-6, and I can't think of any moment where I'm like, dang, that Wishnowski. Gets me so mad.
A couple of shaky holds. I don't even know.
I got 99 problems, but a
Mitch ain't one. There you go.
And we're going to try to get to 49 problems and help us out, 888-957-9570, with your problems. I don't know if we'll quite get to a Jay-Z 99 problems, but I think 49 problems, it's fair to say.
In honor of the 49ers, can we come up with 49 things they messed up yesterday? I'm thinking yes. Now, there's going to be some overlap. People will bring up the same thing, or people will bring us a topic that's too big. Like someone will come on and go, the special teams.
Yep.
Well, hold on a second. We might be able to get just 7 problems right there, just out of the special teams. I mean, the fake punt, you and I, if you're a longtime 49er fan, you'll remember this play. That special teams play right out the gate to Travis Homer. If you're a longtime 49er fan, do you remember the Steve Bono play? I feel like Steve Bono, was it against Kansas City? Am I remembering that right? It was against...
You got to Google it.
You got to Google it. Somebody help me out if you're a long time 49er fan. Steve Bono, this would have been, I don't know, circa somewhere there when Steve
1993.
90s, 80s, 90s something. Steve Bono... took what was like a very, very early, before the read option even existed, play, and he just ran around the right edge of the offensive line, suddenly looked upfield, nobody there, and he started running, and he just kept running, and nobody else ever came into the video screen. Like, he just ran straight to the end zone, as if he was on a track doing a 40-yard dash by himself. That's what that play looked like yesterday.
He was on the Chiefs, and it was against the Cardinals.
I'm
watching it here, yeah. And he's got a blocker out in front who is even more alone. Woebegone.
I don't know why that play just popped into my head. And that's what it looked like when Travis Homer grabbed a direct snap, and it was just like, oh, there's nobody here.
Nope.
How can you not be ready for a team that's 3-8 with nothing to lose to start pulling junk like that? Of course they're going to do stuff like that.
Yes, they're desperate.
That's Pete Carroll.
And that's what you do when you're 3-8 and you've got a head coach who isn't worried about job security. Now, if he was to lose his job, they would thank him. He would probably be enshrined in whatever ring of honor that they have. Pete Carroll's not worried about being run out of town. He's a 70-year-old man who's 3-8 and realizes if this doesn't work, what do you do? I tried, guys. But if it does work and you steal a victory from the jaws of defeat, it's just another feather in Pete Carroll's cap. And for the 49ers to not be at all prepared for, aware of, responsive to that sort of a play, that to me goes all the way up to Kyle Shanahan, because as a coach, a head coach of a football team, your main job is to coach the coaches. Kyle Shanahan has 3 main jobs outside of player personnel, which he shouldn't have anymore. We'll get to that later, but laminated play sheet is one job. Game and clock management is job number 2, and coach the coaches is the third job. And obviously, the special teams coach and the special teams units were not properly coached up to get burned like that in that spot.
I tell you what, it was as frustrating as 49er losses go. The Pete Carroll thing, by the way, and I say this with all due respect to every listener of every age here on Willard and Dibs and 95.7 The Game. We appreciate you so much. When I was a kid, 70 was the marker of, all right, should I use the word? That's old. To me, when I was a kid, that meant old. Like when you get to...
I mean, I didn't know we were going there. You know, Mr. Whippersnapper, I've now come upon parking. I'm the new guy. There's a lot of things, a lot of reasons I'm starting to sports hate you.
Listen, the closer we all get to either 50 or 60 or 70, that changes. Because then, people say things like 70 is the new 50 or 75 is the new 65, 100 is the new 80, whatever you got going on, right? We're all going to live a little bit longer as we go. So, I mean, my dad is turning 80 next year. And he's a whippersnapper, man. He's on it. He's got it, right? It's all good. But there's something about Pete Carroll that doesn't work at age 70. Like, he's just a little bit more, that arrogant up and down the sideline. Woo! Every time there's a defensive play and we're going to chew gum and just bounce off of our players and scream and yell. Pete's starting to look like if he did that now, he'd fall and not be able to get up. So there's something, like just watching Pete Carroll, I'm like, he looked like a guy that was ready to be put out of his career. And they couldn't do it.
Nope.
They couldn't do it. They got swept by that team this year.
Yeah.
That team's terrible.
That team has beaten them 15 of the last 18 in the regular season. And that's where, you talk about straight up ownage. Seattle owns them. The Niners had a better roster yesterday, even without Deebo Samuel. The 12th man is not as vaunted as it once was, yet Seattle scored first. The Niners had control of that game after giving up the god-awful...
The fake punt.
The god-awful fake punt touchdown. Fine, you're down 7-0. But then they immediately righted the ship.
Yeah, they went 23-7 run, and then with a minute 20 left to go, they let Russell Wilson, who hasn't scored on anybody for a month, walk right down the field and score a touchdown before halftime.
And you talked earlier about Josh Norman. How can he even be on the field? It's because Diamador Lenore is also on the field.
Who also can't be on the field.
Ambry Thomas, your draft pick, can't be on the field, apparently. Your best corner is your nickel corner, K'Wan Williams. You've got real problems in the secondary, and that's why you have Josh Norman out there.
Did someone say problems? If you having Carroll problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 49 problems and Mitch ain't one.
No,
that's what I'm talking about.
I like that.
Okay? Love you, Mitch. Wisnowski's just punting. Doing good. Love Mitch Wisnowski. Everything else makes me mad.
What makes you more mad? The lack of execution or the number of draft sits? And I'm calling them draft sits now. They're no longer draft picks.
Okay.
They're draft sits. Trey Lance with a third sit. The 49ers select Trey Lance, and they give him a cushion. The sit is in, Mark. The sit is in. I think we're on to something, boys. With the 40-whatever pick, the 49ers select Aaron Banks, and he's given a nice one of those foldable cushions you take to the high school games so that he can sit on it.
Oh, my gosh.
How many draft sits did they make?
We
5?
should. We should have Roger Goodell change it starting next year in the draft. With the third pick in the 2022 NFL draft, the 49ers bench selects... We just have players go straight, just straight to the bench.
Yeah.
And then Mel Kiper could be like, wow, I'll tell you what, man, he's going to be great right over there on the bench. He's going to sit right next to the water cooler. It's going to be amazing.
Elite sitting posture, great bedside manner when other guys come off the field. The way he holds the clipboard at a perfect angle. The 49ers are going to really like to sit this guy. Todd.
It's a Microsoft Surface tablet. Thank you.
Gosh.
Sorry.
Yeah,
All
and
right.
I'm wondering if it's just this year, or if we're going to look back in a few years and say, wow, that draft class is really city.
Wow.
Anyone? I got a 2.
I'll take 2. I'll take 2. That's fine.
I mean, it's early. It's the opening block of the show. It's Monday.
It would have been better if you said that draft class was the sits.
It's fine.
Yeah, that works better.
It's fine, but
I have ultimate respect for Kyle.
Kyle deserves to be on shaky ground.
You know what? How about this? Because today is one of those days where your head, your mind, your body, and spirit, you're filled with all kinds of frustration. It's building up.
Furious anger.
You can point to so many different things. I want to help everybody organize that. As we come up with our 49 problems. And Mitch ain't one.
Thank you. Always have to punch it home with that.
Mitch ain't one. But as we come up with our 49 problems, each and every one of us, each and every one of you, 888-957-9570, pick one. Everybody meditate on that. It should only take you 20 seconds. Okay? Just sit with it for a moment. Maybe it only takes you 5 seconds. Close your eyes. You don't need to cross your legs and put your palms up to the sky, okay? We don't need to be a cliche here. Just close your eyes for a second or even keep them open, but try to clear the decks for a second, okay? And ask yourself, what is the first thing that comes to your mind when you say, what is frustrating me about yesterday's 49ers game? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? That's what I want everybody to go with. 49 problems, but a Mitch ain't one. What is the first thing that comes to your mind? Dibber Claus, do you want to go first? What's the first thing that comes to your mind with 49er frustration from yesterday?
It's Jimmy Garoppolo, no. Because it just happens and happens again, where he makes the one throw, and in this case, the 2 throws, where you just cover your head. It's almost like he's throwing the ball with one arm cradled over his eyes. You know how when you put your forearm right above your eyes your forehead?
It's like a high dab. Like you could like Cam Newton dab, but if you did it a little higher up over your eyes.
Yes, but he's doing that as he sets back in the pocket and hits his 5th step in a 2-by-2 formation. And when he goes back to throw, he covers his own eyes before he throws the ball. And that's what hits me, Mark, because this team is built on just don't blow it, Jimmy. That's how they want him to quarterback. Jimmy, just don't blow it, Alapalo, is what they're looking for. That was a lot. It was terrible. I'll take the one.
No. I'm going to give you a 2 because it's fine.
You're
going to smile out of that.
Appreciate it.
There was a lot going on there, a lot of syllables.
So you want Jimmy G to go 16 of 24 for $192, but no interceptions. Instead, 20 of 30 with the 2 bad picks. That's what I think of, Mark, because this team is not built for him to make mistakes.
Can we give 650 a 4? The draft class every year is a total sit show.
Yes.
Oh, that's the one. See, Kyle, that's what we want you to aspire to be. Okay? Number 4. That's what we're looking for. All right?
Strong.
Yeah. Spadona and Kyle, did you meditate? What's the number one thing that comes to your mind? Kyle, don't worry. You can go ahead and finish that breakfast. Let Spadone go.
It's a cookie, actually.
You're having a cookie at 9?
No, I'm not having a cookie.
What are you eating at 9:24?
It's a crumpet. It's a sandwich thin, Coach.
It's a sandwich
it's a sandwich thin.
Oh, it's sandwich thin.
Yeah, it's like a thin piece of bread.
What's in the sando?
Nothing. I just toast it.
So it's just a piece of bread.
Breakfast.
Yes. It's just a piece of bread.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a complex carb in my system in the morning.
But there's no protein.
No.
There's nothing.
That was earlier.
Right. Okay, what was earlier?
Just a little Trader Joe's fiber bar,
a fiber bar.
Yeah, the ones that we like, the oat ones.
Okay.
It's
Trader
like a
Joe's,
10-yard pickup on 3rd and 12. It's empty calories.
You ever have a fried egg or something?
No, I don't have time for that.
You do. You just need to make time.
Swallow, though.
That's right.
Or mixing some
personal
water.
question.
All right. So Spadone, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
I'd just be tired of losing to the Seahawks. That's what comes to mind for me.
The opponent. All right, that's fine. Kyle, are you done with breakfast? No, you're not done with breakfast. I'll give you one. I'll give you one. It's a why question. It's my why question. My number one frustration is that with four downs inside where'd they start? The 6? It was about the 6-yard line that they started first and goal.
You're talking about the final drive?
The final drive.
The TOD, the
I mean,
turnover on downs.
I'm already livid by that point.
First and goal at the 7.
First and goal at the 7, and then it's Eli Mitchell.
For 3.
And then on second and goal at the 4, it's Eli Mitchell.
For 1.
Okay.
Then
third and goal at the 3. Here comes Jimmy Garoppolo dropping back. And yes, to the fan base out there that wants us to scream at the refs, yes, horrid non-call. Yes.
Borderline.
Horrid non-call. But whatever. It's just not a day for the blame to go anywhere but the 49ers. So there's that, and then the fourth down play is the batted pass. So with all 4 of those plays, elite quarterbacking legs, and a package that we've heard about since training camp.
Yeah, we have.
Why?
That's a damn good package.
Why didn't we see number 5? That's my number one thing. Why? Why didn't we see 5? It's a total shit show.
What happens when your unit's defective?
Gosh, 650, whoever you are, thank you. That's going to last the rest of the year. Every time we want to see Trey and he's not there, it is a total shit show.
We all worked together on that one. I felt good.
Yeah, we did. That was a team effort.
Built off Kyle's genius.
Hashtag team. Yeah, Kyle, thank you for starting that. You really crushed it.
He gets the hockey assist. I get the actual assist.
Put some more food in your mouth so you can talk less.
No, gone.
Oh, gone. All right. We got 49 problems, and Kyle might be one. All right. It's your turn now. First thing that comes to your mind on the frustration board, 888-957-9570. Eric Crocker, podcasting for the 49ers, has a few things to say. Let's put it that way. He's going to join us coming up at 10 o'clock. We also have John Mulaney tickets in exactly an hour. And very, very delicious song of the day to unveil. All of that coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs on a Reaction Monday. The 49ers lose. It's 95-7 the game.
I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one.
It's another Monster Monday on 95.
Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
To learn more about our programs and to donate, go to carsforkids.com. That's Cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2021.
From city streets to back roads. From road warrior to carpooler. There are some things you can always count on. Like the reliability, durability, and power of DieHard, America's most trusted auto battery. No matter where your journey takes you, count on DieHard to get you started on the road ahead. Available at your local Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest stores.
For the ones who are always in the know.
Delivery confirmed.
For the ones who keep things running. For the innovators and the problem solvers. Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, experienced staff at local branches, and free access to experts to help answer your toughest questions. So whatever challenge you face, we have the knowledge and products to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is in. Garoppolo blocked by Compton, deflected, incomplete.
That was Carlos Dunlap, a player who has been questioned why he hasn't been getting a lot of playing time. Gets his hand up at just the right moment to knock down Jimmy Garoppolo's pitch and catch to Trent Sherfield. What an amazing stop by the Seattle Seahawks defense.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
Well, there was that word why again. That's my word today. Why? Why was Brandon Ayuk sitting for 4 weeks? Why is Trey Lance sitting now in key situations? I want to be clear on that. I'm not asking for Trey Lance to be the starting quarterback. Never was. Not at any point this year, not in the offseason, not now. Still think Jimmy Garoppolo starts this weekend in Cincinnati, and the 49ers' playoff hopes still remain firmly where they already were. But
we're on to Cincinnati.
If you're going to have a package, then, I don't know, shouldn't you use it when the exact correct moment for that package presents itself?
They don't have a package anymore. The package has been returned to sender.
It has.
Hashtag Elvis Presley. When was the last time Trey Lance played? Outside of the kneel down in
Arizona? Was it? He started against Arizona. Have we seen him?
2 months.
Have we seen him since?
We haven't seen his package.
For one play. Not for one play since then. He
Not
got
even
hurt.
a glimpse of the package.
We didn't see Trey Lance's package
We saw
at all.
the kneel down, but Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong, since the start in Arizona. Have you seen his package?
Yeah, I did. I did get a glimpse of Trey Lance's package against Jacksonville. Don't forget the 2 illustrious handoffs, and then the 3rd down he picked up with his legs prior to the kneel down. It was a glorious moment in that game.
That was okay. Yeah, you're right. It was blowout time.
Got some garbage time.
Yeah, some GT.
Oh, that's interesting.
Not PT.
Wait a minute.
GT.
Wait a minute. He used his legs and got a first down on 3rd down.
Yeah.
Weird.
Was he able to get 1 yard on that play?
Huh. I think he got like 3 yards, Dibs.
Huh.
Man.
Huh.
It's one of 2 things, Mark. The reason why you haven't seen him, it's either they are not sure that if he's actually ready to go back out there, or if they don't want him to get hurt. They want to keep him bubble wrapped until next year because they realize this team is mediocre. They might make the playoffs, but they're not going anywhere. And so whether or not it's a conspiracy theory from above, as some have theorized, a hypothesis rather, that I heard earlier today on this very station, I don't think it comes from above, but you take a hard look at what you have. You're 6-6. You might be the 6th to 9th best team in your conference. You're going nowhere. Why risk injury to the kid?
But they don't look at it that way. We look at it that way. That's.
Well, how do they look at it then?
Well, you know that. I mean, I don't think. Do you think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch then just sit around? They're like, so. I mean, we're in the 6th seed right now. We have a game in hand against our key competitors. We're probably going to go to the playoffs. Like, what is the percentage? Kyle, will you look that up? What's the analytic? Football
I'll
reference.
Get it for you.
What is it? What's their playoff odds right now? It's got to be well north of 50%. Even with the loss yesterday, I don't think they sit around and go, so, we're probably going to make the playoffs. We're going to get our butts kicked, though, when we get there. So, never mind. Let's leave Trey Lance on the bench.
63% is where they are.
Is that, Kyle, is that what you're seeing, too? Is everybody seeing the same thing?
According to 538. So
okay.
It just depends on how, which model. But to your point, yes. But I do think that they talk and they say, okay, if we were to utilize Trey's package, how much better would that make us versus what's the risk of him getting re-injured? Because the knee injury, it's a thing. He got hurt, and the more time that he gets to rehab it, the stronger he will be when you eventually need him.
I mean, we're asking for one play, and he's not going to be the starter until September of next year. That seems like a worthwhile risk. Willard Dibs, sponsored by AC Transit. Find a career with great benefits and work-life balance, and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring bus operators now. Paid training is provided. Join their team and keep the East Bay moving. Apply today at actransit.org/careers. Also, a reminder, you don't just have to use your ears now on this show. You can also, this is super fun, you can use your eyes. And you can do that a number of different ways. Twitch.tv/957thegame. Dibs is super good looking. Twitch.tv/957thegame. Or YouTube.com/957thegame. Again, Dibs, super good looking. YouTube.com/957thegame. Hey, Dave in Fresno, what's going on, man? What are you doing?
Guys, it's been 5 years. Jimmy G, we've seen enough. I beg anyone to tell me one thing he does well. Look, you can look at Gardner Minshew, you can look at Rex Grossman, you can find one thing they do well. He offers zero things. He doesn't audible at the line of scrimmage. He doesn't have a great arm. Every throw, the guy has to be 6'5" to catch it. He's not on the sideline hyping anybody up. He's so average. And when you critique him after they win, I tell people, hey, don't drink the Kool-Aid, because at some point in time, he's going to have to win the game for you. And yesterday was a classic case. And we can put it on the coach and all that, but if you don't get 150 yards rushing, you're not going to win with Jimmy. And I'll ask you this, and I'll leave it at this. What are they asking Jimmy to do that Trey Lance can't do? And if that's an issue, we have a big problem, because they are keeping it as basic as possible for Jimmy. If Trey Lance can't execute what they're asking Jimmy to do, we have a huge problem. You traded 3 picks for this guy, and he can't do this.
Well, see, now that's kind of a management between the ears type of a thing. And Dave, I think there's a lot of what you're saying that's correct. Thanks very much. But Dibs, what do you think? I'm looking at his question and saying, when he says, give me one thing that Jimmy does, well, then historically my answer would be win. And I know that triggers people, but it is a fact, and nobody else with the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan has been able to do that. So we make it sound like, Jesus, like your dog could go do what Jimmy does. No, because Nick Mullins couldn't do it, and C.J. Beathard couldn't do it, and Brian Hoyer couldn't do it, and whatnot. Like, there's all these people. They have not been able to do what Jimmy has done. And he also throws out, look, they're keeping it as basic as possible. I don't know that. I don't know that at all. Trey Lance offers a completely different physical skill set, which is much better than Jimmy's. However, running the show, no matter what you do in life,
right,
is a different thing. And Jimmy runs the show.
Game management,
right? He messes
the
up
dirty
a lot,
phrase that we use.
But he runs the show. And more weeks than not, he actually does an okay job of that.
And he doesn't make the mistakes normally. He makes a mistake usually every game. He'll give you one, but yesterday he gave you 2. He gave you 2.
Or more.
Yes.
I'd like to say more.
But
I mean, there were 2 picks, but there were more.
Yes, and the last couple of plays, you could look at the defense and say maybe it should have been a flag on the 3rd down. The 4th down just got batted down. And, Compton reportedly got his foot stepped on by his own teammate, which is a freakish offensive lineman mishap, allowing Dunlop to get up and bat the pass down. That, to me, was less on Jimmy G than it was on the coach. To your point, you've got Trey Lance, let him come in on 3rd and 4th down, although I guess Kyle would say, well, he didn't play all game. Now we're going to bring him off the bench in that spot for 2 big plays.
Then put him on in 2nd down.
Exactly. Or put him on earlier in the game. Let's have a look at what he could do earlier in the game. They're clearly not using him for a reason. I don't think that they're... Oh, I forgot we had Trey Lance.
And that's what I want to know. Like, I'm open to whatever the answer is. I'm just also realizing we don't know. We don't have that answer right now. And it's fascinating to me that that's not being asked more. And I want it asked in multiple ways. In other words, at the presser, if it's, why isn't Trey Lance being used in X spot? And the answer is, well, some sort of a coach speak. We feel like Trey's not ready. And,
sure.
And Jimmy's warmed up and he's gotten us all the way down the field. Okay, fine.
Coach, are you turned off by Trey's package?
Yeah, but.
That's the question.
But.
Honestly.
But isn't that, when you said in training camp that these are the spots we're going to pick with Trey, isn't that one of them? Well, okay, so Kyle, did something change? Is something different now than it was in August?
Do you hate all Treys?
Right.
Do you think that Trey Lance and Trey Sermon are the same guy?
These are fair questions, and the questions that we need asked and answered. I don't know what the answer is, but there is something out there that is the answer to that question, and we don't have it. We sat here for the better part of a month going, what's the deal with Brandon Ayuk? We can't see what the problem is. You're just telling us there's a problem. And then you started to play Brandon, and Brandon looks like Brandon. I still don't exactly know what the problem. They're telling me, I wasn't going hard in practice. Okay, but he's producing now better than anyone else that tried to produce as the number 2 receiver for the 49ers all year. So there's a why question. I now want to transfer my why to Trey. You told us there were situations. Those are them.
Are those them, I think, is the question. And that's, I think, to your point, when you look at the film, and Kyle today, when he meets the media, will have had a chance to look at the film. Do you look at that situation as a spot where you maybe could have used Trey Lance? Why didn't you look to use Trey Lance in that spot? Or the earlier spot where it was 4th and 1, where Jimmy G botched the zone read and you got bailed out, as you said earlier. Is that a spot? Is Trey Lance hampered by the earlier knee injury to where you don't want to put him out there? Is Jimmy G... Now, Kyle mentioned previously that when he goes to Trey Lance's package, he as a play caller gets out of rhythm. Is that still the reason why you didn't use Trey Lance? Remember you said that a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, do you need rhythm when there's only one play left? I don't know if you need rhythm.
The rhythm is going to get you.
There's a play left. Rhythm's over, right? I mean, you can dance with her all night, but then at the end, you got to ask her out or go home.
I think the answer to that, though, would be, we didn't feel like, because we didn't play Trey the whole game, that'd be putting Trey in a good spot to go in there for just the one play, because Trey didn't play before that. And so to have him go on the field, I think, and for just one play there on 4th down for that one play, I don't think that puts him in the best chance, give him the best chance, our team the best chance to succeed. I don't think it gives our offense the best chance to get in the end zone there. And if I would have played Trey earlier in the game, if maybe Trey was in the game flow, if Trey had played earlier, then maybe I would have put him in that spot, but I don't think in that spot that would have been a good spot for Trey or our offense.
I give you a 3. I would have given you a 4 if you had gotten the phrase stuff like that in there at least twice. I was looking for two stuff like that. If those had gotten in there, we would have gone up to 4.
Kyle got me umming a little bit more on my Shanahan.
That's a requirement. Also, you need to say that a guy played good.
Okay.
Like the grammar's not always awesome.
Look, if you're Bobby Taylor, put yourself in Bobby Taylor's shoes. Okay? It's 3rd and goal. And then it's 4th and goal. What makes you feel more comfortable? Garoppolo or Lance?
Again, it's a cold Lance. It's a nice cold Lance.
But you're Bobby Taylor.
Go for a nice cold Lance after the show today.
You are standing back there. And what is it you would like to see right behind center for the 49ers? Bobby Wagner. Did I say Bobby Taylor? Bobby Wagner. Thank you. I'm sure someone named Bobby Taylor once played for the Seahawks. Anyway, Bobby Wagner, what does he want?
He wants to see Garoppolo.
Thank you. So I'm not worried about rhythm right now. I'm worried about making the defense uncomfortable. Speaking of being uncomfortable.
Hang on real quick. I need to pause you because in 2004, the great Bobby Taylor wrapped up his 10-year career with the Seattle Seahawks.
Listen,
he played 10 games.
I'm not just making crap up over here, okay? I might be heading toward that area where we just, mix decades. Bobby Taylor was a great, but is not just a name that just got made up. Bobby Wagner, whatever, or Bobby Taylor. I bet Bobby Taylor was watching the game and he was probably thinking, "Boy, they should put Trey Lance in right now because that would have messed me up."
I got a number on Bobby Taylor's aunt.
Seriously,
I'm gonna try and get him on.
No, you got to call him out. You can't book Bobby Taylor.
You're not all right, Kyle.
Bobby.
If you can get Bobby Taylor by 11 a.m., then I'll do an extra donut day this week. All right? If you can get Bobby Taylor, former Seahawk great, by 11 a.m., that is what I'm going to lay down. But anyway, speaking of making you uncomfortable, why don't you all take a listen to today's beautiful song of the day?
I think I did it again. I made you believe we're more than just friends. Oh, baby, it might seem like a crush, but it doesn't mean that I'm serious.
Oh, because they went to Seattle. This is what they do when they play Seattle. Go up there, they're the better team, they're in position, and then something happens in the fourth quarter, and they're saying, not that good either. Now that was your poll, and then you tried to jump off of it at some point this morning. I thought was that not your poll?
It was my poll.
This was a great song of the day idea.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I got of the 3 fellow members of the show, I got positive feedback from 1, and I got crickets from 2 others.
Was that me? Did I give you positive feedback?
Negative. That would be Spadonuts.
I must have been in the shower.
Spadoni loved it. And then, you get on Bart and you start thinking about other songs of the day candidates. And so I threw out a second that I also thought was a great suggestion. And then I was lightly rebuked for, hey, I thought we were going with the other one. So I'm always creating, Mark. I live the show 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
I actually get in some hot water, but this was my alternate choice. And you can tell us which one you prefer better because Oops, I Did It Again works because you lost another divisional game. But here was my B-side, Mark, for Song of the Day.
Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I like it.
I got clowns to the left of me,
and
jokers to the right.
You know
of me.
that Kyle Shanahan's saying that on the sideline too.
Totally.
Took his cap off. He took a flat bill off and went with a beanie in the second half.
It's cold.
He's like, I got to shake it up. It's cold. I got clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in Seattle again.
Yeah.
Did you guys see how red he was post-game, by the way? He's slowly turning into Mike Shanahan, by the way.
That's good. Yeah, he's team colors, right? Let's go. Go 49ers. Let's just turn red right in the middle of the game.
Yeah, cold and angry by the end of that one.
We were all red, too, yesterday. We were all red. We are all 49ers. We are all red in the face. Red face emoji. I actually got one of those yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah. Friend of mine texting during the game, and Adrian Peterson goes in to tie Jim Brown.
To make it 17-14.
And I get the text that's not good for the 49ers, but that's kind of a moment, and I just wrote, not a fan. Not a fan. And she goes, oh, why? You don't like Adrian Peterson? So I just sent the article from 7 years ago of him using a switch on his toddler And all she did was send back the red face emoji. I'm like, that's Kyle Shanahan. You just sent me Kyle Shanahan's face.
And by the end of that fourth quarter, because if you're Kyle Shanahan, you're in control of that game. 17-7, second quarter. The defense gets gashed, fine. George Kittle with the unbelievable ballerina effort to swing the momentum back the other way. And then Seattle just chomp, chomp, chomp. 11 plays. They go down the field in a minute 36. Like Pac-Man after he eats that giant dot.
Was that them chewing up yards or Pete Carroll chewing up his gum?
A little bit of both. A little bit of both. Seattle goes 5, 9, 2, 4, 26, 11, incomplete, roughing, touchdown, Seattle. And that's all it takes. Couple of big penalties, couple of big defensive gaffes, and all of a sudden you got a ball game.
Eric Crocker, very outspoken 49er podcaster, is going to join us in about 7 or 8 minutes. But let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, welcome. What are you doing? What's going on?
Nothing. How you doing? Hey, Dibs, you've been on your best behavior since you joined Willard. As best as you can be.
Thank you, Robin. I'm giving him his 90-day welcoming period, and then I'll turn on him. Don't you get it twisted, Robin.
Has it not been 90 days yet?
No, this is week 10. We're coming up on 70 there,
okay.
Cupcake.
All right, thanks.
Get another 3-week grace.
Oh, I'm like Kevin Durant. I got called a cupcake. That's excellent.
Come the new year, I'm coming for him, Robin.
I love cupcakes.
And get your damn dogs.
You guys. Yeah, that's me. I will come get your damn dog. They have to tell you that story sometimes. Listen, you guys, this is why I'm calling in. You may disagree with me. That's okay. The fan base kills me. The caller before talking about Jimmy's just average. I've heard that all this morning. What the hell did you think he was going to be? The backup quarterback that was behind Brady for how many years? How many damn backup quarterbacks go on to be elite? Now, there's a handful of elite quarterbacks in the NFL. And then I divide them up into other categories. Above average bums, average bums, and below average bums. That's just my language. Jimmy falls into average. And another thing that bothers me, and I'll get off the air, stop saying that Jimmy is a 9-year veteran. He might be 9-year, whatever he is in terms of being in the league, but he has not a 9-year veteran starting quarterback. And I don't want to hear that crap about when he was behind Tom Brady. If we're going to say that Lance needs reps to learn, then that has to apply to the damn backup quarterback too. Peace out, and you got 20 more days, Willard, before you really meet Dibs.
Oof. Right around Christmas, huh? Right around Christmas, I'm going to get what's coming to me.
She outed me properly. You've been getting the kid gloves treatment.
Really?
Dibber claws with the forked tongue. It's bound to come out.
So claws is not spelled C-A-C-L-A-U-S.
Just call me Dibber claws.
It's C-L-A-W-S.
That is correct.
The Dibber claws are about to come out.
I wish I wasn't angry and mean-spirited, but Robin knows me better than I know myself.
There you go. And you wish you were a little bit taller. You wish you were a baller. Yeah.
What else do I wish for?
You wish for 49 problems, but a Mitch ain't one.
I wish I had a tight end as good as Waller is the rest of that.
Wow, that was pretty good.
While we have a moment,
he's hurt too, isn't he?
This one goes out to all the Spadonis out there. Dibber claws. I cuffed him around.
Spadoni, yeah,
Spadoni took it on the chin.
All right, good. Eric Crocker is going to let loose on this 49er situation. Coming up next, your phone calls continue, 888-957-9570. John Mulaney tickets coming up at 10:30. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
You work hard, so you deserve the good things in life, like getting an amazing deal on awesome internet. That's why there's never been a better time to switch to Xfinity. Get the fast, reliable internet that you deserve for just $19.
Former NFLer at the CB position, which the 49ers could use. Host at Locked On 49ers. It's youtube.com/CrocTalkTV. Eric Crocker will get in with us on the 49ers. I know a lot of you want to fire the coach and fire the quarterback. I right now am working on firing the commissioner of my fantasy league. Apparently, he did not think to change the schedule at the beginning of the year now that we're going to 17 games. So the playoffs are slated to start next week.
Oh, boy.
And nobody noticed. And now there's a big, we got to wait till next year to change it. It's like there are still bye weeks next week. And so everybody's very mad at each other this morning. So I'm dealing with this right now.
You got to deal with it.
We're dealing with this.
And it really goes on to Roger Goodell and this darn 17-week NFL schedule. It's thrown everybody off in a number of different fashions. And the fact that some teams still haven't had their bye, what a huge advantage for those 4 teams that don't bye till next week.
Next week, yes. Week 14 in the National Football League. It will be the Colts, the Dolphins, the Patriots, and the Eagles. They're all going to be off next week. But Eric Crocker is on right now on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Eric, it is great to have you. We've been asking ourselves and our listeners all morning to really try to whittle this down, at least for the start of the conversation, to one thing. When you sit for a few seconds and say, what bothered me the most about yesterday's 49ers game, what comes to mind?
Losing to Seattle.
Okay.
I think that's the biggest thing. I mean, they've been the boogeyman in the NFC West, especially for the 49ers. And just the thought of Pete Carroll and how he chews his gum and Russell Wilson, just losing to those guys, it just irks me every single time.
When you look at a couple of the huge plays that led to the loss, first the special teams punt, the fake punt that goes for a touchdown, and then the opening kickoff to start the third quarter that's fumbled. Are these attention to detail things that ultimately fall on Kyle Shanahan's plate?
I think ultimately it's a lack of discipline for whatever reason. But it seems like these things have been reoccurring themes for the 49ers throughout this season. It's not a one-off. I mean, you can look to the last time the 49ers played the Seattle Seahawks and the special teams issues they had in that game, whether it's Trent Cannon fumbling the kickoff return, let another one hop in front of them, and they recovered the ball at the 10-yard line. They've had a few different weird things happen when playing Seahawks, and special teams has been a big issue in both of those games.
Eric, you played cornerback. It feels like this team, every time it's 3rd and something, where it's a major play, somebody makes a mistake, and it's not even always in coverage. It's the way they tackle, helmet to helmet. It's a PI. What does that mean? What does that say about the 49er defensive backfield?
I think ultimately it goes back to what I just said, even about the special teams, right? Just a lack of discipline. When things like that continue to happen, there's a saying: you're either coaching it or you're allowing it to happen. And right now, 49ers clearly are kind of allowing different things to happen for whatever reason. And some of these guys, these are veterans, so I wouldn't expect guys like Dante Johnson or Josh Norman to continue having those type of mistakes, whether it's a busted coverage or going in there and leading with your head when you know how they are, calling those penalties in today's game. Like, this is not even when Dante Johnson first came in the league. It was 2014, I believe. They refed it different then. They put an emphasis on these helmet-to-helmet hits, and it's on the defensive players. As tough as it is, it's on them to adjust. And right now, the 49ers, it seems like they're doing a tough job adjusting on a consistent basis, and that's why you look at the record and the way it is, 6-6. I don't think it's a lack of talent. I think it's more so just a lack of discipline for whatever reason.
Is there too much on Kyle Shanahan's plate? We know he's really in charge of personnel with the help of John Lynch. He's got the laminated play sheet. He's trying to manage the game and coach the coaches. Is he doing too much?
That was my initial reaction to that. Maybe there is a little bit too much on his plate. I think Kyle Shanahan's a heck of a coach, right? Just from a play calling perspective, but this is his first rodeo. This is his first time, running an entire organization, and he has the same responsibilities on him as a Bill Belichick, who's been doing it for 30-plus years. So I think that is tough, to have that responsibility of having to manage the different personalities in the locker room and really having to tend to everybody's needs, as well as build a roster, be in charge of 53-man, and, game plan and coach these kids. And, by the way, we traded a bunch of capital for a 3rd overall pick. How do we bring him along? As well as, do we play Jimmy Garoppolo, who we know we can win games with? there's a lot going on, and it definitely seems like in this year he's had a tough time managing all of it. Now, they did just have a 3-game winning streak, and it seemed like they were possibly turning the corner. But losing to Seattle in the fashion that they did, clearly, we're kind of, I don't want to say back to square one, but back to having a lot of those same questions.
Eric, you talk about the quarterback position. There are options. They could keep doing the same thing. They could bring Trey back in situationally. They could move on. How would you finish that sentence? The 49ers should do blank at quarterback.
Start Trey Lance. Now here's my reason. We can justify and put into context why Kyle Shanahan has made every decision he's made when it comes to the quarterback position. And I'm not going to say he was wrong for the way that he was thinking, but clearly, I bet if you asked Kyle Shanahan before the season, hey, after 13 weeks, 12 games in, you're going to be 6-6. Would you rather be 6-6 with Trey Lance or with Jimmy Garoppolo? And he would probably say with Trey Lance. I don't think the expectations with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback was to start the season 6-6. Well, I mean, at one point, 2-4. The expectations were probably along the lines of 9-3, 8-4, something along those lines. Clearly, the 49ers aren't there right now, and I talked about the discipline in the other aspects of the game. So I think if you're going to be 6-6 or anything close to that, you're probably better off kind of getting your rookie some reps. And I look at the season and kind of where it's heading right now with the rest of the schedule, and you look at, Cincinnati Bengals, you have the Atlanta Falcons, you have the Houston Texans. I think there are a lot of winnable games that I would love to see Trey Lance be able to, go out there playing those games, playing that environment, get that experience, because right now sitting at 6-6, I don't think you're really helping your team the way you thought you would by having Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback.
How would that play in the locker room if you made the switch at this point where you're very much in the playoff picture, and even though this was a frustrating loss, you're at 6-6, still very much in the picture? How would that play inside that room with the fellas?
I was with the New York Jets in 2013, and that's the year, you have Mark Sanchez, who previously was the starting quarterback of 2 AFC championship teams. They didn't win it, but, they went to the AFC championship twice with Mark Sanchez. Well, 2013, while I was there, they drafted Geno Smith. And the feeling I got around the locker room was everyone was worried about what their job was, what their responsibility was, not so much what the coach decides. So, whatever Kyle Shanahan decides, guys are going to back that, go with that, and put forth their best effort. If you don't, you start worrying about these other outside things that you have no control over, that's when your game starts to suffer. So, I don't know if guys aren't going to feel any type of way. But at the end of the day, the 49ers are 6-6, and they're losing for different reasons. It's not all on Jimmy Garoppolo. Obviously, he didn't play well for most of their last night's game, Sunday's game against the Seattle Seahawks. But he's not the only reason the 49ers are losing games. So I don't even think bringing Trey Lance in is going to result in wins or But I do think at some point you are 6-6. You're not as good of a team. I think you have to start kind of figuring out, when do we get this guy reps? How do we get him reps? What's going to be the best moving forward? Because Jimmy Garoppolo ain't going to be there next year. So if you miss the playoffs this year, messing around with Jimmy, and now you're starting back from ground zero with Trey Lance next year, I think that's an even tougher position to be in.
Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast, former NFLer at the QB position, joining us on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. So, Eric, I know a lot of people look at the lack of even using Trey Lance situationally, and they're starting to put A to B, and I don't know if it's fair, but people are thinking, boy, if you're not going to put him in now, if you're not going to put him in at least situationally, this must mean blank about what you're seeing from Trey Lance. And as we watch Mac Jones, that's making people start to freak out. Do you buy that? Is this saying something about Trey Lance right now?
No, because, we've seen Trey Lance play. So we know what he's good at, what he's great at, and what he needs to improve on, right? I think most people, after watching him, would say, all right, you could tell there's some things where his mind is kind of sped up a little bit. When his mind starts to speed up, he definitely can, miss throws. But, heck, you're missing throws with Jimmy Garoppolo, and he sees the field perfectly well, but he's still overthrowing guys and throwing multiple interceptions. So with Trey Lance, definitely you would like to see him in. We saw what he is. I think if you were to say what Trey Lance was when you were going to draft him, you would say a smart, big, strong, athletic quarterback, strong arm, can make all the throws on the field. And I think at different times or another, he's shown the ability to do all of those things. Now, the consistency is where it lacks, and maybe you look at a Mac Jones where he's been extremely consistent. Trey Lance has to improve on his consistency. How do you get him to do that? I think some of it is, hey, maybe it's just him sitting and learning and the mental aspect of it. But I don't think anything beats getting those reps. So he needs those live reps. And once he gets those, he'll be fine. As it goes to Kyle Shanahan and how he's looking at it, I think he's just looking at it from a week-to-week standpoint as opposed to a big-picture standpoint. Big-picture fans were able to look at big picture. Kyle Shanahan, he's focused on winning games. So if he feels like Jimmy Garoppolo gives him the best chance to win, which I think that's pretty logical, that's a guy who you've won a ton of games with. It's tough. I think it's a tough situation. Only way to really not be in this situation was to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo from the beginning, or Jimmy Garoppolo just be really good this year, and then you wouldn't have to hear this talk.
And he's been just good enough and just bad enough to keep this thing continuing down the road. Could you say the same thing about the other draft picks? Ambry Thomas can't get on the field, and Banks and Moore. These are guys who can't play. Is it because Kyle Shanahan's continuing to try to grind for every win while not being too concerned with the development of the draft picks?
I think, each guy is a little different. When you look at, obviously we touched on the Trey Lance situation. He's behind Jimmy Garoppolo. That's tough. I get it. Banks, anytime you draft a guard in like that high, we're talking about early day two, you expect him to come in and play. Now, me, I'm not some offensive line guru, but I watched him. I thought he struggled to move. I thought he struggled in space, thought he struggled with quickness. And for whatever reason, they told us that's not the case. They said he was more than athletic. Even for his size, I didn't see that on film. He's struggling. You look at Trey Sermon. I actually think Trey Sermon is playing well. I can't tell you why he's not playing. I don't think that's a guy that they misevaluated his ability or his talent. I think he's good there, but there's some kind of mental aspect of it. Maybe it's picking up blocks or maybe doesn't understand certain things he's supposed to do. But when he's just running the ball, I think he looks fine. I think he looks like a solid running back. Maybe not as good as Elijah Mitchell, but he's solid. And then you look at Ambry Thomas. I think that's the big one where I thought Ambry Thomas was a good football player, but I didn't think he was the most fluid or twitched up cornerback, and I thought he'd struggle with certain type of receivers. I did not think he would struggle to the extent that he has, which every time we've seen him on the field, he's gotten beat. So he's not even a guy that you can just throw out there and say, hey, we'll see what happens. I mean, Dominic Lenore, he's played a ton. I think he's profiled more as a nickel, more of a slot, but he's had to play more outside because of injuries. You could see there's things that he does well, and obviously yesterday he got taken out after the Mosley injury. You could see, he needs to improve on these things. But I think there's promise there. With Ambry Thomas, I haven't seen anything that I'm like, okay, I see where this is going in a positive way. It hasn't looked good. The other guys, Jalen Moore, Hufanga, Elijah Mitchell, I think all those guys have showed that they can play in the NFL. Now it's just, stacking good games together and continuing to improve.
Eric, great stuff. We really appreciate you hopping on for a few.
Oh, man, thanks for having me on.
Okay.
Guys.
Yeah, you got it. It's Eric Crocker, former NFLer at the cornerback position, host at Locked On 49ers. If you play that position and you watch the 49ers, you probably aren't very proud of that position. I mean, for me, that's the number one thing that I know everyone wants to point to the quarterback.
Sure.
Cornerback has just been the biggest hot mess all year long. Yes, injuries, but my goodness. Wow.
And Eric handled our 49 problems, but a Mitch ain't one in his own 10-minute interview right there because he was citing all sorts of different things. And he might have actually gotten all the way up to 49 of them. But I'm really fascinated, Mark, by a couple different things. One is, what happened?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. No, keep talking. You're doing. I really keep going. I'm sorry. I was distracted by something that was just handed to me. This just handed to me. I guess I've got to get donuts this week. An extra time. Bobby Taylor's going to join us this hour.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I love it. I trust.
Yeah. Former Seahawk Bobby Taylor's going to come on, and we'll talk football for a little bit.
Perfect.
Yeah. So earlier I was trying to reference Bobby Wagner. I referenced Bobby Taylor. I go, no, that is a former player. And the guy's like, yeah, he played for the Seahawks back in 04. He was a Pro Bowler with the Eagles in 02. And I said, I'll get you an extra donut day if you can book him by 11 o'clock. So he's coming on.
Awesome.
Kyle did it.
Huge. Donuts for everyone. That's great. That's awesome. Seriously, with all the donuts we got going around, we got donuts coming on Friday.
Oh, you got them right now? Oh, my gosh. Bobby Taylor, 10 years in the league, 9 with the Eagles, 1 with the Seahawks. Bobby, good morning, and thanks for coming on. How are you? Do we have phone problems? We got some phone problems. By the way, it doesn't count if somebody just like makes noise for a little bit. That doesn't, like, we actually need Bobby Taylor to English words, right?
And I don't know if you specified which Bobby Taylor, so I went to middle school with a guy named Bobby Taylor who is a plumber now in Schenectady. Maybe we could get him on.
Well, I mean, I do have some questions.
He's a Bobby Taylor.
I have a sink that will like back up sometimes, and then other times it's fine. And there's no rhyme or reason to it at all. So
it's a hair issue.
If we could get a plumber on, that would be great. But I think this is Bobby Taylor, 10-year NFL cornerback, Eagles and Seahawks, Pro Bowler in 2002. Bobby, good morning. How are you? Yeah, I think that's 0 for 2, and I don't know. I don't know if we've got a third AB.
I'd love to see you throw to it one more time.
I don't think so. I think I'd like to go back to listening to what you were saying.
Anyway,
actually.
as I was saying before we were so unceremoniously interrupted, 2 things fascinate me. One, when does Trey Lance get a crack? Because I always thought that there would be a time this year where if the season went this direction, they would turn the keys over to him. But 6-6, Cincinnati, maybe if you lose to the Bengals, but you're still going to be in the picture. So that's one thing that is really interesting me, because there's got to be some time for Trey Lance to get on the field. If they go into next year and he doesn't play another snap this year, I think that that's really going to inhibit his ability to hit the ground running next year. The other piece, Mark, that's really interesting me is what does Shanahan give up in the offseason? Because he's got to give something up. Either he gives up the laminated play sheet, which I give him a 1% chance of doing that. He gives up game management responsibilities. I'd give him a 10% chance of bringing in a specialist, or he gives up personnel responsibility. And I would give it about a 50% chance of that happening because, and I asked Eric Crocker this, he's doing too much. He's got to give something up because you're drafting guys you can't play. You're calling plays in the clutch that aren't working. Your discipline from your team is galling. Your team right now is broken. You're doing too much.
So you say that he's got to give something up. I know that we feel that way in this moment, but don't you think that has to do with how the season ends? I mean, here's a fun fact. The 49ers could lose this weekend at Cincinnati, and there's still no way that they won't be in a playoff spot, at least for one more week. And then we know what happens after that. I think they come home for one of their bunnies, right?
Atlanta.
They come home for Atlanta.
Well, there are no bunnies anymore.
But see, we think there are no bunnies.
There are no bunnies.
I disagree. I know we think there are no bunnies. We feel that way when they lose one of these games, especially as a favorite. But a week ago, this fan base was relatively riding high. 3-game win streak. They were showing up on everybody's power rankings in the top 10 nationally. This is the way it goes. It's going to be a week-to-week emotional ride. If they lose at Cincy, they're still going to be in the 7th position in the NFC. If they win, they're probably going to be back in the 6th position.
Fine.
With home games still ahead against Houston, who just probably lost to Rod Taylor for the rest of the year. Davis Mills is going to come play at Levi Stadium, which actually that's a fun little thing for Davis. But, I mean, they're very, very likely. What do we have it at? 63%. They're very likely still to end up in the playoffs.
Fine.
So what if they end up in the what if they win a game? Is Kyle going to come out and be like, it's time to give something up? I don't know.
I think when you look back at the year in review, when we do it in February or whenever this year ends, and you look back on this season, you're going to first look at Trey Lance. What was the development like of Trey Lance? Well, he started one game because Jimmy got hurt. He got hurt himself, and then we never saw his package again. I give the development right now. What would you give the development of Trey Lance? A D- or an F?
It has to be that based on what we see. But that's been my
right now.
But that's my thing this year.
Work with me though, Mark, because if you look back at the draft picks from 2021, right now, if you looked back at how do these draft picks do, you give them a D- or an F.
The 2021 draft picks?
Correct. And again, we're not looking for them to be finished products, but Eric Crocker mentioned it. Great point. When you draft a guard early in day 2, you should play that guard. The guard doesn't play. Your tackle got hurt. You got a turnstile in there at tackle. Your drafted tackle can't play. You moved up for the number 3 pick in the draft, and you have a quarterback with this unbelievable package, but the package is not on display. Your corner who you play constantly gets burned. Your running back got hurt and wasn't really of a fit. So when you start to look back at the year in review, the development of the quarterback is a D-. The draft picks are a D-. Play calling is a C or a C-. He himself questioned him getting out of rhythm with the 2 quarterback situation. You see what I'm saying, Mark? You're not going to fire Shanahan, but something has to change when you've done this poorly in this many areas.
I don't disagree with you, other than that there's an openness to let's see how the rest of the season goes, because that's gonna change people's narratives. I don't think the 49ers are in a win the Super Bowl or we're angry sort of a spot. I do think they would have been a get to the playoffs or we're angry spot. And if they middle into the playoffs, then it becomes, what did you look like when you got there? If they did play Tampa in round 1 and they lost by 30, you got embarrassed. You're not even in the playing field. If they push Tampa to a game-winning field goal at the buzzer or something, we have a very, very different feeling going into the offseason. The draft is really weird, by the way. When you look at it, if you flipped it on its head, if you took everything you know,
I love
take everything you know about and throw it out the window. Forget who you traded up and who was ranked where going in. Flip the draft upside down. And their number 1 pick was Eli Mitchell. Okay. That looks pretty good. Their second to last pick, or now their second pick, was Hufanga. Well, he's playing.
Yeah.
He's out on the field. The next one was Diamador Lenore.
Oh.
He's on the field.
Sure.
Not good, but he's on the field. And then next pick was Jalen Moore. He's on the field. He's on the field some. And then you get to your bottom 4 picks. Ambry Thomas, Trey Sermon, Aaron Banks, and Trey Lance. Makes sense. None of them play because they were the last 4 picks of your draft.
Oh, when you inverted,
Again, we're flipping it upside down.
Trey Lance really fell.
I finally figured out the 49ers draft. You just have to flip your laptop over. There you go. Hey, flip it upside down. Yeah, you did pretty good. Pretty good. Eli Mitchell.
It's a reach.
Second
I
rookie.
mean, you're calling the fact that Lenore plays as a win.
He's on the field.
But you'd rather him not be, is
Correct.
the point.
I know. But again, I'm just saying the draft looks better
and
upside down.
And he's on the field because you gave money to a multiple-time broken corner who, wait for it, got hurt. Maybe, you remember Jason Verrett?
I do remember Jason Verrett.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of injuries.
You sunk your money into Verrett, and he got hurt.
It's all sponsored by Valley Transportation Authority. I didn't say it was a good draft. It's just better. If you just read it upside down, and it looks better. And now we understand why those players that are at the top of the board are not playing at this point. John Mulaney is bringing the laughs to the SAP Center on April 8th, 2022. 95.7 The Game has your chance to score tickets all week long. Set your alarms for Friday, December 10th, 10 a.m. to purchase tickets. Okay, so that's this Friday at 10 a.m. Set yourself a little notification sensation and get yourself on the phone or on the computer to get tickets, or just win them right here. Win them right here every day this week, right around this time. Listen all week for your chance to win a pair, courtesy of Live Nation. And we do that next, including getting back to your phone calls at 888-957-9570. Think real hard. Clear the decks, clear your mind. What's the first thing that comes to your mind in terms of what frustrated you about yesterday's game against the 49ers? Plus, Jim Harbaugh did something he's done before this weekend that deserves a mention. That's around the corner, too. Willard Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a VTA bus operator, providing VTA.
like that I'm in that lane either. And I sure would like to get out of it. I was on the highway in Texas recently, which was like a highway filled with 13-year-olds. And I was in the far left lane. And I was going in the far left lane, and then it turned into a U-turn only lane. And I started to make a U-turn, but then I panicked because I didn't want to make a U-turn. So I put the car in reverse and then merged right back onto the highway. The best thing about that was that after that, cars were pulling up and looking over, expecting to see like a 100-year-old blind dog who's texting while driving and drinking a smoothie. Instead, they see a 28-year-old healthy man trying his best.
I could use a good smoothie right about now. John Mulaney's a ton of fun, and that is the voice you hear, and he'll be at the SAP Center on April 8th, 2022. And it's time to give away a pair of tickets to see him right now. SAP Center, April 8th next year. Fifth caller to our contest line, 844-999-4263. That is 844-999-4263. One more time. 844-999-4263 for a pair of tickets, courtesy of Live Nation. Go to livenation.com for tickets on Friday at 10 a.m. and stay tuned for your chance to win tickets all week long around this time on Willard and Dibs. Did you know that the Warriors play a game tonight?
Yeah, I did, actually.
If I asked you, how many days ago was it that they beat the Phoenix Suns? What would your guess be? 7 days or 12 days?
Well, the feeling or the actual muscle memory of how long, it feels like a week and a half.
At least.
But I know that it was Friday
night.
Because you and Kyle, I think, corrected me off air when I thought it was a Tuesday, Thursday, and it was a Tuesday, Friday. So that was seared in my brain. And I really enjoyed that Friday night and thought, we're going to have a good weekend here. Here, win here, full slate of college Saturday, and then Sunday the Niners will take care of Seattle. It's going to be a positive Monday.
Yeah, I remember asking you on Friday, if you could only have one, which one would you take? And you said, no question about it, I'd rather take the 49ers over the Seahawks. You got the other. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's you would take it if it wasn't for that San Antonio stinker where you came out flat. You came out flat. You expected to come out maybe a little flat off the nice win, but you also thought you could be flat and still beat the Spurs, but you didn't.
Yeah, San Antonio's playing pretty well lately, and I was not surprised. I was not surprised. I got a text from a buddy who I went and got a drink with him on Friday night right before the Warrior game, and I remember telling him, I go, gosh, I think the Warriors are going to obliterate the Suns tonight and really struggle against San Antonio tomorrow. And he texted me as the Spurs were up by 15 or whatever it was. He's like, man, you were on it on this one. But then the Warriors did their fourth quarter thing. And here they come, and they took the lead. And I got to confess, because I was on the road at, as you know, I was on the road at State Cup. And the girls were big winners on Saturday.
Nice.
And so back at the hotel, the request was, Dad, we need microwave popcorn. We're all going to pile into this room, and we're going to watch a movie tonight. And so I had to hit the streets of Rancho Cordova looking for microwave popcorn, and it ended up at a Target that was, just a handful of blocks away.
Smart.
As I pulled into the parking lot, right as the Warriors, Draymond hits the three, and then they get another bucket, and they take the lead by 3. And I'm like, oh, they got it. They did it again. Oops. They did it again.
Nice.
And I'm heading in to get the microwave popcorn. And I get the microwave popcorn. We got some candy cane Skittles as well. Got back to the car. What? They lost?
Yeah.
What do you mean you lost? That's not how the story was supposed to end. That's how it ended. But, but the girls did enjoy the popcorn and the Skittles, in case you were curious.
And came back with a Sunday win as well.
Oh, gosh, they crushed them Sunday morning. And
Which is nice.
It's on to the semifinals, and we're on to Cincinnati.
Perfect. Hopefully the semifinals aren't in Cincinnati. That would be a little bit weird for a state cup to move to Ohio.
We're going to head east, and I'm just going to drive until somebody says stop.
On to Cincinnati.
Yeah, on to Cincinnati and on to the semifinals. But, yeah, I was surprised that they lost that one. But, for me, a little bit understandable. I'm not going to let that take the shine off of Friday night because that was a tremendous emotional performance by the Warriors.
It was gutsy. It was one that they certainly needed. And, you can't look at where they are and think, oh, that Spurs game, it's derailing an otherwise great start. You're 19-4. You're tied for first in the Western Conference. You're having a remarkable year. Losses are going to happen. Now, what can you do between now and Clay Smiths? You want to continue to be near the top of the West when he comes back here in 2 to 3 to 4 weeks.
Well, you know who's in town tonight? It's none other than the daunting Orlando Magic. Have you taken a look at the number?
Of course not.
You haven't? Do you want to play Guess the Number?
Would love to, Mark.
You want to play Guess the Number?
Let's do a little Guess the Number.
Guess the Number, if we would, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We are diving into Guess the Number of tonight's Dubs home game against none other than the Orlando Magic. Deborah Claus, Spumoni, and Kyle with his good friend Bobby Taylor. You can all guess if you don't know. If you don't know, that is. If you know, then please tap out. But what is the number? I will give you a 1.5 in either direction. I'm feeling generous today.
Quite.
1.5 in either direction. Deborah Claus, what's your guess?
Well, Orlando's terrible.
They are.
And
yes.
The Warriors had yesterday off, and they're still at home. Orlando's 11.5 out already in the East, so I'm going to play off that theme and say it's 11.5.
11.5 is the number for Deborah Claus. Spumoni, have you seen the number?
I have not.
Okay, what is your guess?
I'm going 9.5.
9.5. So we've got 11. Did you say 11 or 11.5?
11 and a hook.
11 and a hook. 9 and a hook. Kyle with his good buddy Bobby Taylor. What's yours?
All right, Bobby Taylor's going to pick first, so Bobby, go ahead. Perfect.
All right, thank you, Bobby.
Yeah, he was great. I'm going to go
great.
He's great. He's a cellular curb stomping.
Bobby Taylor is going to play a bigger role on this show going forward based on what he did right there than if he had actually talked.
Our own personal Don Strock. 13.5. 13 and a hook for the Dubs.
Okay. 13.5, 11.5, 9.5. Let's go in order of appearance on this show. So, Dibs, Spumoni, and Kyle with his buddy Bobby Taylor. All of you are low. You're way low. Damn it. He went way low, and you can't go way low anymore.
Bellinger is so low.
He is so... The spread is so high. 16.
Oh, my God.
so high.
Yeah, he is. 16.
This number is so
Bellinger's
high.
setting the book.
Yeah.
Bellinger's setting the line in Vegas.
Bellinger's just like, dude, it's not high enough. Keep going, bro. Keep going. I want to get it so high.
Pass that line over here. 16, dude. 16?
Give me a hit on that line.
Seriously.
It's so high. 16.
Wow.
Is the number tonight.
And I call that a whole week.
And you should probably lay the number.
Lay the 16.
You should probably. Well, the Warriors have taken a little bit of they've taken a moment off, remember? And you knew this would happen. The second we made a big deal about how they cover 79% of the time, last week they went 1-2 ATS. They actually went 1-2 in the regular record as well. But obviously they did not cover the number at Phoenix. They covered the number at home to Phoenix. Then, as big favorites, they lost outright Saturday against the Spurs. So maybe the Vegas lines are normalizing a bit. Maybe they're catching up to how good the Warriors are, and you're going to start getting numbers like this. If you want to just bet the Warriors to win tonight, that is minus 1,700.
Yeah.
Minus 1,700 just to win $100.
This feels to me like a possible so-and-so will be out for maintenance game, honestly. I don't know if it's, Wiggins with the flare up in the back or Draymond with his 70-year-old knees. You're not going to sit the chef, I don't think, but if you are interested at all in this big number, I'd get to it early because feels to me like this might be one of those games where somebody comes up with a DNP rest kind of situation.
Well, you also have to remember they remain at home later this week with no game tomorrow night. So it's not a back-to-back. I feel like that. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if they'd be coming off of a loss, off last night, off tomorrow night, and home Wednesday night. I'd be surprised if the Warriors sat anybody for the old load management tonight.
Orlando is god-awful.
They are.
Coming off a loss to Houston.
Oof.
Orlando is a team that is actively seeking L's.
They are.
Desperately seeking losses. It was a Madonna movie back in the 80s, I believe.
Yes, it was.
I would feel like if you're Andrew Wiggins, a guy who you know is going to play probably 78 or 79 of these this year, maybe you give Wiggins the night off, I think I would lean toward taking the 16 and saying to the Warriors, And nobody wins by 73 anymore, Mark.
No. By the way, their loss to Houston was only by 2 points.
Yeah.
They were competitive. They were trying. They were really giving it the old college try. And then on Wednesday last week, it was a home game, but they beat Denver. They beat the Denver Nuggets. So watch out. This Orlando team is plucky.
5-14 or 5-17.
5-19.
5-19. I missed a couple of
5-19. 5-19.
Totally.
Call my 1-800 Orlando bets. Yeah. That's right. 5-19 so far this year.
Second worst in the association.
The Warriors coming in at 16-point favorites. I will say this: if they're coming in at 16 points favorites, Vegas does not think anybody's going load management tonight, or that would not be the number. If somebody's going to sit, that would surprise Vegas because that number is going to come careening down. If you see a Curry or even a Wiggins, comes down a few points. If Wiggins is out, comes down.
Yeah.
What? It comes down 6 points if Curry's out, doesn't it?
At least. And I don't think that, Steph isn't going to sit, especially at home. That's not the way that they're going to do business coming out of a pandemic where Joe Lacob and Peter Guber had to have lost over $100 million just on Lost Gate alone, concerts, events, Warrior games, etc. So Steph's going to play every home game. But Wiggins or maybe a Draymond, I'm just saying, stay tuned.
Yeah, Draymond did. Remember, he had a tweak at one point in the game against Phoenix, but I mean, he played right through it and obviously played all the way to the end against San Antonio as well. I'll go out on the limb and I'll say everybody plays, just like AYSO. Everybody plays tonight for the GSW hoop.
Just one post-mortem here on our brief Warriors convo before we get back to 49 problems, but a Mitch ain't one. Is it time to talk about Steph Curry's slump after a 7 for 28 against San Antonio? Because I don't think Mikal Bridges is on the Spurs.
Well, okay, so two parts of that. Yeah. Should we talk about a slump? Because thank you, Friday night, for doing as I guessed, which was turning Mikal Bridges into Matthew Dellavedova 2.0. Matthew and Mikal and every other human on the planet, not named Steph Curry, have nothing to do with his box score line. Nothing.
He had 23 against Phoenix.
But he was fantastic. He was fantastic in that game. He may not have put all of the shots up. He's actually been playing a little bit more of a, I don't want to use the word unselfish because he's never been selfish, but he's been actively looking to get certain people involved at certain points of the game. But Steph was very good in that game.
Hit a couple of big threes in the fourth quarter.
Never to me did it look like, he's being locked up. Like he's having a hard time getting a shot. It never looked like that at any point in the game. Another off night the next night, as did the entire team. I'm not there yet. Are you there yet?
No.
Okay.
No. It was more of a hot take, more lightweight trollery. But I will say this. Until Clay can come back and be Clay-like, Steph is going to have to work his behind off to get shots because he doesn't have open shots anymore, Mark. He's being hounded every single night. So you look at 3 of 14 in the loss to Phoenix from 3, 6 of 11 in the win, 5 of 17 against San Antonio. He's having a lot of difficulty. He's running a lot of miles just to try to get open.
Willard Dibs is sponsored by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they are perfecting the art of fresh. The 49ers fall in Seattle. Was this the most frustrating one yet of all of them? Because I still...
Arizona for me is more frustrating.
With Colt McCoy?
And James Conner. I'm looking for James Conner. You had backups. You faced Arizona with backups, and you were unable to make anything happen and get it done. Yesterday was frustrating for a different reason. Yesterday looked like an undisciplined sit show, as we like to say. To have...
Total sit show.
I mean, the Jimmy G throw... to Bobby Wagner.
Spadone almost fell out of his chair.
And the dump
you got to be careful, yeah.
He's got his hand on the button.
It was a total sit show.
The Garoppolo pick to Bobby Wagner was god-awful. I mean, he runs the fake, he turns around, and he just throws it. It's like, I'm throwing it anyway. Right to him, boom. That's a pick.
That was it. That's the thing about the picks yesterday. They're bad picks.
The punt return the fake punt for the touchdown, you were so badly out-schemed, out-coached, out-everythinged on that play, and Brandon Ayuk basically provided no resistance.
Business decision.
The opening kickoff of the third quarter, to cough the ball up in such routine fashion, the silly penalties that you're continuing to get, it's a lack of attention to detail. And I know Lo Neal will join Steiny Guru today, Lunch with Lo every Monday, and he'll talk about attention to detail. It's one of his passionate points that he likes to make. This looks like an undisciplined show that you can't be doing this, Mark, in December if you're going to be a real contender in the NFL.
We've had this point made on our text line a number of times. Without Gerald Everett, what's the score of that football game yesterday?
Right?
I mean, did they lose by 20?
Boy, that's a great question.
Well, yeah.
That's a good question, also a
stupid question. Yeah, because Gerald Everett was.
This is a great question, but this is a stupid question.
It's my guy Zaza. I miss you, Z. Zaza.
I love that. I really, really do.
Nothing easy.
I really enjoy that. We also just got the Star Wars, The Revenge of the Sith. I don't think it's quite as good as the Sith show, but it's in the conversation. It's in there. Thank you. Pick Your Battles will come up next hour. I had said that this show needed to get to Monday with at least one of us having a winning record, and so I took care of that for everybody.
Thanks, Mark.
Well, listen, I do that. I'm giving, and I wanted to just I wanted to do that for all of you guys. So that I did.
Huge.
So, Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah to you. I gave that to you.
Thank you. It's
I gave you a victory.
The 6th of 9 today. We've got 4 more picks to go. We'll pick through Thursday, and after Thursday, the close of business, whoever is in last place will provide Friday donuts. It's Payday Friday. And remember, the tiebreaker scenario could be in play with Spadoni, Kyle, and I all tied at 2-3 right now.
I'm only a game clear of you at 3-2, and I thank the Warriors for that. Remember, it was keep it simple, stupid. Let's just go with the Dubs minus the points against Phoenix, and that was a kick your feet up finish for me. I
should have kept it simple, stupid with Alabama. Spadoni, Kyle, and I talked about it off air. So you have the greatest coach in college football history, check.
Right.
You're getting 6.5, check, against a team that he's not going to lose to twice in a game that he almost always wins, and yet we all, keep me off Alabama.
Well, also, who needed the game more? Georgia can still win the national championship without winning. Does Alabama still go if they lose that game? What would the committee have done there?
That's debatable.
If it was
thank you. If it's an ugly loss, no. If it was at all justifiable, we got to have Alabama in there.
I mean, who would be waiting in the wings? Was it Notre Dame?
But after what Notre Dame's coach did to their own team, the committee was not going to look at Notre Dame and say, "Let's give them a shot." Their coach walked out on them. Notre Dame had no shot of getting in.
I mean, really? Are they the committee's going to penalize the players because the coach left?
It's a committee.
Well, right. That's a good point.
They said they were going to do that.
What do you mean they said they were going to do that?
It became known that they were going to take into account the coach movement when it came to putting the CFP together.
Wrong damn time!
I don't even know how you can do that. How is that fair? I mean, it's college football, so who cares about fair? I don't know when they've ever cared about fair.
Well, how can some voters think Bonds is a Hall of Famer and others think that they're not?
Well,
it's all about criteria. And when you talk about criteria, it's subjectivity. It's not objectivity. It's objective that the Niners lost to Seattle. You could say it was because of the subjective decision not to make a call on a third down PI, but the score tells you one team won, the other team lost. This committee, this Final Four, it's so cockamamie that they probably would have found a way to get Alabama in even with a loss.
Do we have a line yet on Alabama and Cincinnati? Do you have a line yet on that?
I think it's 13.5.
13.5. Wow. That feels like That feels like an opportunity. Let's put that way. So yeah, it'll be Alabama and Cincinnati, and then obviously Georgia and the Fighting Harbaughs. And how about Harbaugh over the weekend? I thought he did something that sort of explained something he did a decade ago or more. Do you remember when Jim Harbaugh? Do you remember the What's Your Deal game against Pete Carroll?
Yep.
USC and Stanford. Hey, what's your deal? Because Harbaugh went for 2 at the end of the game to rub it in the noses of USC, but it was also to hang a 50-burger. He put up a 50-burger at the Coliseum. Well, he went for 2 in this game where they were blowing out Iowa. So, again, people were scratching their heads. And then they decided, I think he did it to score 42, which was the number of one of the football players lost his life in the Oxford shooting. I don't know if that was on Harbaugh's mind in the game. Maybe this guy's got a weird thing about numbers. Maybe he loves to send messages with numbers or something like that.
It's a weird thing about sportsmanship, and by sportsmanship, I mean he has none. He's a sore loser, and he's an even sorer winner. If he's going to get a chance to twist the knife and run it up on you, he will.
But what if he was doing it to pay homage to a shooting victim at Oxford? Does that not make up for it in the other direction?
If that's a real thing,
I mean, that's what people are saying.
Did he say that?
No, but he wouldn't. I mean, he's not going to come. You know what I mean? He's Harbaugh. He wouldn't even say we're starting Colin Kaepernick. We're going to go with Colin.
The guy got a job in Santa Clara and immediately remodeled the bathroom.
And Alex.
He's an unbelievable narcissist.
He's an odd dude.
Beyond odd.
He's an odd dude. All right.
Hypotheticals.
888-957-9570. You think, you close the eyes, you go, what was the number one thing that frustrated me about yesterday's 49er loss? We want to hear from you on that because the 49ers got 49 problems, but a Mitch ain't one. So we'll get to that along with Pick Your Battles coming up next hour. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Nick Ashley helping you beat the books with BetQL. Tonight the Patriots head to Buffalo on Monday Night Football, and it's a game that could have serious weather implications. And the one
It feels tailor-made for what Trey offers you. Feels like the Seahawks defense would have been pretty upset or uncomfortable to see him out there. I don't know. You got to give him that look at least once out of those 4 plays. You got to give him that look and plant the seeds of doubt in the back of their minds.
Well, you need to do it earlier in the game if you want to do it later in the game. I don't think that in any circumstance you want to bring a guy fresh off the bench cold who hasn't played all game and ask him to, okay, we got 4 cracks from the 7-yard line. By the way, we're under a minute now, and you're a rookie. Go do it, kid. If you haven't been using him throughout the course of the game or the course of the weeks, I don't think in that spot you can and should bring him in. But to your point, I think earlier in the game, that 4th and 1, other short yardage situations earlier in the game, why aren't we seeing Trey Lance in that way earlier in games to where if you had that spot, and I agree with you, 3rd down and goal, if he had already played 4 or 5 snaps in the game, I would have felt better about, okay, go to Trey Lance. This is the time to bring him in. You wouldn't just bring him in cold and ask him to, if it was an NBA game, come on out and hit a 3. I know you haven't played all game, but we're going to run a play for you, and we want you to knock down a jumper.
I don't know. You're asking him to either do something with his legs and you only need 2 yards, or if you're running some sort of an option where he can throw the ball, I mean, you're talking about a pass that's going to be, 5 yards in front of you? We're not looking for you to huck it down the field. I just think another look there would have really don't you think Seattle, and I think they had 1 timeout left, if Trey Lance comes out on the field, they're calling timeout. Not that that's a big deal, but it speaks to the disarray it would have sent the Seahawks defense into.
No, I agree, but I think that you would have had to have Trey Lance in the game earlier on to really maximize what that potentially could have been. And honestly, if you look at the Niners coming out of the locker room for the second half, here is their drives in order. Fumble, safety, interception, punt, turnover on downs. So whether or not Trey Lance could have helped, he couldn't have hurt. Or as Spadoni likes to play, it wouldn't hoit. One of his favorite drops that I don't know it's from, but wouldn't hoit. And sure, because what you had with Jimmy Garoppolo and the rest of the offense, there wasn't much going on in that second half.
No, there was not. Bob in the city. Hey, Bob, what are you doing?
Hey, how you doing? I love the show, guys.
Thanks, Bob.
I just thought it was a sloppy game overall. I thought also that sequence of the safety, it was so predictable on the play calling. I know it had the bootlegs working earlier in the game. It had the misdirection stuff. None of that was done. And then I think when Gold missed the extra point, that was kind of like an ill omen right there. I was like, "Whoa, man, what's going on?" And they never scored again. So I don't know. But had he hit the extra point, then we would have had them by a point, maybe at the end.
Well, I mean, yeah, who knows? I mean, that obviously the down and distance and the change of the game and all of that. I don't know. I mean, the Seahawks would have ended up ahead either way. You still would have needed a touchdown to win the game, and they didn't get it. So it didn't end up hurting. It sort of normalized itself anyway when the Seahawks got a safety, which was. Can we call that problem number 14?
At least 15 or 16.
17, 18,
well, that's where,
5.
if you watch Tom Compton on that play, he just gets straight steamrolled. you ever seen the steamroller, just like if they're ever paving the street, you get that mound of asphalt and then they slowly flatten it out and it becomes a road.
You ever seen the movie Cars?
Yeah.
Remember? That's what they had to do. They had to get Route 66 and the road out there to Radiator Springs. That was the penalty for Lightning McQueen. He had to go repave the road. And what was the name of that? The steamroller had a name.
Tom Compton.
She had an okay, perfect.
Tom Compton. Because I'm a steamroller, baby.
Yes, you are.
James Taylor.
There you go.
And I'm going to roll right over you. I think Dunlap might have been humming that off the snap on that play and the safety. My heart goes out to the Comptons.
888-957-9570 is the number as we build up 49 problems, but a Mitch ain't one.
Can we add just Travis Benjamin to that mix?
I got 99 problems, but a Mitch ain't one.
Yep.
I mean,
of course you can.
Honestly, if your special teams aren't going to be special, which the 49ers special teams aren't, just don't lose the football. You catch the kickoff along the sideline, run until you get to a spot where somebody might be coming, and then just fall down or fall out of bounds. You cannot cough the ball up in that spot where you already lost momentum, by the way, giving up a late score. But like we talked about with Shanahan, you want to score late and then get the ball to start the third quarter. Well, that didn't work out because Russell Wilson scored late. Fine. You got the ball coming out of the locker room and you coughed it up.
Bessie. Joe from Hayward. We also had someone text in from 650. Bessie from Cars. Bessie was the big steamroller. That's right. Gosh, who was the...
There's a Bessie reference in Curb Your Enthusiasm this year if you haven't seen the new season.
I think Paul Newman was the VO for the... I'm going to forget the character's name, but the old blue car.
Mater?
No, not Mater. Mater was a tow truck, but Paul Newman's the one who introduces Bessie in the movie. This here's Bessie. And then he shows Lightning McQueen how he's going to have to steamroll the whole damn street, and he does. You can tell... I've had too many children.
Doc Hudson.
Doc Hudson. Thank you very much. Exactly. Our own personal Doc Hudson, the man who gives us knowledge on this show, is Brian in Palo Alto. Hey, Brian, what are you doing?
Morning, boys. Morning. Dibs,
it is.
Your take on Harbaugh. Your take on Harbaugh, Dibs. Just amateur-esque. We love winners. Like that's if you want to be a head coach in the NFL or even in college, you got to win. Kyle Shanahan is 35-41. He's in his fifth year. He's going to have likely his fourth losing season in 5, and he's not a winner. And the reason why so many 49er fans were so ecstatic and happy for Jim Harbaugh is because he won. You know why? Because the buck stopped there, right? Richard Hightower should lose his job today. He's not going to lose his job. There's never any accountability with the 49ers, ever. There's no consequence for failure and lack of performance, ever. And that's you guys are sitting here all morning, excuses after excuse, the blame is on Kyle Shanahan. Because when Emmanuel Mosley hurts his ankle, the 49ers defensively are not an NFL defense.
Brian, what would you like
the quarterback position?
What would you like accountability to look like today? Like, what do you think should happen?
Winning. You know what I want? I want when a coach is a loser.
Yeah.
After 5 years, give me one other NFL head coach who can be 35-41 after 5 years and keep his job.
Well, I'm not even really arguing that right now. Like, are you suggesting he should be fired today?
No, I'm saying do something. Richard Hightower, that special teams unit is a joke.
Okay, so you would make a change. You would make a change as far as the special teams coach.
Make it look like you care. Yeah. Make it look like you care, Kyle. Right? Make it look like you give a darn. Right? And hey, Jim Harbaugh, he won 73% of his games here. Right? Kyle Shanahan's won 45% of his games. Dibs, get better, man. Every winning coach can be an SOB. So I guess you're telling me that you want losers. You want David Shaw 3-9. You want Kyle Shanahan 35-41. Get better, Dibs. So that was not your best moment. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Brian. It's first of all, I don't think that I degraded Jim Harbaugh at all, other than him being a sore winner, and he is. He's not afraid to run it up and rub someone's nose in it. Now, whether or not Richard Hightower is the answer, I found that to be a pretty amateurish way to approach change, because you asked him, Mark, what change would you make? And he said, winning. Okay, thanks, Brian.
Well, it's a classic thing.
Kyle doesn't get it.
It's a classic thing when a sports fan is angry. And I feel like we've watched the version of this now 3 different times this year. And the version is fire the coach, change the quarterback. That's what 80% of the respondents say. If this was Family Feud, that's the good answer.
Good answer.
Number 1 answer on the board. It doesn't matter what happened out there. You would like to fire the coach. And even Brian's point, 35 and 41, though it may be true, it definitely lacks context. You have to acknowledge that. Okay? I'm not telling you Kyle Shanahan's the perfect coach, or he's a great coach, or we'll see what happens a year or 2 from now. But everybody who gets mad at Kyle stops short of saying Kyle should be fired. Because somewhere in the back of your mind, you know that's not the answer. It's not the answer right now. Might be someday. It's not the answer. And you also know back in the mind that 35 and 41, or whatever it is you want to throw out there as far as your data point, you know that it lacks context. You know that he showed up with a team that had absolutely no horses and no quarterback. And when they did make their big quarterback move, although in the eventual end, it was not the right quarterback move, but you know from the moment they did, they've won a lot more than they've lost. And they went to a Super Bowl. And you know these things in the back of your mind. But that's what fans do. Fire the coach. The follow-up question, because so many of you want the reporters to ask the right follow-up question. Well, the follow-up question is to each of you. Fire the coach. And hire who?
Right. Well, and fire the coach is not going to happen. So for me, it's like if I was going to go out, Mark, and try to teach myself to dunk on a 10-foot rim, and if I devoted myself to leg workouts and jump training and strength and fitness and all that, it's not going to happen.
Still not going to happen, right?
I'm 5'8.5". I'm 50 plus. I jumped at my peak about 16 inches was my peak vert. I never was going to dunk. Kyle Shanahan is not going to get fired. So for Brian in Palo Alto and all the other short-sighted, angry fans out there, what's the solution? Now, is it firing the special teams coach? Should Kyle come out today and say, Richard Hightower, that was a fireable offense to give up a fake punt like that?
Good.
To miss a PAT and muff a kickoff? You're fired? Okay. Who are you going to replace him with, A? And B, does that give you the change that you need in order to beat Cincinnati?
No, not necessarily, but firings like that happen all the time. Like there has to be, I don't know why.
Well, then
this
maybe
is just
do
the way,
that in the offseason.
Yeah,
if you think that he's that devoid of skills.
There's a sacrificial lamb scenario always, and I don't know what it actually does. Didn't the Panthers just fire their OC yesterday? Offensive coordinator. Now, some people are starting to put 2 and 2 together that maybe, and I think it's Joe Davis, maybe he's getting one of these college gigs as the deck shuffles with all of them. Maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know. But, yeah, there's a sacrificial lamb type of a move often in cases like this where ownership will say, we're not going to fire the coach, but we need to do something to make it look like we are being accountable. Maybe Hightower is the discussion. I have no idea. But you're right. Does that mean that they're going to come out and not fumble anymore?
Right.
And tackle people on a fake punt? Make all the extra points. I mean, Robbie Gould's been kicking for how long in the NFL?
Right.
We're going to blame the coach because he missed an extra point?
The one you blame the coach for is the fake punt.
Sure.
The fake punt. And also, honestly, I blame the head coach for the ball security issues because you as a team fumble the ball a lot more than you should, and that's attention to detail. And when I talked about changes that need to be made, and again, this is not today, this is in the offseason, this is going forward, Kyle's got to do a better job of teaching ball security to his coaches so you don't fumble it as much as you do.
Pick your battle still around the corner, and then this right around the corner. How about Tiki Barber, who was on the call for CBS for the game yesterday, is going to join us coming up in just about 5 or 6 minutes. So stay with us for that. Riley in Newark is next up. What you doing, Riley? What are you doing?
I'm sulking from yesterday still. And,
Okay.
Shout out to Michael Keaton, also in Cars, is Chick Hicks.
Very well played. I'm Batman.
That 4th and goal, and the last play of the game, Kyle Shanahan calls timeout, but it's too early, and they end up showing what the play call was going to be with that play action. So I'm wondering the timing of that timeout. What's the deal with that? I'll take it off the air.
Okay, well, although, Riley, did you already hang up? Oh, darn. I was going to ask him. I was going to give him maybe a free donut if he could come up with Chick Hicks's mantra, like his little saying that he did in the movie Cars. Does anybody else have it? Spadoni seems like he feels like he's got it.
He's got a 2.5-year-old.
You got
of course he has it.
Do you have it? What is it? What is it, Spadoni?
Kachuga.
Yeah, I think it's Kachiga. Exactly.
Kachiga.
We'll take that. We'll take that. That's right. Remember? And he does he does it at the end when he wins, and then the people start throwing stuff at him, and they're like, "Hey, what's going on? Where are all the girls? Where's the trophies? What's happening?" Because everybody hates him.
Yeah.
All right.
That's good.
Have you seen Cars 2 and Cars 3? And when's Cars 4 coming out?
I caught Cars. My kids now are 20 and 18, so that was one of the Cars 2. They might have gone.
You could skip Cars 3.
Cars 2 might have been a "Hey Dad, can you drop us off at Bay Street" movie.
Cars 2 was actually, it had value, but it's hated because it's not Cars 1.
I actually saw Cars 2.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was a Cars 3. So there you go.
And you are winning because of that. And so are we, because Tiki Barber is going to join us next. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's another Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. The 49ers could not get it done in Seattle.
more emotionless with his analysis of what took place out there. And he joins us now on Willard and Dibs. Good morning, Tiki. What's going on?
I'm good, fellas. How are you all?
Will, we're good. We've been better in a football sense. That was not the type of game. I mean, I'm sure it felt like, listening to you, that you were probably aware of what social media was doing, which was sending out all the gifs of drunk people because they're like, this game is drunk. Like this game is going in so many weird directions. What sort of stood out to you as that all took shape? What was your reaction early on?
Yeah, this was a chaotic game. I mean, obviously, we got on it late because it was supposed to be a Sunday night game. And then we come into it, and the first play of the game, like, we're severely worried about Trenton Cannon because of the injury. It turned out, at least hopefully, blessedly, that it's just a bad concussion, but it looked horrible. And so to get back into a game, have Seattle go 3 and out, then fake punt it, go 73 yards for a touchdown, then get a touchdown to Kittle, and you have turnovers and, self-inflicted wounds and emotion and a really stead second half. It was so highly emoted that it was hard to catch your breath as a broadcaster, right? You didn't, like, your swings back and forth were just drastic. But I think the biggest takeaway is that San Francisco seemingly has this hiccup with the Seattle Seahawks, regardless of how both teams are playing. I mean, you know the stats. The Seahawks were coming in on 3-game losing streak. The 49ers 3-game win streak. All you got to do is keep doing what you've been doing, and the 49ers will come away with the victory. Instead, they found ways to lose the game and not crossing the 50-yard line until their last drive in the second half. And so it was a lot of ups and downs. It was entertaining, and it was a great call, but surprising result, to be perfectly honest with you.
What was the most surprising part of that second half to you, Tiki? Was it that they went away from George Kittle in the pass game, or that the 49ers maybe just showed so much lack of discipline?
It was mostly that. It was the lack of discipline, because that's what we look. This has been a little bit of an up and down season for the 49ers, as you guys well know. You have these win streaks or losing streaks, and you're on a win streak, and you expect it to continue. And we chatted with Kyle Shanahan before the game, and he knew that it was going to be hard to continue running the football as effectively. One, because Debo was out, who has become one of the great multi-purpose players in the game, but also because Seattle commits to stopping the run. I mean, with their 3-4 look, there's 5 guys, sometimes 6 guys around the line of scrimmage, and so running the football is not going to get it done, which puts the ball in Jimmy's hands. And if Jimmy's got a good running game and he's second and third and regular, he plays great. But when he starts trying to force things, that's when he gets in trouble. I honestly think that maybe not he was told, but the reason they went away from Kittle a little bit is because Jimmy likes to force it into Kittle, and we saw that with the second interception. I mean, that play wasn't open, and I'm not even sure what Jimmy Garoppolo was thinking when he threw that football, but those mistakes end up haunting them and end up costing them the game at the end. Not because Seattle capitalized on them, but because the San Francisco 49ers lost possessions and opportunities to go score themselves. As you mentioned, no points in the second half. You're just not winning. I don't care who you're playing.
Tiki Barber is with us. We hear him on CBS on the game yesterday. We'll also hear his radio show, Tiki and Tierney, moving to WFAN middays starting Monday, January 3rd. So congrats on that, Tiki.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, and condolences on working with BT for so long. My former coworker here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, yo, Tiki.
Exactly. BT's calm, man. BT's chill now. He's got 2 kids.
Come on.
I swear, he's a dad. He lives in suburbia. BT is the man now.
Oh, he's a beauty.
I love it. Tiki, I'm wondering, in those conversations with Kyle that you referenced, at any point, was there discussion about a package or a scenario where we would see Trey Lance? Because early in the season, we heard about that. We saw it earlier in the season. We have not seen it since.
Yeah.
My gosh, the goal line stand at the end of the game, I thought, was screaming for it. So what's your thought on that?
Oh, well, worse was the 4th down call.
Right.
They tried the zone read with Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, if there's one thing I am not doing with Jimmy Garoppolo, it's running a zone read and encouraging him to keep the football, which he did, which obviously is a turnover near midfield. And so we did talk to Kyle about Trey, and he was so honest Coach Shanahan, and I really appreciated that. And he talked about his relationship with Jimmy. He said, look, I was straightforward with him. Jimmy was playing like middle-tier quarterback, not top 10, not bottom 10, but like a 14, 15 quarterback. And in this league, guys that are playing like that are going to get replaced. And he told him that, and ultimately that's why they drafted Trey. There was no awkwardness in the quarterback room. They understand the situation. I think both, really all parties, and so the early part of the season when we would see Trey Lance, it was because he wanted to integrate him and get him some repetitions. But Kyle's mind works 3 or 4 plays ahead in game planning, and so when he was trying to, in his mind, think about how I would call this for Jimmy and what the defense is going to react, and then inserting Trey, it took him down a completely different path, if you understand what I'm saying. And so he's on this one path calling plays for Jimmy Garoppolo and setting things up for a series later, and then he diverts to doing the same thing with Trey Lance. It's just impossible for him to go back and forth, and that's why we haven't seen him. The one thing that I would have liked to have seen if I was, in his mind and, turning the wheels is just literally make him situational, right? Just have 2 or 3 plays like he's a backup running back or like he's your wildcat quarterback instead of worrying about thinking about him as the starting quarterback, because that's not what you need right now. But you do need him in situations like at the goal line at the end of the game where if you put him in, now the Seahawks have to think about a lot of things as opposed to, all right, I know that Elijah Mitchell's getting this ball or we're getting a play-action pass and I got to find where George Kittle is.
When you look at Eli Mitchell and what he's done as a rookie, and yet you didn't have much of a chance to use him in the second half, is it that Kyle Shanahan likes to have the, quote, stable of backs, and is this now the smart way to go about it in the NFL with so many injuries to so many top backs?
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the good thing about what Kyle has been doing, and this is biased because I'm obviously a former running back, is that he's making the running game significant again. But it's not necessarily about the running back. It's about how you utilize motion and confusion to create advantages for your ball carrier, whoever that may be. A lot of the time, it is Elijah Mitchell, and he's really flying under the radar despite the great success that he's had as a rookie and the 6th-round draft pick. But when you complement that with what Debo has been doing with these outside zones and outside sweeps, from slots or from a 2-back situation, it creates confusion. And so I understand why some people believe you got to go back to the old school and just load up 27 carries on Elijah Mitchell and let him do his thing, let him get a feel. But that's not how he calls games, and he'll never be comfortable that way because I don't think it's complex enough for defenses to not figure out, if that makes sense.
Tiki, I wonder if you could take us inside what you think it's like in the locker room. George Kittle said after the game the offense let the defense down. Nick Bosa said afterward, we blew the game. There's talk about the quarterback position, what to do next. Yeah. I'm sure there are opinions everywhere, and that's difficult. So how do you think the guys are handling this? What's probably being said?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is that what Kyle can do and say, and hopefully this gets expressed through some of the leaders, Fred Warner, who didn't play, and others, is just look in the mirror, right? One of the biggest differences over the last 3 weeks and yesterday was time of possession, right? 3 weeks ago, they held the ball for 39 minutes. 39, which is insane. And then it was 38, and then it was 37. Yesterday, they lost the time possession battle because they couldn't stay on the field. And more importantly, they couldn't get off the field in the second half. A lot of that was, penalties and big plays that they were giving up because they're so compromised on the corners with Josh Norman and obviously with Mosley going out. Diamador Lenore had to step in. He got beat big by DK Metcalf and Russell Wilson. And so when you're compromised, you really got to take your game to another level. And they didn't do that enough. And I don't want to say it was complacency. I think it was just a great NFC West division battle that psychologically the Seahawks know they can win, right? Even though they've been playing poor and they haven't converted on third downs, they just felt like they could win that game, and it showed in how they played. Really, they forced themselves into that situation. I mean, Pete Carroll calling a fake punt from his own 30-yard line on the first play, on the first series of the game. I mean, who does that, right? If that doesn't work, I mean, the game is essentially over, I think. But it worked, and it completely changed the momentum of both of these organizations going into the game.
Tiki, congrats again on the show. Tell BT we sort of say hi, and and thanks again for coming on.
Appreciate you guys. Be well. Talk soon.
All right, absolutely. Tiki Barber. I ran around the Presidio one time with BT.
Oh yeah,
yeah. He's fun to play golf with.
He was fun to work with.
Yes,
I'll say that.
Yep.
I'll never forget early days of 95.7 The Game. He came in with a lot of passion for the product.
Yes, it's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. So, gosh, I always forget. What is it we do? That's right.
Pick.
1-800 Willard wins. Dibs. Bets.
We all do our Jimmy G impersonations, and we throw out picks.
We throw out. Very good. And we do it next.
Kyle, give me a reluctant
Is it Jimmy G or Jimmy INT?
95.7 again.
Tune in to the Morning Roast tomorrow for the Executive Show.
Nothing easy.
This week, Zaza joins the guys to discuss Clay's return.
Clay goes on.
colonoscopy, false positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in. Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
From city streets to back roads. From road warrior to carpooler. There are some things you can always count on. Like the reliability, durability, and power of Die Hard, America's most trusted auto battery. No matter where your journey takes you, count on Die Hard to get you started on the road ahead. Available at your local Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest stores.
You know a spot, but not just a spot, the spot. Actually, with the all-new Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your Frontier in the all-new 2022 Nissan Frontier. With standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-foot of torque.
Yeah. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Is that Blue's Clues? Totally.
We just figured out Blue's Clues. Oh my gosh, Blue's Clues has got to be top 3 of the cartoon annoying jingles, right? What do you think?
We just got a letter. Oh, Wonder Mail Time was a jam. Exactly. Don't even hate on Mail Time.
Because it's really fun. Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Mr. Salt and Mrs. Pepper.
It's great and awful all at the same time.
Spicy off-screen romance.
Oh, really? I hadn't heard about that.
You get it? Salt and pepper.
Don't talk about that.
Spicy.
Makes me want to shoot.
Thank you.
Well, salt and pepper. Anyway.
Not bad.
All right. Thank you. Did we get to the end? Did we figure out that we've got 49 problems and a Mitch ain't one?
No, but I think tomorrow we can still continue to pick through the carcass before we turn our attention to what lies ahead, which is pretty scary when you imagine Diamador Lenore trying to stop Jamar Chase and company.
Oh, God.
I don't think that we're quite ready to turn our attention to Cincinnati.
I didn't watch the Bengals-Chargers game yesterday. I obviously saw the scores piling up and all of that, but I saw some folks share on social media. They said, boy, if you're not watching the game, then you won't realize Joe Burrow totally outplayed Justin Herbert in this game. Statistical oddities might have changed it or whatnot, but yeah, when you look at the way the 49ers secondary is playing, Joe Burrow and that receiving core, not just Jamar Chase, T. Higgins playing really, really well. Oof. Who's covering those guys?
No one. I got Chase on my fantasy team, so I get a lot of Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and Jalen Waddle. I got weapons, Mark, on my squad.
A lot of J's.
Wow. Yeah, those are weapons. What's your record?
Great job, Spadone.
Yes, Spadone got cuffed around 7-5, but I'm top points in the league.
Did you win this week?
Yes, I did.
So how are you 7-5? It's got to add up to 13. Did you get to 8-5?
I think I'll be 8-5 then.
8-5, okay.
Yeah, 8-5.
8-5.
Ready to punch my ticket to the offs.
That
DeAndre 8-5.
That is very good. That is a playoff record. However, the regular season now goes 14 games unless you are a group of 12 morons, which is my fantasy league. We are all morons. Huge argument going on right now as to whether we should go ahead and extend it to 14 weeks or start the playoffs next week, where the guy I'm playing wouldn't even have his quarterback. Yet I'm sort of fighting on behalf of him right now. I probably shouldn't do that, but I am, because it's what's right, Dan. And I am for what's right and what is good in this world. So
it makes sense. You always want to take out the last week of the NFL season, so then you backdate it. So then week 17 would be the championship. Week 16 would be the semifinal round.
Correct.
Week 15 then would be the last day of the regular season.
Right.
If you have 4 teams in the playoffs.
Right. And you don't want people suffering through bye weeks in the playoffs, which is what will happen if you start the playoffs next week. It's ridiculous.
And you don't want we're not going to play anybody week to be the championship week, which is why you don't have week 18 as your Super Bowl for fantasy.
I would like everybody to remember a few things. And it's not our opinions. You don't need to remember that. But you do need to remember that you can take in this show not only on 95.7 The Game, but also on twitch.tv/957 The Game. You can also check it out on YouTube, youtube.com/957 The Game. You're welcome, Puma. I'm wearing a little Puma golf hat today, so you're welcome. It's not the Pirates, by the way. Everyone always, when I have all these P hats, and I was like, wait, were you from Pittsburgh?
That's the Ricky Fowler hat.
It's the Fowler Puma.
I got the Fowler hat on, so we got that. And then also remember, before today's Warriors game, tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for all things sports, with live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Warriors minus 1 billion points tonight against the Orlando Magic, and so far, Dibs, at this hour, we have not received any load management notifications.
Yeah, I don't think it'll happen, but if it does happen, I wouldn't be stunned because you're going to smash tonight no matter who plays, pretty much.
Smash and grab, yeah, absolutely. So Warriors coming in hot. Actually, the number on Bet Rivers has moved to 15.5.
Okay.
So maybe that 16-point victory will get you paid now. Is anybody going to use the Warriors in Pick Your Battles? I don't know. Let's find out right now. Here we go. We've got 3 2-3 performers and 1 3-2 performer. So I start this final week. We have 4 picks to go. I've got a 1-game lead on the field. Let's go to the other room where Spadone and Kyle will lead this puppy off.
All right, I'm going to the pitch. We're going English Premier League, Everton versus Arsenal. I'm going over 2.5 goals. EPL's been good to me. Game starts in about 5 minutes, so I just sneak it in. Going over 2.5, Everton, Arsenal.
All right, so we're going to get the green check mark in like an hour, potentially.
Hopefully 30 minutes.
Okay.
Before the show's over.
That's exciting.
Well, Everton's near the relegation zone, and they just have gone through major front office reorganization, so they should be motivated, but they are terrible.
Wait, so did you just say that it's a relegation reorganization sensation?
I may have said that.
Wow.
They're in 16th right now. The bottom 3 get sent down. Everton hasn't been in this kind of jeopardy in the better part of a generation.
I've always wanted relegation to come to the other sports.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't it be great? Like, I love relegation. Hey, Lions. I mean, great job. You won a game. Jared Goff's girlfriend, who's a swimsuit model, has got a viral video going out there because she's like taking pictures on a beach and found out that Goff threw a touchdown with no seconds on the clock and they won a game.
She was happy.
I mean, the whole photo shoot stopped. She's running around as if, like, I don't know, little Bobby got his first hit in Little League. It's like, this is the Detroit Lions. Like, we're not going to go over the top and celebrate because they won a football game for the first time and it's week 13.
Where do they go? The SEC?
I mean, it's kind of embarrassing. Yeah, I do think they should play Cincinnati.
CFL.
Playing game.
They want Bama.
Absolutely. All right, Kyle, what are you doing today?
I am going to the ice where the Washington Capitals are hosting the Anaheim Ducks. The Ducks flying across the country for this one.
Uh-oh.
The Caps are really, really good.
Don't do it.
They're giving a goal. I'm going to lay the goal with the Washington Capitals.
Oh, my God.
Against the Anaheim Mighty Ducks of Los Angeles.
Not the Mighty Ducks anymore. Yeah,
Ohtani.
I'm gonna do what I did with your Knicks last week. I am going to log a dissenting opinion.
I am going to put together the sickest Capitals highlight package.
Oh, I can't wait. Good luck finding that.
That's a damn good package.
All right, so Kyle goes Capitals minus the goal. Spadone has got the over in the Everton. Who's Everton
Arsenal.
playing? Arsenal.
The Gunners.
The EPL matchup that's starting in 10 seconds. Dibber Claus.
Well, I'm waiting for the sponsor read to be passed back to me, Kyle, so I can handle it going forward. But this update, or this bid, is brought to you by Livermore Casino. I have it, just for the point of order. It's the Tri-Valley's place to play. Game day specials, Mark. Sunday 10 to 8, and Monday and Thursday 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Hot dogs are just $2.50. Chili dog $1 more.
Oh, that's
Beer
worth it.
specials as well.
Pay the extra $1
at
for the chili.
Livermore Casino in downtown Livermore on First Street. I love college hoop, and I'm going to go after one of the favorites tonight, Mark. Alcorn State. They've played all 7 games on the road. They're 1-6.
Wait, Alcorn State has not used their own gym yet?
No, they're 1-6 on the road, 1-6 on the year.
Got it.
They had a little trip up north when they lost to Portland. They lost to Gonzaga. They've struggled, but you know what? They're getting a bunch of points tonight. Houston's laying 33.
Okay.
That's too many, Mark. Houston is good, but not that good.
I love it. Must be a Monday because everybody's going to their bread and butter. Dibs is finding a college game that has a humongous spread.
Steve McNair, rest in peace.
Right? And then Spadone is going to an EPL match that starts before the end of the show. Kyle's going to try to rock a hockey favorite.
Rockin' hockey.
So why would I not do the exact same thing and head straight to the National Basketball Association and give you my second favorite basketball ATS team this year, Golden State Warriors, DSW Hoop being number 1. But I will give you the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight. This is, gosh, when you look at it, a squad. This team plays. They compete. It doesn't matter who they're playing against. They're right there, unless it's the fourth quarter against the Warriors. They either win or cover over 70% of the time tonight. They are taking on the Giannis Antetokounmpos on the road, and because of that flash factor, they're getting a healthy dose of points, and they will be inside that, if not win the game outright. But Cleveland, plus 6.5. Cleveland rocks tonight. Take the Cavs.
All right.
There it is.
The picks are in.
The picks are in, and so's Goo.
Hey,
welcome back.
Hey, man, I missed you guys.
How you feeling,
better.
brother?
Not taking anything for granted, but I'm feeling better.
Good.
Yep, you two looking sharp, and Steiny, my guy. So I'm back. We got a lot to get to.
Holy smokes, we sure do. I'll let you all know that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Hi, Steiny.
What's going on, guys?
What's up? How are we doing today?
I'm doing good. I missed my guys yesterday at kind of a tailgate function. Thought they'd get there. A lot of disappointed Raider fans at the BART parking lot.
Where was the
Coliseum.
flag when Derek Carr threw the Hail Mary, if you saw that, Dibs, which I thought was genius because they're throwing flags left and right now, and they didn't call it.
Yeah, by the way,
I don't want to be that guy, but throw the flag.
But you are that guy.
Oh boy,
you are.
I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a lap around the building. Okay. You guys can talk to Dibs about an officiating mistake. I'm gonna
Dibs. I got 12 plant-based sausages for you.
Oh, whoa!
I'm good.
No. They
No.
They had them there yesterday for you, and you didn't show, so they gave it to me to give them to you.
No, she did.
No, to cut him off because now you're triggering me. You're triggering me. For one, I started eating meat again a year ago. For two, I never once RSVP'd to this event and said what I would like to have brought for me. Three, thus, I did not show up. I made it very clear that I would not be attending. So for you to come in and try to foist these unwanted sausages upon me and to portray me as somebody who did not uphold his end of a said argument is insulting. It's erroneous. And damn it, Steinmetz, it's not going to fly.
Erroneous on both counts.
See here.
You can
go ahead, keep talking.
Willard, Dibs, I get a where are you at 8:37 a.m. I'm like, that's step 5. We didn't get to step 3 or 4, me confirming. And then the missus was like, you don't need to be outside. I was like, that's why I married you.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What. I don't know.
You were playing hurt last week. Of course you don't need to be out in a cold
Mark Rivers
BART
took
lot.
me out, too. That was a hard. After I did that, I was done.
Yeah, I was very clear that I thanked them for the kind invitation.
Yeah.
And it would have been nice to go, but I had other plans.
You sure
Indian
did.
Valley, as previously mentioned.
In 92, absolutely. It's like, I don't know what we did to you guys, but I mean, it's like Steiny Guru, you guys came in with a blueprint on how to tick Dibs off on the way out the door.
Steiny's
saying you didn't show up for something you weren't supposed to show up, and you came in here complaining about referees on a Hail Mary. Oh, what did Dibs do to you guys?
It's a two-piece, Mark. It's a two-piece.
I'm looking at Wednesday, and I got a text from Dibs to the group. I eat meat now. So I must have missed that.
Fact.
Must have missed that.
To be determined for the tailgate.
Okay. And what was my further determination?
We never found out.
Well, there you go.
We never found out.
And he never said yes.
Yep.
No.
And I made it very clear.
You didn't fake.
I made it very clear that I do now eat meat after a 31-year hiatus. Shout out Hiatus Port, one of the great East Coast port cities. So I'll wait for the apology, knowing full well that it will never come.
No.
Yeah. You don't do apologies.
No.
You also
11 pounds of pork bellies, 35. Dibs, stop by before or after your golf game and bring some friends. It's all set up for you. Crickets.
Answer? Well, there you go. You got crickets.
Dibs, all he's saying is he missed you. That's really what
that is what I'm trying to say.
His inability to express actual human emotion is partly why I just can't with him.
Summed it up. But Steiny missed you out there yesterday. There you go.
When you get the capability of actual human emotion, then we can have this interaction.
Is this the same guy who told Robin that he's coming after Willard on December 25th?
I said after the New Year, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because she appropriately called me out for the whole period.
I'll let everybody know I'm off on the 25th, so I'm not going to be here on the 25th.
I got a Niner question
I'm not
for you,
It's Saturday, actually.
I got a Niner question. I'm no head coach, never been a football head coach, but when it's crunch time, throw the ball to your guys. Lou Ferrigno was number 85 yesterday, George Kittle. How do you get to the 3-yard line, Dibs and Willard and Steiny, and not target him once? Don't tell me he was covered. They took him. Throw it to him. And maybe they'll say 85, he's legit. We'll throw the hanky if we have to. But it's negligence not to throw it to him.
This is an interesting thought, and I hadn't thought of this. Are you suggesting that the play where Trent Sherfield absolutely held and interfered with and beyond, you're saying if that's Kittle,
all day,
you get the flag.
If that's Ayuk, Mark Willard, you get the hanky.
I think you might.
But to not throw it to Phil Simms and Mark Bavaro, Gronk and Brady, they're throwing to their guys. How is Kittle not? And then the 4th and 1 where you take him off for the Jimmy run.
Did it occur to you that maybe a Trey Lance sighting in that series might have made sense? Did that?
I'm gonna keep it real. It didn't even cross my mind.
Didn't cross your mind?
Wow.
On the last drive?
I mean, 3rd and 2, 3rd and goal from the 3. I'm thinking, I don't know, now, if I'm a Seattle defender, I'm freaking out if number 5 comes in right now.
I was saying if you didn't play him earlier in the game, you would bring him in cold.
Well, not even just early in the game. I haven't played him in a month and a half.
Right. Yeah.
So I get that. But the thought crossed my mind, if you're ever going to do it, now might be the time.
Well, it gets Kyle out of his play calling rhythm.
Right, exactly.
What rhythm do you need? You only got one call. You only got one play to call left.
And I can't, guys. Am I the only one? I was like, are they going to go for 2 for the walk off? Like I assumed the touchdown.
Yeah, well, they were -3, so I think you got to go to overtime, don't you?
Try to cover that number.
You got to get some people some dough back.
To me, more appalling things than that sequence of play calls, the special teams gaffes, the fact that you've drafted all these players, but you can't play these players.
Speak.
You know, the Warriors at least, okay, we drafted Wiseman. It may not have been the best pick, but hey, give him a chance to go out there and play. You won't play Banks. You don't play Moore. You play Lenore, you wish you wouldn't. Lance can't get on the field. Sermon got hurt. I mean, what a waste of a draft.
Yeah. You want to see a dead body? Compton on the safety.
Yeah.
Did you see him get tossed like a
steamroller? Yeah.
But why would you call
James
a pass
Taylor
play, though? Kyle, be conservative.
I'm a steamroller baby, I believe.
Steiny.
Yes,
I'm going to roll right over you.
Yeah.
And that's what that happened. But hey, what do you do?
Yeah.
6-6. It looks like Steiny's 9-8 is getting more and more likely.
But the NFC is bad towards the end. Niners getting in.
Yeah, they're getting in.
I think so.
For who? They're getting in. They're in.
Well, that's true, too.
For what?
What's true?
Well,
they're getting in, but they're getting in for what?
We'll find out.
On a good day, though, when things go right,
it's too hard to come from the wild card.
No. I'm not saying that they're going to go to the Super Bowl, but I will tell you, I still believe today that when they get to the playoffs, that big favorite's going to be like, oh, crap, that's
No
what we
doubt.
get in round one? Because the 49ers they're not going to go get blown off the field. They'll mess up. They'll make you mad.
I was saying that last week.
They'll mess up. They'll make you mad.
They're
not. I do not think that in January, with the way this team is constructed and its run game, I do not think that they will be blown off the field by Tampa or Green Bay or anybody else.
Seattle should have beat them by 20 yesterday. They turned it over twice inside the 2.
But why wouldn't you kick the field goal, Pete Carroll?
Which time?
The last time where you got the fumble, which enabled the Niners to go 98 almost.
That was my thought also.
Why wouldn't you just take the 3? Why did you risk it on 4th down? What you got?
It was third down. It was third down.
No, they went for it on 4th to get it. They bypassed the field goal Seattle did on that last drive. And they got the first down before the fumble. That first down enabled them to fumble a couple plays later.
I mean, if
you talk about the last drive of the game?
Yes.
I thought it was 3rd and 1.
No.
And they shoveled.
No, they got the first down.
I'm straight to
Spadoni and Colin back me up. They got the first. Seattle went for it when they should have took the field goal, Steiny. 2 scores.
Let's see. No, Goo is right.
It was 4th down?
4th and 1
and
at the 4, and Travis Homer got 3 yards down to the 1.
Why, though? Kick 3.
Yeah.
No. Which?
Yes.
So they got the first down?
To the
prior to the fumble.
Exactly.
Right. Prior to the fumble. They went
3.
No, you're right.
I thought you meant.
Even more so, once you get that first down, how about 3 kneels? Right. Take those timeouts off the board, kick the field goal, go up by 2 scores. I mean, that
they
thought
burned
crossed
another
my mind.
2.5 minutes by going for it on 4th down.
Okay, fine, but it's like
they got to the 3-yard line with a chance to tie.
The one thing that could go wrong here is fumble, and he hands it to Gerald Everett. I'm like, yeah.
Well, the fumble was such a risky play.
Yeah.
A forward toss at the goal line.
Yeah, yesterday was not on anybody's coaching reel.
Okay. That game, I tweeted it was drunk. It gave you everything.
Oh, yeah.
Safeties, missed extra points.
I had a drunk gif on Twitter yesterday, too. I definitely did. All right, what's coming up, guys? What are you doing? Low coming in?
Yeah, Low coming in at 12:30. Talk some 49ers. Obviously, so much to go over with the Seahawks game. But we may squeeze in some Warriors.
Yeah.
Anybody else worried about Steph?
I said it earlier, Steiny.
No.
Just a coincidence.
What did you say,
Just a coincidence
that
he's had 2 of his worst shooting nights in his lifetime.
I said
in the
Mikal
last 3
Bridges
games.
does not play for the Spurs.
And I thought he looked great on Friday night, including a tunnel shot.
He's running a 10K every time he tries to get open.
And that is wow, Dibs. I mean, not at 21.
You're right, Dibs.
Yeah, a little past
You're
that.
absolutely
I mean,
right.
I said slump just to kind of try to stir the pot, but he's in the last 3 games. Yeah,
lay the points tonight.
Couple open looks.
They're laying those points tonight.
Air balls.
We love you, Steph.
All right, Steiny Guru coming up next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, go ahead, Goo. I got to put my headset on. What do you
Good
think?
to be back.
How about those Niners?
Yeah, it's like a bad movie that you've seen over and over again, and I'm not going to let them raise my blood pressure.
What do you mean?
Kyle Shanahan is not, up there on the pedestal that I tried to put him on. He's an average NFL head coach with a below 500 record, and he let one get away yesterday. He let his team down.
But I thought he was back on top of that pedestal.
Well, Chicago was good. You came home, you got fat on the Rams, but you ran the ball. My thing with him before we slice it all up is when it's go time, lemon booty time, and the furnace is hot, I think he just succumbs to pressure, Stein. Like, he don't call. Like, where was Kittle? I told you, Dibs and Willard. Where was 85 from the 3-yard line? Give him the Debo handoff. Steiny, I'm just tired of it, man. It's getting old.
All right, here we go. There we go.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, too. So,
I let it all out. That's how I feel.
How about this stat?
Yeah. Oh, God, I heard you go get this one.
This is an incredible stat. Unbelievable. Kyle Shanahan, as a head coach, 7-29 when he targets a wide receiver or a tight end more than 10 times in a game. That's courtesy of Kyle Madsen, by the way. Thank you.
That's crazy.
When George Kittle is targeted 10 or more times,
all right,
they're 2-8. What do you make of that stat? Can you make anything of that stat?
Numbers do lie sometimes. Shout out Michael Smith and Jamel Hill. They said they didn't. That show no longer exists. But Steiny, where did you want those other balls to go? He was Hulk Hogan yesterday. He deserved every one of those targets. So if you're trying to tell me they did one thing too much in that costume, no.
Well,
they didn't do it enough.
Well, that's not what these numbers say. These numbers say that when Shanahan spreads it out, or Garoppolo spreads it out, or whoever the quarterback is, they spread it out, the team seems to do better than when one guy has a big game. And I mean, it's the numbers I think are fascinating, and I don't know that it's all that, but it's just kind of interesting, and it to me it makes a little bit of sense because we just talk about how when Kyle Shanahan is clicking and the 49ers are clicking, they're spreading that thing around to a lot of different receivers, to a lot of different tight ends, to a lot of different running backs. And I'm certainly not going to sit here and say, well, they lost because Kittle had a monster game.
Right, okay.
But
meet me halfway then.
I don't know. Maybe there's something to it.
Well, what about the assessment that I've come up with that they don't go to the great players enough in money time? And that's why Deebo Samuel, as great as he is, Steiny, why can't we get half of this Kittle to go with half of the Deebo when he's on one of the... Then you're just like, oh my gosh, how do you stop this prolific offense? But to me, it's always just one guy or bust. But yesterday, again, can you look me in the face after a week of not seeing me, Steiny, and say it was odd that 85 didn't throw a fade route to him? Something. Sherfield, the pro sports is about reputations, and if the people are out there, the Niner fans want to call, Sherfield ain't nobody on that level to get that call. But had that been 85 or even Ayuk, come on, man. I mean, it's chess, not checkers.
Well, in fairness, they were the best coming into the game. They're the best team in the red zone. The best team in the red zone. So, I don't know what it is. I mean, to me, I look at that game yesterday, and it was like, Jimmy, oh boy. I mean, he's a...
But then he made some throws.
Great. So does every quarterback. The other thing I thought is, Pete Carroll was breaking out all the crazy stuff to try to win that game. For them to fake that punt so early in the game, so deep in their own territory.
He did not get touched.
By the way, nice game for George Kittle.
Steiny, he must have heard you.
Yeah.
Heard me too.
Got to bring home the win, though. George Kittle
That's on
is
his
someone.
coach.
What did I say? I predicted 3 catches for 39 yards, with tongue in cheek, by the way, 49er fans. Nevertheless, George Kittle, he'd much rather have had a 3 for 39 and taken home the W than what he ended up having. So
a 3-18, and I talked to. Oh, Bonte. Oh, it's a divisional game. Is it really, though, Steiny?
Well, you know what? I'll say this. Bonte brought that up, and I give it some more credence.
Well, then, I don't dismiss it.
No, I don't either.
But Seattle wanted somebody to take them around back and put a cap in their ass. Their season was over. And for them to fumble the ball, not taking the field goal, and you driving all the way down the field to just leave Niner fans, I can't use the word I want to use.
Astray?
No, there's another
49ers?
term. It has a ball in it. But you know what I'm talking about? Don't tease me. That was just, come on, man. It's getting old, Kyle. I'm talking to Kyle Steiny. I'm out. I am out. If he gets an offensive coordinator, a real one that actually calls the plays, and he just does the other duties, I'm with it. I'm done. I could not believe you couldn't get that ball in that end zone.
They shouldn't have even been in that position.
Because they should have been losing by 2 touchdowns.
Exactly. Okay. They were lucky to get the ball back in the first place.
Before we get to the phones, the 4th and 1.
First of all, I haven't asked for any calls.
Read option to Jimmy Garoppolo with 30 seconds left in the third quarter. You're down 7. And listen to this. You're on 35? How desperate are you? This is not a video game, Kyle. And you got lucky because they called the flag, which you punted the ball. I will never and he didn't get it, but what made you take 85 off the damn field to give the ball to your quarterback who can barely run? Like, what were you thinking? He needs to be court-martialed on that, Steiny.
From the 925. Goo, I thought you said you weren't going to raise your blood pressure over Kyle Shanahan.
I miss you, man.
All right.
I mean, I'm blown away.
If you want to jump in right now at 888-957-9570, we'll try to squeeze you on. We got Low Neal at 12:30. I don't understand. Maybe take some calls while Low Neal's here. Maybe
I'm bringing up Twitch too, Steiny. 95.7 The Game. I forget the name.
Dude, I got an unbelievable story for you about our listeners and something that happened
yesterday. I appreciate it. You were looking for your boy.
They were too. They were asking about you. They wanted you there. All right, should I tell you this quick story?
Yeah, we got time.
888-957-9570. We'll get right back to the 49er game. So, a bunch of Raider fans had a tailgate at the Bart Coliseum parking lot where they used to tailgate every Raider home game. Well, they haven't done it in a couple years, but they decided to have a little reunion of sorts. I mentioned it on Friday on the air that Bart parking lot, I'm going to be there probably and watch the games. It's fun. So
I'm mad I missed it.
So the guys who are throwing the tailgate call NJ Sanitation. All right.
Yep.
Owned by my guy Eric. So Eric comes over from NJ Sanitation to deliver a porta potty to the parking lot, and he says, "Wait a minute, is this the tailgate that Steiny from 95.7 The Game was talking about?"
No way!
I swear to God. And they said, "Yeah, he's probably going to come." So you know what Eric did? He dropped off 2 porta potties, one for the men.
Are you kidding
One
me?
for the women. He said, "You know what? I love the show. Look, here's 2 for 1. So we got 2 porta potties. All right. So somebody took Eric's business card.
Okay.
So I, of course, called Eric.
Thanked him.
Yeah, just said, "Hey, this is Matt Steinmetz. Just listen." Yeah. He ended up showing up when he had to pick up the porta potties at the end of the day, and met Eric, and he's a 49er fan, and it was just really cool.
I love that.
Yeah, it was great, man. It was great. So, thank you to everybody who hosted the tailgate yesterday. My good buddy Derek, Don, Chef, the mayor.
Had some beverages.
The mayor, I
need some.
My boy Dana was there. It was fun, a lot of fun. Watched the Raiders and the Niners game, and had a great time.
2 games that ended that should have had flags that would have changed maybe the outcome of the game.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say thank you to Eric at NJ Sanitation. Portable restrooms and event services.
Damn it.
He's a grinder too, Eric.
When's the next one?
I don't know. Probably next year now.
But I needed to stay inside, seriously. When the wife said
that's
that.
fine. That's fine. Yeah,
damn.
It's better to be healthy than not
nice nice screens?
Yeah, they had a bunch of TVs there. Bunch of TVs. The food was unbelievable. They're great barbecuing, grilling.
Last question.
Yeah.
How many times out there at the Collie, and I'm being honest here, did you think the Niners had this game? They were up 10.
Yeah.
At different junctures, I was like, this is over.
I didn't think the Seattle Seahawks were going to win that game at halftime. But then just the way everything started in the second half with the fumble and the kickoff.
But then you got a gif at the end zone with the interception. So Santa Claus was wearing a Niner uniform
then they get the
yesterday.
Safety.
Why would you call a pass?
Well, I mean,
when you already have to have
because if he runs the ball, then everybody says, "See, Shanny doesn't trust him." See, Shanny doesn't.
No, it ain't about that. Why do you got to look at that? The vodka, absolute. Why do you got to do that? How about, hey, we're backed up, run the damn ball, punt, live another day. Yeah. And Josh Norman, he got burnt by DK Metcalf on an incompletion by 4 yards. and then he's looking at the camera as if he's dead. That rubs me the wrong way. They need a leader. The team, I'm telling you, man, I'm done. They can go to the offs, and you know what? I got to quit lying to you and myself. I'll probably be excited for that game because, like Willard said, you don't want to see if you're a number 1 seed. No, you don't want to see
I don't
the
buy
Niners.
that. I'm sick of that.
Well, what if they have a good day?
I just didn't want to tell Mark that.
I
didn't want to get back. You know why?
It's parody.
Why are the 49ers
on
dangerous?
a good day?
They're 6-6.
Yeah.
Roy's in San Leandro. What's up, Roy? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Hey,
going well, man.
Good. Guru, Steiny, in a lot of ways, Guru right about that offensive coordinator stuff. Like I told you, Shanahan, after this season, regardless of what because personally speaking, I don't think that they're going to make the playoffs. But what I'm saying is that those coaches, they need to go ahead on and put all of those guys under scrutiny. And I still say, because Seattle still have a halfway decent defensive line. That's one of the main reasons that they lost the game, because Garoppolo was always under pressure.
Right.
And like the 49ers don't have no good cover man. Seattle do, but they don't. And that's the reason it's hard for them to match up with them, regardless to how good or bad they are. It's just hard for the 49ers to match up, and that's the reason I said that they need to go back to the scouting department and see what they're doing wrong, and then put every last one of those coaches under scrutiny. All
right, Roy, thanks for the call. So Roy's saying we got a coaching issue, and I think it also sounds like Roy's saying we got an issue with the people that we're drafting.
Well, Helen Keller can see that, but I think Roy's saying the coach has too many roles. Let's reduce the roles.
I'm not going to argue against that. I mean, come on, Steiny. Kittle not in. You can't throw one ball his way. And for all the, they took him. Well, let me see what that looks like. And if it's a pick going to Kittle, you know what? The plane ride home, I'll be okay with. But not to go to him. Quit trying to put in Sherfield. He's a good story, but that ain't his moment. It ain't his time, and that's why the ref didn't throw the flag. Dude, that was Steiny. He got mugged. Yeah. Antonio in Oakland. It says Antonio's mad right now. I've never heard Antonio mad. What's up, eh?
So freaking mad right now, man. We lost to them division rivals. I don't know why they got our number for it, man. Like, we really miss Emmanuel Mosley. We got some weak-o corners, man, and we know Tom Compton, like, he keeps getting bull rushed. He's garbage. Compton in the house. Compton should not be in our house anymore. We need to get rid of him, man. He's
I like that.
But yeah, Deebo Samuel, we missed him. He's our guy over there. And George Kittle, he had a big old stat line, 191 yards, 2 touchdowns. That's pretty good for an overrated receiving tight end, huh, Stein?
Yeah, boy, did Garoppolo put the ball right on the money to Kittle.
He hit him.
Oh, man. Wow.
Did they really miss Deebo?
I got news for you, though.
191, 2 TDs? Did they really?
Did they miss who?
Obviously, they could use Deebo, but that wasn't the reason they lost. Steiny, they
lost because they turned the ball over. They turned the ball over too much.
Seattle did, too.
Garoppolo didn't. He was so average yesterday. Don't you think?
He was Jimmy.
Well, not really, because he has not thrown 2 interceptions in a game very often this year. What are they, 6-6? Probably 3 times, maybe, I would guess, off the top of my head.
I'll let you handle business. I'll get you on the next, because I got something for you.
All right, Low Neal coming up on the other side, and it's all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Festivals, football, the great outdoors. Some people say fall is the best time of year. It may also be a great time.
goes in. Garoppolo, blocked by Compton, deflected, incomplete.
That was Carlos Dunlap, a player who has been questioned why he hasn't been getting a lot of playing time. Gets his hand up at just the right moment to knock down Jimmy Garoppolo's pitch and catch to Trent Sherfield. What an amazing stop by the Seattle Seahawks defense.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Kevin Harlan and Tiki Barber on the call, CBS Sports. And let's welcome in Low Neal. And he's brought to you by Street Strider, the world's first 2-in-1 indoor and outdoor elliptical. It'll change the way you exercise forever. You get the combined benefits of jogging, skiing, and cycling, but without the physical stress on your joints and body. Take the Street Strider outdoors for a fun full-body workout. And when the weather is bad, simply attach it to the indoor trainer stand for a stationary workout in your home. Ready to have some fun and actually look forward to your workouts? Order online now at streetstrider.com. We ship it right to your front door. Go online now, streetstrider.com. What's going on, Lo? And I'll just start out by saying, what do you think about what happened to the 49ers yesterday? We can. Is Lo playing a little joke on us here?
No.
Oh, is he?
Maybe he's on the street. What is it? The Street Rider?
Street Strider.
Oh, Street Strider.
Street Strider.
Maybe he crashed.
Did I misunderstand? Did we say we had Lo and then we dropped him? Okay, he'll be back. You know he's not going to miss an opportunity to talk 49ers.
What's his slim and none is left the building.
Let's see if I have that.
We're going to cut him loose.
Hey, Lo, what are the 49ers playoff chances like?
Yeah, slim to none and none has left the building?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're still going to make the playoffs. They're 6-6. Although next week's game is going to be tough against Cincinnati.
It should have been on Sunday Night Football, but the Niners playing, and they didn't flex the game because of the Bengals. How about that?
No, you're probably right about that. What do you think about just the way Seattle started the game with a fake punt? When it worked, what were you thinking?
You know what? You got to tip your cap. You're 3-8. You know, you're playing your division rival. You've won the last, 15 or 19 coming into the game. So there was an ownage factor. And you didn't want your season, which is pretty much probably over, but with the way the standings are, Seattle may have some life. But Steiny, I tip my cap. But for Niner fans or anybody from the outside to say that's why they won the game, there were, as the kids say in the Bay, hella plays throughout this game after that juncture that went the Niners' way. They just couldn't capitalize. And I just got questions about the head coach and his inability to call great plays when it's go time. Steiny, I felt like that was the Super Bowl all over again. But to ignore 85 and Ayuk down there first and goal, I could make the point. Why are you even running the ball, giving downs away? Dude, Seattle, as leaky as their defense has been, Steiny, they were hitting.
There's something about Seattle. 17-4, Russell Wilson against the San Francisco 49ers in his career. He hasn't beaten any team more than the Niners.
And they hit him a few times yesterday.
Yeah. They sure did. 49ers, they get beat 30-23. They were up 23-14 in the late first half. I mean, the drive at the end of the first half by Seattle, too, was a killer. I mean, just an absolute. We got Lo? All right. Hey, Lo, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, my God, guys. I wasn't playing jokes. I'm here. Goo, I heard you back there. Sometimes you know how this technology stuff goes. But I'm going to tell you guys what, though, Goo, and tell you what, Steiny. Yesterday you got to see what it's like when we know the Niners are a good team, but you're not a great team. You know the Niners don't have a great quarterback, but they got an average to just good quarterback. But that's the thing. That's what I mean. You got to be, when you're a team that's not great, you can't make mistakes. When this team can't run the ball efficient and consistently, a team can't win. They can't win necessarily games that you guys, like that was a game yesterday, this team should have won. But here's what I mean by that, Guru and Steiny. When you're not a good enough team to have a bad day, always tell you guys, offense counts as a third, defense counts as a third, and special teams, guys. Yesterday, you go 3 and out, and then on 4th down, you give up a 76-yard punt. Fake punt, guys. You can't do that. See, this team's not good enough to overcome a lot of difficult times and difficult things because it's not a great team. When we told you guys, when Jimmy's got to go and just go win the game and go put his back there, you see, guys, this is not who he is. That's why it's imperative that this team is able to run the ball with consistency. Guru, Steiny, you saw 2 interceptions.
Yep.
Led to points. Guys, you saw the kickoff return after half. Led to points. You guys saw when this team went out there right before halftime and you had 2 self-inflicted wounds, roughing the passer. Put them in field goal range and then led to a touchdown. You had 2. This team is not good enough to overcome things like that on a consistent basis. And this was I know Seattle is a team, and we can say the last 4 times they won, they have their number. But Seattle, come on, Goo, you know they're not that good. You had a chance to win that game. You had a chance to solidify yourself for this playoff, and now you made it more difficult. You made it more difficult, and you're getting ready to play a team that just got beat by the Chargers. That's pretty good, too. That's in the same position. And, oh, by the way, you're going back to Cincinnati. So this team, we know now, we're not saying that they're not a team that can't get in the playoffs. We're not saying they can't play. But it's got to be humming, and it starts with the consistency in the run game. But it also starts by not having self-inflicted wounds, guys.
Lo, you're on fire. But listen, man, I give credit to Kyle Shanahan when it's due. And right now, I'm disappointed. And I'm disappointed that George Kittle stepped up in the absence of Deebo Samuel Lowe. He looked like Lou Ferrigno, 9 for 181, 2 touchdowns. But listen to this and answer me. 1st and goal from the 3, you can't give him 1 target? And the play calling when the game's on the line, I go to the Super Bowl, I go to the Arizona Cardinal game on the road where the Niners have the ball, different quarterback, but we get left at the altar. How can you justify, Lo, saying you don't throw me a fade route to 85 and if it's picked, I'm okay because you went where the numbers say go. But to throw it to Sherfield in that moment, guys like that aren't going to get the call, Lo. That's on Shanny to just ignore Ayuk and Kittle down there.
I understand the frustration, but you got to look at the play. One of them, they doubled Kittle. They said, since you don't have Deebo, they said we are not going to let Kittle beat us. They doubled him. You saw that on the goal line when you're down there in the red zone. The end zone, you only have 10 yards. So now the back of the end zone, Guru, is an extra defender.
Right.
So it shortens the field. And so I agree with you. Sherfield was held, and you're right.
Oh, he's
mugged. Not a veteran player.
Yeah.
He got mugged, and he's not going to get that call. That was a horrible call. But you got to realize, Seattle's not a great run defense. The Niners, I understand. You're like, look, let's get this thing to, 3rd and 4th or 2 and 3. You're on the goal line. Now you can still run pick routes. If the guy doesn't bat the ball, if you see it, they ran a great passing it off. If you watch it, and they ran that little the X route, call it like scissors route, and you see Sherfield come wide open. I don't know if Jimmy stared him down too much, and that's why the defensive lineman jumped up and batted the ball. He was wide open, Goo, and the ball got batted down. I just think that they did a great job and said, Kittle is not going to beat us.
Lo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's in here every Monday at 12:30. Here's kind of what I don't get, Lorenzo, is the 49ers have had success the last 3 or 4 weeks by running the football. Usually when you don't run the football, it's because you're playing from behind the whole game. But that wasn't really the case. The 49ers were up 17-7. They were up 23-14. And even when they got down, they were down 30-23, but it was only a 1-score game, and they have the entire 4th quarter. It just feels like sometimes he gets away from it, and I'm not sure why.
I know, and here's the deal. If they would have got that touchdown, I say you go for 2 and just end it, because your team wasn't playing that well. For some reason, man, something about Seattle, but this is where I'm telling you guys, when I look at Jimmy, and I know Steiny, you talk about Jimmy, and you got this, and here's the deal. The guy tries, and it's not like, but you see, he's not that guy that is going to just go out there and blow it up. And unfortunately, at times Shanahan feels he's got to lean too heavy on him. And the last 2, 3 before this game, this team had ran the ball 130 times in 3 weeks.
Yeah,
it was heavy run, like you're saying, and that's when Jimmy's at his best, when they can play action and run the ball and run in between tackles, get to the outside. And yesterday, it just didn't happen with the consistency guys that we've seen for the last couple of weeks.
Lo, what did you? And I'm gonna lay off, but I mean, this was a 3-8 team, just like you mentioned. And
it was a bad team, Guru.
You're on your own 35 with 35 seconds left in the third quarter, 4th and 1. You don't punt the ball. You call a zone read to Jimmy, who kept it, and you got stopped. But the football gods blessed you. Called the flag on the Niners, and they punted. But you took 85 off the field, one, and then you gave it to a guy that doesn't have wheels. To me, that lets me know that the coach is panicking. Like, maybe he's doing too much in the moment, Lo. How can you explain to Steiny and myself on 4th and 1, which didn't work, why would you call a zone read for Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah, I think the nose guard just beat the center right off the jump, Guru. They didn't do a great job up front holding their blocks and sustaining the blocks. Jimmy had to pull it. If he would have just gave it, they would have lost yards. And thank God, like you said, that unfortunately the center was fumbling the ball before.
What are we doing?
Yeah, and that play, I think that you're right. You try to get the ball to Kittle, but I think when you watch the way teams are trying to double him, I think you got to move him more at times and go ahead and let him run the end around. Like you said, lose with the best guy on the field with the ball in his hand.
Lo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Lo, I don't know where to kind of point the fingers with this team, because I've seen them play 12 games, and I get it. Like, they're 6-6, and they're to me the epitome of a 500 team, because if it's not one thing one week to cause them to get beat, it's another thing. And I've just seen a lot of teams where it's not just one area of weakness that gets you beat, it's something every other week. So do you think this 49er team is a 500 team essentially, or are they underachieving?
Without a doubt, they're underachieving. We saw this team go head-to-head with Green Bay in the last minute. Guru and I talked about it. You know that you got it. Green Bay has no timeouts left, and you give up those big plays with no timeouts. That's unacceptable. And then yesterday, you have a chance to separate, to do something big, and you find a way to lose that ball game. That's what I'm saying. This team is underachieved. They have underachieved this year, and that's why it's the jack of all trades and the master of none. Yesterday, you saw special teams give up not one, but two scoring drives, a fake punt, and then fumble the ball on the opening kickoff after halftime. Guys, you can't win football games like that. You're not supposed to win football games like that. You're not.
Uh-oh.
Did we lose him?
I think we lost him. It was a little shaky from the get-go.
But it was scary, though, how we lost it. Like somebody, like somebody picked it. Well, who's going to touch low?
Yeah. Somebody just must have pulled the plug on it. But I don't know. I think I get what Lowe's saying about the team underachieving.
They were picked to win the Super Bowl, Steiny.
Not by me.
Well, some.
See, I think if you look back now to Week 1, they're 0-0, and people have them. Maybe winning the division. Definitely, they're. I think the expectations for this team were too high. To me, they were, and I don't think they're underachieving to a great degree. If they are underachieving, they're a 500 team.
Wow!
And I've said
with the game on the road at Cincinnati.
Now I'm going back to what I said from the start. They have an average quarterback. They've got a below-average defensive backfields. Their linebackers have been okay.
Yeah.
Their pass rush has been okay, but for the last couple weeks, it's gotten better. The running game, when it's clicking, it looks great. The offensive line, so-so. The wide receiver, other than Debo, Ayuk's been obviously up and down. Kittle's been himself. He missed a few games, but I don't know. I don't think this team has Super Bowl talent. And I don't know whether it's all because of Garoppolo or not, but they're just okay. They're just an okay football team.
But I'll tell you this: I'm not mad at you, and your 9-8 backs that up. I still had 11 wins. It's not about me being right. That's still technically, Steiny, on the table. But what bothers me and why I keep bringing up Kyle is even the things that you mentioned are fair. I thought he was the Phil Jackson. I thought in crunch time, I'm the Jedi Knight. I can make I can make something out of nothing. I can make an average quarterback a better quarterback when it's go time. And those things are failing us left and right. So as disgruntled as some people are, and I'm hearing it, about Jimmy, I think Kyle had a worse day than Jimmy Garoppolo, Steiny. And this is the last thing. I went to bed and I wasn't feeling this, but I woke up thinking this, and I got it. We got low back?
No.
Oh, okay.
His connection was not very good.
And we love you, love. Here I go. If you're going to call that zone read to Jimmy, why couldn't you have done it for Trey? And it gets me to thinking, if he's not ready, Steiny, why is he not ready to be featured? Remember, I told you I was okay. I didn't want to see him for me. But for the football team, how is he now not ready to take on a few plays? Because that would have been an awesome opportunity to run him out there and scare Seattle. So you're failing either way you look at it, Kyle. He's not ready to be the starter, and I'm watching rookie quarterbacks left and right get better. They're taking their lumps, but he can't even come out for a play or two to where you would say, hey, let's call this play. Which one? One where Jimmy runs it. Steiny almost got his neck taken off.
I don't know. I don't know what happened to the strategy of using Trey Lance 4 to 6 plays a game. I think everything changed when Trey Lance got hurt earlier in the season with the finger.
Damn.
And
the knee.
I just think he's afraid to go to Trey Lance now because guess what? The stakes are too high. They still have an excellent chance to make the playoffs as a wild card. So that's the first thing they have to accomplish. And I just think Kyle Shanahan looks at Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance and thinks, you know what, I'm living and dying with Garoppolo because I think he could get us to 10-7. But I don't know what happened to his strategy from the beginning of the season. 888-957-9570. Who do you blame for yesterday's 30-23 loss to the Seahawks? Who do you blame? If there's one person to blame, who is it? If there's more than that, who is it? I just know that I thought the 49ers had a shot to go in there yesterday and handle the Seahawks. But you know what? Now you look back at the game, and I actually think 49ers could have got beat by 2 scores and never really even had a shot at the end of that game. Pete Carroll was definitely trying to stick it to Shanahan. No doubt about it, and it almost cost him. Yeah,
Seattle was popping pads, and I can say the same thing for the Niners, Steiny, but I just really, man, the Niners on the road, with all that what you said, were favored. That tells you, like, it was something that they thought, a hill that the Niners could climb. And the way that it ended at the 3-yard line and you can't get in the end zone, I mean, do you feel like we're watching the same movie? How anticlimactic can it be if we see another pass that gets batted down at the line? Throw a fade to Ayuk, who has verts. Throw a fade to Kittle.
Yeah, but they say Kittle's not great at high pointing.
Is that what they see? Like I don't buy that.
I actually have
I can't
heard
buy
that.
A lot right now.
Listen, I'm kind of.
I know you are, but still,
I got a little grin on my face.
Do something different. Sherfield, my ass. That should have been Ayuk running that route. Or if I'm Jimmy, go to your money.
Who's your money?
Number 11, who made some plays, and number 85.
It was certainly 85 yesterday.
What if they would have did
the
Debo? Let's hand it off like it was Debo.
Don't forget that.
Ayuk.
Well, don't forget that play doesn't have a 100% success rate. In fact, I want to say, what was the game they used that this year, and it kind of broke their back a little bit on a third and so I can't remember the exact game. Let's go to Moose. Moose is in San Jose. Hey, Moose, what do you got, buddy? How you feeling?
I thought that Kittle comment, it was pretty funny. I know you're taking jabs right there at Guru and all of us, but what I was going to say quickly, I think we overvalued this team coming into the season, and I think Shanahan's almost toying with himself in that he thinks this team is better than it is, and wanting to keep Jimmy in to either A, increase his stock for a trade next season over the offseason, or B, get us into the playoffs with this expanded playoff and an extra game and all this stuff. It's kind of gimmicky at this point. That's the only reason why we would make a playoffs with a team like this. Losing to a 3-8 Seattle team, going into it, I knew Seattle was going to be trouble. But you're not a good team when you lose to that. When you don't lose the ones you're supposed to win. And I think he's just fighting with himself. I think you just need to play Trey. Early in the season, I said you're not going to play Trey. Don't do it. At this point now, you got to get Trey's reps. I think you got to get Trey's reps. I think Shanahan needs to come to grips with the fact this team isn't as good as he thinks it is. And let the young guys get the reps. Let the Lenores, let the Trey Lances, let these young guys get reps for the future.
Appreciate it, Moose.
Lenore got benched. You saw that, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it's an interesting question because on the one hand, I kind of see, not surprising, I see both sides here. Because on the one hand, if you're a 49er fan that wants to see Trey Lance, you can now say, look, we're 6-6. We might make the playoffs at 9-8. Maybe we'll get to 10-7, but are we really going anywhere anyway? So why don't we use the last 5 games to play Trey Lance and see if we can kind of backpedal into the playoffs like we may do with Jimmy Garoppolo. On the other hand, they did get some breaks yesterday. Atlanta lost. The Vikings lost.
Oh, my gosh.
To Detroit.
Playing prevent defense.
But by the same token, it's like that's why I didn't understand why people wanted Seattle to get beat by Washington. Washington's now 500. So
Seattle blew that game.
Yeah, you got Washington 500. You got the Eagles now hanging around.
You got the tiebreaker over the Eagles.
But what I'm saying now is if Kyle Shanahan really believes – and he has to believe Garoppolo gives him the best chance, whether he's right or wrong. Otherwise, he would use Trey Lance, and he's not using Trey Lance. So I think he's looking at 6-6. I think I don't know if he's feeling pressure, but I think he's thinking, I got to get to the playoffs. I got to figure out a way to get to the playoffs. 888-957-9570. Let's go. Where are you at on this San Francisco 49ers team? They're 6-6. Do they have a run in them to just get a little hot toward the end of the regular season and make some noise? Or is this team just destined to be who they are, which is essentially just a 500 football team? 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Savor the season at Outdoor Supply Hardware. Find gifts of great taste with Weber, Traeger, or Big Green Egg grills, or fulfill their DIY destiny with Yuletime.
49ers game, and Matt Mayoko.
Give it to me.
So why didn't Garoppolo try to force his final pass attempts to Kittle? Coach Kyle Shanahan clearly felt Garoppolo made the correct decisions. To throw into double coverage, Shanahan asked to make sure he understood the reporter's question. I don't think so. That's why.
Yeah, you could have brought him in motion. You could have did all kind of things, Steiny.
I'm just reporting what was said.
How'd it work out for him?
On the third down play, Kittle said the pass would have had to come to him against zone coverage, but against man, the play is difficult to execute. Kittle was double covered on the fourth down play. Kittle, they did a good job of following me around. The very last play, I had two guys on me. So on third down, Seattle cornerback Sidney Jones, the fourth, broke up a pass for Sherfield. The 49ers believe the penalty should have been called, but Garoppolo didn't really want to get to the officials. So I'm just saying, just saying, Garoppolo doesn't throw to Kittle, and Kyle Shanahan and Kittle have explanations. Why not?
I mean, was that reminiscent of the Super Bowl, the batted ball? When Jones were doing that from Kansas City. I mean, God darn it. Like, maybe if you threw a fade route, it could have been to Ayuk, it could have been to Sherfield. Something different to where the batted ball is not part of the equation. I mean, when was the last time we seen Jimmy even attempt that? Well, I guess he did it against at home against Minnesota, but it was like more of like 15, 25-yard pass route. But to see it get batted down, and he was open. The receiver was open, but it don't matter.
No. 888-957-9570. What do you think of some of Kyle Shanahan's comments after the game? One is, to throw into double coverage? Yeah, I don't think so. Is that a truthful answer? Is Kyle Shanahan a little bit defensive? And then Kittle said on the fourth down play, he didn't really have much going on that play. So those are the two explanations from the people that matter the most. 888-957-9570. Are you buying it? Are you buying it?
I've been waiting to get this off my chest because you and I are two different men. We were raised in different locales. We look at sports in the world different, but we're friends. But Steiny, you hate the college conference tournament for basketball, and I like it. You know why? Because it gives the lesser of the bottom feeders that one last chance to shock the world. So with that said, I'm not ready to say, what are you going to do when you get to the offs? All it takes, and I've been preaching, is a ticket to the dance. So when you look at the Niners and you think to yourself, what's the one thing or trick that Kyle has up his sleeve? Oh, that new number one draft pick that I spent the whole world for at Nordstrom's? What if I were to insert him for these last 5 games? Can you look me in the face, Matt Steinmetz, and say that you've seen it, enough proof that Trey Lance couldn't do what Jimmy did yesterday on the road? Like, to me, it's like, where is this ship going? To hit an iceberg? Or, we might have a detour. Put the kid in. We still compete. And if the kid is decent, maybe we got something in these last 5 games that when we get to the dance that it looks like we're going to be in, Steiny, maybe we'll shock the world. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with failing with the guy that's your future? Like, tell me that part, people.
Well, I can't give you an answer. I can only give you the answer that I feel like
I've been hearing
must be the
Go
answer.
ahead. I know where you're going. I heard it yesterday.
He's not ready?
He must not be ready. That's just...
I don't know what to tell you. And maybe during today's press conference, he'll get picked apart a little about that. Maybe have to answer why, let's say, his strategy changed or his approach changed from what he said at the beginning of the year. Aku, I got to tell you something. You're going to be... I shouldn't do this.
No, don't do it.
Nah, I'll do it later. Alejandro in Palo Alto. What's going on? You want to talk about the 49ers loss?
Hey there, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Yeah, I watched that Seattle game yesterday. It was ugly. I feel like I'm really on board with moving the new guys in, trying to get some playing time for the young guys. But I had a question for you guys, and I'll take my answer off air. I have a big fear that Kyle Shanahan is well. I know that Kyle Shanahan can take us to the playoffs with the talent that we've got, but I also know that he likes to ride the hot hand, and so I've got a big fear that he's going to ride, our best guys like Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, ride them into injury, and then we won't have a great shot at the playoffs. So my question is, do you guys think that it is worth riding some of our best players to the playoffs if we don't get far, knowing that there's a risk that they won't be as healthy next year?
Yeah, I hear you, Alejandro. They got to listen. Here's what I know: Kyle Shanahan. I don't think it needs to. He better get to the playoffs. And I get it. If he doesn't, I don't think he's going to be fired. But he doesn't get to the playoffs. And, I mean, at what point do you say, who is this guy?
Well, where's your confidence level in him?
In who?
The Matt Steinmetz.
They're going to make the playoffs.
No, not in them, in Kyle Shanahan. Because coming into this season, mine was high. I was like, he is not the problem.
He's okay.
But he's coming down.
Not for me.
Rapidly for me.
Not for me.
There's no way they missed the offs. It would be a collapse. Just look around. They got the tiebreakers left and right, and they earned that. But nothing's getting better. Crunch time they wilt.
Well,
they wilt. That was crunch time. Arizona on the road, although it was your rookie quarterback, you had the ball, they wilted. When does it ever go their way? The Super Bowl, they wilted with the ball in hand. Aren't you tired of watching this same movie, people?
I mean, look, you want me to play the optimist?
It'll be your first time. Since I know it, yeah.
Kyle Shanahan, year one, they weren't even a 500 team. Year two, not a 500 team. Year three, they go to the Super Bowl. It's an anomaly. Last year, not a 500 team. Guess what? This is the second best year under Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, my God.
They're 6-6. He's now 35-41.
You think that's what the big man signed up for when he gave him all that chicken?
No.
And the Dr. J's? 6-year contracts.
Okay. I didn't know where you went there.
Shout out to Julia.
I mean, though, the one thing, though, is
I'm tired of it. It's getting boring.
But hold on. You
all right?
We're high on Shanahan at the beginning of the year. Then you kind of said, you know what? I'm kind of out on Shanahan. Then they start winning, and you were like, you know what? I got to give Shanahan his flowers. He's kept this team together. Well, now they lost. They're 6-6. They are who they are. He's the same guy, Goo.
Yeah, but it's a pot of gumbo for me. And if you could go check the tape, the day after the Super Bowl, Steiny, I didn't let that loss go. I was like, oh, this dude can call plays, but when stuff hits the fan, he gets overwhelmed. And the kudos I gave him for keeping the band together was not the play calling, it was the coach and the backstabbing that I thought could have took place that didn't take place. But again, if you're going to tell me the other team at 3-8 can go, boo, we're going to double Kittle, and you can't come up with a concept that if you do double Kittle, my number 11, which is Ayuk, will be open, or talent-wise, that's where we want to go if we can't get it to Kittle with no Deebo. Not even a look, and you throw it to Sherfield. I mean, it don't sit right with me, Steiny. And if you're going to say, oh, they took him away, okay, nothing to see here. Well, you ain't worth your salt and the flowers I gave you for going to the lab, Obi-Wan.
I never know where to come down on that, to be honest with you. I just don't.
Let's throw it and find out. Let's throw it and find out. Did you see Kittle yesterday? In its entirety.
Yeah,
he looked like he looked like Thor.
Okay. But guess what?
That what?
I'm just saying.
Why'd you stop?
Because I guess they double-teamed him. Right. Wait, he only had, how many of the catches did he have in the first half? Most of them, if I'm not correct, if I'm not mistaken.
I had it here,
and
too.
I think, God, I don't think he got his first catch of the second half till the fourth quarter on the last drive, if I'm not mistaken. So that tells me That tells me that Seattle clearly said at halftime, somebody else has to beat us. And I'm sorry, in the NFL and in the NBA, if you want to take a guy away,
but there were some third downs in the second half. He threw them to Kittle, Steiny, and he 30-yard gains. It wasn't just 10, 15. It was like whop, whop.
What was Spino, do you remember offhand what the breakdown was between Kittle's first half catches and second half catches? Was it like 6-3? Something like that? Anyway, we'll go to Johnny. Johnny's in the city. What's going on, Johnny? How you doing? Sorry to put you on the spot, Spino. My bad.
What's good? What's good, Steiny and Guru?
Hey.
Man, here's my opinion on the whole situation. I honestly, wholeheartedly believe that Shanahan never wanted Trey Lance. He wanted Mac Jones from the beginning. He didn't even want Jimmy either, but he wanted Mac Jones, and someone pulled a power trip and traded up. So he said, okay, this is what you wanted. He's not ready. He's going to sit on the bench while I'm going to stick with Jimmy. I might even stick with Jimmy next year because this guy that I didn't want is here. And he's proven a point that the guy I wanted is over in New England. And if we would have stayed at 12 and drafted Mac Jones or whoever was there, Jimmy wouldn't be here. We would have fixed the defense. We would have had weapons. We wouldn't have needed Trey Lance, a project that we traded the future for, to sit on the bench, and we would have been doing business.
Wow.
Johnny, if you're right.
Wow.
If you're right, and Kyle, and I'm.
But wouldn't it explain it?
I do not believe this is the case. I can't believe it's the case that Kyle Shanahan, who has all the power, finally got this kind of big decision and got vetoed, overturned, essentially. But what I will say is if that's the case, they're done. Then the Niners are done. And Shanahan's done, too. Now, what does that mean? I'm not really sure, but they got bigger problems in 6-6, and they got bigger problems in the future than trying to turn the team around in a manageable way. If that's the case, it's over.
Steiny, to that call, which 3 months ago I would have said you need your meds to the caller, wouldn't that explain why the guy that you're supposed to love, the QB, we're not seeing it all, as opposed to you saying, Goo, he ain't ready. Well, how do we know? How do they know he's not ready?
Well,
real quick, Steiny.
It's easy. It's easy how they know.
Okay.
Goo, admit that. It's easy how they know he's not ready if that's what they believe.
Okay,
that's
hold on.
so easy to understand.
But the one time the public got to watch this guy play, he wasn't a disaster.
Well, okay.
And hold on,
but that's
Steiny,
not a reason to play a guy because he wasn't a disaster.
Kyle said he was ready to take off. My question to you, and to piggyback off the caller's point, is where is the love for Trey Lance? Love gives you the benefit of the doubt, and the kid is not seeing the field. And if Kyle didn't love him, Steiny, this would explain why he hasn't been utilized or seen. That's all. Like that call, I'm like, he ain't 100% right, but now I'm starting to, I feel it, Steiny.
I'm
17-10, the one start.
First of all, so what? Come on, Goo. They lost 17-10. He
but
put
you
10
act like he lined up under the guard.
But
he
you
did
act
everything. He was serviceable, Steiny.
I'm just serviceable?
Yes.
Well, guess what? Jimmy Garoppolo's a little better than serviceable.
And where's that getting you?
6-6.
Okay.
Right in the middle of the playoff.
So how do we not know Trey couldn't be getting this experience and you would have the same
You got to trust the
record?
coach. You have to trust the coach.
But what if the caller's right is my whole thing.
He's supposed to be the guy who knows quarterbacks.
And what if he didn't want him? Give me this.
No.
It's leading in that direction. Something's afoot. Something's not adding up.
Maybe they picked the wrong guy. Maybe Kyle picked the wrong guy.
Something is not right.
Picked.
No doubt. But Bust don't get named Bust and don't get a shot.
You know what?
That's what.
I'm not even acknowledging something is not right. They're 500, and they have, to my way of thinking, 500 talent. Plain and simple. Is Kyle Shanahan making this team better? Not really. Is he making them, like I always say this, 3 kinds of coaches. There's a few that make their teams better. There's a few that make their teams worse, and most of them don't really have an impact. And he's right in the middle.
And what's his record? Under 500 career-wise.
Dre's in Lemoore. What's going on, Dre? How you doing, man?
I'm bummed out, but you know what? I knew it going to the game. Been checking for a while. All the Niner fans I've seen, I said, I'm more worried about this game than I have been the few. Why? Because Seattle owns the 49ers. Did they sweep us this year? Yes. When's the last time you guys remember the 49ers having a laugher against Seattle? Can either one of you tell me that?
No, not a laugher.
No. Every time we beat them, it is a nail-biter. They beat us in a nail-biter yesterday. Hey, I'm with you, Steiny. I don't like to blame things on the ref, but that was a PI on that.
No doubt.
Play.
No doubt.
Other than that, though, they own us. We got swept again. Even though when we went to the Super Bowl, the game to go to the Super Bowl, Dre Greenlaw barely tackled the tight end at the 1-yard line. The next week, the same Seattle team goes to Green Bay. Green Bay whips them. Then we whip Green Bay. Seattle has got our number. That's all there is to it. Wilson's always had our number. Look at his record against us.
Yeah.
It disgusts me, but it is what it is. You can blame Shanahan, but under Harbaugh, it was the same freaking thing. We have to flip the role against the hated Seahawks. But until then, hey, they own us, guys. That's all there is to it.
Thanks, Dre. Appreciate the call. Dre and Lemoore, one of our favorites. Here's my question to 49er fans at 888-957-9570. Does this have anything to do? Does it have anything to do with Trey Lance? What's going on right now? And what I mean by that is, I'm looking at this is the way I feel, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. And I'm going to compare Wiseman to Trey Lance. The Warriors are 19-4? So guess what? Wiseman ain't the story. He ain't the story. There's more important stuff than James Wiseman. If the 49ers had won yesterday to move to 7-5, I would be willing to say, it's not really about Trey Lance. And I'm not saying because they're 6-6 it is, but is this about Trey Lance? And what I mean by that is if you're a 49er fan and you are really disappointed about how this season's going, is part of it, well, what the hell's going on with Trey Lance? Because actually, Goo, for me, it's not. We're 12 weeks into the season. I've heard Shanahan talk about Lance whenever he's been asked about it. I just don't think Lance is in the plans this year for Shanahan. And as tough as yesterday's loss was, they're still in the driver's seat when it comes to a wild card playoff appearance. So I just think we're pulling our hair out. We think they're underachieving. But Kyle Shanahan looks and says, you know what? We're 6-6. We go into Cincinnati next week. We play better. We beat them. We're 7-6, and now we're back in the back in the saddle, if you will.
Listen, that's how you feel. But to the James Wiseman comp, Steiny, imagine him getting drafted last year and us not finding out where he was at. You know what? We found out where he was at, and he kind of got robbed of building off what he needed to work on. So now here we are. What if you're a Niner fan thinking about next year? How has Trey gotten any better?
You don't owe anything to fans talking about next year.
But forget the fans.
You're still in it this year.
You don't think he would be better by getting reps and playing even if you took your lumps?
Well, then you're not going to make the playoffs this year, perhaps.
You're guessing that, but you don't know that to be fact.
Well, of course not, but why?
And I'm not telling you he's Michael Vick.
We have been going around in circles on this all season long. The bottom line is Kyle Shanahan does not think the 49ers can win with Trey Lance right now. Like, why? I don't know.
Okay, and that was my question
because
to
he's
you.
Not good enough.
Or if he's not ready.
Okay, he's not ready.
My question to you in the masses, Steiny, well, where's he not ready at?
Well, he
in
didn't
practice
play a lot
during
in
the
college.
week?
Yeah.
But You keep getting mad at me at this, but I watched this game. It's on my DVR. He didn't wet the bed against the Cardinals in his one start he got hurt in. So maybe now that he's healthy, he can do at least what Jimmy's doing. Well, it's getting old watching the below average quarterback play. So the light comes on. What can we do different? Maybe we'll get a jolt. I'm going to run the rookie out there.
Well, that's not smart, according to Kyle Shanahan. I mean, I
put this to bed. Remember, bottom line is, how many times this year Shanahan said, "Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo gives us the best chance of win." If I had $1, I'd be rich.
Right there it is. It's over. Like, that part's over. Right now, it doesn't matter what I believe or you believe. Shanahan would be, if you got him at a bar and you got him 3 deep in martinis, he'd probably hold up the 4th and say, "Goo, this kid's going to take a while. It's just going to take some time." Okay. And we knew that when we drafted him.
Okay, if going off of that real quick, Steiny, it sounds to me that they didn't need it. And if these reports are true that Jimmy may be here after this year, why did you go jump up and spend all what you spent, that capital? Because it sounds to me that you weren't urgent to make a change at the quarterback position.
Not right away. No, we weren't, Darryl.
Well, then what did you see in Trey to make you think in 2 or 3 or 4? Dude, you don't go waste these draft picks or that draft capital for 3 or 4 years from now. You had to fall in love.
Yeah, but we're going to have a long engagement, and that means the marriage will be more solid when it does occur.
Oh, my Steiny.
This is so easy.
This dude's under 500 as a head coach.
Right, but he's 6. That's why. He's 6-6 this year. So he's having he's having the second best year of his career.
I'm just telling you, my friend, Steiny, something's off. Something's going to come out. I don't know when.
Something's off, all right.
That call, who was the caller that said Shanny did? He's acting he's not in love with Trey Lance. That's all. This is maddening. And not to run him out there at the 3 like, "Hey, we'll use his legs. Use the young buck's legs." You were doing it at the beginning.
See, 925.
I can't see the text line. It's bothering me.
And you know what? And I think you've been on point.
Oh, stop.
I think you've been so on point.
I hate when you go teach around me like
Steiny, tell Goo, and this isn't you're wrong, but I agree. Tell Goo the window for experimenting with Trey Lance has shut. The team is 6-6 with 5 games remaining. No margin for error.
All right. Now, barring
wait a minute, though. Steiny, you're dying on the wrong hill. No, I'm not. I'm not dying on any hill, and I'll tell you why.
You're dying on the he
side.
ain't ready hill.
I'm just taking Kyle Shanahan at his word. That's all I'm doing. I have no dog in this hunt. I said before this team played a game, they're a 500 team, but I'll give them 9-8. Maybe they'll still get there. All right, coming up on the other side, I see a lot of people wanting to jump in here on the conversation. I'll tell you why I'm not dying on the Trey Lance hill, but I think we know why he's not playing.
Oh, God.
Hey, listen, and I want numbers here on the other side. All right, you ready? We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. We would love for you to go on to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to subscribe for all our latest comment. You want to take a look at Guru's sweet Warrior reversible. You can see it on those
I might be in the house
platforms.
tonight. Yeah.
I'm back. All right. When we come back, more 49er talk. Hey, relax. They're 6-6, and they're right in the thick of
it. Come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies or gray, it's a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19. Brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Listen to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
888-957-9570. I'm ready to go in whatever direction you want to go in. Because I'm fed up, Shasky. I swear to God, I'm fed up with this football team.
Yesterday was the microcosm of the entire season. This is the hashtag for this year. Fool's Gold. And that game embodied Fool's Gold.
The Morning Roast. Available on Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app.
Todd thought it would be secure to jog in the cheetah savanna. Todd believed the big cat repellent he bought online was reliable.
And now, Todd is trying to be faster than this cheetah that can run 80 miles per hour. But the good news is, Todd has AT&T 5G that is fast, reliable, and secure. And he learned the best thing to do is stop running and toss her the backpack with the beef stew. AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure. It's not complicated.
5G requires compatible plan and device. 5G may not be available in your area. See att.com/5G for you for details.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
To learn more about our programs and to donate, go to carsforkids.com. That's Cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2021.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Fisher is different? How? Don't you just ride the wave?
Nope. We actively manage client portfolios based on our forward-looking views of the market. In times like these, we understand that clients want proactive communication and guidance.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we get to know our clients so we can tailor their portfolios to their specific goals and needs. We even offer resources on Social Security, Medicare, tax efficiency, and more. Our primary goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interest first.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, our fees are transparent, structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Cricket Holiday Hotline, what's your wish?
Hey, I'm looking to buy a new phone plan, brand new phone plan right here, and it's gotta go fast.
Well, Cricket has super fast nationwide 5G on all plans, just in time for the holidays.
Do I have 1G, 3G, 5G for the gentleman right here?
Mm-hmm.
Do I have holiday shopping, video streaming, photo sending, and recipe searching?
All that and more.
Going once, going twice, I'm sold!
Get Cricket's nationwide 5G on all plans. It's everything you wished for, including the price.
Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. For 5G coverage, see cricketwireless.com/map.
Dell Technologies' end-of-year sale is the perfect time to upgrade tech. Save big on the latest computers powered by Intel Core processors for your small business. Don't forget to shop servers, storage, and top brand electronics with savings up to 45% and all with free shipping. Call a Dell Technologies advisor to help you find the right tech for your business needs at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy yours. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses, and I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you have a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-uppers too. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and foreclosure houses. If you or someone you know is looking to sell their house and want to sell it fast, call me at 925-490-2000. That's 925-490-2000, 925-490-2000.
You know a spot, but not just a spot. The spot. Actually,
With the all-new Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. One for hitting the trail. One for catching a wave. One where this happened.
Yo, where'd our tent go?
Another where the fish get bigger every time you tell the story. Some spots, you made your mark. Others marked you. And one? Okay, let's stay away from that one. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your frontier in the all-new 2022 Nissan Frontier. With best-in-class standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-foot of torque. Comparison based on 2022 Frontier S versus latest in-market Ward small truck segment. Base models compared based on manufacturer's website.
Oh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Alrighty. Steiny and Guru with you on a Monday. It's getting chilly out there.
Might need an umbrella.
Oh, no.
Umbrella, umbrella. That's Rihanna. Umbrella.
Is that like...
Nice job, Goo.
Yeah, okay. It's a good one, I guess.
Yeah.
By the way...
a lot of people agreeing with me.
We'll see. A lot of people on the phone lines. We're going to get to those guys and women in a minute. And we're going to get back to the Niners, but Warriors win against the Suns Friday. And then the Spurs beat them on Saturday.
Was that the Spurs in those hideous uniforms? But I was shocked, Stein. They were tired. They deserved the BOD, benefit of the doubt. Because they handled the Suns, even though Booker didn't play. They put it on them.
I would just ask it this way. I'm going to ask it this way. What do you think about the fact that on Tuesday, Steph Curry had the worst shooting night of his career when he takes 20 or more shots?
Okay.
And 5 days later, he has pretty much the second worst shooting night of his entire career when he takes 20 or more shots. That's a coincidence, right? It's just a coincidence.
No, there's no doubt. It's nothing more, but you forgot a caveat. He got hot at the end of the Saturday night special. He got hot at the end. Everything he threw up was pretty much.
Well, he
got
was
him back
for
to
15.
He took the lead. Yo, dude,
he
that was
one
I was
for
like, whoa.
15.
Okay,
and so that means he finished 6 for 13.
Right, but he didn't curl up and run from the moment.
Well, of course
he kept letting him go, and then it was Curry. So he'll take it out on the Magic tonight.
Oh, okay. Well, what are they favored by tonight?
16, wow. Joe Montana.
Wow.
How do you make a bet and say, I feel good?
I wouldn't touch tonight's game.
Because they can be up 30, and then they take the starters out. No disregard anybody. You know what I'm talking about, Steiny.
I do know what you're talking about. Randy's in Novato. Want to talk a little bit about conspiracy theory.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Randy? How you doing?
Great. How about you?
Dynamite.
Hey, I just want to comment on, there was a caller a few calls ago that said that he thought there's someone in the front office that vetoed Shanahan's pick. He actually wanted Mac Jones, but someone vetoed him. And I didn't understand that, because if there was someone there that had the power to veto on the pick, wouldn't they have the same power to make Trey Lance the starting quarterback?
That's a good point.
And
that's a good point, Randy. I'll just put it to my partner.
I said to you in the break.
What do you have? What?
What he just said. Like, if that was true, why would the person or persons that called the shot to not draft Jones and get, why wouldn't he make it? Why wouldn't he be on the field? That's where I was saying.
Because the whole thing idea is not true. That's why.
Well, let me say this, partner. Yeah. This don't seem like love. If you're Trey Lance, and I saw him at the Quick Stop, 7-Eleven, hey, Trey, you think they love you? He'd be like, nah, man, because what does the starter have to do for me to get a shot?
What does...
Love is...
I can't believe I'm going to say it, but what's love got to do with
That's
it?
a 4.
What's love got to do with it? He may love Lance. He may love Ayuk. But he coaches guys the way he coaches guys.
Steiny, I don't want to be redundant, and I know it was a big game, and Niner fans are hurt yesterday, but just so I know I'm not going crazy, you did hear Kyle say this into the microphone. He was ready for takeoff.
That's
Talking
right.
about Trey Lance.
That's right.
What did that mean? What's happened since?
He got hurt.
Okay.
And Jimmy started the next 3 games or whatever it was, and they won. They started winning games. I mean, that's what I would say. But again, let's go to Alex. Yeah. Alex is in Marin. What's going on, Alex? How you doing? What do you got, buddy?
Hi, Steiny and Guru.
Hey, man.
I'm agreeing with Steiny, your take on this whole Trey Lance. Kyle and John Lynch, they have several years remaining on their contract. So from how I read this whole situation, they've seen, okay, so occasionally a first-year quarterback can come in and have great success, but it doesn't happen that often. And I think what they're seeing is they want to try and protect Trey Lance and let him come along gradually, get comfortable. He didn't play that much in college. So I think they saw a situation where they have a capable starter in Jimmy. He might not be the best, but when he's playing well, he can win us a lot of games. So I think they're looking at the future. They want Trey Lance to develop, and they were trying to win a lot of games right now and make a run for it. So that's all I have for you guys today. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks, Alex. Appreciate the call. Appreciate the listen. And I think basically that's the overview. I think basically that is the overview on what's going on, whether we like it or not. Whether we like it or not.
Well,
you look perplexed.
I'm just thinking of Jimmy's throws, all the high throws, even on a good day. It's just like, damn, dude. But again, he didn't ask to. They signed him up to be the quarterback of this team, but I just wonder if Kyle was the guru that I think he is in the Jedi Knight, Steiny, how he couldn't see this as an opportunity to not trick the defenses, but you know what? I've like this morning, he's got to be tired of coaching a quarterback, an average quarterback like Jimmy. And if you look at yesterday's game in totality, you can't put it all at Jimmy's doorstep, but Steiny, you can put a lot of it. And like, how about Trey get an opportunity to see what you can do?
Well,
that's where I'm at.
Because he's seen what he can do
in the 17-10 loss against Arizona, where they were down 7.
Let's also not throw out the Seattle game when Trey Lance came in a tie ball game at half. They lost. Mario's in the East Bay. What's up, Mario? How you doing, man? What's got you going today?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. I love your show. Thank you for taking my call. One quick thing, I know this is going to be irrelevant, but the last time the 49ers actually had beaten the Seahawks by an actual score of, let me tell you, it's kind of funny, 30-17 was back in, back in 1988, 38-7, which is irrelevant because the Seahawks weren't even part of their division, but every time that it seems that the Seahawks have matched up with the 49ers in a rivalry game, Seahawks do come in a lot more aggressive. They seem to be a lot more faster on both sides of the ball, especially on special teams. That was evident yesterday. One thing that's frustrating is with Kyle Shanahan, and that's play calling. There was a play in the third quarter or a series where the 49ers were 3rd and 20+, and Kyle had Jimmy run the play that just got them 7 yards to Sherfield, and those type of plays, I always kind of wonder what is the thought process behind running plays like that. And the whole thing with Trey Lance, it is a little frustrating because I would like to see him start.
Right.
There's a whole motion of development and not getting him in there. But look, Zach Wilson's in there, Mac Jones is in there, Justin Fields is in there. That's the only way they're going to really get that experience. And the question, and I'll leave it at this to you, gentlemen: if you have a quarterback coming out of college that didn't play that many football games, then why did you draft them to begin with? Besides athleticism, why? So thank you, guys.
Appreciate the call.
That's what hill I'm on, Steiny, with my popcorn. Why?
Okay. Because Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are going to be around a lot longer, and they ain't feeling pressure about playing Trey Lance. They just don't feel it. They don't feel it. They don't feel it.
To me, I feel like they eat, breathe, and smell it. Like they're hearing the fans with the pitchforks.
No, they're sequestered. They try not to hear it. And when they get into their meeting rooms with Parag and the front office, Kyle rolls his eyes and says, I can't play Trey yet. And John Lynch says, no, you can't. We can't play Trey yet because we're still in this. And he's not ready.
What if I were to tell you?
I hate to say it, but I don't know any other reason.
And I know you're not doing it to bother me. What if I did an exercise, Steiny, and I looked at the Niners' losses?
Okay.
And the exercise is, how close were they to wins? And any team can do it, but we're here in the Bay. The Packers lost 30-28. We both know, I'm looking at you, that could have been a win. That's one.
I don't
Seahawks,
like to do this with football, but
28-21. That could have been a win at home. The game you say he went to bed. Colts, they lost 30-16 in the rain. He called some better plays. They could have won that game. That's 3. And then I forgot.
You're not doing this.
I got Arizona on the road. It was 17-10. They got the ball, had a chance to tie with Trey Lance. His only start. They lost 17-10. That's 4. Then we go to the Cardinals. They got hammered. I ain't counting the Cardinal game because they got JV team came in and whooped them. So, and yesterday, that's 5 games.
Right.
So technically they're 6-6, but they could be. And I'm trying to hammer this.
This is going to not. This won't reflect well on you. But go ahead, finish.
11-1.
What about it? No, it's not.
Jimmy Johnson been coaching this team?
Please stop
or if they got something better from the coach?
Please.
And if 11-1 is too much of a stretch?
They had no business beating the Colts. You just gave the 49ers a win on a game they lost by 14 points.
No, they were in 38. They were in that game.
This one may get hit on. You may get hit on. What should their record be, according to you?
6-6. Okay.
Yeah,
if that's too much, no, I understand that. I'm taking 4 games from the 6 losses. So give me 10-2.
10-2.
10-2. They were in.
What's the difference between 6-6 and 10-2? Why aren't they
coaching?
4 games.
Coaching. And you're lighting guys up, defenses up, left and I'm gonna slow down. Left and right. Why do you go away from stuff? He's too caught up in playing all the keys on the piano when you're good at just a couple. Keep playing those key notes.
But everybody loves when Kyle's in his bag.
Could've, would've, should've. The good teams don't come in and say could've. They get it done.
Where did he get it from?
That's great.
Like he knew I was going to say it.
Yeah, in fairness.
That was great, Spadoni.
That was good. Let me.
No, I'm just putting the rat on the table.
Do you really believe they should be 10-2?
It ain't
Guru, it's a question.
The exercise was good. They've been in close games. It's getting stale. And you can blame the players, the injuries, or we could blame the coaching. I'm ready to blame the coaching.
Wow.
To not throw the ball to 85 or 11 at all, you guys Dick Butkus can call and say, oh, he was double covered. Well, what about Ayuk? You're robbing your star players of moments, man. And that's why you're getting nothing in return.
Well, you know what? They don't have a good quarterback situation
I bet if
now.
Ayuk was Sherfield and he got mugged like that hanky would have been on the ground first and goal.
I doubt it. Nobody knows who Ayuk is. The Pike, Ayuk. I'll give you Kittle. I ain't giving you Ayuk.
Stop.
No chance.
Oh, my gosh.
Please, let's go to, there's some...
It's rough seas.
Jason in San Francisco. Thank God Goo can't see the text line.
I got it up. Feeling good.
Right. Come on, dog. Who you fooling? How about that one? What's up, Jason? How you doing, man?
How you doing, guys?
Doing great.
This is my first time calling, and I want to say I love you guys' show.
Thank you.
I hear you guys every time I'm driving to work or going home. You guys have just hit the nail on the hammer as far as everything I was going to say. It definitely comes down to the coaching. I mean, what did we learn yesterday? What did realistically we learn? We already know that if we don't run the ball, even when we had Frank Gore, if Frank ran for over 100 yards, that was our formula.
Right.
And we refused to stick with the run. It's like in blackjack. The dealer can't always have it. Just because we get stopped, continue with it. Trust the process.
I'm with you there a little bit. I do think sometimes he goes away from the run. Well, if he would have stayed with a run, then you still would have said, why did they throw to Kittle more?
What did I tell you before the show started? Give me half of the Kittle, what we got yesterday. Give me that when Debo's around. Give me half of Debo when he goes for $190. But it seems like this offense is a one-trick pony even on its best day. Like, spread the wealth. That's how you get prolific.
Well, now, should he spread the wealth? Should they go to Kittle 15 times a game?
Well, you go to your star players in crunch time.
Goo, you're on the hen right now, according to Eddie and Brentwood.
On the
hen.
Oh, Henny. Yeah, I had Henny in a while.
Eddie and I shorten it to hen.
And real quick, Rihanna was Ella. It wasn't Umbrella.
All right.
So, but still, yeah.
That's all right.
Ella.
Omar in Berkeley. What's up, O? How you feeling?
You know what? I got to say a couple of things about Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm sick and tired of people like Goo. Even I love Goo, I'll be honest with you. But, okay, I'm sick of people saying this guy's a mediocre quarterback, average, this and that. When he was healthy, that last year in 2019, he was top 5 in every category, okay? Now, second thing, that game last night, as soon as Emmanuel Mosley went down, who is a wolf in a sheep's clothing, went down, Russell Wilson went to work. And after that, and then we had those two silly, penalties against Wilson and that one no call holding. That was ridiculous. But anyway, I go on Twitter sometimes and I check out people and what they say about Jimmy. People compare him to Alex Smith, and I am sick and tired of these fans bagging on Jimmy. Enough's enough. This guy is doing a pretty solid job for what it is right now. And we had like 4 players that are honestly Pro Bowl, starting players, that are out. And Seattle just needed this victory. And I think everyone's overreacting on this. So,
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Omar. You think of Jimmy a little more highly than I do. I think he's pretty much right in the middle.
The interception to Bobby Wagner?
Oh, great play by Wagner.
Steiny,
oh, my gosh. Did you see him step in front there?
That was a high school pick.
Oh, no.
You couldn't dream of a better interception. What is this? The football. Thanks for throwing.
I think Brady throws that pick, actually.
Well, he threw one yesterday for a touchdown at the end of the half. But, I mean, come on. That caller, I appreciate him, but Jimmy's on best, he's average.
Tell you what.
Come on.
Why don't I do this? Are the 49ers are 6-6. Are they closer to 10-2? Or 2-10.
No, they beat the Bears was close. Yeah, nah.
Let's go to Teddy. Teddy's in the city. How you doing, Teddy? What's going on, buddy?
Steiny and Goo, que pasa?
How are you, man?
Just a quick question. Can you guys help me try and understand Shanahan's logic of using Jimmy at the end of the game when you're, 4th and goal in the red zone, when you are fully aware that Jimmy's been throwing wild all day, and you have successful 4th and goal packages that you've used Trey Lance to get you to the end zone before? Why stay with Jimmy when you know he's throwing wild instead of throwing Trey in there and throwing the defense off of the ball? Let me know, guys. Thanks.
Well, the only thing I would say there is because he would say, I'm not putting Trey Lance, who hasn't played in weeks, in with the game on the line. That's unfair to Trey Lance.
And I can't, as much as I went lunatic on you, Steiny, I can't steal that and say that's what I was clamoring for. I kind of told you, I understand Trey's in the garage, but I thought Chicago Jimmy was going to continue. And Steiny, from the first pass, well, he did hit Kittle. That was nice. I thought that was going out of bounds, Jimmy. He's just erratic. That's just who he is. Like, why do you throw high?
I mean, because you know why he throws high? Because he's not great. He's not great. He's okay.
Has the coach made him better? when they went to the
As
Super
the
Bowl,
coach, by running the ball.
Not anymore though.
By running the ball.
Oh, see now
that's how he tries to make him better.
Look at you at the
I'm just being
not the Apollo. Cobb's Comedy. That was pretty good. Yeah, I seen you out in a roast. You were pretty good.
Wait, when
the Jason Barrett roast we had?
I was phenomenal. Night. I was phenomenal.
Now you take away from.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
that
you
one,
were great.
That one.
You had command.
Well, that one.
It didn't get away from you.
That one was personal to me. Let's just put it that way. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I see you, 49er fans. 888-957-9570. You got switch up?
Yeah. We're doing 66.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
see if we can bump that
up. A lot
of
conversation on the side going along.
We're now streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.tv/957 the game and youtube.com/957 the game. Check out Guru's sweet Warrior warm-up. And also download the Odyssey app today and make sure to check out the Odyssey exclusive stations. From Classic Christmas to Festival of Lights and everything in between, they have all the best stations curated to fit every occasion and all of your musical tastes. Brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar.
Tune in to the Morning Roast tomorrow for the executive. to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, the Golden State Warriors are looking to get back in the win column tonight against the Orlando Magic. Tip-off tonight, 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starts at 5:30. It's all presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. They fell to 6-6, the 30-23 loss to the Seattle Seahawks. Russell Wilson, 17-4 in his career against the San Francisco 49ers. Just wasn't meant to be, Gil.
Yeah, they kept shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah. Let's go to Benji's in Gilroy. He may know why Jimmy Garoppolo constantly throws high. What's going on, Benji? How you doing?
I'm all right, man. Another day,
Yeah.
I know the Niners lost, but we're gonna bounce back. I believe Jimmy G throws high because the playmaker should be able to go up and get it. I mean, at the end of the day, the defensive lineman. You see what happened on 4th and goal? They got batted down. He throws the ball low, ball gets batted. Offensive line needs to maybe push a little bit more back so they could get he don't have to throw it so high all the time. But he throws it low, it gets blocked. Look what happened. He throws it high, they don't jump up and get the ball.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, thanks, Benji.
Well, we've seen guys get hurt trying to get Garoppolo. Yeah, if Steiny, I played receiver. It was short-lived. I'm telling you, man, to go up and risk your neck, chest, and just do this scary. Hit me in my hands. How about that? I don't want to leave my feet.
Man, the 415. Only crybabies still defend Jimmy.
Talking to that last caller.
And the defenses whose mouths are watering because they'd rather play against Garoppolo than Trey Lance.
That's the one rabbit Kyle has up his sleeve.
I'm not defending Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't have to. Kyle Shanahan does that. Kyle Shanahan has said everything he needs to say, and we should all understand what the situation is.
They were up 10, Steiny, at a couple different junctures. And don't tell me they lost. I know the special teams has been not ideal, but they stopped them after that fumble at halftime. So they got good fortune as well.
I just got a text here from the 831. I just got into range of 95.7 The Game. Steiny, did you own your Friday Kittle comments?
Oh,
absolutely not. I own them.
It was a bit.
What did I say?
That he wasn't top. He didn't have hands. This was a couple months ago.
Didn't have hands.
And he wasn't all that, basically.
What I said was he's the best running, he's the best blocking tight end in the NFL.
And that was his
and what I said was he doesn't have top 5 tight end hands.
Okay. What'd you think after? We're giving you the floor to adjust that.
Because he has one good game?
No,
I'm not going to do that.
Feature him.
I'm not going to do that.
That's on Kyle.
Well, maybe the reason they featured him is because they didn't have their best receiver with the best
Your boy
hand.
is a beast.
Listen,
we should see glimpses of that.
Listen, part of it obviously was an act.
Oh, no, right.
But
he looked like Todd Christensen yesterday, dude.
Todd Christensen, I believe, is a Hall of Famer, right?
He was back. Mm-hmm. My thing to you is I know talent, Steiny. I never once knew. I wasn't surprised at what else. He's a mismatch, but he's got an average quarterback. I blame Kyle and I blame Jimmy. It's a mixture. That's why we don't get to see him like Gronk. Let me tell you, if Brady had your boy 8-5, I call him 8-5, that run down to stay in bounds.
That was great play.
And the catch when Jimmy threw it almost out of bounds. I mean, just your boy's bad. That's
Todd Christensen, not a Hall of Famer, but 2-time Super Bowl champion, 5-time Pro Bowl, 4-time All-Pro, 2-time receptions leader. Probably should be in the Hall of Fame, though.
Yeah, and you know what?
Don't forget the hair.
Incredibly well-spoken.
He used to do games.
Really smart.
Back in the day, he used to do games for NBC.
In fact, people didn't like him because he was so smart and he had such a vocabulary.
I call that the vocab lexicon, Steiny.
831 says, Steiny, you said 3 catches for 39 yards. Yeah,
he had that.
Little under there.
He's from Belafonte, Pennsylvania.
I don't even know where that is.
Oh. We need to get him on. He'll probably
dead. Todd Christensen has passed.
R.I.P. to the legend.
A while ago, too.
You knew that off top?
Yeah, I mean, listen, 49er fans, I was wrong on Kittle, but gosh, you can't be getting the satisfaction of sticking it to me after a loss. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's got to be after a win.
Well, how about we
God,
see? Can we see more of that when Debo's back? I don't think Debo's back this week. When you talk about a ham, Debo will be back. But I'm not so sure. We'll get to Cincinnati, on to Cincinnati later this week, but this ain't no easy game.
That's not going to be an easy game at all. Fernando's is in Redwood City. What's up, Fernando? How you doing, man?
How you doing? I got a quick question, man. We were just in the Super Bowl, 2 years ago? Mm-hmm. So if you're telling me Trey Lance is not ready, I mean, if I'm Bosa, I'm Warner, I'm Kittle, I'm pissed. I would have got a DB this year.
Wow.
Why would I go all the way for Trey Lance if he's not ready? I mean, these guys are ready right now. Defense is prime. Should have got a DB, honestly. Thank you.
Appreciate the call.
Tell me the lies, Steiny. That was spot on.
Well, I will. First of all, I'm not going to call him a liar because there is no lie there. But what I would say is they are not on this 1-year timetable that fans sometimes are on.
Well, what if I told you as a player, I don't think that's cool because they didn't enhance this year's team. And, these guys ain't got 5 or some of them. They're trying to cash it in now. Give us something that can make us better now, if that's the thought process. Steiny, I don't think it was.
What if we're having a beer with Nicky Bosa? And nice little player, by the way.
Might be defensive player of the year.
And I say, hey, Nicky, man, how's Trey Lance look at practice? And he goes, you know what? He's not bad, but it's going to take a while. Going to take a year or two. But that kid's going to be good, Steiny. But he's just not ready right now. And it's obvious to all of us on the team.
Super eager.
And we trust.
That sounds like Ratto.
We trust Shanahan and Lynch that I fully believe they made a great pick. We're just not going to see it manifest.
Listen,
for a couple
Steiny,
years.
In the real world, you were in no position, the Niners brass, to be thinking 2 or 3 years down the road.
Why not?
The people are picking. You got a team that can win now.
Who
Punch
says?
that ticket, Vegas.
Who says?
Vegas. And you want to go get a quarterback and, we'll wait for 2 more years,
first
Tony.
of all, Vegas.
And you ain't got it like that. You need to cash in now.
Yeah, there's a
They
Super
weren't
Bowl
thinking
team.
that way, Stein.
Okay, yeah, there's a Super Bowl team.
19, not too far
You know
off.
what? If you think this is a Super Bowl team, you're delusional. And the Super Bowl was 2 years ago. This ain't the same team. Buckner ain't around. Their secondary stinks. It stinks.
Right.
It stinks.
Well, Sherman ain't around.
Well, okay, he's not around.
But you know what I mean? They were coming back to prove to the world that we can get right back. And Steiny, that ship has not sailed.
And they're
They're
were
about
delusional.
to get a ticket to the dance.
They were delusional.
Yeah, it's going to take a collapse.
And they took the fan base with them.
God, don't you hate seeing Bosa with no help?
Not really.
And don't tell me the 1 or 2 guys
What
that
about
randomly
Armstead?
get a sack because of Bosa.
Armstead was eating, baby. He was eating. Yummy in my tummy.
Tell him you can't do that, dude.
Why?
Because dude, Bosa needs help. Yeah. If we had that beer, I'd be like, Nicky. I wouldn't call him Nicky. I'd be like, Nick, come on. It's getting to you. He'd be like, what? No help. Seattle they were 3-8. They didn't know what. They wanted to quit.
Not against the Niners, they don't.
Well, they were down 10.
Yeah, they don't quit against the Niners.
And if I see another missed extra point, dude, can we just get the team 7?
It's a 35-yard field goal.
I don't want
to 90% of them, maybe even more.
And what about the Ravens and John Harbaugh?
Yeah,
just the team did all
That's
they
so funny.
could.
So funny, but he wanted them to go. He wanted the Niners to go for 2.
No, I was
thinking
right call though. Gil, it was just a bad throw from Lamar. If it was just a decent throw, it would have been. They would have won the game.
I love you like a brother. You're not wrong, but it was a throw that didn't need to be attempted. Had you kicked the extra point?
You know what's funny? And what about when the kicker misses the extra point because it's a 36-yard?
I mean, we praised Harbaugh earlier in the year against the Chiefs. Remember that Sunday night game where it's like, do you want to go for it? Do you want to go for it? That
I didn't like Spadoni. I swear I didn't like. You don't get to. The kids don't get to tell the parents what to do.
That's right. Man. And the sports talk radio hosts don't get to tell Kyle Shanahan who to play quarterback. Sean in Oakland. What's up, Sean? How you doing, man? Good to hear from you. Oh, that's Sean.
That was a crank call.
Steven in San Jose. That's all right. We got a bunch. Steven, San Jose. Want to talk a little Jimmy G? How you doing, buddy?
How you guys?
How you guys doing today? Great show today.
Thank you.
So I wanted to touch bases on a couple of things with you guys real quick. I can see where some of the fans are coming from about Jimmy being a mediocre quarterback. I mean, stats don't lie. 2,600 yards passing, 15 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions. I mean, is that enough to throw the guy under the bus? I don't know. What do I know? But something that I have noticed this year from the previous years with Jimmy. I don't know if you guys noticed this either, but his accuracy seems to be a little bit more on point, and has his patience in the pocket seems to be a little bit more on point. Now, I don't know if that's the truth or not. I mean, you're actually talking to a guy that idolized Steve Spurrier growing up as a kid. But
nice.
That's all I got for today, guys. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Goo, do you see that? Garoppolo's accuracy? Pretty good.
I think it's actually
hold on.
Go ahead.
And he's been pretty good hanging there in the old pocket.
Oh, I give him the John Wayne Award. He'll hang in the pocket, but that's the problem. That's why I think he throws high. It's a hot potato. He wants to get rid of it. Listen, we got 5 games left, 15-8. Not exactly anything to write home about.
15-8.
Touchdowns, interceptions. He's about to catch the touchdowns with the INTs. And how many have been dropped?
He's 6-5 at the. He's 6-5. His record this year.
I hate that you. What's his team record?
He didn't play. He didn't play in the loss.
His team is 6-6.
Yeah, but I know. And had they not had to play their backup quarterback, who's not ready, maybe they would be 7-5.
You trying to get to me, man. We're gonna find out. Hey. Give me this. You're guessing on him not being ready in practices. But the game that the world saw Trey Lance start against Arizona, I'm going to remind everybody, on the road, they lost by a touchdown and had the ball with the chance to tie. I'll leave that there.
You leave what there?
That he didn't wet the bed. Like you're
Garoppolo?
saying he's so not ready. No, Lance.
Let me ask you this. You think Trey Lance could have gotten the 49ers from their own 1 down to the
he would have got
opposing teams 1?
I'll tell you this.
I don't.
I'm not going to play that game, but I tell you, I yearn to see if he could have.
Yeah, I couldn't.
And if he didn't, he'll be better next year for it. He's like a worker on workers' comp. No experience. He's not going to be better. Wiseman's better because he played last year.
I don't know about that.
Well,
we don't
if you
know
don't think,
about
you
that.
Don't. Come on, Steiny.
I'm dead serious.
He played 37 games, and you would hope he's going to use that.
You know what? Those 37 games last year aren't even going to
he knows what it's like to be out there.
Resemble the way he's used this year.
Well, I'm not saying that. It's two different things.
The other thing is, what if we talk to Steve Kerr in private, and Steve says, you know what? Wiseman wasn't completely ready last year, and we had to use him, and I think we sent the wrong message. And if I had it to do over again, I would have brought him along slowly his rookie year.
Yeah, that's a stretch. Brandon Bell. But Steiny, when Jimmy drops back to pass, he's great America. It is a roller coaster. You don't know what's going to, like Kyle, he's got to have an ulcer. Like that ain't healthy for anybody. And that's why I thought you drafting a new quarterback symbolized that you were tired of living like that. Obviously not. Well, 15-8, that's nasty.
Clearly,
15-8.
Here's the other thing. Clearly, the 49ers believed that Trey Lance's upside is better than Mac Jones's upside. Because if they were willing to acknowledge Mac Jones is better right now,
he's got to form tonight.
Guess what? Kyle Shanahan's looking for the best quarterback 3 years from now. Not necessarily this year. So let's see what happens.
To be the best quarterback in year 3, being the best quarterback in year 1 would be a good start.
Well, but seriously, why don't you give any credence to the plethora of quarterbacks who sat for a year or two before they played and still had great success?
Steiner, you know I'm
dead serious.
I'm not ignoring that. Then why didn't you just sit? Why did you just stand? Why did you spend so much on a guy that's a project?
Because they believe in the project. I mean,
hope you have jobs by then.
Well, they will. They've got 6-year contracts. That's why this is a.
There's no way they missed the offs. And I'm not mad at that.
We'll see.
Because, Steiny, what did I tell you? The Rams are lucky to get in. who's number one now? Arizona? You think they want to play the Niners and somehow that's how it...
Stop it. The 49ers are 500. They're a 500 team.
81 Raiders on line one. Three road victories.
No.
They beat Cleveland, Brian Sight,
No.
Mike Davis interception.
They didn't have as many playoff games as the teams do now. There's 7 teams in the playoffs now. There weren't that many back then.
Well, I'm saying to go on the road to win 3. That's what the masses keep saying. That's all the Niners will have to do.
Okay, so the 49ers are going to go 8.
I'm not saying
going to go
they
9-8. Then they're going to run the table. And you know what? Listen,
is that running game?
You're not talking to a 49er fan. Okay, you're talking to Matt.
Yes.
No. You're
Both
not
of us
talking
are not
to
fans.
You're not talking to a fan.
Hello.
So when this team, don't tell me that people are going to be scared of this team. Why? Why would someone be scared of this team?
Because they could be hitting their stride.
Okay, yeah. So could the Vikings when they go to 9-8.
Oh, what a bad
So can the
loss.
Falcons if they end up 8-9 and get in. I'm not going to do. Oh, for some reason, because we're in the San Francisco market. Oh, nobody wants to play this
Bosa,
team.
You got Warner.
You don't have Warner.
Well, he'll be back. You got Debo.
Okay.
Those are 3 studs.
But you don't have a quarterback.
And you got Mitchell. That's the only problem.
That's a rookie.
And you don't have a quarterback, and you don't got a coach that can make the quarterback better than what he is.
Well,
that's what I thought we were doing here.
Oh, I think Jimmy Garoppolo would be worse under another
I want to hug you, but he's not making enough strides, Steiny. They're 6. Dude, there's a thing called accuracy, people. Quarterbacks have it, some don't.
The caller said he thought that Garoppolo's being more precise.
That he could be with you at the punchline, whatever. Come on, man. 15-8. Oh, Steiny, that's nasty.
It's not nasty.
It ain't good.
You know what's funny, though? I'm sick of this crap with nobody. Kirk Cousins comes in to play the 49ers last week. He's got 21 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions. God. He stinks. Jimmy Garoppolo, 15. He stinks. Guess what? Everybody stinks unless you're one of the best. How about that? You like that?
Well,
Frank in San Francisco. What's up, Frank? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Talk to us.
Yo, what's up, fellas?
Hey, man, how you doing?
Yeah, Jimmy G, man, I don't think he's got it.
I don't disagree with you.
You don't got what? I don't think he's got what it takes, man. He's a backup quarterback, man. This guy's got to go.
Appreciate the call. Hey, maybe.
And so when it's all said and done, Steiny, I'm looking at you and I'm smiling because I just thought of this. Trey Lance got the booby prize. He went to the one team that had something that's really not nothing in front of him that caused him from getting on the field, where all the other rookies went somewhere, Justin Field included, and they all got to run. They all got to play. That's the booby prize. Yeah. Of all the rookie quarterbacks, he got the booby prize.
It's not unusual when you get drafted by a team that has expectations.
Well, what if I were to tell you, if for the people in Kansas City, there's no way Jimmy Garoppolo is quarterbacking to the level Alex Smith was when Mahomes was watching him. He took him to the playoffs.
Well, Jimmy G's going to take him to the playoffs
by
this year
default,
too.
though, Stein.
What do you mean by default?
With this new number, dude, they could have a losing. You could be 8-9 and get in this year.
I'll make a bet with you that they won't finish 7th, meaning that they would have gotten in, or the Chiefs got in when.
No, I'll pass.
Yeah, I know you will. I know. Because they're probably going to finish 5th.
5th?
Yeah, I would think so. Oh, no. They got no. They're going to finish 6th.
No. Well, that's
we got the 4 division winners, and then you got the Rams.
But you got,
and then they're going to be next.
Okay, at Tennessee Monday night.
Maybe.
That's an L.
First of all,
no, Thursday night.
Well,
that's
they got
at
Cincinnati.
Tennessee. I'm saying L right now. I'm emotional.
All right.
You got the Falcons. That's a win.
Okay.
Remember
7
years ago
7.
you predicted Atlanta. It was a guarantee. And
I don't remember that. I can't remember
Monte
that.
does.
7-7.
Then you got at Rams. Now you are the Rams, Seattle.
Now you're going to give them a loss there.
No, I'm giving them a win.
Okay, then they're 8-7. One more win gets them in.
And that's it.
No, please tell me the rest of the teams.
I gave you Cincinnati.
Okay.
I said an L.
Just
so
give me
there's
the rest
7.
Cincinnati.
Atlanta. At Tennessee.
Okay.
Home against the Texans.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
and you end with the Rams.
And the Rams won't have anything to play for. They'll be locked into 5.
Dude, you're looking at them. They didn't look too great yesterday. I'll give them a B- for that win against Jacksonville. The thing was closer than a lot of people thought. Steiny,
it's 30-7, wasn't it?
That if you watch the game.
But what was the Jaguars?
Yeah, it was
Rams
about
score?
that. But
well, then again, 49ers just couldn't come through against the Colts in that 2-touchdown loss.
37-7. Yeah. It was closer than a lot of people think.
Right, there we go. And it didn't get ugly till later. Steiny, I just want to find somebody in the world that will tell me why the Niners drafted Trey Lance.
Stop. I've told you.
30-7 heading into the fourth.
Thank you. Goof, stop. I've told you.
What was it at halftime, Spadoni?
I've told you a million times why Trey Lance is not playing. And I think you want me to get more specific, but I can't because that's Kyle's job. But the simple answer is he's not ready.
Man. And what's he learning behind Jimmy?
Maybe the same thing Garoppolo learned behind Brady. Maybe the same thing Mahomes learned behind Alex Smith. Maybe the same thing Aaron Rodgers learned behind Brett Favre. Maybe the same thing Jordan Love is learning behind Aaron Rodgers. See, when I put it that way, you really do see that there's not a lot to see here. Not a lot to see. 49ers are who I thought they were.
They were up 10. I go, this is over. They are putting Seattle out of the
Now, that's
misery.
a personal shortcoming that you have. You often believe that a team with the lead at any point in the game should win the game.
Stop. I didn't think the Spurs were going to win Saturday night. I knew they were going to cough that up.
I texted JD in the middle of the second quarter.
Well,
I said they're getting beat tonight, and he said no chance.
So what were you thinking as the Warriors took the lead? When the Warriors went up? We've seen this game in the NBA a million times. I was like, Warriors.
It's happened a million times. You get down 20, you spend too much energy to get back, and then you don't have the energy at the end.
Was that the free throw that bounced back to White and he hit the oh my god.
Spurs were fresher.
Right.
How about Lonnie Walker, the fourth? Where's that guy from?
He went in for a layup.
He's from Reading, Pennsylvania. Woo, did he have the Warriors spinning around like tops?
Pop will show you how to use a timeout. He was using them. Tired of this. And they got away with one.
Who did?
Spurs.
They didn't get away with anything. They earned that.
But it was a 9-point favorite, underdog.
Right. So.
No, I get you. Nobody saw them winning that, but you.
Well, no, the second quarter. I just didn't feel like the Warriors had it going on Saturday. And I do think there was an emotional letdown from the two games against the Suns. I think they'll be all right against
Orlando's in trouble, even though it's 16.
Yeah. No Jalen Suggs.
What, did he break something, huh?
Yeah, he's hurt. Yeah. I don't know what he broke, but Warriors 19-4.
I can't wait for Clay and Wiseman. I just can't stop thinking about it.
I mean, here, you're puzzled as to why Trey Lance is not playing.
And I'm not by myself.
I'm puzzled how people actually thought this was like a Super Bowl contender. It was 2 years ago that they went to the Super Bowl.
Man.
It was 2 years ago.
But they were decimated last year, Steiny, by injuries. So we didn't get to see the brunt of Buckner not being around.
Oh, I think we did.
I think there was a gray area to where, you know what?
Well, you lost
injuries
him.
are
What kind of year did he have last year for the Colts?
He was all-pro.
Exactly.
Ooh, I know they want that
So
back.
their defense was not as good. See, that's the other thing. They re-signed Armstead and they let go of Buckner.
So you gave it the wrong one.
Yes. So why didn't you see that before the year?
And they lost your boy, Salah.
Yeah, maybe that's part of it.
How the Jets doing?
I mean, that's not fair.
No, I wasn't trying to be a jerk.
Not fair.
Steve Martin. Jimmy Johnson, the great coach from Miami, University of Miami, a Cowboy, 2-time Super Bowl winner, said, and I believe this, about coaching. If you don't have the horses, you cannot win the race. Think Phil Jackson could have got this Warrior team during the 90s to the offs? No, his ass wouldn't have been making the offs. As great as he is.
Wait, what?
If he didn't have Shaq or Kobe or Mike or Pippen.
I got you.
Think all the coaches that got Mark Jackson could have took that Bull team to the finals.
You answered your own question when you said if you don't have the horses, you can't.
It's real. Steve Kerr goes to New York and doesn't take this Golden State
I'm talking
Warrior
about
job.
the 49ers don't have the horses.
Well, I'm naming them, Steiny. They got one up front in Bosa. They got Warner, arguably the best middle linebacker in the game.
Overrated.
Well, that's too soon to say that.
Well, I'm just saying he's not having a good year.
And
Listen, I'm no expert on linebacker play.
Yeah.
But the point is everybody's saying Warner's not having a great year.
Your boy T. Ross is in town.
Oh, I love him. One of my favorite.
I'll start that for the text.
Let me ask you a question. Actually, we're going to take a break. But I can stump you on the other side. All right, we'll finish up with some 49er conversation, maybe get a little bit into the Warriors. It's all going to be sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about. CalHope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Ah, boy. Just consternation. Is this a good team that's underachieving? I'm talking about the 49ers. Is it a 500 team that's getting everything it deserved? Or maybe is it a team that really could be 4-8, but Shanahan's getting the most out of them?
Will you do me a favor? And I listened to every word you said. I just got done with Ratto before during the break.
Yeah.
I got a Bonte and Shasky bone to pick, and I need guidance. So before we get out of here,
let it go.
But I want to run it by you, and
right.
then you tell me if I need to let it go.
Okay. Don't forget, 510. How are the Jets doing? That is fair, Steiny. How were the 49ers doing with Salah before they actually got all the pieces? They actually made their defense against a broken team and gets praised. What I'm saying is Salah was obviously a very good defensive coordinator. And I don't know if he's a good head coach or not, but I'm certainly not going to judge it on 12 games.
And we know it's different. And just like Kyle, Steiny, he was damn good at his job before he got the head coaching job. But it's all about and I'm not saying Salah won't be successful, but what about all of your boys' proteges? Belichick, the hoodie, Patricia, he failed. McDaniel, he failed. So it's hard.
Well, yes. So why don't you acknowledge that it's hard for Kyle?
Because he was at the mountaintop.
Well, didn't really scale the
had
whole
lemon
thing.
booty calling plays to beat the Chiefs. Dude, I could tell you every play in that Super Bowl at the end. What are you doing? But anyway, go ahead, Stan.
Well, I'm just, we were talking about who thought this team was going to be good, who didn't think it was going to be good. The 510 says, no fan thought they were a Super Bowl contender. Only the media and the Niners believe that. The reason they drafted a quarterback is because they were worried if Jimmy got hurt, Lance could come in.
Okay, why did you go get the most expensive quarterback or the most expensive route to go get him if you weren't in love?
Well, of course they were in love.
With the workout, obviously, right?
Well, with the player. With the player. They were in love with him. Here's the thing that I look at. I can't stand doing this, but because I don't believe in it. 49ers 2 years ago in the Super Bowl. To me, Jimmy Garoppolo is the same quarterback today he was that year.
I tend to disagree.
Virtually the same.
His numbers were great, and then
they were 23-9. They were great.
Yeah, it wasn't.
I'll tell you exactly.
On pace for what it is
now. 27-13, 27 touchdowns, I believe, 13 picks.
You may be right.
I think he threw for over 4,000 yards, which was really good.
But he had 2 more years of you thinking under the tutelage of Kyle. At this juncture, he would be ready. He would be flying high.
Okay. Well, let's just go with me. The running game is worse than it was 2 years ago because they don't have Mostert. Their offensive line, I get Trent Williams must be a road grader to the highest order, but I don't think it's as good as 2 years ago. Their offensive line.
Okay.
Their receivers, I think it's about a draw, even though they should be better. The receivers should be better this year. Right. And now maybe you might say that's why Garoppolo's not having as good a year. Defensive line, not as good as 2 years ago. Defensive backfield, not even close.
Those are facts.
So they're not as good of a team. And so even if you want to say, I'll even give you what, Jimmy's not quite the same quarterback he was. He's dropped a level. So has every other position group on the field.
Well, you forgot this. Who and why are these players in the position they are in? The head coach. How is he compared to 2 years ago, Steiny? I'm seeing holes left and right. Because I was giving him I put him on that pedestal. He's not as good to me, Steiny, as he was. In the front office to think, who's our guy, the DB that got hurt that started all this mess, Verrett, who went into this season thinking he was going to hold up and not have Geico. I mean, that in itself was negligence. But I don't think Kyle is the guy he was, Steiny, because he's been failing more tests and pop quizzes along the way. And yesterday was just terrible.
He was a loser in his first season. He was a loser in his second season. He caught lightning in a bottle the third year.
Last play schedule.
He was a loser. He was a loser in his fourth season, and this year they're 500.
And can I ask you this?
So I don't know why he was pedestalized, if you know what I mean.
All right, now here I go, Steiny. I'm piling on, but let's put it out there. Okay, forget the infatuation, if you want to call it that, with Kirk Cousins. I don't care what round you traded up to go get C.J. Beathard. How did that turn out?
Oh, God. See, like, that's,
if we're having
to me,
that
that's
beer,
not a big deal.
What did you see in him?
I think we could see what he saw in him. The kid so what? He moved up to the third round to get a backup quarterback who didn't work out? Like, okay. I mean, that's like the Warriors missing on a second-round draft pick.
Okay,
it's like,
and how did Nick Mullins do under your two? When are you going to make something lesser greater?
Well,
outside of the one anomaly with Garoppolo.
Well, that's
when
what
are you going to make something better that we all can see? Oh, wow. Average. But he took him to that level.
See, I see this as more of an indictment of you than Kyle Shanahan. Because you fell for it. You fell for the banana in the tailpipe.
But what did Jed fall for with the re-up?
I don't know.
That's who fell for it. I didn't pay.
But you have put him on a pedestal. You have knocked him down. You put him on a pedestal again.
Just me either,
you knocked
Steiny.
him down.
It's not just
you still put him on a pedestal a third time this year. Knocked him down again.
I gave him credit.
Why
I
don't
didn't
you
put him
just
back
say
on that pedestal.
He's an okay coach.
And he's an okay coach.
I just don't. Here's what bothers me most. This guy wasn't even a head coach. He never had been a head coach before in his entire life. He comes to the San Francisco 49ers, and again, maybe it was because his dad was Mike Shanahan, but the media fell in love with this guy. The media thought this guy was one of the greatest young minds. Maybe he was. But he got treatment he flat out didn't deserve. Why?
Because his dad was a successful Super Bowl winning coach.
Anybody? So what? He's his son. He ain't Mike.
But you can understand it, though.
No, I can't understand it. I cannot understand how you could have a head coach with no experience, zero, and you assume he's going to be a top 5 coach, and you touted he was a top 5 coach without ever seeing the guy.
Well, the Warriors did it with Kerr. How'd that work out?
That's great. I mean, that's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. That team was ready. The 49ers, to hear everybody else say it, Shanahan's first year, they weren't very good.
Okay, I'm not saying you're wrong, Steiny, but it's not 2019. But on 2019, you could admit you couldn't say what you just said because the world was his at that point. When they were under Kyle, he lived up to it, I guess.
When?
That the year they were 8-0 and went to the Super Bowl. Like too many people couldn't do what you did, what you just said, because you're right now. But then you could kind of understand it, Steiny.
No. Why? He was a loser in year 1. He was a loser in year 2. He had a great year 3. He was a loser in year 4. Oh, well, now we're going back. Now we're going to win a Super Bowl. Why? Why would you think that? Steiny, you're wrong. A lot of coordinators become head coaches. No, absolutely. Absolutely, a lot of coordinators become head coaches. But what I'm saying is, without ever being the head coach of an NFL team, people glorified Kyle Shanahan when he had no right being glorified. That's all I'm saying. So now everyone's like, well, Kyle's not a genius. Well, whoever said he was?
Well,
you guys.
And you look, I don't have a dog in the fight, but Steiny, we fought over this. What he did in Atlanta was he had success. What he did for RG3 year 1, he had success. Although it wasn't a head coach. I hear you.
It's a different ball game when you're a head coach. I mean, how many times
do we saw Jason Garrett? He was a coordinator, and then he went to head coach. How'd that work out for him?
How many times do we talk about Norville Turner?
Yeah, and he would be greater had he been.
Maybe Kyle's Norv Turner.
And that is about Steiny. You're right, but when is enough?
Well, it's not now because he's sitting with 4 or 5 more years left in his deal. Like, I don't know what the way out of this is.
I guess I don't want anybody fired. EDD, I've been a part of that, Steiny. Hopefully I'm never again. But at the end of the day, I think I'm irritated that Kyle's not feeling that pressure that you speak of because he's coached himself into that. He should be, honey, I don't know about the schools. We need to, The fact that he's getting and you're saying, oh, it doesn't start till Trey. We don't know when that's going to be. And I'm out there talking to Ray, not to speak for him. He's like, well, maybe he's not. When did he fail?
Who?
Trey Lance.
He didn't.
Well, it sounds like in practice or what, behind the scenes, he failed.
That's not the way it feels to me.
Well, then how is he not ready?
Because a lot of quarterbacks in year one are not ready, particularly a guy who played Division II football and only played in one game.
I'm holding on to that Arizona start. He wasn't the worst. And they lost. Just like yesterday, they had the ball down 7 with a chance to tie. If that's the same recipe that you're getting with your starter, Jimmy. So at least you could be taking these L's or be 6-6 saying, year 2, watch out. My boy's got seasoning. But choose to go a different route, hey?
Maybe Kyle Shanahan saying, you know what? I'm not playing him this year because I wanted him to be brand new next year. I don't want anybody to see him this year. Kyle had ridiculous amounts of injuries to his roster, so he got a lot of mulligans. I kind of agree with that.
Well, that was last year. The mulligans.
But I thought they've been hurt. They got hurt again this year. You know what I mean? I don't know. I never understood how a guy could get a head coaching job, never coached, never been a head coach before. Forget coordinator. So he's never been a head coach before.
Yeah, it happens so much.
And everyone's like, this guy's one of the best coaches in the NFL. What? Shouldn't he have to prove that? Okay, so then the first year, I don't know, what was it, 4-12?
Yeah.
6-10?
Yeah. It wasn't pretty.
What were we saying then? He's one of the best quarterbacks. He's one of the best coaches in the NFL. Really? He's 10-22 over 2 years. Okay, now they get to the Super Bowl. Okay, great. Well, now we're going to just go Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl. I don't know. AJ thinks Trey Lance should be starting. What's going on, man?
Hi, guys. Watched the game yesterday, and it's like a bad Monday to start with. Warriors lost.
He coming in. He's not. It's not guy.
Herbert lost with the Niners. And I think, Trey Lance should be the guy who should be going from games, back, not right now. The reason being is Garoppolo has been a failure. In my opinion.
All right.
You got some good weapons. Yesterday, look at George Kittle. Second quarter, how many, times George Kittle got a chance to play the ball? 0. You know what I mean? If you say he's a smart quarterback, I don't think so. And it again goes back to the coach. I don't know how much he likes him, but let's put it this way. If we had Tom Brady, playing for Niners, and we had Kyle Shanahan, who would have been the head coach, guess what? Tom Brady would have been a failure because no game plan, and he starts so aggressively, and I don't know what happens. Everything dies off after second quarter. Second half. This is something, a deep thinking subject. It's not about, who's going to start, who's not going to start. In this offense, everybody's marching on their own band. I don't even think they're lining up to the same thought process, what exactly they want. So that's what I have.
Thanks, AJ.
Wow.
Appreciate it. He says basically they're not on the same page.
And he left me out of it. And again, I know your thing, Steiny, is, he's a great blocking tight end. This is almost an indictment that we don't see this type of Kittle every week. It's either half quarterback or it's half coach, or if they're just married at the hip. But why don't we see this beast come out even when Debo's there? It's not, if one person balls out, Guru, nobody else can eat. There's a fundamental flaw somewhere.
Because sometimes they're defended one way, sometimes they're defended another way.
I am so sick and tired of people telling me and dictating what the defense does to this Niner offense. How about you start dictating to the defenses? We're here. I'm the guy, and I'm gonna get my. That's why you think this weaponry collectively
is. You're talking about a championship level team. That's what championship level teams do. They say, we established the level of play. We're doing our thing. And the defense and the opponents, they're not a championship level team. They have to take every game as it is and try to figure out how to win it.
But why?
What are they going to do? Because they're not talented enough.
But the rat on the table is at the quarterback. Steiny, if you put
Up
Kittle,
and down
Ayuk,
the
and Debo,
roster.
I'll put that 3. I was going to say Kansas City, but they're lacking one. They got Kelsey and Tyreek Hill. They're missing one. Steiny, this is weaponry. Look around.
So you say. I'm not,
I know you said it was average, but Kittle, Ayuk, and Debo, this is real. That's weaponry, Jack.
According to you. They're okay. Obviously, Kittle's terrific.
But he's not you. And again, but every week, Steiny, the defenses don't have to lose sleep thinking, oh, my God, it's going to be Kittle. It's either Debo with the run. Like, Kyle, and I'm defending Kyle here, you drafted a quarterback for a reason. It was time for a change. I just don't understand why you're so afraid. If this guy's not ready, let's see it. And if he's not, okay, we got next year, and he's got experience. But to run this stuff, what he did yesterday out there with Jimmy and expect different things, what's the whole, insanity's doing the same thing over, expecting different results. But Jesus.
The whole team is mediocre.
Not Bosa.
But, okay.
Shire, he didn't turn into something.
So you're going to take Jimmy Garoppolo out even though he's not the only guy who's had a bad year?
Well, it's the most important position on the field and this new NFL. So with that, we're already starting off with, we're starting off in the hole. So it starts there, Steiny.
Listen, tell you what, guys. Tell you what, Guru. Tell you what, 49er fans.
Tell us.
Start reading the writing on the wall. They drafted the wrong guy. All right, I'm overstating that, but I'm just kind of kidding. But it
makes me so mad for that drop, but just...
Let's go to D. D's in Walnut Creek. What's up, D? How you doing, man? Woof, almost out of
I
here.
agree with Steiny. They're not a championship caliber team. But everybody out here in the radio land is thinking that Garoppolo calls his own plays. Kyle calls the plays. So to involve George or not involve George, it's not Garoppolo's decision. It's Kyle's. So put it on him.
Thank you. Appreciate it, D.
Wow.
I got to listen to this because you told me about it and I hadn't heard about it.
All right, get to it.
So I guess LeBron against Indiana, it feels like a week ago.
Did the Sam Cassell.
Celebrated when he hit a big shot against the Indiana Pacers. By the way, Spadone, here's one for you. Hot take. Chalk up a hot take. Rick Carlisle's a myth. He's a myth. All right. Here's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on LeBron really loving his own game winner.
Then last week, LeBron was fined $15,000 for doing a big balls dance after the Lakers win over the Pistons. Why do you need to do a stupid, childish dance and disrespect the other team on the court? It doesn't make sense. Goats don't dance.
Oh, I love it. I thought the same thing.
Wow, Kareem.
Goats don't dance. I love it. Hey, unless you're Steph Curry. Then
I call him the captain, but that is the epitome of old man on the front lawn. It's a new era, captain. And he did. Goats don't dance. They did, but wow.
How much time we got here? We got a few more minutes, right?
Yeah, we got about 3:50. I don't think John Wooden liked Kareem dancing at all, right?
Yeah,
he usually got in early.
They usually can't dance either.
How'd it go? Joe,
we got Daniel and Martinez. Shanahan has to go. Let's go to Eddie and Vallejo. Who's sick of Shanahan. What's going on, Eddie and Vallejo? How you doing, man?
Like you said, I'm sick of Shanahan. Now, I'll give Shanahan credit where he's a good first half coach, maybe, but the one thing he is not is Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh was able to do whatever he needed to do at halftime and come in, and regardless of what players he had available, he was able to adjust his game plan, whether it was switch to the run or keep going with the passing and get his team where it needs to be. I don't care who we draft on the Niners right now, Shanahan will never be able to coach the second half.
Wow. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it.
That is a wow.
But again, and I'm not bashing the caller, why are we even comparing him to Bill Walsh?
Right.
Why?
The legend.
Bill Walsh won Super Bowls. This guy's 35 and 40.
And he would cut you a year early before Walsh didn't play. I'll save my Shasky and Bonte thing for tomorrow.
Why?
I don't think we got enough time.
Well, you're going to forget it now.
Oh, no, but I'll never forget this one.
Just do it.
So listen.
I got nothing else to say.
All right, I'm using the bathroom. I'm on the phone, and I see Matt Koski say, "Great party, Bonte." I was like, oh, okay. And every time I talk to Bonte, and I talk to him, Stein, that's my guy. We did a show together.
No
I
doubt.
love him. Yeah. He's got a baby chestnut. That's like my niece. I never formally met her.
Chez.
Yeah, he called it Chez.
Oh, okay. That's cute.
All right. So I text Bonte after I see Koski basically tell on him like, hey, I didn't get an invite. So it was baby Chess was turning 1.
Oh.
All my kids are grown.
Congrats,
so he
Bonte.
goes, and he kept it real. He goes, "Goo, you wouldn't have drove. You weren't coming." Kind of hurt me. And I would have came because I said we need to get together more like that. And then this morning he says that to Shansky, who then says, oh, this hurt me. And I talked to Shansky too. That's my dog. Oh, Guru would just fake the death in his family and wouldn't have been able to make it. And I had a real death, Shasky, in the family that prevented me from coming to hoop with you and Lucas. But for him to go on Bay Area radio and basically say that I'm so afraid to tell Shasky I can't make an event that I would have to lie about a death. Come on now. Bonte didn't hurt me as much because he told me I wouldn't come. I probably wouldn't have. I would have came. But Shasky to say I faked the death in the family did not come. Steiny, I was driving in and almost crashed. That hurt me. I would never go to that extent to get out of something.
I'm sorry.
And Shasky didn't show up for our tournament. Oh, I'm golfing. I'm the 1%. Yeah.
We got 1 minute.
That's
a
but to
tough
say
one.
I faked the death in my Frank J pass, my boy Frankie J. R.I.P.
Why didn't you just go? Oh, you didn't get invited at all.
Yeah, right. He said I wouldn't have came, so it made me feel a little better. But I would have came.
No,
and then I don't got little kids.
Why didn't you come yesterday when I invited you?
I was getting over my cold.
Well, then you wouldn't have been able to go to Shasky and Bonte's.
I didn't even think about it until you said it. I wouldn't have.
They knew you were sick all last week, too. Maybe that's why.
No, I talked to him. I said I wasn't feeling. They don't.
Yeah, see, they took safety. Good for Shasky and Bonte. They're just being safe.
It was at a zoo. I guess they had a good time.
They have baby Chez there, too.
Yeah,
you can't be getting her sick.
Yeah.
All right, Peter King, 4:15. Warriors Live, 5:30. Warriors Orlando, tip-off, 7 o'clock. Thanks for listening, everybody. Monster sack.
Tune in to the Morning Roast tomorrow for the executive. Brilliant Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Are you ready for a massive disappointment Monday? Because that's what we got. I mean, that's the theme of today's show. What a disappointment. Got the 49ers laying a huge egg up in Seattle. Got the Warriors letting a bad Spurs team pick up a win at Chase Center. Hopefully they don't allow that tonight. Good news. It's not a back-to-back, which apparently is something that is just asking too much of professional athletes who get paid multi-millions of dollars and have their entire careers arranged around the concept of rest these days. I'm tired of excuses. I really am. If you're a Raider fan listening, you watched your team blow it at home against Washington. Poor Grandy Maldonado. He watches Oregon lose the Pac-12 title game, then he loses his coach. I'm still at home freaking battling a cold. There's this flu, Ray. It's like an iPod song that is stuck on repeat, and I can't get rid of it. And we protect Ray Ratto at all costs. So I'm at home creating a safe distance between the two of us. How are you, darling?
I'm doing great.
I knew
everything's fabulous.
I knew you'd love a massive disappointment Monday. That's a show that's made for you, Ray. And come on, man.
Well, the massive disappointment is the Warriors stinking up against the Suns. Or not the Suns, the Spurs. And I guess it could have been foreseen because the night before they sort of, went face to the wall and hammered Phoenix. But
yeah, they won
that's
the December.
That's the one that
had to
least
be
makes
hungover.
sense. Because the 49ers, you said it last week. I mean, Seattle is hard for them to play. And in the NFC, where there are two teams that you can trust week in and week out, everybody else is, they're a hot mess waiting to happen. So, that's to be expected. Oregon had already shown what it could do against Utah by laying down 2 weeks earlier. And, Grandy knows failure now. And, the University of Miami just took a guy that they'd known from the time when he was coaching in that town. So Grandy deserves misery.
Thanks, Ray.
And wait a minute. You forgot, or unless you mentioned it and I missed it, SC. One last faced in the puddle.
How many people were at that game on Friday night?
As many as I thought would be at the Pac-12 championship game.
It was a robust attendance in Las Vegas. We'll talk about how that's going to come back to haunt you on Wednesday, where Ray, come hell or high water, if I have to boil my head, I will be at the Guardsman Tree Lot, and so will Ray. He'll be signing babies and flat objects only. We are going to do a show from the Guardsman Tree Lot. I left the house for two things this weekend. First thing, my wife and I did make the 1-year-old Bonte Hill baby party that Guru feels left out of. So sorry, but we live so close to the zoo. My wife and Bonte's girl are very close, and so we went. Babies at the zoo, awful lot of fun, very, very nice. Sunset early. That's when the cold kicked back in. I did go down to the Guardsman Tree Lot on Sunday, picked up a Christmas tree. That was nice. But then everything just, ugh.
It's just another reminder that children's are basically vats of disease.
They really are.
And you're asking for it by doing that.
Adorable.
And if you feel lousy on Wednesday, you should not go. You should do it remotely, just because if you go back and get sick more, I'm going to become angry.
Here's the thing. I feel
Which is
good.
when I'm at my best.
I feel good. I do. I feel good. I just can't get the spilkus out of the head. I can't do it as hard as I try. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com to book your visit today. Look, Russell Wilson owns this team. Forget about the Yorks. Forget about Eddie D. Russell Wilson owns the Niners. He really does. Seattle's defense was ready for the run, which means you're going to have to count on Jimmy Garoppolo to do something. And when you spend too long doing that, you're flirting with disaster. Then you go ahead, you suffer 10 penalties, 3 roughing the passer calls, 2 of them giving life to a game-altering touchdown at the end of the first half, 3 turnovers, 2.8 yards per carry, and an afternoon of special teams play that should get their special teams coach fired. I mean, that was awful. 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 It was an embarrassing loss. And it was a team-wide loss, except for George Kittle. God, he was fantastic. How come they're not going to throw the ball to him 30 times in Cincinnati next weekend? Like it's like you go to Kittle one week and then he disappears. And then you go to this team. It seems Kyle Shanahan is hell bent on making sure that two players don't have great games at once. It's crazy. Now I know that Debo wasn't there. Brandon Ayuk was hard to be found. Elijah Mitchell, he's a tough guy. He had a rough afternoon. He tried his best. Rough afternoon. Defensive line showed up a little bit, showed up a little too often with a few roughing the passers. A terrible call that went against the 49ers in the back of the end zone on what could have been a game-tying drive. Let me just ask you this, Ray. Suppose they had scored that touchdown. Do you think Shanahan's going for 2 to win it right there?
That's a hard one to know because he is inherently conservative at moments like that. But I think he would have landed somewhere between what we think he would have done and what John Harbaugh did.
What do you mean, call a play that doesn't work?
Well, call a play that doesn't work and also go for 2 when you're down 1 and you need the tie to go into overtime. I mean, I don't know if you watched the end of that game, but
I did. Look, I don't think he goes for it either. I think his conservative nature and a clear lack of faith in a quarterback who just gives you a reason to lack faith.
I see, and you said it before. This was a team-wide failure, and I think he believes that the way his team had been playing, that he might have gone for the tie because he thought he could win in overtime. But it's also conservative to go, you know what? It's the road. Let's go for it now and get out of here. Because I think that was part of what Harbaugh decided. I think it's a moot point because they got outplayed in too many ways. You're right. The special teams were a disaster. I mean, Travis Homer should never outrun anybody over 73 yards.
I have, in my entire life, Ray, I'm talking every high school or Pop Warner game I've ever seen or been a part of. I've seen fake punts go for touchdowns, but that's always with a punter throwing. I've never seen snapped to an up back go for a touchdown of 70-plus yards like it did. It was just ridiculous. Richard Hightower, is he still in the building today? Does Kyle Shanahan owe that guy something? Or here's the thing. You want to know what it is? Kyle Shanahan doesn't care about special teams. He doesn't. He certainly hasn't prioritized it. There is a revolving door of who's going to be the guy who screws up special teams. It's a fumble waiting to happen. The Travis Benjamin fumble of the second half kickoff, that cannot happen. It cannot happen. And it happened because he's a poorly coached player who was carrying the ball in the wrong hand. I mean, you just got put both your hands over it, put it in your belly, and fall down at the 15. It's a better play than fumbling that away. The Niners have so many glaring red lights to not take them seriously. The only thing that allows you to consider them a playoff team is because they still are. Luckily for them, the middle of the NFC sucks so bad that they might suck the least among them. I mean, they had a massive motivation to win that game in Seattle. That's the worst Seattle team since Russell Wilson got drafted. Period. End of story. That is a game where Minnesota loses in Detroit of all places. So you win that game in Seattle, you're a lock to make the playoffs. So it's nothing to worry about the rest of the way. You can come home 2-3 at the end of the year, and it won't even matter. And they blew a game that Seattle early in that game looked like it was ready to give up on. But at all times, the Niners cordially invited Seattle to stick around in that game.
Well, I don't know if it's cordially invited, though, and I'm not trying to pick a fight. I just think this is who they are. If they don't have the ball for 37 minutes, it means they can't dictate terms. If they can't dictate terms, they're an ordinary team.
Yeah, well, look, you can't win in this league by asking the least amount possible of your quarterback for 17 weeks in a row, and that's what Kyle wants to do. That's what Kyle has done. Maybe it's not what he wants to do, but whoever he drafted to do something more with, he refuses to play, has not developed, not ready to go. I don't want to turn this into a Trey Lance shoulda, woulda, coulda show because I don't know. But man, what a letdown. It's unfortunate. It really is in some ways that this is the season where the playoffs expanded because it's created a gray area for a team that has no business thinking that it could be something special to say, well, we're still in the group of teams that might be able to be something special. There's nothing special about what we've seen from this team. They are as mediocre as the day is long, and in a show, and we're not going to get deep into Trey Lance. I'm going to tell you right now, had Trey Lance started from week 1, I bet you could still be 6-6 with him. I bet you could be 1-3 or 1-4 in your own division with him. I mean, it's bad. It's bad.
I'll tell you what's happened. The NFC East has infected the rest of the conference.
It's like a virus. It's like a flu that won't go away.
Yeah.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game.
Tribute to phlegm.
It really is. We've got Peter King joining us a little bit later on today. Not Michael Irvin this Monday. He is in the air in an airplane all show long. So Peter King's going to join us at 4:15. Nick Friedel at 6 o'clock as we start pivoting towards Warriors Live. They get Orlando tonight. That's a get-right game if there ever was one. And hopefully the Warriors indeed take advantage of it. We are just underway. It's great to have you here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. A miserable Monday commences. It's good to have you here. We're brought to you by the Lazy Dog Restaurant.
Our friends at Lazy Dog Restaurant are hiring. Get interviewed and hired on the spot and enjoy food, fun, and prizes at their career day December 8th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Lazy Dog in Newark. Drop by and learn more at lazydogrestaurants.com.
Fairfield.com today to book your visit.
So go ahead and text the word 49ers to 20357, 49ers to 20357. Hit the subscribe button, and everything we do about the Niners will be there for you. If you didn't necessarily want that this week, though, I don't think I'd blame you. If you're a Niner fan and you're not pissed off about that loss, there's something wrong with you, because that was there. That was there for them. More than any game in Seattle has ever been there for them. That game was there for them. The only thing that ends up keeping that game close wasn't execution, wasn't a good game plan, wasn't a good afternoon from George Kittle, he had a great afternoon. I mean, let's be totally honest. George Kittle was spectacular. Make sure you throw the ball to him less throughout the entire year, Kyle. That'd be a great way to go about it. This is not a well-oiled team. A well-oiled team wins that game. This is not a disciplined team. A disciplined team wins that game. The only thing that kept the 49ers in that game is that Seattle turned the ball over at the 1-yard line twice. I mean, the Seahawks were your best friend, and they could do nothing with that. And they were continuing to be their own worst enemy. Ray, the 49ers lead the NFL in stepping on rakes. They really do. It's a sideshow Bob Simpson's episode where just no matter which way he turns, which way he walks, boom, rake in the face.
I would suggest that they're not leading the league in stepping on the rakes, but they have their share because all those teams have their share. I mean, when you look at what happened yesterday, you just go, okay, what is it that you should be excited about? I mean, the Raiders, they're at home against a criminally bad Washington team, and they're never they just aren't very good. I mean, there are a bunch of teams like that, and the 49ers are very much one of them.
Yeah,
and
but they thought that they were going to go to the Super Bowl, Ray. That's the difference between them and the Dolphins and the Jets and the other teams that stink out loud.
But that's a statement. That's a statement about us. I think we oversold ourselves. I know I did. I'll stand proudly and say I thought they were a Super Bowl contender, but I was wrong. They were closer to being 6-10 than they were 13-3, and now they're sort of split the middle. And they are they're just like Washington and Philadelphia and Minnesota. Well, Carolina's hopeless now, but they're like Atlanta. Who do you look at and go, yeah, I could, and say, yeah, they're definitely better than those guys. They're not. All those teams are the same, and for differing reasons.
In the group of suck, but
in the group of suck might be too strong, only because I can think of Chicago and the Giants. But the hell with it. The group of suck, that's fine. Look, it's not alliterative, but it just flows off the tongue.
The 49ers have allowed 278 points this year. That's the most in the NFC West. Only Washington, Philadelphia, the Vikings, the Bears, the Lions, and the Falcons have given up more points in this conference. And there is no debating about, are any of those teams good? No, we all know on the surface they suck. That's the group of suck right there.
Yeah. I mean, they're very much part of that group. And the only thing that tempers my notion of how angry 49ers should be is that they've had plenty of warning to know what this team is. The difference is that the 49ers looked like they had stuff going the last 3 or 4 weeks because they had the ball for 38 minutes a game.
Well, against
yesterday, what they had,
teams.
they had it for what, 26?
How do you lose a time of possession to a team that is dead last in time of possession?
That's an interesting thought.
Dead last.
Yeah. I mean, they had a chance to put themselves in sweet shape, and they failed because they are, like every other team in the group of suck, extraordinarily erratic.
888-957-9570 was the number. We got wide open lines. I knew you'd like that, Ray. This is Jay in San Jose. Jay, you're on with Damon and Ratto. What's going on?
What's going on, fellas? So it's funny. Shanahan seems to call the perfect play, but then at the end of the game, and this has been throughout his career, when we need the most crucial calls, he made the most boneheaded plays. Jimmy finally cooking that last drive was probably one of Jimmy's.
Jay, your cell phone gave up on you. We didn't give up on you. Your cell phone gave up on you. But I know what you were about to say. What is he doing getting all cutesy running the ball there when Seattle is just clamping on? They got 9 guys in the box. There's no one but George Kittle to worry about. They blanket him. So where are you going? He's running the ball. What was that fourth? The fourth it got, thank God Alex Mack bungled the snap for a, the rare self-inflicted penalty that turns out to be in your favor because it rendered that down, never played. I mean, he had Elijah Mitchell and George Kittle off the field for that play. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing right there? It's 4th and 1. George Kittle, the best run blocking tight end, and your number 1 running back are off the field for that play. What are you doing? Read option with Jimmy? What are you doing?
Say it one more time so you can get to an even 8.
I got questions.
I think it's a legitimate question because it does speak to, I think, the one weakness that Kyle Shanahan has as a play caller, which is that when he thinks things are in his favor, he sometimes likes to show you how creative he is, when in fact this is a team not built on creativity, but on punch-you-in-the-face football.
And when they can't play it, they're dead in the water.
Yeah. I mean, they're built to be a thing. And when they are that thing, they're okay. If they win that game, they're the only team in the group of suck with 4 straight wins.
Look, man, it's just, congratulations. You're going to be the last team into the wild card. What are you going to do with that? I mean, it's to the point where we're actually watching, this is the NFL's version of a 39-win NBA team that is in the Eastern Conference that gets to go to the playoffs. That's what this is. You are the Charlotte Hornets of the NFL. Congratulations. Not this Charlotte Hornets, the old Charlotte Hornets, the Kimball Walker Charlotte Hornets. I mean,
they are the Knicks.
Kinda. Yeah. By the way, that really nice start is over. Bing
As
bong.
I warned you.
Bing bong.
As I warned you.
Look, man, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Here's Jimmy Garoppolo talking about his interceptions, the first of which was maybe the worst interception he's thrown in a career, dotted of let's measure how bad these are against each other. That was terrible. Here's Jimmy Garoppolo on what happened with both interceptions yesterday.
Just tough situations. Just the second one, just got a little greedy with it. Should have just been a little smarter and taken the check down. But just, just 2 tough situations with that.
Okay, so the second one, even on the broadcast, whoever was working with Kevin Harlan says, I have no idea where he was going with that ball, and I don't think he does either. It was a Tiki Barber. Kevin Harlan was the best part of that game. I mean, he really was. He was the best part of the entire game. That interception, the first one he threw, directly to a future Hall of Fame linebacker. No quarterback in football sees fewer linebackers than Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, like, you probably shouldn't draft Kyler Murray first overall because he can't even see over the line. Can Jimmy see over the line? Maybe he's farsighted. I don't know. Is that nearsighted? I don't know. What's the stigma that would render him blind to linebackers?
Well, that's glaucoma.
Thank you. Well, we got enough weed in this part of the world to treat that. No excuses. None. It was a bad game. It was a bad loss because Seattle had that we're ready to lay down and die look in their eye. They really did. They really did. And when what happens, the Niners basically perform CPR right there on Seattle at the end of the half, allowing them to come down and get a "we still believe we're in this game" touchdown right before halftime. They give the ball right back with a fumble the second half kickoff, and then they get shut out in the second half. And George Kittle, who's having a monster day, did he have a catch in the third quarter? Did George Kittle have a catch anywhere between halftime and the last play, last drive of the game? And by the way, that last drive of the game, it's everything you need to know. Right when you think Jimmy's not good enough to do anything, he gets a hair up his rear end, and he looks really good in a span of 2 minutes. And it was like the entire Jimmy Garoppolo life cycle was on display in that game. You had a reason to believe, then you had a reason definitely not to believe, then you had more reason to not believe, and then you had reason to believe, and then you had another reason to believe, and then he leaves you disappointed with mistakes that he makes. How did he get that? How do you not get rid of that ball that was a game-tying safety? I don't get it. I mean, he makes the kind of mistakes that a 30-year-old quarterback in his fifth year should not be making. I mean, I really mean it. I don't want to turn this into a what would you had with Trey Lance, but I bet you could have been 6-6 with Trey Lance. If not 5-7. I mean, it wouldn't be that much different. Is the point I guess I'm trying to make.
I suspect that you probably would be worse because he is clearly not an option. I mean, you may as well just take him off your board of wish lists.
Look at it this way. Kyle Shanahan certainly has.
Well, yeah, and I mean, he must have a reason why he's ignoring the third pick in the draft, and we've gone down this road 100 times. It just, if he could play, he would play.
By the way, Lucas, bringing the thunder here on the text line to me. Thank you. Lucas is saying that George Kittle did not have a target between halftime and the final drive. Why? I mean, why?
I don't know.
I mean, I just don't understand. The guy is literally having I'm beating ass every time I touch the ball afternoon, and then you don't give him the ball in a third quarter where you're looking to breathe some life back into your team. I just do not get it. I don't get, where's Brandon Ayuk's targets in that game? Or can you only target one player? It's like Kyle Shanahan goes out of his way to do the least amount possible with whatever weaponry is at his disposal that afternoon. And it's frustrating as hell. It's so frustrating to watch it play out once again. Looked like there might have been a decent game plan going in, but Jimmy uncorks a terrible interception early on. That makes Kyle a little gun shy to do anything. I mean, they don't push the ball downfield. They don't push the envelope at all. And again, it's really hard to win in this league when part and parcel of you winning in this league is 180 rushing yards and 38 minutes of controlled clock time. I mean, you're not going to get that every week. So what are you when you don't get that? Dead in the water? The Niners seem to make that choice. Yeah, if it ain't perfect, it ain't happening.
The Kittle not being targeted in the third quarter, they threw the one ball at him, got intercepted. They only ran 10 plays in the third quarter. That's the giveaway there. And the time they had the ball after that, they gained 5 with Mitchell. They gained 4 with Mitchell. Then he fumbles. That's overturned. Then they run him again on 4th and 1, and he gets stopped. I mean, that to me suggests that Seattle's going, you know what? Go ahead and throw to Kittle if you want, but I don't think that's what you want to do. I think you want to run the ball down our throats, and we're just going to play for that. And I think that's where the game turned. You know, it was sure they gave up the score at the end of the half to make this a close game, but then they didn't have the ball in the third quarter. If they don't have the ball, they're less than what they are.
Look, they averaged 2.8 yards per carry. I mean, that's Seattle was selling out to stop the run on every single play, knowing that this offense doesn't even have the balls to let it go down on the field. Like, Jimmy is so scared to make a mistake, he's mistake prone. I mean, he whatever confidence he projects, Kyle Shanahan sucks it out of him, I believe, before games and with game plans that basically said, Jimmy, if you make a mistake today, we're basically going to roll over and die. So your chief, like, what is your goal for your there's a reason why he kept him, because we think he's going to bring us to the playoffs. Like, the reason why you think that guy's going to bring you to the playoffs is because he's a playoff caliber quarterback. The guy, I don't get what we're doing here. I really don't. And I don't think Kyle does anymore. He looked exasperated after the game. He looked as dejected and frustrated. And look, some text line says, I knew after that punt fake it was going to be a bad day. Yeah, I think everybody did. I've never seen a fake snap to an up back go for a play like that. Richard Hightower is a bum as a special teams coach. I don't know. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Like, what do I know about coaching, right? Probably offensively and defensively, very, very little. Special teams, here's what you got. Here's what you do. Let's get one thing straight. The special teams coach has nothing to do with the kicker and nothing to do with the punter. On special teams, your coach is just there to make sure plays like that do not pop. Did he not think, we really got to be conscious of an early fugazi. Seattle's going to try to steal a possession. They're a 3-8 football team. They have officially nothing to lose, going for broke all day long. How do you get caught sleeping on that? And they got caught hitting the snooze button on that play. They still haven't reacted to the fake punt. Here it is. By the way, here it is. Give it to me, Kevin Harlan.
But 3rd and long is what's plagued this team. But here we have a fake. It is a fake indeed, and this is Travis Homer, who got a block, takes it the other way, and this will be 6. Can you believe it? 73 yards.
CBS with the call. And look, I mean, it's just, it was a disaster. Kevin Harlan basically told you this game is wearing clown shoes all afternoon long. And it did. It was ridiculously sloppy and ugly. And I don't want to hear like, whenever you go up to Seattle, that happens. No. Whenever you go up to Seattle, that does not happen.
The thing that struck me most about the fake punt, I mean, it was a hell of a designed play. I mean, because you wouldn't expect it to work, them to do that way. That said, the pursuit was nowhere to be found. It's almost like, that's a cleverly designed play. I guess we're just going to give up a touchdown on it. Nobody came close to him. And somebody should be able to at some point.
If anything, Ayuk is back there, what I guess is the punt. Excuse me. As the returner, like he took no angle. And
that's probably one of the reasons why Kyle Shanahan pulls his head off thinking about him from time to time. I mean, that's a play where he at least has to make somebody block him. And if he's as fast and strong as we've seen him be, he fights off the block and maybe knocks Homer out at the 25.
We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. Again, wide open, 888-957-9570. Richard in Vallejo. What's going on, Richard? You're on with Damon and Ratto.
Thank you guys very much for taking my call. This is my first time, and I just want to say I really appreciate you guys.
Well, thank you.
What you got?
And so I wanted to say, hello?
Hello?
Yeah, no, we got you.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, so I wanted to go back on the points that we have given up. And I feel like it all circles around and comes back to Jimmy Garoppolo. I feel like it comes back to the quarterback position. Just the 5 and 10-yard passes, even the ones that he is completing, it's like you see the drop-off on the yak, and then also you just see our players getting blown up.
Well, look,
the time.
Jimmy is behind on throws, and he's high on everything. Like, he is permanently making guys reach above their helmets to make a play on a ball at all times. He can't stop it. He cannot put anything on anybody's shoulder pads or on their numbers or in their belly or under their waist. It does not happen. It just doesn't happen. Richard, thank you for the call. Thank you for the compliment. We'll warm you up next time and get you ready. This is Tony in San Leandro. What's up, Tony?
Hey, guys. Thanks for the call. You know what I don't hear enough, and I know we don't have a better choice, but everything comes back to the coach, and he's a great offensive coordinator, but we have problems with the special teams. It comes back to the coach making decisions, not enough defensive backs, the coach, Jimmy's not good enough. We've seen that in the Super Bowl. So he picks a kid, and he hasn't even coached them up yet. Do you think that he's going to step in next year, and we're even going to be 8-8 or 8-9, whenever with 17 games?
No, I don't. I mean, I am losing faith in anything other than a play designer from Kyle Shanahan. I know we should never be allowed to make another free agent or draft pick choice, and in terms of the quarterback play that he gets, is there a single quarterback that hasn't regressed underneath him? It feels like people get worse the longer they play for Shanahan. I don't know what to tell you. Or they get gun shy, or they get their confidence coached out of them, or it's like I cannot explain it. I cannot explain Jimmy Garoppolo's regression and their insistence that he is still the best answer. And it's like the whole John Gruden. John Gruden never developed a quarterback, but everyone thought he could develop a quarterback. He never developed a quarterback.
I'd give him credit for Carr.
Stop it.
You don't think Derek Carr is a good quarterback?
He is a good quarterback, but how many games did he play for John Gruden? Not even 20?
Oh, more than that.
He didn't develop him.
He didn't start with him.
Yeah,
but I think he made him better. Of all the things I could criticize John Gruden for, and we don't have enough time to list them all, I think he gets credit for that.
All right. So, he was able to unlock a guy who was completely established in this league pretty much. I mean, I just, someone's like all the quarterbacks under Nagy, Damon. Dude, don't even bring up the Bears. Matt Nagy should be fired immediately. Everyone in Chicago should have a pink slip come. It's got nothing to do with it. The fact that I grew up a Bears fan has absolutely nothing to do with your head coach being a loser. Kyle Shanahan, as a coach, is a loser. Not a little one, not by a small margin. He's a loser. Well, he took us to the Super Bowl and lost. Kyle Shanahan's a loser. There's just no other way to say it. It's mathematically, factually accurate to say the man is a loser. How can he not be a loser? I don't know. I don't know if he knows. 888-957-9570. More calls when we come on up. We got Peter King at 4:15 here on Damon and Ratto. On 95.7 The Game, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
You're going to be okay.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
When you start to look back at the year in review, the development of the quarterback is a D-. The draft picks are a D-. Play calling is a C or a C-. He himself questioned him getting out of rhythm with the two quarterback situation. You see what I'm saying, Mark? You're not going to fire Shanahan, but something.
Back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Peter King joins Ray and I at 4:15. Getting to what went wrong up in Seattle. What's wrong with the Niners this week? We do have some news about injured players. Emmanuel Mosley has a high ankle sprain, and he'll be out a few weeks. Jamar Chase versus Josh Norman should be an interesting matchup. Elijah Mitchell is in concussion protocol. Jeff Wilson's got a knee flare-up, so I don't know who your running back might be this weekend coming up. Deebo Samuel is too early to tell if he'll be back and ready for Cincinnati, so on to Cincinnati won't exactly be a very easy situation for the 49ers. And again, Ray, if they can't run it down the other team's throat, it feels like they're going to lose. And, you know, there are going to be games where you cannot hide your quarterback. It's just that simple. And Kyle has so prioritized the running game, it feels like he's almost neglected the passing game to the point where it can't ever be anything more than complimentary. You know, if the passing game actually has to drive the motorcycle and just not sit in the sidecar, the Niners are in that moment alone in a lot of trouble, it feels like.
No, I think that he established the kind of coach he is 2 years ago. I mean, he wants the ball for 40 minutes. And the best way to keep the ball for 40 minutes is to run the ball a lot. That is his safe world. And that safe world is disrupted if you have a quarterback that throws a lot of interceptions or takes a lot of chances. So in that way, what Kyle Shanahan wants explains what Jimmy Garoppolo is. And if you want to say that Kyle Shanahan is too conservative, well, that's fine. But that's what he gave you with his roster, and that's what he's giving you week to week. If you have the ball for 38 minutes, you win. If you don't, you don't. Which makes for a mediocre team.
If that's what Kyle Shanahan wants, he should have drafted Mac Jones. Because that's
Maybe.
who Mac Jones is.
I wouldn't argue with that. I mean, what I suspect, if we're going to carry the logic out here, is that he would like not to be that, but having drafted who he drafted and playing him as little as he is suggests to me that Lance is every bit as inexperienced as his resume suggested he is. And that maybe he's going to be a long-term project because that's who he is.
He's your starting quarterback in 5 games, Ray. 5 regular season games and whatever playoff appearance the Niners manage out of an expanded playoffs that is going to let a level of mediocrity into the playoffs the NFL's never seen before. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo cannot. The only question for Jimmy really remaining is he traded or just waived or cut? You know, I mean, like there's he by logic cannot be on this roster next year. I mean, that's a crazy thing. Like, what would have actually happened if the Niners went to the NFC title game? You know how much trouble they would be in, honestly, at that moment too? I mean, it's crazy.
If they got to the NFC title game, everybody in this town would be thrilled because it really ultimately isn't about Garoppolo-style points. It's that, well, this is the team we are now. If we got enough wins to get into the NFC title game, they'd be fine with it. You know, because by then, most of the fantasy leagues are over, and Jimmy can't hurt you anymore.
Look, in the vacuum of some impressive drives, he looks good. He looks like a good quarterback. But when you pull out and you look at all of it, it's not going to get it done. The man won't put the ball in the air. He won't push it down the field. He's been so conditioned to not make mistakes, yet he still makes rookie-level mistakes, and they get pounced on.
Yeah, but Kyle Shanahan is responsible for that, too, because that's what he wants. He wants a team that is careful with the football, and when they have to be reckless with it to get back in a game, that will happen. Because Jimmy Garoppolo is an average quarterback in this league. There are as many guys that are worse than him that are better than him. That's what he is. And Kyle Shanahan drafting the way he did suggested that he thought he had 2 more years of getting by with okay quarterbacking, great running, and a great defense. He hasn't had a great defense. He's had very good running, and he's had average results. And frankly, part of the average results, it's the same thing that everybody else is getting too. There are 5 teams in this league where you can go week to week and just say, yeah, they're winning. They're winning. 6 if you want to count Tampa Bay when Gronkowski's healthy. That's it. And then everybody else is either awful or mediocre, and they are a proud member of that group.
888-957-9570. Download the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. This is Andrew in Walnut Creek. Hello, Andrew. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I wanted to touch on the fake punt for a second. Now, I'm not an NFL-level tactician, but I did spend a little bit of my life coaching at a level higher than high school. That punt was not called on the sidelines. There was no force player, no end, and the up back pretty much gave them a call saying, hey, you can snap this to me right now, and I'm going to be running forever, and they're never going to tackle me. That's something that you don't even see high school special teams coordinators give up. Every team at a level higher than high school has it built in where if they line up like that, we're going. McAfee talks about it on his podcast a little bit. When you see like some intricate fake punt, okay, they might have got you. That was just either someone wasn't lined up right or the audacity to think in an NFL game you could play without a defensive end, even on a punt, and think that they're not going to run it for 70 yards on you. That's just my piece.
No, and look, your call kind of fuzzed out a little at the end, but you're probably right. That might have been made right there in the moment. And look, all I can tell you is that Richard Hightower's in his 4th season with his teams as a special teams coach. What's the last really good special teams moment that the Niners have had? Like, I'll wait. He's completely underwhelming. I mean, they got gashed for a 100-yard return last week. The up back this week, the terrible punt coverage, the lack of razzle-dazzle on any sort of return, fumbles everywhere from multiple players. For this team, as it's built, you can't have anything other than special teams that you don't notice. And you notice how bad they are week after week, how underperforming they are week after week. And, look, the entire afternoon was not all Jimmy Garoppolo's fault. It wasn't. But when you need him to get you what you need, it's like the team is built to make sure that that's not going to happen.
Well, but you can play that game anywhere. Where's Nick Bosa? Where's the Elijah Mitchell play? I mean, you can pick out anybody who says, hey, make a play. I grant you the quarterback is in a position that others aren't, but this is a team that is sort of built kind of sideways. Ayuk not being prepared for the season hurt them a lot. The injuries that they've gotten to the running backs, they've escaped. The injuries they've gotten to the secondary, they have not. I mean, they're an incomplete team in what is very much an incomplete league, and they are proud members of the group of suck because the league is a group of suck. There's 6 teams that are good. There are 10 teams that are awful. That means there's 16 other teams, and they're all members of the group of suck. The fact is, they didn't make the jump from 13 wins to 6 wins back to 13 wins, and we should have figured that was going to be too tough an ask.
Kyle Shanahan was supposed to be the difference maker as a coach that prevented you from entering the realm of the group of suck. Remember, that's who he was supposed to be. What? That was a game where he has to outcoach Pete Carroll, and he didn't. He didn't. The Niners should have probably lost that game by another 14 points. Again, Seattle turned it over on the 1-yard line twice. Yeah. Last time Seattle turned it over at the 1-yard line was in a Super Bowl. That was the most you can win in Seattle afternoon they're ever going to look at. And I guess they didn't like what they saw. Carlito and Alameda, you're on 95.7 The Game. Carlito, what's up?
Yes, hello. Hi. Look, I want to say I don't know why everybody's panicking. You know, I mean, they lost. They won 3 in a row. They lost this game. All they have to do is get in the playoffs, and anything is possible because every team is beatable. And once they're in the championship, I mean, the motivation goes up. And who's to say Kyle Shanahan is not holding Trey Lance for the playoffs? Thank you.
Well, no one makes their debut of look at my weapon in the playoffs. That's not it. No. That's not it.
I mean, the truth is this is a conference of 3 teams that have a chance to win it. Arizona, Green Bay, Tampa. And Tampa's chances drop precipitously if Gronkowski gets hurt. Because it's interesting that their 3 losses, 2 Gronkowski didn't play at all, and then the 3rd Gronkowski got hurt. So those are the teams that you look at and go, yeah, I like their chances. Everybody after that is a long shot, and when you get to the wild card spots, you know, which start with the Rams and then go Washington, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Minnesota, Carolina, Atlanta, none of those teams have a prayer because they've shown you all year long they don't have a prayer.
Somebody from the text line says, every expert and former player all say Kyle Shanahan's the real deal. You're one of the few who says no. Why are you so right? And they aren't. Look at the record. Watch the games. I mean, yes, maybe other coaches look at that system and say, boy, I covet that system. But they don't execute their own system. Unless they have hey, we got to run for 200 yards today. I mean, there's going to be a lot of teams that are really tough to beat when they hold the ball for 38 minutes and rush for 200 yards. When everything is going right for the Niners, they're good. Great coaches emerge when things aren't going right. Great coaches emerge when there are injured players and you got to MacGyver this afternoon together with barbed wire and duct tape. Welcome, everyone, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified. Maybe they're not good. Maybe he's just an okay coach.
That's the thing. I think he's a really good play caller who's afraid to call aggressive plays because he's afraid to trust his quarterback.
I think he's also afraid to trust the rest of his team. That it's an offensive line that knows how to block for the run. I mean, that's their strength. A wide receiver, they've had sort of one. And, I mean, I think in some ways, you know, this will be a year in which people will look at Brandon Ayuk and say, so why weren't you ready? Because I'm ready. I mean, it took them 6 weeks for him to have faith in him again, and they had faith in him all year last year. So I think the thing that changed there probably had more to do with him than them. That said, I think Kyle Shanahan saw that this was a team whose offense could only go so far, which is why he drafted a quarterback that is so far outside what he's done with San Francisco, and then he's found out he's not nearly ready for this. And so it ends up being a short-term mistake.
I mean, I wonder if when Trey Lance is ready, if Kyle's going to be ready to, let it loose.
He might. I mean, it's clear by the fact that he took him that he would like to do that. But it is also clear that the fact that he never gets on the field means he's not ready to do the things that Kyle either envisions him doing or that they're getting now. I mean, at some point you have to apply logic.
Yeah.
And if a guy's not playing, what's the reason? Is it because Kyle Shanahan hates the guy he drafted? No, it's that he's not ready to do this.
But so if he's not ready to do all of it, I get it. I get it. If he's not ready to do all of it, I'm not asking him to start games. But on the flight back from that Ohio State Pro Day where, he crossed Justin Fields off that mental list of his and said, it's going to be Trey Lance, and he's starting to draw plays for Trey Lance. Where are any of those plays? Trey Lance doesn't need to know the entire depth and breadth of the playbook to go out there and give the Niners a little something. A little something. Like have, a 2nd and 5 play ready to go. This is our 2nd and 5 play. Trey's repped it 1 billion times in practice. He'll get it right. I don't get it. I mean, it's like Kyle is such he's I don't know. I mean, I don't understand. Kyle is stuck between stubbornness and micromanaging and worrying about things not all going well that he's so afraid, he fears doing a little something different. And that makes them predictable.
It does make them predictable, but I don't think he's afraid of it. I think he would like to do more of it, but he picked a guy he can't trust yet. I think that's what this boils down to, more than anything else. He can't trust Trey Lance yet. And at some point he will, or it will be a disastrous pick, one or the other. And then he'll have to pick somebody else because there's always a draft and there's always quarterbacks. But
I mean, do you think that like Bill Belichick trusts Mac Jones implicitly, like the exact same way he trusted Tom Brady? There's got to be an element of I'm willing to roll the dice on the guy that I rolled the dice on.
Well, it's not like Belichick had a choice either. This is who we got. We looked at Jacoby Brissett. We looked at Cam Newton. They weren't nearly good enough. This is my option. And also, Bill Belichick is a much better coach than Kyle Shanahan because he's a much better coach than everybody.
He is.
And so, I think he has designed an offense that still doesn't have amazing talent around him, but he's delivered a safe offense and a very good defense that, has the advantage of playing in a division where there's only one other team. It used to be that they had no other teams. But I think, that's why Belichick is better than everybody else, because he can take his talent and design something that he saw 50 years ago in some grainy NFL highlight film and say, that's what that guy can do. I'm going to put him in situations where he can do it.
And you know what he also does, though? Each game plan is a snowflake. It's individual. Yeah. And it feels like the Niners have one speed, one plan, and when that plan doesn't work, plan B is relatively unavailable. Now, tonight, by the way, Monday Night Football should be very, very interesting. We got Bills in Buffalo against the Patriots. And
it's snowing like crazy.
By the way, so like sometimes you see the flags at the top of the stadium and they're like straight up waving. They look like a flag that's been hung on a wall, perfectly rectangle. Like that's how stiff the wind is blowing. And forget about the flags on top of the uprights. The uprights are blowing. Like the actual field goal. It looks like you're watching an earthquake movie, and this is a suspension bridge rattling in the earthquake. I mean, the conditions in Buffalo tonight are brutal.
So we'll see.
We'll see what this one looks like. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's try to squeeze in a few quick calls before Peter King joins Ray and I to go over what the hell that was. This is Steve in Albany. You're on 95.7 The Game. Steve, what do you got? Hello,
guys,
Steve.
Great show. Quick comment about special teams. The gut punch I really felt was the missed extra point followed immediately by a kickoff that was like 20 yards short of the goal line, which gave Seattle great momentum. So instead of being celebratory after having a touchdown, we wind up having back-to-back punches in the stomach with the extra point and the short kickoff return.
Yeah, it's a special teams, game-wide, all elements of special teams, colossal failure. I don't know how Richard Hightower's still in the building. I guess like he and Kyle Shanahan are friends. That's super. I'd rather have a special teams coach that knew what he was doing that he hated than a friend in the building who coaches special teams like this. It's a disaster. 888-957-9570. CJ, Palo Alto. Hello, CJ.
Hey, guys. You know, you can talk all you want about special teams, about the fake punt, about the... Bottom line is this team, as you pointed out time and time again, is very mediocre. They've had mediocre coaching. They've had mediocre drafting. They've got mediocre talent. They've got a couple of really great guys on offense, great playmakers, and a great defensive rusher, and that's it, guys. And so this team, from the start, was never going to be much better than 8-9, 9-8. So all this, I mean, people get all unraveled on, about why they didn't do this and that. This team doesn't have the talent to perform at the highest level, and the reason is they don't have a great quarterback. And to win in this league, you've got to have a great quarterback. You can have a great quarterback and not win, but you can't win and not have a great quarterback.
Well, you just can't have a quarterback who is nothing but mountaintops and valleys. You got to have a little steady. And it feels like there's, you get good Jimmy or evil Jimmy, and there's very little in between. And that's why this team runs so hot and cold. Week after week after week. Again, you get the best of Jimmy if the running game is popping, and you can hide Jimmy Garoppolo in plain sight and ask him to do the least amount of risking with, a ball at all, and that's where this team is at its best. Most teams are at their best when they don't have to risk anything all day long. That's a game that's built to win. When things aren't going the 49ers' way, when they need to scramble to get back into a game, that's when they get in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they're like most other teams. They're great front runners. I mean, the Baltimore Ravens, who everybody loves, or at least loved until yesterday, they're a classic front running team. Most teams are front running teams. Very few teams survive being able to come from behind all the time. And most teams that have to come from behind all the time end up being the Chargers. And nobody loves them either. The point is, at some point you have to believe in the things you do. And very few offenses are designed to do both things superbly well all the time. I mean, the 49ers have chosen to be a ball control team. They've chosen to be a team that doesn't want to take a lot of chances. And yeah, I think they've probably reached the end of the road with that, but they're going to have to ride this out the rest of the way for this year, because this is who they are. Yep. And this is what their talent says they are. And maybe it's different if Samuel were there yesterday. And then all of a sudden, now they're 7-5, and people, are dancing on the four-game winning streak and, singing, merrily we go along. But, they have a thin margin for error, like every other team in the group of suck. It's just who they are and how they are.
Our friend Peter King joins us next, talking about the Niners in Seattle. We'll dip around the rest of the league with him as well, so stay tuned. Much more coming up after a incredibly frustrating loss up in Seattle for the 49ers. Damon and Ray here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by the Lazy Dog Restaurant.
Our friends at Lazy Dog Restaurant are hiring. Get interviewed and hired on the spot and enjoy food, fun, and prizes at their career day December 8th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Lazy Dog in Newark. Drop by and learn more at lazydogrestaurants.com.
This is Bonte Hill from the Morning Roast presented by Timeless Coffee. Join us tomorrow as we recap the 49ers loss to the Seahawks with the smartest man in all of football, Brian Baldinger, at 7:30.
hole. Peter King, like a linebacker, fills the hole. Thank you, Peter, for joining us a day early. We certainly appreciate you making us look good. How are you?
Everything's going okay, guys. How about you?
We're good. Things are good. Ray is happy because today has been a Monday of misery for 49er fans. And look, that was a game where the 49ers got shut out in the second half when it looked like Seattle was ready to roll over and die in that first half. And, 3 turnovers, 2.8 yards per carry from a rushing attack, which if it's not popping, the Niners' chances of doing anything start to diminish, quickly, because they don't want to put the ball in the air. Kittle was spectacular. That's pretty much the end of the spectacular.
I think it's one of the best games, maybe the best game of Kittle's life. I mean, I'm sure people could will think of others, and he's had so many good ones, but that play down the sidelines is really one of the great individual plays of the NFL season by any player. And you know what? I really, really agree. I didn't see, I had a bunch of things yesterday. I didn't see a lot of this game for various reasons. I was focused a lot more on, on Steelers-Ravens. But what I found interesting when I went back and watched the little 14-minute YouTube package of all the plays in the game is that, they started off on a terrible note, okay? And the terrible note was the Travis Homer touchdown run, which was really, that kind of thing is just an embarrassment for your special teams. And the only reason in this particular case that I think it's particularly embarrassing for the special teams is that if you had watched the Seattle Seahawks play football in the last month, you would know that they stink. Self-scouting, they have to say, hey, we stink. We have to use every trick in the toolbox. So every special teams meeting in Santa Clara last week should have begun with, the Seahawks know they stink, and they're going to try to do multiple things on special teams to screw us up. And, it started right away. It started 2 minutes into the game. So again, I'm not picking on special teams particularly, but that's an area that, and again, it's easy to look back in retrospect and say, oh, that just can't happen. Well, no crap, Sherlock. Of course it can't happen. But the reason why it happens is that the preparation was lacking. And that is the thing, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm really ticked off about.
First of all, congratulations for being the first person to use no crap, Sherlock, and blowing the whole alliteration.
Thank you, Ray.
You're welcome. Secondly, how much of that lack of preparation is really more reacting poorly to an unusual play? Because as Damon pointed out earlier, you almost never see a fake punt where the snap just goes to the up back. And it almost looked like the 49ers were so befuddled by it, but then decided, you know what? It's such a good play, let's not ruin it by pursuing Travis Homer.
Look, there is a way to play punt team football, okay, if you're the defense. If you think that something might be up, okay, first of all, you're not going to have on a punt block. You're not going to have on the rush for the punt block, okay? That's the first thing. The second thing is you got to play. I remember I covered the Giants in the 80s, and they had a special teams coach named Mike Sweatman, and his whole theory was at times, and I forget the terminology he used, but if you think something funny might go on, you basically have to play an umbrella defense on that punt team, which means, look, block them at the line of scrimmage, be ready for anything. Maybe it's going to be a punt, or maybe it's going to be a punt. Maybe it's going to be a pass to one of the gunners. Maybe it'll be a pass to the up back like Travis Homer. Just, don't commit yourself at the snap of the ball. period. And so that, to me, that's how I would have played this game yesterday if I were San Francisco. And again, I realize it's easy to say that in retrospect. But going into this game, you had to know that Seattle was thinking, essentially, we have to do everything in our power, to try to stave off the weirdness that they might call on in this game.
Peter, they've got an offense that, if it has to do anything other than run the ball, they seem to be uncomfortable with that. They have a defense that has allowed 278 points so far this year. That's the most in the NFC West. Only bad NFC, Washington, Philly, the Vikings, the Bears, the Lions, and the Falcons have given up more points, and no one would take them seriously as a playoff team. Yet here are the 49ers, even with that loss, still looking at the caboose of playoff participation. What would you even expect this team to do in a playoff game?
I don't know. There's 5 weeks to go. So I can't tell you. I don't think anybody can tell you because, look, Neil Hornsby founded this company called Pro Football Focus, PFF. You guys might have heard of it. Sold the majority of it, 6 or 8 years ago to Chris Collinsworth. But he still is basically the grand poobah and the founder of Pro Football Focus. All right, they analyze the game from every player on every play. And I was texting with him, last night maybe. Last night. And he said, basically, what are you writing about? And I said, some weirdness. And he goes, this is the weirdest year in the NFL I've ever seen. But the only reason I bring that up is that right now, as we sit here, and this is crazy, I actually may cover this game this weekend. I may cover San Francisco at Cincinnati. I don't go to a lot of games, but I've got to be at the Hall of Fame on Friday in Canton for a couple of things. And I'm actually thinking of driving down, covering the game in Cincinnati, because to me, San Francisco at Cincinnati is the perfect allegory for what 2021 is. Okay? So, and why do I say that? I say that because here come the 49ers coming off a tremendous rally in the last 3 weeks. Beat the Rams, beat Jacksonville, beat Minnesota. And you figure, okay, they're going to a down team in Seattle. They'll win. And they lay an egg and they lose the game. And now you've got Cincinnati win at Vegas, beat Pittsburgh. They sweep Pittsburgh for the first time since Mastodons roamed the earth. And so you figure, okay, they got the Chargers coming in, tough game, like their chances, and they get not obliterated, but they get beat, significantly. So last night, it's like 2:00 in the morning. And I'm progressing on my column, but I looked at the playoff standings and I said, well, holy crap. 7th seed in the NFC right now, San Francisco. 7th seed in the AFC right now, Cincinnati. 1-7-5, 1-6-6. And they have a vital game. Two teams with a combined 13-11 record in December. Okay, neither of whom is in first place in their division. In a lot of ways, in weird ways, to me, it's the game of the week in the NFL because it is the game that says everything about 2021 in the NFL.
A lot of reasons have been given for why this is such a bizarre year and why there are 5 good teams, 8 terrible teams, and then a boatload of mediocrity. But would you not have thought that by now some of this would have self-corrected and that you'd have seen more teams sort of emerge from this, well, we're calling it the group of suck. But, I mean, just, under normal circumstances, wouldn't you have 6 teams you could trust in each conference? Because it looks like you've got about 3 in the AFC and 3 in the NFC. 3 in the AFC, 3 in the NFC.
I mean, if you consider New England, Kansas City, Buffalo right now, teams you can trust in the AFC, and Arizona, Green Bay, Tampa Bay in the NFC, I would agree with you. But, wait till next week. Wait for 2 weeks. I would have said if the Bengals handled their business and if the 49ers handled theirs, I would have said, well, maybe you can trust those teams. And to me, I think it is simply a matter of the kind of year where there is, in many ways, a huge course correction. And so you say, what do you mean a course correction? And I say that we know that teams quarterbacked by Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers, and Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. We know those teams are going to be pretty reliable. It would be shocking if they weren't. And they have been, for the most part, pretty reliable. But when I talk about course corrections, I talk about a front office in Arizona went out and made a bunch of decisions this offseason. And really going back to the huge decisions of after 1 year jettisoning a 1 year head coach, Steve Wilkes, and a 1 year 10th player picked in the draft. When they when they traded Josh Rosen after 1 year. Here's the point I would make about this. See, I think every football season is a snowflake, just like I think every game plan that the New England Patriots have is a snowflake. And I mean that they're all different. This is so interesting and, in my opinion, so much fun this year because you look at the AFC right now and the number 13 seed today at this moment is Miami. They've got 6 wins. The 5 seed is Buffalo, and Buffalo has 7. And it's just, and so I think, I forget who one time said embrace the suck. I think we ought to embrace the mediocrity because isn't what is fun about sports waking up on a Sunday morning and having no idea who's going to win the game? Obviously, if you're a 49er fan, you want the 49ers to win the game. But, just for the sport itself, I just think it's tremendous fun having absolutely no idea who's going to win these games.
So last week, Peter, you told Colin Cowherd that you didn't expect the Niners to trade Jimmy Garoppolo in the offseason. Is that an endorsement of Jimmy, or is that a critique of Trey Lance being the guy?
No, if the 49ers, and I forget how I termed it, but if I didn't say this, I should have. If things continue on the current path, okay? And if they do continue on the current path, with yesterday being an exception and not the rule, like let's just say for the sake of argument, if Garoppolo plays over the next 5 weeks, quality to very good football, and the 49ers go 3-2, and they make the playoffs, and Garoppolo plays well, and he goes out, and however they do in the playoffs, he plays pretty well. Then you ask yourself this question, and this is my point about the 49ers, okay? And it is, when have they gotten in the most trouble? I'll tell you when. When they have stripped the roster down to the studs, and when they have had one winning quarterback. I didn't say great quarterback, but a quarterback you can win with on the roster. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, that the Philadelphia Eagles offer San Francisco the 16th pick in the draft this coming year for Jimmy Garoppolo. Or let's say somebody offers them that, okay?
That other GM should be fired. Are you kidding?
Well, but hang on a minute. The reason why, if I were the 49ers, I absolutely wouldn't automatically take the trade is that then you'd be putting yourself in the exact same position you were in the 3 of the first 4 years that the 49ers failed miserably under Shanahan Lynch, and that is bare at quarterback. I am one of those guys who feels like I would rather have a quarterback controversy than only have one quarterback. Like, I was openly a huge fan of the Eagles taking Jalen Hurts in the second round in 2020, even though it was clear that Carson Wentz had a mad on about that right from the beginning. And you know what? I don't care, Carson Wentz. You know, if you were durable, then we wouldn't have done this. You're not durable. Just shut up and play football and all that. And I don't mean to be stark about this, but it really ticks me off when people, in my opinion, don't realize the value of the second quarterback on the team. The second quarterback on the team is one of the most 10 to 12 most valuable players on your team. Why don't you ask the Arizona Cardinals, who would you have rather had at the start of the year? Colt McCoy or pick a schmo? Josh Rosen, Mike Glennon, whoever. Colt McCoy won 2 huge road games in the division at San Francisco and Seattle, and he wasn't just a caretaker. In those 2 games, he completed 81% of his throws.
Right, but Peter, at no point in time did the Arizona Cardinals have to give up 3 first-round picks to obtain Colt McCoy. That's what makes Trey Lance so different.
But, okay, so here's my question. Colt McCoy right now is your backup quarterback, okay? And I understand that. Yes, did they overpay for that pick? History may well say with an exclamation point, yes. The only point I'm making is, right now, at this moment in time, would you take the 16th pick in the draft and let's say a potential, 6-year starter somewhere on your roster? I don't know where, whoever the player would be. Would you take that? Or would you rather have insurance at the most important position on the roster and insurance at a position that has absolutely screwed you in 3 of the first 4 years of the Shanahan-Lynch regime?
I would take the draft pick and roll the dice with Trey Lance. I think that if Trey Lance were the quarterback this year, that they could still be 6-6. I don't think that there would be that much different. I see.
But I'm not questioning that. What I'm saying is, what if somebody rolls up on Trey Lance's ankle and he's out for 3 weeks?
All right, well, but that's so you go out and you get whatever next year's version.
That's what the 49ers said. That is my whole point. Respect the backup quarterback. Respect the 2-quarterback system in today's football. And the 49ers this year are doing that. And I'm not saying Garoppolo's been great, because he hasn't. And I'm not even saying that Garoppolo should start if they keep him on the team opening day next year. Not saying that at all. I'm saying that unless you figure out a better alternative than Nick Mullins or C.J. Beathard, and put a lot of stock and a lot of emphasis on finding a very good backup quarterback, on going out and trading something significant for, let's say, Gardner Minshew, and we could think of 3 or 4 guys, then my point is, you're doing fine the way you are. You're doing fine. And I realize Garoppolo's number is a killer. I get it. But I am not entering next year with Trey Lance and a wing and a prayer as the backup.
Well, I mean, they got a wing and a prayer at corner, and I don't know how they fix that. I mean, so I would draft a cornerback with the 16th overall and say, you better be right about Trey Lance, because that's you. All eggs have been put into that basket. I know we got to get running soon, and I know Ray's got one more for you, Peter. So let's keep it going.
Let's take the long short view here. Of this group, Washington, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Minnesota, Carolina, Atlanta, New Orleans.
Not Carolina and Atlanta and New Orleans out of it.
Okay, fine.
Knock them out. But
then let's just say of the 4 teams that we are allowing, Washington, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Minnesota, which is the team that you look at and say, they have the best counterpuncher's chance of getting to the second or third weekend of the playoffs.
Oh, fuck. I mean, I thought you were going to say who's got the best chance to make it. I mean, in an ideal world, I think it was fairly healthy, of all those teams. To me, I would take San Francisco. But Washington is an interesting and a deceptive team right now. And here's the interesting thing about Washington, okay? Like, their last 4 games are against teams that, their last 5 games are all against division teams. 2 Dallas and 3 against Philadelphia and the Giants. So that is a tricky slope. But, the Eagles are basically the same. They're playing all in the division too. I think the thing that I like the most about the 49ers, and it's a very big if Elijah Mitchell can be what he was in their winning run, I just think that having the quarterback as the complementary player is the thing that really helps you win. And right now, that's what he is. Jimmy Garoppolo should be the complementary player, not the guy who you want to throw it 33 times a game.
But when you have to throw it, boy, you need more than a compliment these days, I think. And I just don't know if he's got it. Peter, we got to run. Thank you.
Let me just one last point. Taylor Heineke, Jimmy Garoppolo, Jalen Hurts, Kirk Cousins. Okay? Like, we're not talking about any players who are going to Canton, Ohio one day. Okay? What we're talking about are guys who are middle-of-the-road NFL quarterbacks. So I understand what you're saying, but the Vikings without Dalvin Cook are wounded. And so, again, I know you got to go, but just keep one thing in mind. Respect the backup quarterback.
Well, we might respect the backup quarterback if Kyle used a weapon on a team that is desperate to get some weapons out on a field because of all the injuries. The wrinkle that Lance was supposed to represent early on can't even be seen at all.
And you know what? I bet he will this weekend. That's my guess. I bet you'll see if they struggle this weekend. I bet you see Trey Lance in Cincinnati. It's just a gut feeling. I don't know anything. But
we look forward to
Kyle understands. Just a gut feeling.
We look forward to talking to you next week, Peter, whether you make it to the Cincinnati game or not. But safe trip to Ohio. Have fun in Canton. And thanks to Peter King for joining us here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Monday Night Football, Buffalo at 2.5 for a 3-point home favorite against New England. If the number is 2.5 minus 110, then let's lay it with Buffalo here. I think this is an unfamiliar spot for New England.
95.7 The Game.
All right, well, the MVP of this show, without a doubt, Grandy Maldonado, who had to dump a Peter King F-bomb. Peter King swore. The big one. He went right for the gusto. We befuddled him. We frustrated him. Look, I got to be honest. Peter is aware that this is a cap sport, and you can't carry a backup quarterback with a $25.6 million cap hit. I mean, that is untenable. The way you go about drafting a young quarterback to play him is then you get to spend the rest of your money because you're on a rookie quarterback deal. That's the value of taking a player that high in the draft. That's what you're looking for. It's almost unheard of, or what a luxury it is to be able to draft a quarterback that high and then not play him out of necessity. But it's a luxury that can't be afforded next year. You got to turn the page, whether you're ready to turn the page or not. And, somebody says they way overpaid for the pick. Here's the thing. They had to overpay to get to the third pick in the draft. What they did with that pick will then determine whether or not. Should they have just stayed where they were and let, the Bill Belichick get his pick of the litter? If Kyle Shanahan got spooked that Bill Belichick was going to trade up, so he overpaid to trade up. There's no doubt in my mind that that's what happened.
The price tag is not the issue anyway. What the issue is who did you get and why did you get him? And if Kyle Shanahan was playing the long game, which I think he must have been given who he chose, he expected that this year would go better than it has. But Peter King also raised another interesting point. It's that unless you have an elite quarterback, you have to sort of create an offense that doesn't highlight the quarterback with limitations. And I think that's what Kyle Shanahan has tried to do with middling success. You can't make Jimmy Garoppolo a mad bomber because he's not that. He is who he is. He showed you who he is over and over again. And if Kyle Shanahan wanted to make a quarterback move this year, he would have gone to somebody else because Trey Lance didn't have a resume. So I think he had a plan. The plan hasn't gone the way he thought, and now he has to scramble. But that's also true of Mike Zimmer in Minnesota and Ron Rivera in Washington and Nick Sirianni in Philadelphia. It's what happens when you're trapped in the group of suck. The things you thought you had on September 1st, very often you don't have on December 10th.
I don't understand this whole, you got to, your backup quarterback is your 12th most important player is something that he also said. Now, no.
I wasn't sure. I'm not sure I buy that part.
Yeah. Look, here are the amount of backup quarterbacks that ever got thrown into a situation and did something huge with it. Tom Brady. I believe we can agree he is an outlier. Yes?
There are a lot of guys like Brady.
Nick Foles, thrown into a bad situation, got through it, stinks now, doesn't play. Jeff Hostetler. Ray, is that the list in the Super Bowl era? How many times has a team turned itself to a backup quarterback and had we had a parade at the end of the year situation? It's an infinitesimal play. There's the odds of your backup quarterback actually saving the day are so small that I wouldn't plan on it. I wouldn't bet on it. Here's how the NFL works. If your starting quarterback goes down, you're screwed. That's it. That's how this league works. It's how it's always worked, except in 3 cases that I can recall without opening, the internet and really taking a look. Kurt Warner. I'll give you that one too. Nice job, 510 area code. Kurt Warner. Again, but Kurt Warner just happened to be a Hall of Fame quarterback in waiting.
He also had a number of years of playing experience somewhere.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, it might have been the Iowa Barnstormers, but it was still steady work.
Right.
And I would throw in a half one, too, which is Trent Dilfer, when he took over for Tony Banks and, watched as the Baltimore Ravens that he quarterbacked went to the Super Bowl and won it. So 4.5.
4.5. It's still not an awful lot. Somebody says Steve Young. No.
Again, same thing. A guy who had plenty of playing experience before and watched for a while.
Kaepernick? All right, maybe, but, well, there's a lot of reasons why he's not playing. So, yeah. But if you are 100% dependent on we have to have two great quarterbacks at all time to find our way through this season, you're not going to get through a season again. And the whole Colt McCoy point is, to me, what you're looking for. Like, the right guy to put behind Garoppolo this year, if you thought Garoppolo was the only answer, would have been a Colt McCoy level of backup quarterback. In that case, you could have kept a C.J. Beathard, who, through 2 games is enough to get you 1 out of 2 wins. Or, he plays 3 weeks, with a little luck, you win 2 out of 3. But you're doing that because you have absolutely taken that 16th mythical pick that Peter just threw out there and used that on a player that actually clicked. With a 16th pick in the draft, this team would probably take a Javon Kinlaw again, and what do you know? DJ Jones is twice as good as that guy will ever be right now, and he was just undrafted. This team is desperate for another cornerback. Like Josh Norman, wait until you see what Jamar Chase does to Josh Norman this weekend. Oh, yeah, T. Higgins. Like, Josh Norman has to lead the NFL in celebrating pass breakups that he had nothing to do with. It was an overthrow or underthrow or ball thrown out of bounds. And that guy's flexing at a camera.
I think what this boils down to is that Kyle Shanahan drafted who he drafted, thinking he would be further along and could be used, and has found out that a thin resume can't be recreated. Nobody has ever come into the league with so few games under his belt and suddenly become an important member of a team. And I think he is surprised by that. And if he had to do it over again, he probably would go in another direction if he's only concerned about 2021. The problem is it's December now, and that's all you can be concerned with. You can't worry about how your draft class did now. This is about getting into January. And nothing else matters. What happened in last April is irrelevant. It will become relevant again in February and March and April when you start planning for your new year. But for right now, the only job is, what's my best chance to win? And for the 49ers, their best chance to win is figure out playing games in which they have the ball for 35 minutes a game and can run 40 times. That's who they are. That's what they're built to be. And it's just, I think this is a year that didn't go according to plan. And yeah, they're not prepared for it. But they also thought that part of the plan was they could trust their defense more than they can. I mean, everybody wants to make this one more referendum on the quarterback, but Russell Wilson was 30 for 37. And he had his way.
That was a game where Russell Wilson's finger didn't get in the way of him being that accurate. I mean, there were a few Russell normally hits that, but didn't. But yeah, he was still as good as he needed to be. 30 for 37. He actually should have been, Ray, 32 for 37. But the second best tight end that the 49ers played yesterday was the Seahawks tight end. I mean, Gerald Everett might as well have been playing for the Niners yesterday. He was so bad.
Yeah, he was an oven mitt. But what it also shows is that Seattle, cost itself an entire season because they were hurrying Russell Wilson back, even though he wasn't healthy. You know, there was no reason for him to say, I can be back in 4 weeks because I have magical powers in my hand. No, you don't. The human body doesn't work that way. You came back 3 weeks too early. You lost 2 of those games. Now you've got 8 losses. You have to run the table to even have a hope. You screwed up.
Well, and the Seahawks been held to 26 combined points over their last 3 games, and then they hang 30 on the Niners yesterday, and it should have been 42 because they fumbled the ball twice at the 1-yard line.
Yeah, see, I mean, to me, this was, the 49ers didn't do anything in the second half. Yeah, no question. But they gave up a ton of points in the second half, and that's defense. They didn't really give up a ton of points, but they gave up a ton of points in the second and third quarters. And that's when the game was decided.
Field position wasn't a friend to the 49ers yesterday. Their own offense wasn't a friend to them. Their defense, when it looked like it was going to have some friendly moments. And look, we have, I think, thoroughly, explained what went wrong yesterday to the point where no one other than the Niners can be blamed. That was you know what, Ray? I hate this football season. I really do. And one of the reasons why I hate this football season is because these games are being officiated at a Big Ten level of officiating. I mean, it is dreadful. It is ununiform. What is a penalty in one moment is not a penalty in the next moment. And the Niners did not lose because a pass interference wasn't called in the end zone, but it went a long way to making sure that they weren't going to win that game. I mean, I understand everything matters. Every snap is the same, but that's also nonsense because fourth quarter decisions and snaps in tight games mean more. They just do. And that was a terribly uneven officiated game. There was a holding call on Lake and Tomlinson that was just all day and night long garbage. I thought that the Sherfield block in the back wasn't any more egregious than a block in the back that the officials absolutely ignored by the Seahawks on their last drive. I mean, it's just the officiating in the NFL is awful. It's awful. It's really awful. And I thought that Brandon Ayuk might have caught that ball. Who knows? Because every single week we're redefining what is and isn't a catch. It's just ugly.
Well,
just ugly. This season sucks, man. It does.
It's a great season because nothing means anything, and it's all a pie fight every game. That's why gambling is good.
Welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
Look, that was a weekend.
Peter King dropping the F-bomb was just a metaphor. It walked you up to here's what you're getting this year. And that's great because I want this to be chaos. I mean, there were actually too many elite teams for my taste. In fact, I hope Patriots-Bills is played in 3 feet of snow because that's the season I want, and that's the season that, by and large, we've gotten.
It's not snowing.
Well, it's not snowing now, but I'm waiting. But it's been snowing all day, and it was snowing during warm-up, and I think they can come up big.
I don't know. There's hardly any snow accumulation on the field at all. Snow's not going to be an issue, but wind could be a massive issue in this game. You're going to see an awful lot of running it, just short underneath passes, which is all Kyle Shanahan wants to really do with his offense and is all that Mac Jones is executing. Like, Mac Jones right now would be better for Kyle Shanahan than Jimmy Garoppolo or Trey Lance or any quarterback that he's had. I mean, we're not going to say that they got the draft pick wrong because we don't know anything about Trey Lance yet, other than he is the least valuable first-round pick this team could have had for this season, because he doesn't even play. And then their second-round pick doesn't play, and their third-round pick doesn't play. And we did see a little of Diamador Lenore, and he stunk yesterday. And, if not for Elijah Mitchell, if not for George Kittle, if not for Deebo Samuel, again, my mom could have drafted Nick Bosa. You get zero credit for drafting Nick Bosa and hitting on that, but he isn't.
Well, why didn't she then?
Stud.
If she's so damn smart, why didn't she?
She didn't give her the pick. She would have.
She should have insisted. I mean, what's she doing in Florida? Just sitting on her can? I mean, what's the deal here?
Look, she would have done it. I'm telling you, she would have done it. What are you complaining about?
Get her to work. I mean, this retirement thing is not working. She's got to start showing some results. You might have to think about reducing her role.
If you want to get in on this 49er game today, speak now or forever hold your peace. Because coming up in about 20 minutes, Ray and I are flipping it into Warriors live mode. By the way, text the word Warriors to 20357, and everything that we talk about when it comes to the Warriors is just there waiting for you. You don't have to sift through the Niner misery or anything else that's going on. By the way, Georgia officially had a now or never game against Alabama. And apparently it's never. Alabama's going to win another national title. Like the Bearcats are, they got Cincinnati in the first round. That's a bye for Alabama. I don't care how good of a year Cincinnati had. And then the Wolverines, they get the Bulldogs in the Orange Bowl. And Jim Harbaugh, maybe they would have the best shot. It would be incredible if Jim Harbaugh actually won a national championship by beating Alabama. I'm not betting on it. I don't think anyone is.
I don't think they beat Georgia, to be honest with you.
They probably don't.
Yeah, I mean, because after all, the purpose of college football is to have Alabama play the same team 3 times in a year. That's how it's set up. And there's a limit to how much I can watch that. I mean, Alabama is fun to watch. They have skill guys going on skill guys, and Nick Saban has become sort of a less of an annoying curmudgeon and more of a guy who realizes as he's heading toward retirement, that this is a lot of fun for him. I mean, he looks more relaxed than I think he's ever been. And I don't know if it's because he knew he could beat Georgia, but he's created a level of football that frankly has made a lot of the rest of the country irrelevant.
Well, they're omnipotent.
Yeah.
They can't be stopped. And if you slow them down for a week, next week's a bounce back week every time.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. The Niners have allowed 278 points this year. That's the most in the NFC West. Yesterday, they had a chance to step on a division rival's throat, and they couldn't do it. That is the worst, most beatable Seattle team. That is a Seattle team that's got a bottom 5 roster in terms of talent right now, and they still had their way with the Niners in that second half. And it's just that cannot happen. The Seahawks have 4 wins this year, 2 of them against the Niners. Russell Wilson just beats the Niners every single time he looks at them. That's an easy day at the office for Russell Wilson. Everyone's like, oh, but this is this is a typical 49ers Seattle game. Yeah, typical in the way that the Seattle Seahawks won it. And don't tell me that the Niners are going to do anything if they actually reach the playoffs, because beating the Seahawks is always an indicator that, yeah, if they do get to the playoffs, they will make a little noise. They can't beat the Seahawks. They can't. Russell Wilson is now, 16-4? What is it? Yeah, I think, he's 16-4 against the 49ers, and Jimmy is 1-5 against Seattle.
Well,
it's not good.
No, but Seattle's in the rearview mirror now, and
it's on to Cincinnati for real.
Well, it's on to Cincinnati for real, and Peter King made a very interesting and non-profane point there about these are the 2 7th-seeded teams in each conference, and I don't know that I trust Cincinnati enough to say, well, they ought to handle the 49ers, because I think even though they look more efficient, they lose some big games to some goofy teams.
They do, but they will have the best quarterback on the field. They'll have the best running back on the field. They'll have the best wide receiver on the field.
Well,
it's a nice way to take the field.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think they've had that a lot this year, and they're still 7-5. I mean, when Peter King said this is one of the weirdest seasons ever, he's right. I mean, Cincinnati has the kind of talent that would make you think 9-3, but they're not. And it's not that they're unlucky. When they lose, they get blown out. I mean, the Chargers, of all teams, they're a team that can find a loss 3 days after a win. They can have games reversed on them by the league. And the fact is the Chargers kicked their ass. I mean, that game was never in doubt. And that was with Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow and Joe Mixon. It's just Cincinnati is one of the many non-trustworthy teams in this league, which is why Sunday will be fascinating.
By the way, if I'm looking at a live shot, it is snowing now in Buffalo, so we will see what this thing looks like before it's all said and done.
We want a blizzard that makes it so unfriendly there that even Buffalo fans will not throw each other through tables.
Somebody says, Kyle Shanahan's no good, deserves to be fired.
Yeah, that's going to happen, sure.
I'm not there yet, but he deserves to be demoted. He deserves to be demoted from any roster decisions or control at all. There is no doubt. This man has been caught so blind at cornerback. He has one wide receiver after drafting several who do not work out. His running backs are forever and a day hurt, always. And unfortunately, we got here's your update right here. You got Mosley with a high ankle sprain. He's going to miss several weeks. Mitchell is in the concussion protocol. Even though he went back out in that game, the fact that he's in concussion protocol again today means they're terrible at evaluating injuries in real time. I mean, they are. They constantly misjudge who's really hurt, how bad they're hurt, how long it's going to take to come back, all the time. Jeff Wilson has got a knee flare-up, so JaMychal Hasty could be your running back, and they say it's too early to tell whether or not Deebo Samuel is going to be ready to go. Here is Kyle Shanahan recapping an incredibly frustrating afternoon. And Ray, I'll tell you, you want to go ahead and look on my Twitter timeline for today's show announcement? If a picture is worth 1,000 words, Kyle Shanahan is just over it. I mean, he's never looked more dejected standing at a podium. Here's Kyle Shanahan recapping a frustrating afternoon in Seattle.
We felt we had a lot of self-inflicted stuff that was always, is caused by other teams, so I'm not taking anything away from them, but I thought we had opportunity at the beginning of the game to kind of just really felt like we were ready to go, giving them that punt return, gave them a lot of life. I thought of scoring, we were trying to get the clock lower. Kittle made a hell of a play, though, on that keeper, scoring a touchdown, and they got that big return and ended up scoring before the end of the half, which gave them the life back, and then for us to open up the series and fumble it in the third quarter, and defense did a hell of a job stopping them. They missed a field goal, but we followed it with a safety. Then I think we followed it with a pick. So I felt like it went about an hour. It seemed like we barely had the ball, which was our fault. So it was just frustrating. I was glad with the guys, no matter how many bad things did happen. They kept fighting, never quit. That was a hell of a job by the defense getting that turnover on the 1 yard line like they did. And I really believe we were going to go down and score. The guys made a lot of big plays on that last drive and came up short on that fourth down. And I think it was Dunlap did a good job getting his hands up. I think he was going to have Trent there in the end zone, but made a hell of a play and shouldn't have let it get to that point.
I mean, he just gave you 3 examples of the special teams letting this team down on that afternoon. Remember, just the week before, you had Minnesota take one all the way back to the house. His special teams is terrible. It's just terrible. They're terrible. And Richard Hightower shouldn't be in the building today. He should be fired. I mean, there's just no other way. So Jimmy Garoppolo Kyle Shanahan has a staggering amount of accountability that he puts on his players, but apparently his coaches can have lousy afternoon after lousy afternoon and nothing happens. The man just does not care about special teams. He has not made it a priority. They miss extra points constantly. They do not cover well on kickoff. They do not get anything usually other than fumbles on their own kick returns. Several different players have fumbled the ball on kick returns, Ayuk included this year. They tackle poorly. They gave up way too much yardage. They gain almost nothing. When will a demand to be better there be put on a terrible special teams coach? Like Richard Hightower has been this team's special teams coach for 4 years, and I got 4 years and nothing happened on special teams. And I don't want to hear about Robbie Gould. Robbie Gould is not first of all, he's getting old in real time. He is not a reliable kicker anymore. And you got nothing to do with a punter either. Like the kicking on the special teams is not what a special teams coach does. It's not. It's not. It's making sure you're not going to give up a 78-yard snap to an up back. You got to be looking for it, especially when you're playing a team that is desperate as humanly possible, and that's what the Seahawks were. The Seahawks met their level of desperation with the way that they played all day, and it looked like they were about to quit, and then they didn't because the Niners kept on inviting them back into a game.
The fake punt, to me, is more, and I'm not trying to deflect any notion that somehow the special teams have been good, because they haven't been. But that was more about poor reaction, I thought, because it's such a goofy call that I could see where maybe they're fooled initially. But the fact that Travis Homer was not even approached, let alone touched, that to me is far worse, because once you figure out that the punt has not been kicked, something else has happened. And the guy running with the football should be a pretty good indication that he's the guy you should get close to. And that's the thing that was the takeaway for me. It's that, okay, you got surprised. It doesn't mean you have to stay surprised.
888-957-9570. This is Gary in Oakland. Gary, thank you very much for the phone call. You're on with Damon and Ratto this afternoon. It's a miserable Monday.
It's a great Monday.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller. Thanks for taking my call, guys. I just wanted to touch base on Jimmy G and the fact that our team's really not going to be good until we trade Jimmy G for another cornerback. I saw Josh Norman in Jacksonville in the food court in the mall when I went to go to the Jacksonville game to try to catch us a win, and I wanted to tell him, don't even suit up, bro. Don't even suit up. Like, we don't need you.
Well, they do now. I mean, Ambry Thomas and Diomede Lenore are, they're going to get snaps just by virtue of attrition in their depth chart. They were so unprepared for Jason Verrett getting hurt. How are you unprepared for that? How are you unprepared for that when Jason Verrett's entire career has been defined by I can't play anymore?
We're saying the same thing we've said all year, is that the failure here is roster construction. That's why they're in the situation they're in today.
So what do we do about that? What do we do? What, not that you and I are going to do anything about it, but what do the Niners do about that? Are they just going to let Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch continue to roll on without a first pick for the next 2 years?
My guess is that that's where a lot of the restructuring is going to be. I mean, that they're going to figure out, okay, why are we missing on so many high draft picks? Because they've done pretty well once you get to round 5, but that's not sustainable. I think there's going to be significant change on the player personnel side. I think there will be some assistant coaching changes. You don't get to be where they are now, where they're proud members of the group of suck, without change happening. And I don't know who tells Kyle Shanahan that's going to happen if it's not Jed, but Jed doesn't know anything about football. So at some point, Kyle Shanahan has to sort of self-direct here and self-examine, because this is a team that, even if they're not, 10-2, they ought to be 8-4, and they're not. They're 6-6, and it's not that they're predictable, it's that they can't control a game reliably enough to be able to be that team that has it for 37 minutes every week.
You can never be known as a great guitar player if you can only pluck one note, or you can only strum one chord. The Niners have one way to go about winning, and when that path is not open to them, they have a nearly impossible time finding that win. They need to get out to a huge lead. They need to dominate with the running game and make sure Jimmy doesn't put the ball in the air 20 times. Like, that's how they do it. And that's the only how they do it. That's it. That's all they got available to them. But what about that one game in New Orleans 100 years ago? Yeah, that was a shootout. That was awesome. Haven't seen it since.
Yeah, it's plowing over old dirt, but that's who they are. And for the next 5 weeks, that's what you're looking at. Just, strap in. This is the deal. This is the movie you get to watch. And even if you saw it on the flight out, you're still watching it on the flight back.
This is a team that is 6-6 that I think is a lot closer to 4-8 than it is the other way around. 888-957-9570. Let's try to wrap up here with some good calls. AJ in Fremont, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, AJ?
Well, it's been a very brutal morning and, bad week for Bay Area. Warriors lost on Saturday, and then this was such a pathetic loss yesterday. It felt like, somebody's preparing for his match final, and he says, oh, you know what? I got everything sorted out. I know exactly how to solve all the issues and problems. And when he goes to exam room, he says, oh, by the way, today's my English final, not mathematics. And I don't know what to do right now. It's been every week. Sometimes defense is not showing up. Some offense is not showing up. Historically, we had, films to watch on Seahawks. So many times. And Jimmy Garoppolo just sucks big time, and this guy has to go. If you have a quarterback that you picked up, a draft pick, that's what you wanted, and Jimmy Garoppolo is not the future of the Niners. Why would you not play that guy? Why would you not give him at least 10 snaps, 5 snaps, at least try him on 4-down conversion?
Well, again, and that's the way the year started. That's the way that the year started. And then Shanahan completely went away from it after the guy played and got a start and did pretty well and had to battle a bad game plan in that game against Arizona too. The 49ers were closer to beating the Cardinals on the road with Trey Lance than they were at home against Colt McCoy. The Niners have played one complete game this year. Well, really 2. They played 2 complete games this year. Against the Rams, full credit. The Rams are good. And against the Jaguars, again, no credit. If you don't look good against the Jaguars, shame on you. It's just, it's a year of, there's a 3-game winning streak, but then there's a 4-game losing streak. I think they lose in Cincinnati. Coming home against the Falcons, nothing guaranteed. Nothing guaranteed. Niners don't win at home often. Fact. Somebody from the 707 says, injuries have dictated where they are now. What more can you expect? I expect you to overcome injuries. The Baltimore Ravens overcome injuries. Good football teams overcome injuries.
That's roster construction, as we've said before. They're not deep enough. That's the problem. They're not deep
Why
enough.
is D Ford still on this team? What does he do other than cash paychecks? Why is he still around? For the hope that he will show up riding a white horse? I don't understand. Eric Armstead got his 3rd sack of the year. He plays the run really well, blah, 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 blah. It's a guy's overpaid and just he's okay. He's Eric Armstead. Don't expect him to be much more than Eric Armstead.
Well, hence his name. That's who Eric Armstead is, Eric Armstead.
He is.
And there's not a lot of satisfaction in assuming that guys who are one thing can suddenly become twice that thing. You are who you are eventually.
Yeah,
the whole idea behind roster
when you
construction.
bet on that guy, when you have a DeForest Buckner and you say goodbye DeForest Buckner in the name of retaining D Ford and Eric Armstead,
well, that's a profound mistake. And I mean, even Shanahan has acknowledged that. In one of these show and tells. I mean, the thing is, the roster construction here has been profoundly uneven, and they're not a deep team.
Look, we got to get out in like a minute. Nick in Berkeley, I got 15 seconds for you. Slam dunk it, Nick. Go.
Hey, thanks for your comments about the referees, man, right on point. And I just want to say, man, that the Niners draft picks and everyone's in a conundrum about why they do that is because they put up a big whiteboard and they got a cap money salary for each position and they're not going over that. That explains everything in the draft for everybody. In case you didn't know, it's a business model, and that's what they do. They just put a number on each position and not going to pay more than that. DeForest Buckner, Delaney Walker, the rest of my case.
Yeah, look, somebody says here, it costs more to cut D Ford than keep him. No, it doesn't, because you open up a roster spot for somebody who can play for you.
Except that you can't find guys like that. That's why the free agency market.
They just found Arden Key.
In the middle of a season, there's nothing out there. And I'm not defending D Ford at all, but we found out time and again when you start picking guys up off the street, the chances of any of them being of any value is minimal. I mean, how many cornerbacks have they taken? And how many have they gotten rid of? It's because once everything's been picked over, you're hoping that God will kiss you on the forehead by getting you somebody, who's working at Costco midnight to 8, who can all of a sudden become an impact player. I mean, what are you saying?
They're working the overnight at Costco? They're restocking? Yeah, that's not going to help you. You want someone working the register during business hours if you really want to make an impact in this league.
Well, they make too much money for the 49ers to. They have cap trouble.
Marco in San Francisco. Final call of the day, Marco. Make it a good one.
I don't know what else to say other than I'm just pissed and sick and tired of hearing the same crap in and out from Shanahan. Look, he's responsible for player personnel. We've got, Josh Norman in a corner who's taunting a camera on an overthrow and then gets constantly burnt all day, right? You've got Ford who hasn't played in a while. It's appalling, and it's 5 years of this. We can go back and say, they didn't have a quarterback, blah, blah, blah. But it's the play calling, and Shanahan has long been a guy that's fumbled the big play call, right? I would have rather seen Kittle in there running the ball 4 times at that goal line shot we had at the end than what we called. And then you've got him and Mitchell, granted he might have had a concussion, sitting on the sideline for the final play. I just don't get it.
Yeah, that was crazy. Look, we got to run. We're about to get into Warriors Live, and there's plenty to talk about there. Our friend Nick Friedell's going to join us at 6:00, but man, I mean, it's been a frustrating afternoon, and that's the thing about Kyle Shanahan that is so frustrating. This is his entire vision. He's been setting this up to be this for years, and this is what you got, and it's not nearly good enough. Until he is a winner, he is a loser. Kyle Shanahan is a losing head coach. End of story. Only he can fix it. So we're brought to you by AC Transit. Stick around. Warriors Live is right around the corner. Find a career with great benefits, work-life balance, and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring journey-level mechanics and service employees. Join their East Bay team to maintain AC Transit fleet of buses. Apply today at actransit.org/careers. Warriors Live is next.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
To learn more about our programs and to donate, go to carsforkids.com. That's Cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your
last chance to donate for 2021.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org and join our movement to regenerate the natural world.
Hey, this is Damon Bruce from BMW of Fairfield. And this holiday season, they want to make some kids a little more merry than they might be. That's why they're participants with Toys for Tots. BMW of Fairfield has partnered with Travis Air Force Base to be a collection point for Toys for Tots. And don't forget to drop off